The skill mastery system has been activated. Chakra refinement technique B. Level 10998-1000. I technique. Sharingan A. Level 3 200,300. Taijutsu. Uchiha style C. Level 9 100,900. Ninjutsu. Transformation. Technique E. Level 3 199,300. Ninjutsu. Replacement technique B. Level 10999-1000. Ninjutsu. Body flicker technique. Level 3 50,300. Ninjutsu. Fire release great. Fireball technique C. Level 3 219,300. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique C. Level 3 117,300. Having just concluded his training, Uchiha Sō sat in the camp, gazing at his status panel, and let out a faint sigh. It was indeed a cause for celebration that he had transcended in the chakra refinement technique. However, the slow progress of his Sharingan left him feeling somewhat powerless. I have exerted myself to the utmost, yet why does progress remain so sluggish? Though the war is nearing its end, this moment is perilous, and the future. Uchiha Sō felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, for the current situation was decidedly unfriendly towards him. As a former inhabitant of Earth, he found himself inexplicably transported to this somewhat brutal world after enhancing the performance of a certain individual. While he initially felt a flicker of excitement at becoming an Uchiha, that exhilaration was soon tempered by the realization of his circumstances. His name is Uchiha Sō, and upon discovering that he shared a name with his brother, he was understandably taken aback. After all, Uchiha Sō's brother was none other than Uchiha Bito, a name that carried significant weight. Fortunately, that particular fate had not befallen him, yet his childhood was far from idyllic. As the scion of a prestigious Uchiha family, Uchiha Sō's father, Uchiha Shiranui, adhered to the traditional Uchiha approach to parenting, emphasizing rigorous physical training over mere verbal admonitions. Through this physically demanding environment, Uchiha Sō's abilities flourished rapidly, especially in the practical application of the replacement technique, which he mastered to an extraordinary degree. Despite the strained relationship between father and son, Uchiha Shiranui remained committed to Uchiha Sō's education, correcting and guiding him daily while exposing him to numerous texts from the Uchiha clan. Simply put, he hoped Uchiha Sō would embody the esteemed legacy of the Uchiha and become a worthy shinobi. The misfortunes of his family had already brought him considerable distress, and, as if fate conspired against him, he discovered two notable classmates at school, Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha, which made him realize that his future might be it is unclear whether it was his ill fortune or perhaps the perks of being a transmigrator. But just when despair threatened to consume him, he awakened his Sharingan and his system activated. This system, in essence, was a means of relentless grinding, requiring him to accumulate experience through his training and combat performances. Every ability he acquired could be enhanced through diligent practice, including his Sharingan, albeit with the stringent requirement of engaging in battle while utilizing it. Every skill possessed levels, with some starting as low as E. For instance, the replacement technique, initially rated E, had been elevated to B through sheer effort, and he was on the cusp of reaching A. Conversely, some abilities began at C or higher, such as his Sharingan, which manifested at C to A. As for the upper limits of these skills, Uchiha Sō remained unaware, as he had yet to elevate any skill beyond A. The experience required for progress becomes increasingly daunting, Uchiha Sō reflected, especially since, although the experience remains constant, the rewards diminish significantly as one levels up. Since acquiring the system, he had been tirelessly grinding, a relentless endeavor that he owed, in part, to his father's unyielding discipline. This rigorous training earned him the title of genius and consistently improved his Sharingan. Yet, just as he was fervently engaged in his training, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As a participant in this tumultuous era, he was approached by a teacher at the age of 10 with a rather good news. You are already a Chunin, and with most of the front line fodder perishing. Isn't it time for you to join? Upon hearing of his son's impending deployment, his father, Uchiha Shiranui, was understandably alarmed in his view. The battlefield was already rife with casualties, and there was no need for his son to join the fray. However, the war had escalated to such an intense degree that Konoha was already short-staffed, having sent 6- or 7-year-old graduates to the front lines years prior. For a Uchiha prodigy to remain in Konoha at the age of 10 was, in his father's eyes, excessively indulgent. Ultimately, as the proverbial arm could not twist the leg, Uchiha Sō found himself thrust into the vibrant chaos of the battlefield. Truth be told, had he not been a transmigrator with considerable real-world experience, relying on a Sharingan amidst the perils of the battlefield, he might have already succumbed to fate. In reality, his luck was not entirely abysmal, perhaps due to the Uchiha's enduring influence. He was not sent to the most brutal conflicts in the Land of Grass or against the Hidden Stone Village. Instead, he found himself combating adversaries in the Land of Whirlpools and the Mist Village to the west of Konoha, though even that was relative in its severity. Who could fathom Konoha's intent in sending an Uchiha to confront a cadre of shinobi skilled in the mist technique? Was this not a death sentence? Fortunately, at this juncture, the commander of the Land of Whirlpools was Orochimaru, who, during this period, had yet to fully embrace his darker tendencies. Upon learning of Uchiha Sō's Sharingan, Orochimaru refrained from assigning him to any suicidal missions that in fact, for certain crucial tasks, he would even provide him with a member from the Hyuga clan as support. Such circumstances left Uchiha Sō feeling an unsettling chill. He began to suspect that he was being regarded as an Uchiha Itachi. However, this fortunate reprieve was not destined to last. The war was less than a year from conclusion, and now, aside from Sunagakure, the other 3 great hidden villages were mounting their most aggressive offensives against Konoha. The 4 great ninja villages were preparing for battle, ready to exploit the situation, and the ensuing carnage was unimaginable. Moreover, in the not-so-distant future, an even more harrowing event awaited. For instance, the 4th Hokage had only recently assumed office, and his beloved disciple, Obito Uchiha, would arrive with a surprise. The result would be the untimely demise of both the revered 4th Hokage and his wife, a calamity that would unjustly cast blame upon the Uchiha clan. Years later, the ultimate prodigal son of the Uchiha clan would begin his path to enlightenment, devising a cunning solution to what he perceived as Uchiha's local dominance. Despite Konoha's ongoing suppression of the Uchiha, he would question, is the Uchiha clan entirely blameless? Given the Uchiha's deep roots and their growing discord with Konoha, he would conclude, why not eliminate my entire family? He would then lead Obito Uchiha and his allies from root into a violent confrontation with the Uchiha. Thus, to speak strictly, my time is indeed quite limited. Uchiha Sō sighed softly. If I do not exert myself further, my future may only hold the prospects of fleeing or facing a blade. He was utterly unwilling to face the blade. Yet where could he possibly flee? As he pondered this, a voice suddenly echoed from not far away. Uchiha Sō, Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you. In response to Orochimaru's summoning, Uchiha Sō found himself without any grounds to decline. Although it pained him to realize that a mere chunin like himself had caught the attention of such a formidable figure, he recognized the inevitability of the situation. After all, who could blame him for possessing the Sharingan? He understood that he was likely to be dispatched on another mission soon. With the conflict nearing its historical conclusion, the situation in the Hidden Mist was no longer merely chaotic. As a wartime ninja, he was naturally required to remain ever prepared for battle against adversaries. Given his Sharingan and remarkable combat prowess, it was unlikely that any commander would overlook him. Uchiha Sō had indeed contemplated whether to conceal his abilities and avoid exposing his Sharingan too readily. However, upon reflection, he realized that such a course of action might yield certain advantages, such as evading a spot on Konoha's blacklist. Yet, the cost of this decision would be substantial. His clan would likely refrain from nurturing him, and he would receive no protection. Under those circumstances, he might find himself on the battlefield before the age of 10, potentially becoming a mere pawn by 6 or 7. After all, not everyone is a chosen one like Uchiha Obito, who, despite being at the bottom of the ranks, managed to survive until becoming a chunin and allied with Minato Namikaze. Konoha's involvement in the war was marked by a 1-against-4 scenario. Although Sunagakure quickly surrendered, the other battlefronts were filled with formidable opponents. Konoha's ninjas had long been stretched thin, compounded by his own reckless actions that led to the downfall of Konoha's White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake. They could only attempt to balance the scales through sheer numbers. You are late, Zonkuen, he mused as Uchiha Sō arrived at Orochimaru's office. Before he could utter a word, a hoarse, low voice resonated within the room. Following the sound, he beheld Orochimaru seated at his desk, his long hair cascading down, and a sickly pale complexion adorned with a faint, inscrutable smile. His serpent-like eyes glimmered with an unmistakable chill, evoking a profound discomfort within Uchiha Sō. Yet, he did not feel he was tardy. Aware of the disparity in strength and status between himself and the man before him, he could only bow slightly and say, "I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I shall be more cautious next time. The environment here is far more intricate than you might imagine." Orochimaru licked his lips slightly and then offered a cryptic smile. "Especially since you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. This is your advantage, but at times, it can also serve as your disadvantage." Orochimaru's words left Uchiha Sō at a loss for response, as the man spoke in half-truths, leaving the rest to be deciphered. While Uchiha Sō could surmise that Orochimaru referred either to the impending battle with the hidden mist or to the Uchiha's precarious position within Konoha, neither interpretation brought him any comfort. "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru," Uchiha Sō replied, resignedly nodding his head. He had no means to counter Orochimaru's enigmatic riddles. "I hope you truly comprehend." Rather than feigning understanding, Orochimaru gently tapped the table, his voice hoarse and his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Sō, as if seeking confirmation of something. This scene left Uchiha Sō increasingly perplexed, having spent 3 years in the land of whirlpools and having interacted with Orochimaru numerous times. He was accustomed to the enigmatic aura that surrounded him. Yet, the demeanor displayed this time was unlike anything he had witnessed before. Having concluded his preliminary remarks, it was time to address the matter at hand. However, before Uchiha Sō could dwell further on it, Orochimaru's gaze shifted away, reverting to his usual self. He licked his lips and casually produced a scroll, extending it toward Uchiha Sō. "This is your upcoming mission. It will not be an easy task, and I sincerely hope that such a talented young man as yourself will return unscathed." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Uchiha Sō collected his thoughts and obediently accepted the scroll. The matters that eluded his understanding could only be pondered later, and he remained vigilant, aware that Orochimaru's unusual behavior signaled some underlying issue. "You will be joining Team 6. They have suffered injuries, and you will be their captain this time." After outlining the details, Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively towards Uchiha Sō, signaling that he could depart. "Go now, prepare thoroughly before setting out. Team 6. Understood." Uchiha Sō nodded promptly, saying, "I take my leave, Lord Orochimaru." With that, he turned and exited the office. Once he had departed, Orochimaru lifted his head languidly. "Is it the pride of the Uchiha that prevents you from asking a single question?" Watching Uchiha Sō's retreating figure through the window, he once again licked his lips, his desk adorned with a document sent by Danzo. "I hope you truly grasp the meaning behind my words." Retrieving his gaze, Orochimaru focused on the document, which contained only 2 pieces of information, the most significant of which revealed that his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was contemplating the nomination of a new Hokage. How peculiar! What expression is Orochimaru displaying? After leaving the office, Uchiha Sō proceeded directly toward the Leaf Village's encampment, all the while contemplating Orochimaru's situation. He understood full well that the days ahead would not be kind to Orochimaru. For instance, upon returning to the Leaf after the conclusion of the Mist War, the experiments he conducted were exposed. As for who was responsible, that was left to interpretation. In any case, someone always bore the blame. Consequently, due to the ramifications of these experiments, the third Hokage's decision to eliminate familial ties prevented Orochimaru from ascending to the role of fourth Hokage, thereby allowing Minato Namikaze to claim the title. This incident led Orochimaru to famously declare within the anime, the third's intention was to use Minato as a puppet to control the Leaf. Following this, with Minato's untimely demise, the third returned to his former duties, while Orochimaru, after achieving a measure of success, ultimately found himself exposed and left the Leaf in disgrace. However, at this moment, none of this had transpired, and he had not yet severed ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This left Uchiha Sō perplexed about the motives of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Perhaps it would be best to observe the situation of Team 6. Despite the weight of his thoughts, Uchiha Zong had arrived at the camp, and his immediate task was to locate Team 6 and issue commands for their departure. It is worth noting that Uchiha Zong had never had a fixed set of teammates. The reason was simple. His initial group of companions had, by chronological standards, nearly reached their 3rd anniversary. Consequently, he had consistently floated between various teams, stepping in to fill vacancies wherever needed, and this occasion was no different. Yet, as a mere chunin, he questioned his worthiness to assume the role of captain. With such musings in mind, Uchiha Zong soon found the camp supervisor, and together they approached Team 6. Upon seeing the members of Team 6, his expression shifted dramatically, and he understood why the leadership had been entrusted to him. "Zong, what brings you here?" "It has been quite some time," greeted Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, both of whom he recognized as classmates and friends. However, encountering them at this juncture was decidedly unfavorable. "You know each other?" "That simplifies matters," remarked the camp supervisor. Noting their familiarity, he turned to Guy and Shikamaru, stating, "This is your new teammate, who will be replacing your injured comrade. He is also your new captain. I trust you will all get along well. I must take my leave now." With that, the supervisor departed, as the intensity of the conflict demanded his attention and he had numerous responsibilities, particularly in coordinating the movements of the ninjas within the camp. After his exit, both Guy and Shikamaru regarded Uchiha Zong with mild surprise, though not astonishment. Their prior acquaintance, especially for Guy, who had been Zong's classmate, made the situation less shocking. During their school days, while Uchiha Zong may not have shone with the same brilliance as Kakashi, he was nonetheless exceptional in his own right, particularly in certain subjects where he excelled. In practical combat classes, aside from Kakashi, his performance was the best. What set Uchiha Zong apart from Kakashi was his warmth. He was approachable and connected with everyone. Even when Guy faced scorn due to his father's status as a perpetual genin, Uchiha Zong stood by him, offering solace during his lowest moments. Even in the presence of his own father, Zong displayed neither disdain nor mockery, but instead expressed sincere admiration for his father's relentless dedication. Moreover, Uchiha Zong is particularly diligent and hardworking. Akai often observes him earnestly training in both physical techniques and ninjutsu. A prodigy as exceptional as he, coupled with such industriousness, truly leaves a profound impression on Akai, especially since Uchiha Zong hails from a prominent family, yet harbors no disdain for others. Thus, when the supervisor departed, Akai promptly rushed to Uchiha Zong's side, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you would become our captain. This is indeed a delightful occasion. I have resolved to run 100 laps around the field. You might want to conserve your energy," interjected Nara Shikamaru, covering his face in exasperation. "With Zong as our captain, it seems we are bound to receive a mission." "Indeed, we have a mission," Uchiha Zong replied with a slightly awkward smile as he subtly stepped back to create some distance from Akai. "By the way, what happened to Hibiki? How did he sustain his injuries?" "Explosive tags," Nara Shikamaru replied, somewhat resigned. "During a mission, he accidentally got caught in an explosion from an explosive tag and has since returned to Konoha. We were just pondering who would replace him, and to our surprise, it is you," Akai said, still bubbling with excitement, albeit somewhat inappropriately, as he patted Uchiha Zong on the shoulder with a grin. However, Uchiha Zong could not share in their joy, for if his memory served him correctly, this team was destined to face significant challenges. The Third Shinobi World War's front lines were extensive, and the original narrative primarily focused on Kakashi and Obito, giving Uchiha Zong a clearer understanding of that timeline and situation. Conversely, his knowledge of the battles in the Land of Whirlpools and the Hidden Mist Village was rather limited. He only had a vague grasp of Akai and his team's circumstances. They had unfortunately encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. And if not for Might Guy's timely arrival and the unleashing of the 8th Gate's power, it was likely that Akai's fate would have been sealed, and thus Uchiha Madara's proclamation of him as the strongest would never have materialized. Now, as the war against the Hidden Mist Village was nearing its conclusion, Uchiha Zong found himself thrust into this team, and Hibiki had inexplicably been sent back to Konoha due to an explosive tag, indicating he would not be returning in the near future. Did this mean he would have to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen in Hibiki's stead? The 7 ninja swordsmen had not swiftly eliminated them, granting Might Guy the time to arrive, while they might have had some leeway. The 3 of them were still mere civilian ninjas. If Uchiha Zong, a bloodline ninja with the Sharingan, were to take their place, he could hardly believe the swordsmen would show them any mercy. Furthermore, one must also consider the butterfly effect, with Hibiki injured and sent back to Konoha. Who could say if Might Guy would manage to arrive in time again? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Sō's mood soured significantly. Although he maintained a composed expression, calmly, he retrieved a scroll and remarked, "I hope that fellow is all right. Nevertheless, let us ascertain the specifics of our mission." He currently harbors a desire for the tasks he encounters to be anything but exceedingly arduous. Yet, upon unrolling the scroll and meticulously perusing its contents, he is suddenly beset by a peculiar sensation. Could it be that Orochimaru intends to ensnare me here? The scroll, though not overly lengthy, conveys a straightforward message. After all, their mission is not particularly daunting, merely a covert operation behind enemy lines. However, the succinctness of the task briefing belies the gravity of the undertaking. Venturing into enemy territory is rarely a trivial affair. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, the morale of the Mist Village has waned due to unsatisfactory performances on the front lines. In such circumstances, should they be captured, they might find themselves subjected to a thorough interrogation followed by their memories being manipulated to bolster the enemy's spirits. This mission is indeed perilous. Uchiha Sō silently cursed, yet he quickly composed himself. He understood that such a mission could not possibly involve only their team, for it would scarcely create a ripple. Undoubtedly, there are numerous hidden leaf ninjas already wreaking havoc within enemy territory. With so many operatives present, Uchiha Sō felt there might still be opportunities, provided they exercised adequate caution. The most formidable threat, however, remained the 7 ninja swordsmen. If he could devise a means to evade them, all would be manageable. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Sō passed the scroll to Guy and Shiranui Genma for their review. Once they had finished, he reclaimed the scroll and set it ablaze. "Are you all clear on the mission?" "Yes, Captain." "In that case, prepare yourselves. We shall depart this afternoon." "Understood." Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Uchiha Sō plopped down onto the ground, concluding his rigorous training. At that moment, a line of prompts caught his eye. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique gained 1 experience. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique, B level 10, max, upgradable, at last. Gazing at the notification, Uchiha Sō couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He had finally maxed out his experience with the body replacement technique at level B. Elevating the technique from E to B is a daunting endeavor, but alas, this skill proves exceedingly useful, especially when countering the physical instruction imposed by his father. And in addressing the merits and demerits of dealing with mist ninjas, the technique's value is indeed on par with that of the body flicker technique. Moreover, I might be the very first individual to elevate an E-rank ninjutsu to such heights, wouldn't I? Uchiha Sō felt somewhat fatigued. Having repeatedly utilized the body replacement technique for practice, such exertion was indeed taxing for a 13-year-old. At times, he wondered if he was bringing shame to the realm of transmigrators. In his recollections, he had often witnessed tales of transmigrators graduating at 5, reaching the level of Hokage by 8, and effortlessly besting Uchiha Madara by 13. Even more astonishingly, at this age, some have already pierced through the cosmos, striking directly at the heart of the Otsutsuki's lair. Comparatively, Uchiha Sō's current level pales in insignificance against those who have traversed dimensions. It is an embarrassment beyond description. Perhaps his sole advantage lies in the ability to grow unimpeded with the assistance of this system. At the very least, with respect to those rudimentary skills, it seems I can transcend limitations and continue to evolve. The extent to which the Sharingan can develop remains an enigma to Uchiha Sō. After all, the minimum threshold post-activation is C rank. Having diligently cultivated it to A rank, his eyes have now evolved into the state of 3 Tomo. According to his understanding, the progression beyond A rank should lead to S rank, which corresponds to the Mangekyo Sharingan, while SSS might very well align with the Rinnegan. What lies beyond SSS? Perhaps SSR. Contemplating this, Uchiha Sō opened his panel and directly opted to upgrade the body replacement technique. Skill proficiency system activated. Chakra refinement technique. B level 10, 998, 1000. I technique. Sharingan. A level 3, 200 300. Taijutsu. Uchiha style. C level 9, 100 900. Ninjutsu. Body flicker technique. A level 3, 50 300. Ninjutsu. Body replacement technique. A level 1, 100. Omitted, beholding the now A-rank body replacement technique. A spark of excitement illuminated his face. The effects of such a low-tier technique, once elevated, are indeed remarkable. For instance, The enhancement of the body replacement technique is quite extraordinary. Typically, employing the body replacement technique incurs a slight delay, and if one is not exceptionally adept, hand seals are required. Most critically, the items replaced are generally bound by distance and quality constraints. However, for Uchiha Sō, this is no longer a concern, even at B rank. He had significantly surpassed these limitations. Now that he has attained A rank, the effects are likely to be even more pronounced. Yet, the opportunity to test this is currently absent. Time is of the essence. Fortunately, as his skills advance, a relatively substantial reservoir of practical experience floods into his consciousness. He understands the requisite actions and has a general sense of the anticipated outcomes, but the tangible effects can only be realized in the crucible of battle. After a brief moment of organization, he swiftly made his way to the entrance of the camp, mindful that he has a mission to embark upon today. Upon reaching his destination, he found Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru awaiting him. Nara sat pensively, a sunbon clutched in his mouth, while Might Guy was performing one-handed handstands. Upon spotting Uchiha Sō's arrival, he instantly leapt to his feet. "Sō, you're here," exclaimed Guy, brimming with energy. "We are all set and ready to depart." Hey, he is our captain now. I think you ought to adjust your address," Nara Shikamaru noted, his attention drawn to Guy's exuberant exclamation, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Even among classmates, when it comes to executing a mission, adherence to the established protocols is imperative. Thus, it is only fitting that we refer to him as captain. In truth, it is merely a title, and one that holds little significance. Uchiha Sō chuckled softly, shaking his head, before his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "However, before we set off, I must inquire if you are all adequately prepared, for this mission is undeniably perilous." "Rest assured, Captain Sō." As soon as Uchiha Sō finished speaking, Akai clenched his fist, declaring, "I have been ready for quite some time. Although I would prefer to deny it, I too am prepared," Inazuka Jinkin remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone. Such a sentiment is only natural. Anyone in our position would feel a sense of helplessness, as a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. It seems only the carefree Akai could exhibit such excitement in the face of danger. Nevertheless, as ninjas of Konoha, Inazuka Jinkin felt an unyielding sense of duty, for Konoha is indeed their home. With that said, let us embark. Uchiha Sō nodded and turned to set off, followed promptly by Akai and Inazuka Jinkan without hesitation. The Konoha camp was not particularly distant from the control zone of the Mist Village. And given the vast expanse of the Land of Whirlpools, even if the Mist Village deployed all its forces, it would be impossible to secure every inch of their territory. Thus, Uchiha Sō and his companions had ample opportunity to evade the patrols and gain access to the control area of the Mist Village. Throughout their journey, the trio exercised caution. After all, if Konoha could send operatives into the Mist territory, then the Mist could very well dispatch their own into Konoha's domain. Should they encounter the enemy unwittingly, it would be fortunate if they could prevail. If not, it would indeed be akin to the former emperor's ambitions being thwarted before they had truly begun, leading to an untimely demise. Fortune favored them, as they encountered no adversaries along the way. By evening, they found a cave suitable for rest, preparing for the inevitable incursion into the Mist territory the following day. "Captain, how do you intend to approach this mission?" In the pitch-black cave, Inazuka Jinkin leaned against the stone wall, curiously dangling a kunai from his lips. They were perilously close to the control zone of the Mist, and dare not light a fire. Fortunately, as ninjas, the chill of the night was of little concern. "I haven't yet formulated a specific plan, but I suspect this mission will be rather arduous," Uchiha Sō replied, glancing at Akai, who stood guard outside. "Indeed. The most daunting and troublesome aspect is that, according to the mission briefing, our targets are quite dispersed," Inazuka Jinkin lamented, his kunai hanging limply. "Even if we were to launch an assault on those locations, it would take considerable time to reach them, and we are unaware of the situation behind us, as we have no communication with other teams. In enemy territory, maintaining a degree of silence is paramount, and ignorance of other team statuses is equally crucial. After all, should one be captured and unable to withstand the powerful memory restoration techniques, exposing the intelligence of other teams could lead to collective doom." Uchiha Sō was aware of the circumstances and appeared somewhat helpless. However, his sense of helplessness did not linger for long, as a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his eyes. An intriguing idea materialized in his mind. he realized that sometimes, when one is perplexed, a few casual remarks from others can indeed ignite profound insights. This notion echoed the lyrics from a television series he had watched in his youth. Some careless words unravel my doubts. The small grievances voiced by Nara Shikamaru inadvertently plunged Uchiha Sō into deep contemplation. After meticulously reviewing the task's process, deconstructing the overarching strategies, and identifying the divergent paths between the two villages, he focused on the current wartime dynamics. Ultimately, enlightenment dawned upon him. The primary challenge of the task lay in infiltrating enemy territory, with just the three of them darting about in the controlled zone. They were akin to sleeping on the floor of a restroom, uncomfortably close to the mess. The second issue was their sheer numbers. In such an expansive enemy-controlled area, locating their target was not merely a distant journey but felt as far away as the horizon. Moreover, with inadequate communication, they were utterly oblivious to which areas had been compromised and which remained intact. With their limited numbers, it would be more prudent to lie low. However, surviving was no simple feat. This was enemy territory, where troop movements and routine patrols were no trifling matter. Uchiha Sō did not believe that a fervent individual like Guy, coupled with Nara Shikamaru, would willingly choose to hide. Even if they consented, they could only drift aimlessly until the war's conclusion. But as the captain, Uchiha Sō could not afford such an action. Returning to the village in a state of disgrace, burdened with the stigma of delaying military operations, was not an option. In such dire circumstances, what course of action should be taken? The answer was straightforward: gather more people. Uchiha Sō's idea was simple. Since the task required them to penetrate the rear of the Kirigakure forces for ambush and sabotage, and given that Orochimaru had dispatched multiple teams to execute a saturation attack, why not consolidate these teams, manage them collectively, and assign tasks uniformly? This approach would not only enhance efficiency, but also maintain organizational coherence, allowing them to serve as shields for one another in the event of a large-scale encirclement. Particularly with the 7 ninja swordsmen, he thought. How could he possibly fear them with a greater number? Of course, this strategy came with substantial risks. If Orochimaru were to discover Uchiha Sō's intentions, he would likely object, given the potential for complete annihilation of his forces. Yet, there is a saying that holds true in this world: orders from the military may not be heeded in the field. As the captain of Team 6, Uchiha Sō had the authority to make certain decisions, and his comrades, Guy and Nara Shikamaru, were not only his peers and friends, but also his subordinates. Even if they opposed him, they would ultimately be compelled to support his endeavors. As long as he could manage the leaf ninjas he recruited, the remaining tasks would become considerably more manageable. Especially, this is the land of whirlpools. The relationship between the land of whirlpools and the land of fire has always been amicable, and indeed, Konoha once acted as a guardian deity for the land of whirlpools. Although there were minor blemishes along the way, such as during the Second Great Ninja War, when Konoha was unable to provide timely support, allowing the Mist Village to nearly annihilate the land of whirlpools. Overall, the land of whirlpools has remained relatively aligned with Konoha. Moreover, the inhabitants of the Mist Village, upon landing, did not adhere to any principles of sustainable exploitation. Instead, they meticulously cultivated this territory, bewildering the common folk of the land of whirlpools. Should Uchiha Sō manage to rally a team, their motley group would appear as celestial beings to these civilians. At that juncture, if they were to persuade the populace, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Mist Village, with tales of impending chaos and the rising banner of the land of whirlpools, would not these civilians immediately rally to their cause? Indeed, the Konoha ninjas beckon us, inviting families to join their ranks. Although these civilians lack martial prowess, their familiarity with the land of whirlpools and the surrounding environment far exceeds expectations. Uchiha Sō's eyes gleamed with increasing brightness. He genuinely believed that this endeavor held great potential. After all, the control of the Mist Village over the land of whirlpools is primarily confined to major cities, with significantly weaker defenses in villages and small towns. This presents Uchiha Sō and his allies with a remarkable opportunity. They could utilize these small villages as covers and strongholds to launch a robust counter against the Mist Village. However, why had Orochimaru and his faction not pursued such a strategy? Uchiha Sō found himself perplexed by this question, his thoughts influenced by the guerrilla tactics he had learned before his transmigration. Yet, guerrilla warfare is hardly an esoteric knowledge. Even across the vast ocean, the American forces, renowned for their overwhelming firepower, adopted guerrilla tactics against the Japanese in the Philippines, and did so with notable effectiveness. Could it be that cultural differences account for this divergence? Uchiha Sō was uncertain why such strategies were absent in this world, yet he was disinclined to ponder it further, for he had just discovered a promising answer. He believed that if he could locate other small teams, they could undoubtedly make an impact and find solace in numbers. But suddenly, the once confident Uchiha Sō encountered a significant dilemma. Where on earth could he find those hidden Konoha teams? He now felt an acute awareness of the malice emanating from both Konoha and Orochimaru, and this mission was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. He began to speculate whether Orochimaru's cryptic demeanor and words before his departure held some deeper meaning. "Captain, we have movement." Just as he was engulfed in his worries, Guy burst into the cave, lowering his voice as he spoke urgently. "A squad is approaching. Their numbers are unclear, and their identity is uncertain." Perhaps due to the years of physical training instilled by his canine father, Uchiha Sō swiftly cast aside his distractions, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. Troublesome matters could be pondered at leisure. The immediate dilemma required swift resolution. The area they currently occupied did not strictly belong to either Konoha or the Hidden Mist, as it was considered a free combat zone. Any village's squad could potentially appear here, and it was prudent to be fully prepared in the face of uncertainty regarding friend or foe. "First, we shall conceal ourselves and avoid confrontation," Uchiha Sō commanded decisively. "We must ascertain their identities. Be ready for battle should the situation warrant." "Understood, Captain," Akai promptly replied, while Narashikaku had already risen, his gaze now sharp and alert. In the blink of an eye, the three vanished from sight, each taking cover. Uchiha Sō concealed himself in the shadow behind a massive rock, simultaneously activating his Sharingan. The three black tomos slowly rotating within his crimson eyes. He focused on regulating his breath, striving to achieve an optimal state. At that moment, several shadows approached the cave, 6 individuals, mist shinobi. As these figures entered the cave one after another, Uchiha Sō not only discerned their numbers, but also swiftly identified them. Realizing this, his hand gradually moved toward the tool pouch at his waist, his thumb securing a kunai. However, he refrained from making a move, continuing to observe the 6 individuals. While the Sharingan's scouting capabilities do not rival those of the Byakugan, it still revealed significant insights, such as the flow of the enemy's chakra. Based on the chakra capacity, Uchiha Sō deduced that there was only one Jonin among them. This was encouraging news. However, they also had 3 Chunin and 2 Jinin, formidable combatants not to be underestimated. Strictly speaking, the world of Hokage is rather peculiar. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara could be assassinated, as evident from his interactions with the Black Zetsu. Chunin, often portrayed as nameless underlings in the original narrative, possess considerable combat prowess. A competent Chunin, under normal circumstances, can pose a significant challenge even to a Jonin. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult for a Jonin to eliminate a Jinin who remains vigilant and avoids making blunders, as vividly illustrated in the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza in the original series. Thus, Uchiha Sō has always maintained that the rank of a ninja serves more as a symbolic designation or a reflection of one's status within a village. "Let us rest here. We shall continue our journey tomorrow," the leader of the Mist Shinobi spoke, his voice raspy and chilling. "Yes, Captain." After the sound of his voice faded, the other Mist Nin immediately began to respond. "Takeda, cease your thoughts. No matter how much you suffer, it will not alter anything." The Mist Ninja captain cast a sweeping glance over everyone present, then fixed his gaze on the last figure. "Your brother is already dead. I understand your desire for vengeance, but we have more pressing matters at hand. I hope you can focus your attention." "Captain, my brother died a glorious death. There is no sorrow in that." To the surprise of all, this young Mist Ninja coldly shook his head, his indifferent tone suggesting that the deceased was not his brother at all. Moreover, those leaf ninjas, like lost dogs, have already dispatched someone in pursuit. I am confident they will not escape alive. Is that so? I see. The captain furrowed his brow, then nodded, choosing not to speak further. Concealed behind a stone, Uchiha Sō could sense a hint of unease from the captain regarding the young Mist Ninja's demeanor. Sō himself discerned that the icy indifference of this young Mist Ninja bore a scent of blood even more potent than that of the captain. Is he a product of the blood mist policy? Uchiha Sō mused silently, recognizing this as the handiwork of Uchiha Madara, though he knew they had yet to reach the pinnacle. The true climax would come when Uchiha Obito inherited Madara's political legacy and unleashed a frenzy of retribution upon the Mist Village. However, this was not what occupied Uchiha Sō's thoughts most. His primary concern lay with the Leaf team mentioned by these individuals. He had not anticipated encountering another squad so soon. Suddenly, the previously seated Jonin captain let out an angry shout, swiftly launching a kunai towards a shadow within the cave. In an instant, a green figure was forced to leap from the darkness, clearly revealing Guy. The Mist Nin reacted promptly, immediately taking up a defensive stance and drawing their weapons. This is bad. Uchiha Sō cursed under his breath, though he bore no ill will towards Guy. While Guy was indeed a competent ninja, he excelled primarily in taijutsu and was merely 12 or 13 years old. It was likely that upon hearing of the danger faced by Leaf ninjas, he had lost some control. Realizing concealment was no longer viable, Uchiha Sō swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging within him. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Flames erupted like seeds of a phoenix flower, shooting outwards in all directions. Although the flames were not overwhelmingly powerful, their coverage was extensive, enveloping nearly all the Mist Nin and granting Guy an opportunity to escape. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru also sprang into action, swiftly unleashing a barrage of shuriken from the flank of the Mist Nin. These shuriken flew with remarkable speed, the two lower-ranked ninjas, having just evaded Uchiha Sō's fire technique, were caught off guard and pierced by several projectiles. However, the 1,000 books are not kunai, and Shiranui Genma did not poison the 1,000 books. Hence the damage inflicted was indeed limited. These two individuals did not perish instantly, yet their mobility was significantly hampered. An enemy assault, comprising 3 individuals, needed to be dealt with. The Mist Ninja captain reacted with remarkable swiftness as he evaded Uchiha Sō's fire release. He swiftly drew his ninja blade to parry Shiranui Genma's 1,000 books. He cast a glance around and promptly issued commands, yet he refrained from immediate action, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Although 3 individuals could form a small team, it was evident that these 3 figures were mere children, which necessitated caution regarding the potential presence of a leading jonin. At that moment, an ominous sense of danger surged within him, a chilling sensation that raised the hairs on his neck. He instinctively lowered his body while fiercely swinging his ninja blade backward. However, he still felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The speed was astonishingly unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, his gaze lifted slightly, and he caught sight of a boy with blood-red eyes. Sharingan. Uchiha clan. Earlier, Uchiha Sō had concealed himself behind a stone, not revealing himself immediately. The Mist Captain had only been able to discern a vague outline in the firelight, failing to notice the existence of the Sharingan. Yet now he saw it clearly, and he immediately discerned the identity of his opponent. What sent chills down his spine was that this boy's Sharingan had already attained the state of 3 tomo. There is a saying in the ninja world, one must flee when confronted by a master of the Sharingan, and 2 against 1 may attempt an assault from behind. As an old adversary of Konoha, the Mist Captain was acutely aware of this, but no matter how well he understood, he realized a terrifying truth. Damn! His gaze had locked with that of the Sharingan boy. Even as he reacted swiftly, desperately attempting to close his eyes, he felt a peculiar chakra spreading within his mind. In that moment, his brain went blank, leaving only the image of the blood-red 3 tomo slowly spinning in his consciousness. The kunai in his hand carved through the neck of the last subordinate, allowing Uchiha Sō to exhale a sigh of relief. The skirmish did not last long. Although Guy was discovered, they essentially executed a surprise attack, granting them an absolute advantage. Particularly for Uchiha Sō, his abilities were exceptionally suited for ambushes. Besides having been meticulously trained by this world's canine father since childhood, he was also influenced by memories from his previous life, leading him to grasp a fundamental principle. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invulnerable, only speed is unbreakable. Though he acknowledged that his taijutsu was somewhat lacking, he could alter his approach, adopting a different strategy. He had long observed that upon activating his Sharingan, his reaction speed became extraordinarily rapid. Moreover, his abilities could be enhanced through diligent practice. Thus he chose a path more befitting his own strengths. When confronted with an attack, he can naturally employ the technique of substitution to extricate himself, thereby evading the enemy's brutal assault. During an offensive, he can effortlessly rely on the instantaneous body technique and the genjutsu of the Sharingan to swiftly eliminate his foes. Furthermore, when faced with overwhelming odds or when besieged. He can utilize the instantaneous body technique to make a hasty retreat. It was under the sudden eruption of his already A-rank instantaneous body technique, combined with the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, that this hidden mist Jonin was instantaneously dispatched. Uchiha Sō dared not prolong the encounter, for he was uncertain whether he could contend with this individual's hidden mist technique. Once the battle reached its conclusion, Uchiha Sō was met with corresponding notifications in his line of sight. Gained 2 experience points in Sharingan technique. Gained 1 experience point in Uchiha physical technique. Sharingan, a level 3, 202,300. Uchiha physical technique, C level 9, 101900. Despite having vanquished a Jonin, the proficiency gained was merely 2 points, which felt exceedingly sluggish. Uchiha Sō gazed at the panel, a faint sigh escaping him. Once the Sharingan reached level A3 Tomo, the rate of experience acquisition had become extraordinarily slow, especially at such elevated levels. This was precisely why Uchiha Sō harbored concerns about his future, fearing that he might meet a swift end at the hands of Uchiha Itachi once he comprehended the way. Moreover, the acquisition of 2 experience points was likely due to the fact that his opponent was a Jonin. Had it been anyone else, the gain would likely not have been as substantial. Captain, I apologize. Akai approached somewhat disheveled, his face a mask of contrition. It's not your fault. Such situations are beyond anyone's control, Uchiha Sō responded, shaking his head dismissively. Besides, there was still a Jonin on the opposing side, was there not? Captain, you truly are remarkable, Nara Shikamaru, having just secured 2 surviving Chunin, expressed with heartfelt admiration. Were it not for your swift elimination of the opposing Jonin, we would not have found ourselves in such a favorable position. As they spoke, Akai and Nara Shikamaru turned their gaze toward the Jonin lying in a pool of blood. A deep gash marred his neck, blood oozing from it incessantly, creating a chilling sight. Uchiha Sō cast a glance at the fallen adversary, but quickly averted his gaze. Although he had been on the battlefield for nearly 3 years and had developed a calm demeanor that allowed him to dispatch enemies without hesitation, he still found the sight of death unsettling. The sorrow of a hare upon the death of a fox. Who could say when he might be the one lying lifeless on the ground? However, Nara Shikamaru's words rang true. Had Uchiha Sō not instantaneously vanquished that Jonin, their battle would likely have been far more arduous. The demise of the Jonin was a catastrophic blow to the morale of this hidden mist squadron. As they faced the assaults of Akai and Nara Shikamaru, they also had to remain vigilant against Uchiha Sō's sudden strikes, and the terror of his speed had left an indelible mark on them. In such circumstances, mistakes were inevitable, leading to their eventual defeat and capture. Enough of this discussion. Let us hasten our departure from this place, Uchiha Sō said, shaking his head. The stench of blood is far too overwhelming. I fear it may attract other foes. Indeed, Captain, replied Akai and Nara Shikamaru in unison, each shouldering a middle ninja and swiftly making their way toward the cave's exit. Uchiha Sō, waiting for their emergence, swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, his chakra surged within him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, descending upon the corpses within the cave. The crackling sounds echoed through the air as Uchiha Sō refrained from casting even a glance back, turning away to leave. He was no stranger to the grim task of obliterating evidence, having partaken in such activities on numerous occasions. Once he completed this, he quickly caught up with Nara Shikamaru and Akai. Captain, what shall we do next? Nara Shikamaru, still reeling from Uchiha Sō's formidable power, understood that the bloodline ninjas could not be assessed by conventional standards. However, recognizing their pressing mission, he did not linger on his thoughts. We must locate a new base of operations, allowing me time to interrogate the 2, Uchiha Sō stated with utmost seriousness. You must have heard that a squad of leaf ninjas is being pursued. If you were unaware, that is one matter, but now that you know, I believe we ought to take action. Indeed, Captain, Akai responded eagerly, nodding in agreement. Yet, Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before addressing Akai. Akai, venture ahead and scout. Among us, your taijutsu is the most proficient. Should any trouble arise, you can return with haste. Understood. Despite carrying an adult on his back, Akai remained as spirited as ever. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, though his diminutive stature made the sight of him bearing a full-grown man rather amusing. It did not impede his speed in the slightest. Captain, are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? Nara Shikamaru remarked, somewhat resigned after Akai had departed. While it may seem callous, I believe we ought to concentrate more intently on our mission. At this juncture, he paused briefly before cautiously suggesting, Captain, do you recall Kakashi's father? Nara Shikamaru's words took Uchiha Sō by surprise. He had not anticipated that this seemingly lethargic character, perpetually chewing on a senbon, would possess such acumen. However, upon reflection, Uchiha Sō found it rather unsurprising. Though merely a special jonin in the original narrative, he was nevertheless among those who survived to the conclusion. Additionally, he held a remarkable position as a member and captain of the 4th and 5th Hokage Shadow Guard. Contemplating this, one could only imagine that if he lacked the requisite intelligence and sharpness, he would not have reached such heights, especially considering that Minato Namikaze had even imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to him. Perhaps the Flying Thunder God technique proved to be too formidable. Or perhaps his innate talent was somewhat lacking. He had not fully mastered the technique. Contemplating this, Uchiha Sō pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, I understand your intent, Genma, but I have devised a plan. A plan? Nara Shikamaru inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, a plan, Uchiha Sō affirmed with a nod, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. He continued in a contemplative tone, one that will enable us to execute our mission more effectively and survive behind enemy lines. What exactly does Uchiha Sō have in mind? Although Nara Shikamaru was filled with uncertainty, he recognized that it was best not to press for details. It was not that he lacked the desire to assist the Leaf team. After all, they were from his own village, and he would gladly lend a hand to anyone in distress. However, the current predicament of the Leaf village, along with their present mission and the events that had transpired, compelled him to remind his captain of their responsibilities. Yet now that his captain had made a decision, which also involved a plan, he believed it prudent to simply follow orders. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to inform Guy that if they did not locate anyone, he must not let this matter slip out. Nara Shikamaru mused quietly that maintaining silence on the lack of findings was, after all, a prudent approach, as it could be perceived as a delay in their operations. As for any potential rescue efforts, that would fall under Uchiha Sō's jurisdiction as captain. The trio moved swiftly, utilizing the cover of night to advance stealthily until they finally paused in a secluded woodland. Perhaps feeling a sense of guilt for having inadvertently caused their previous confrontation, which had compromised their stealth, Guy volunteered to stand watch, allowing Uchiha Sō and Nara Shikamaru a moment of respite. Given Nara Shikamaru's lesser physical prowess compared to Guy, he readily accepted this arrangement. And Uchiha Sō had more pressing matters to address. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the responsibility of interrogation naturally fell to him. It seemed that once they returned successfully, he would need to invest time in honing his genjutsu skills. The existence of the Sharingan had fostered a pervasive belief within the shinobi world that members of the Uchiha clan were inherently adept at illusionary techniques. However, this notion, while deeply entrenched, was fundamentally flawed. Not every Uchiha member excelled in genjutsu, even with the Sharingan activated. It could be said that those who possessed the Sharingan were somewhat better equipped to avoid illusions and more capable of executing them. Fortunately, Uchiha Sō's proficiency in genjutsu was satisfactory, even if the techniques he employed were primarily those inherent to the Sharingan. This was sufficient for his purposes. He did not seek the mesmerizing effects akin to those of Uchiha Itachi, but rather aimed for a fleeting moment that would render the enemy momentarily disoriented. In the realm of shinobi combat, outcomes could often hinge on a mere instant, determining both victory and mortality. There was no need for excessive embellishments. However, this illusion system appears somewhat inadequate for the interrogation of intelligence. Fortunately, the individual he was questioning had already been beaten to a near lifeless state, his spirit somewhat disoriented. Moreover, his Sharingan had reached the 3rd tomo. Even the most resolute would struggle to withstand such pressure. Early the next morning, after interrogating the last of the missed nin, the one whose brother had been slain by a leaf ninja, Uchiha Sō promptly drew his kunai to grant the man his release. Captain, what is the situation? Uchiha Sō's actions did not escape the notice of Nara Hanjian, who approached with curiosity, followed closely by Akai. We managed to extract some information. It concerns a trio? Uchiha Sō replied without reservation. They fled towards the northeast, one of them being a member of the Hyuga clan, and 3 pursuing squads are on their trail, each led by a jonin. What are we waiting for, Captain? Akai interjected eagerly. Let us go rescue them. Could you possibly remain calm? Nara Hanjian sighed. casting a glance at Akai. Why does he become so easily inflamed with passion? In truth, after hearing this intelligence, Nara Hanjian felt there was little necessity to rescue the small team. It was not that he was indifferent to their fate. Rather, he believed the team would likely encounter minimal trouble, with a member of the Hyuga clan among them. As long as the others did not foolishly follow him into danger and avoided the enemy camp ahead, they should be fine, shouldn't they? If that were the case, what need was there for their team to intervene? Yet, this was merely his perspective. The final decision rested with Uchiha Sō. Considering the time, that team is approximately half a day away from us. Uchiha Sō mused before continuing. We should be able to catch up without issue. After all, they must also evade their pursuers, which will likely slow their pace. Let us proceed. Yes, Captain, Akai exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically, while Nara Hanjian hesitated for a moment before acquiescing with a nod. With their objective set, the three of them immediately set off, albeit with great caution, for they were nearing the territory controlled by the mist. Akai led the way, with Uchiha Sō and Nara Hanjian flanking him. Throughout their journey, Nara Hanjian maintained a certain silence. Finally, just as they were about to enter the enemy-controlled zone, he spoke softly. Captain, this rescue seems somewhat unnecessary. Is it part of your strategy? Indeed, Uchiha Sō acknowledged, aware of Nara Hanjian's keen intellect. Given that they were all undertaking this mission together, the risks would be shared, and thus he had no intention of concealing the truth. Our forces are too dispersed, and we have no means of communicating with one another, which hinders our understanding of the enemy's situation. However, the purpose of this approach is to prevent any single team from being exposed and captured, thereby averting complications for all teams involved. In the face of adversity, Shiranui Genkin maintained his composure. Though he felt a twinge of discomfort about the situation, he recognized that it ultimately ensured the safety of everyone involved. Indeed, one must ponder the question, where exactly are we now? Uchiha Sō did not oppose Shiranui Genkan's thoughts, but rather began to gently guide him. In the land of waves, Captain, he responded. Though Shiranui Genkan remained uncertain of Uchiha Sō's intentions, nevertheless, he pondered and formulated a tentative answer. What is the nature of the relationship between the land of waves and Konohagakure? And similarly, what about its ties with the Hidden Mist Village? Konohagakure had always been an ally of the land of waves, whereas the Hidden Mist Village had perpetually assumed the role of an aggressor. Who, in your estimation, harbors the most animosity towards the Hidden Mist? And prior to our departure, you ought to have familiarized yourself with the current distribution of the Hidden Mist forces. At this juncture, Uchiha Sō paused, while Shiranui Genkan succumbed to deep contemplation. He was an astute individual, despite his occasional languor. His analytical prowess in critical moments was undeniably reliable. In Uchiha Sō's recollection, this individual had indeed crossed swords with Maki during the Chunin exams in the future. As anticipated, through Uchiha Sō's subtle hints, he gradually began to grasp his captain's intentions. Captain, are you suggesting we rely on the commoners to provide us cover and aid in launching an assault on the Hidden Mist? Shiranui Genkan inquired. Precisely. They are the most familiar with the land of waves and harbor the deepest resentment towards the Hidden Mist, Uchiha Sō affirmed with a nod, speaking with a calm demeanor. With their assistance, we can unleash our full potential within enemy-controlled territory. Never underestimate the power of ordinary people. Given the right opportunity, they can sway the tide of war. Red Bean, are you all right? I'm fine. Ah, Tetsu, where are those fellows now? In a grove within the Hidden Mist's control in the land of waves. Mitarashi Anko watched as Marino Ibiki bandaged her arm, simultaneously querying Hinata Tetsu, who stood nearby. Anko's squad had recently received orders from Orochimaru to infiltrate the Hidden Mist territory for the purposes of sabotage and disruption. However, fortune did not favor them. No sooner had they entered the area than they were targeted by a rival squad. Although they possessed the Byakugan, allowing for long-range reconnaissance, the activation of this ocular power demanded chakra, which could not be used recklessly. Thus, their misfortune lay in encountering the enemy without the benefit of Byakugan surveillance. After a fierce battle, Anko's team managed to dispatch one Hidden Mist squad, yet they too found themselves ensnared by the enemy. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to navigate deeper into the Hidden Mist territory while evading their pursuers. If possible, they aspired to eliminate the pursuing Hidden Mist shinobi. However, the strength of those Mist ninjas was formidable. Even though Anko was a disciple of Orochimaru, possessing knowledge of potent forbidden techniques, she could not withstand the onslaught of these Hidden Mist shinobi. At this moment, Anko was already injured, and her situation was not much better than that of Marino Ibiki. The consumption of Hinata iron is exceedingly excessive. The continuous use of the Byakugan has rendered his condition even less favorable than that of Marino Ibiki and Akado. The situation is rather dire, as they have already approached. Hinata iron gasped softly, murmuring, "We must depart from this place swiftly. I fear it may be too late." Marino Ibiki sighed, expressing his resignation. "We simply lack the time to secure the area. Failing to secure the scene is fatal for fugitives. Those pursuing them can surely track their every step through the remnants left behind. Moreover, the Mist Ninjas have closed in so closely that the advantages of the Byakugan cannot be fully realized, particularly as their Byakugan is now utterly fatigued. Let us not dwell on it further. We should make our escape," Akado declared, rising with a smile that belied a hint of madness in her eyes. She was inherently a person of fervor, often appearing carefree, even somewhat lacking in mental acuity. Yet, when faced with dire circumstances, her wild spirit would rapidly surface. Otherwise, she would not have recklessly sought to confront Orochimaru upon learning of his intent to disrupt the Chunin exams in Konoha. "Oh no, they have discovered us," Hinata Iron suddenly shouted, immediately assuming a combat stance. At that moment, a signal flare ascended into the sky, and 4 Mist Ninjas materialized before them. "You lot are remarkably swift," the leading Mist Ninja sneered, a cruel smile gracing his face. "After pursuing you for so many days, it is time for a resolution. Did you truly believe we were easy prey?" The madness on Akado's face intensified as she brandished a kunai, mimicking Orochimaru by licking her tongue. "Come forth. Let me see just how formidable you truly are." "Captain, we have yet to locate them. We are not heading in the wrong direction, are we?" In the forest under the control of the mist, Nara Shikamaru scanned the surroundings before quietly inquiring of Uchiha Sō. Since extracting intelligence through interrogation, the 3 of them had cautiously traversed the boundary of the mist's control and began their earnest pursuit of the Konoha team that had been captured. Might Guy remained the most fervent, as was his nature, passionate and benevolent. Interestingly, Nara Shikamaru also appeared notably more enthusiastic. His change in demeanor stemmed from his discussions with Uchiha Sō, clearly indicating his endorsement of Zong's plan. As a civilian ninja, he had always resonated with Uchiha Sō's assertion not to underestimate ordinary individuals. Given the opportunity, they could sway the entire course of a war. He felt a profound sense of admiration, as Uchiha Sō was a rare breed, an esteemed Uchiha who bore no prejudice against civilian ninjas and placed immense value on them. Moreover, after thorough contemplation, he had essentially come to accept the plan proposed by the Uchiha clan. The actions of the Mist Village in the Land of Rivers had undeniably incited profound animosity among the common people, a sentiment he was well aware of after enduring such prolonged conflict. If those ordinary citizens possessed the strength to resist the shinobi, it is likely they would have done so by now. Seeking assistance from the Leaf Ninjas to confront the Mist, it was reasonable to surmise that they would be inclined to oblige. Thus, the necessity for manpower became evident, as it would cultivate a greater deterrent effect and yield superior results. With this thought in mind, Nara Shikamaru naturally became more proactive, especially considering that the team they aimed to rescue possessed the coveted Byakugan. In such circumstances, the potential value of the Byakugan was universally acknowledged. However, its practical application in enemy territory could sometimes prove to be less significant. They had to tread cautiously to avoid meeting a similar fate, while simultaneously tracking signs to locate the enemy's position and finding a suitable place to recuperate in preparation for any imminent combat. Therefore, until now, their efforts had yielded scant results. I cannot be certain, for the intelligence we have acquired is quite limited and subject to delays. At this juncture, Uchiha had encountered a dilemma. After searching for quite some time without success, this was hardly encouraging news. Were it not for the allure of that Byakugan, he might have considered allowing the Leaf team to fend for themselves. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the loss of firewood. If they had not encountered this team, what were the odds of stumbling upon another Leaf squad in the vast expanse of mist-controlled territory? Yet, he found it difficult to voice this sentiment, for it seemed premature to concede defeat. After all, should they not search for at least another day? With that thought, Uchiha spoke up. However, we cannot afford to squander too much time. We have our own mission to attend to. Thus, if we find no results swiftly, we must retreat promptly. Understood? Yes, Captain. Nara nodded, maintaining his composure. Understood, Captain. Akai responded, albeit with some hesitation, but he felt compelled to follow Nara's lead. Excellent. Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. But just as he was about to speak further, a frown creased his brow. Not only he, but Akai and Nara also instinctively raised their gazes towards the sky. At that moment, a signal flare, trailing a thick plume of smoke, ascended into the heavens. The situation for Akai and his companions had become increasingly dire. Already relentlessly pursued by the enemy, they scarcely had time to regroup, leaving them in a consistently poor state. Furthermore, the previous skirmishes had left them somewhat injured, exacerbating their declining condition. It would be an overstatement to say they had reserves. Rather, they were at their wits' end. At this very moment, they found themselves devoid of any opportunity for respite. Gazing at the relentless adversaries before them, they understood that without eliminating these foes, escape would be an impossibility. In such dire circumstances, Hong Do exhibited an unprecedented ferocity. Perhaps as a disciple of Orochimaru, she could not permit herself to falter, lest she tarnish her master's illustrious reputation. Despite her injuries, her chakra surged to its zenith. In the face of the Mist Ninja's assault, the frenzied Hong Do displayed no signs of retreat. She recklessly retaliated. Disregarding her wounds, she fought with a mindset of extreme exchange, rendering the battle particularly brutal. Fortunately, both Hong Do and Senju Ibiki emerged relatively unscathed. Though Hyuga Tetsu's condition was considerably dire, having tirelessly utilized his Byakugan for reconnaissance, he was nearing his limits. Now, confronted by the Mist Ninja's onslaught, especially after they had singled him out due to his Byakugan, his predicament grew increasingly perilous. His injuries multiplied, and it was evident that if this continued, he would be the first left behind. Damn it! Both Hong Do and Ibiki were aware of this situation. Yet entangled with their respective opponents, they had little opportunity to assist Hyuga Tetsu. Witnessing his mounting struggles, Hong Do could not help but curse under her breath. With a desperate effort, she forced a Mist Ninja against a large tree with her kunai. Ignoring her own condition, she thrust her other hand forward. Ninjutsu, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A flicker of panic crossed the face of the Mist Ninja, cornered into a desperate situation as he hastily drew a kunai, aiming viciously at Hong Do. However, the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, a secret technique of Orochimaru, was not so easily countered. Countless venomous snakes lunged forth, and the Mist Ninja let out a piercing scream, unable to inflict any harm upon Hong Do before he met his demise. Completing this act drained Hong Do's chakra significantly. She gasped for breath while surveying the remaining Mist Ninjas. She yearned to assist, but felt utterly exhausted. She could not disgrace Orochimaru. Hong Do was indeed weary, fatigued to the core, longing to cease her efforts. Yet, the mere thought of Orochimaru reignited the fervor within her. The battle was far from over, and she was still alive. Just as she summoned her resolve to head towards Hyuga Tetsu, she suddenly sensed an intense heat permeating the air. It was not only her. Senju Ibiki, Hyuga Tetsu, and the Mist Ninjas also recognized this shift in atmosphere. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The scorching flames relentlessly struck the ground, scattering the Mist Ninja squad. In that instant, a figure emerged with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to Hong Do, who found him standing before her in the blink of an eye. With a swift, clean motion, he slid a kunai across a Mist Ninja's throat, executing the action with remarkable efficiency and practicality. After completing his task, the shadow cast by the figure hurled a kunai, pinning another Mist Ninja lurking behind Akane. In that moment, Akane finally discerned the visage of the person before her, and she couldn't help but exhale softly in relief. Uchiha Sō. Naturally, Akane recognized Uchiha Sō. Although they were not from the same generation, his reputation as a prodigy within the academy was widely acknowledged. Furthermore, given that they were both on the battlefield of the Land of Whirlpools, their interactions had naturally increased. She had not anticipated encountering him in such dire circumstances. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Sō inquired, glancing at Akane, as Nara Shikamaru and Guy arrived on the scene. "We're fine, but the situation is not looking good," Akane replied. Rising slowly to her feet, she gazed at the tumultuous scene of the Mist Ninjas ahead and murmured, "There's still one squad that hasn't arrived. But the signal flare has been launched, and I'm worried." "There's no need for concern. That squad has already been dealt with," Uchiha Sō interjected before Akane could finish. "We came here upon seeing the flare. It appears that we are left with just these adversaries." Upon witnessing the flare ascend, Uchiha Sō and his companions swiftly realized there was trouble brewing here, prompting them to hasten their pace without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, they encountered another mist ninja team rushing toward them. The situation was undeniably awkward, as neither side anticipated encountering the other at the turn. Yet, both teams were eager to assist and were equally determined to engage. What shall we do? Let us fight. In their quest to be the first to reach the scene of the conflict, both sides launched a fierce assault against their enemies. They understood that in this brutal reality, if one did not act decisively today, they might find themselves lying still beneath the earth tomorrow. Thus, they struck with sufficient ferocity to ensure the other would remain in their eternal slumber. Fortunately, Uchiha Sō and his comrades held a slight advantage. Even though one of the opposing team members was absent, in this era of war, a lower-ranked ninja was merely cannon fodder, likely to perish from some indiscriminate area attack at any moment. Strictly speaking, they could scarcely be considered human anymore. After a tumultuous exchange of blows, Uchiha Sō and his team secured the opportunity to intervene and ensured that the mist ninjas lay still upon the ground before arriving at the scene in time. You dealt with that squad? Akane asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, but now is not the time to discuss that, Uchiha Sō responded, quickly rallying the mist ninjas once more. Furrowing his brow, he stated, let us take a brief respite to restore our chakra and stamina. We must break out of here. We cannot linger any longer. With that, Uchiha Sō ceased to engage further with Akane. This battle needed to conclude swiftly. As a wielder of the Sharingan, he had no desire to confront the techniques of the mist. However, he felt a surge of happiness within, for he realized that not only did he possess a pair of white eyes, but he also had Akane by his side. Who is Hongdo? She is undoubtedly a renowned disciple of the infamous Orochimaru. However, now is not the time to ponder such matters. He must hasten to eliminate his foes before contemplating anything else. Without an ounce of hesitation, he formed the hand seals and unleashed a fire-release ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Although he had already dispatched 2 adversaries, the enemy still numbered 6. Yet, 6 opponents would not intimidate Uchiha Sō. The formidable fireball surged towards the mist ninjas, who were already prepared, swiftly dodging to evade its wrath. Are reinforcements arriving? The leader of the group, a seasoned jonin, mused silently. After pursuing for so many days, he had grown weary. Yet, it appeared another team was on the verge of demise, which would certainly add to his accomplishments. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down. Even though the foes before him were mere children, how many of these youngsters could infiltrate enemy territory without possessing some level of skill? At that moment, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped him, compelling him to retreat. However, his speed was insufficient. A chilling sound of slicing air grazed his neck. An excruciating pain surged through his mind. In his final moments, he caught a glimpse of a pair of crimson eyes slowly swirling in the reflection of the flames. Sharingan Technique Experience 3, Instantaneous Body Technique Experience 4, Uchiha Style Taijutsu Experience 2. Sharingan, a Level 3, 205,300. Instantaneous Body Technique, a Level 3, 54,300. Uchiha Style Taijutsu, C Level 9, 102900. Observing the data flashing before his eyes, Uchiha Sō felt a mix of satisfaction and melancholy. He was pleased that 2 of his abilities had reached level A and were poised for further growth. And as of now, his speed was not lacking. Yet, he lamented the lower-tier techniques, for he had no time to practice them consistently. In a world devoid of war, he could refine his skills at home for an entire afternoon, achieving far greater progress than at this pace. After years of usage and mastery, Uchiha Sō had come to understand the logic of his system. The rate of improvement could be categorized into 3 phases: solitary training, paired practice, and real combat. Naturally, it was more advantageous to train lower-level techniques on his own to enhance proficiency first, then elevate their intensity through paired practice, and finally achieve a breakthrough in actual combat. Regrettably, most of his techniques remained at a low level, primarily promising potential for the future. However, on the battlefield, that potential could easily become a source of deception. While C-level taijutsu was not entirely unusable, its proficiency was indeed problematic. The only silver lining was the presence of his Sharingan as an aid. The combination of an A-level Sharingan with C-level taijutsu could, after all, yield B-level effectiveness. The outcome, regrettably, is hardly satisfactory, whether in the context of the current conflict or the impending night of annihilation. Nevertheless, for him, The immediate priority remains the Sharingan. Captain, we have completed the cleanup. Inuzuka Hashin informed, as Uchiha Sō pondered within his thoughts. Very well, let us depart with the injured, Uchiha Sō replied, snapping back to reality and nodding in agreement. This latest skirmish could be deemed fortunate. After employing fire release to obscure the vision of the mist shinobi, he initiated a surprise attack on a mist jonin. The explosive deployment of A-rank body flicker technique, in his estimation, had likely surpassed that of the future figure known as the body flicker master. Of course, his body flicker technique was fundamentally utilitarian, allowing him to swiftly breach the encirclement and confront the jonin head-on, leading to the rapid neutralization of his adversary. The subsequent combat unfolded with relative ease, although Team Azuki was in poor condition and Hyuga had nearly exhausted his combat capabilities. The fervent Azuki and the ever-resilient Shinju Ibiki provided vital support. They effectively restrained the remaining Chunin and Jinin, enabling Uchiha Sō's team to besiege the final mist jonin. Regardless of the jonin's prowess, facing 3 Chunin simultaneously proved arduous. Moreover, these 3 were no ordinary opponents, particularly Uchiha Sō, for whom the Chunin title was merely a designation. Thus, after an intense struggle, the mist jonin found himself unable to employ the mist technique and succumbed to their onslaught. Fire release, great fireball technique. He unleashed a fire technique upon the fallen corpses, and as he beheld the ignited remains, Uchiha Sō departed without a backward glance. Their circumstances were far from favorable. Heaven knows whether that signal flare might attract other mist forces from afar. Thus, it was imperative to hasten their retreat. This was the only prudent course of action. Silently, the group ventured towards another direction, and it was not until nightfall that they discovered a cave, allowing them to finally exhale in relief. Thank you, Sō. Azuki murmured softly in the dimly lit cavern, now rebandaged. Had it not been for you, we might have faced dire consequences. Do not speak like that. You must have faith in your own abilities, Uchiha Sō replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Even without us, you would have managed to break through. His words were not mere modesty. He was acutely aware of the original narrative, and he knew that Azuki and Ibiki would surely emerge unscathed. As for Hyuga, his fate was uncertain, for his presence in Uchiha Sō's memory was nearly non-existent, indicating either his silence upon returning to his clan or his demise in the war. Nonetheless, Azuki did not believe his reassurances. Only through experiencing the recent ordeal could she comprehend the depths of their despair. To speak candidly, they had already prepared themselves for death. Nevertheless, they were grateful to him. Hongdo shook her head, uncertain whether she had completely relaxed or was simply caught up in her own delight. She boldly declared, I will inform my teacher and ensure you are well rewarded. In that instant, the cave fell silent, and Noara Jinkin cast a look of reproach at her. Even Mori no Ibiki shook his head at that moment, promptly interjecting, Hongdo, perhaps it is best not to speak such words. What's wrong? Hongdo inquired, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. These matters are of little relevance now. It is still too early to discuss them. Uchiha Sō smiled and shook his head, finding no surprise in Hongdo's audacity, and, in fact, considering it a fortunate turn of events, he continued, by the way, isn't your mission also to create trouble for the hidden mist? Indeed, it seems you are correct. Upon hearing this, Mori no Ibiki sensed the precariousness of the situation and instinctively sought to steer the conversation away. However, before he could complete his thought, Hongdo interrupted him, her expression shifting to one of distress. According to their mission protocols, they were not even supposed to meet, as such an encounter would mean they were privy to each other's intelligence. Now that they had met under these exceptional circumstances, the expectation was to part ways amicably after the rescue, reuniting only when the war was concluded. Uchiha Sō's brazen inquiry about their mission was provocative, bordering on an invitation to breach the rules. What was particularly alarming was that, as a disciple of Orochimaru, Hongdo audaciously responded, which, while not entirely unexpected, was perilous nonetheless. Just as Mori no Ibiki felt the weight of despair, Hongdo seemed to finally grasp the implications. Sō, it appears our missions align. Uchiha Sō did not grant her the opportunity to elaborate, rising with a smile as he stated, according to battlefield protocols, your current situation teeters on the brink of failure, and we too are in breach of confidentiality. He paused momentarily, turning to the now bewildered Hongdo and Ibiki, his smile radiating even brighter. I propose that you join our team. I trust you would not wish for news of your potential failure to reach Lord Orochimaru? Zong's words carried significant weight, leaving Hongdo and her companions exchanging glances, rendered speechless. For Hongdo, this statement struck directly at her heart. Her feelings for Orochimaru were indisputable, as she regarded him as the most important person in her life. Perhaps the depth of love is matched only by the intensity of hatred. After Orochimaru's defection, her resolute intent to perish alongside him spoke volumes. Thus, Hongdo was the first to choose compromise, her betrayal leaving Sunna Ibi and Hinata Tetsu with little room for maneuver. In this manner, Uchiha Sō effortlessly merged Hongdo's team into his own ranks. This outcome filled him with exuberant joy, for he had not only acquired a pair of Byakugan, but also the disciple of Orochimaru. He found himself pondering. If he were to isolate Hongdo in a room and reiterate the notion that she would not want Orochimaru to discover this affair, would she not be inclined to comply with his wishes? Yet, such musings were merely idle thoughts. He was not so frivolous, as his mind was entirely consumed with contemplating their next course of action. After all, being in enemy territory, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Captain, what shall we do next? After several days devoted to recuperating Hongdo's team, this newly formed group set forth once again. On the journey, Nara Shinkai once more approached Uchiha Sō, inquiring softly, should we find a suitable location to settle, or continue seeking other teams? Having already accepted Uchiha Sō's vision and observing the growth of his squad, he was now wholly committed to supporting Uchiha Sō. Shinkai, why not share your thoughts? Uchiha Sō tilted his head to glance at Nara Shinkai, smiling as he spoke. During our time at the academy, I heard that your performance has always been commendable, ranking high both in written examinations and practical exercises. I believe your insights would hold significant value. Captain, you flatter me. Compared to a true genius like you, I hardly consider myself remarkable. Nara Shinkai shook his head, not perceiving himself as Uchiha Sō's equal, yet showing no inclination to decline. However, since the captain has brought it up, I personally believe we should bolster our numbers. According to your plan, we must seek a suitable refuge. Yet we remain uncertain about the enemy presence in such locations. Therefore, our own numbers are vital. I believe assimilating other teams should not pose much difficulty. At this point, Nara Shinkai paused, his gaze drifting to the visibly displeased Hongdo at the flank. This action instantly clarified for Uchiha Sō that Nara Shinkai was on the same wavelength as him. Who were they, this large group of individuals? They were undoubtedly dispatched by Lord Orochimaru. And what was Hongdo's identity? She was the disciple of Lord Orochimaru. With such a status, seeking out other teams and requesting their integration into their own would become all the more effortless. While other teams might be oblivious to Orochimaru's orders, they certainly recognized who Hongdo was. And with her incorporation into their team, did this not imply that it was indeed the will of Lord Orochimaru? Moreover, within the enemy-controlled territory, individuals are inherently solitary, grappling with an environment rife with peril. Were it not for the unwavering conviction within their hearts, they might have succumbed long ago. Now, an opportunity to unite has arisen, and since their objective aligns with a singular mission, why not band together? However, locating one another proves to be a challenge. With a soft sigh, Noera Jinkan continued. Thus, I propose that we search for a suitable refuge while simultaneously seeking them out. Moreover, Captain, you have previously remarked that we must not underestimate the strength of ordinary people, have you not? You rascal, Uchiha Sō turned to glance at Noera Jinkan, beginning to comprehend why the future fourth Hokage placed such profound trust in him. It seemed this individual possessed a keenness beyond his initial expectations. Not only had he swiftly grasped the significance of Akane, but he had also devised a strategy to rally the ordinary populace into a cohesive unit. How does one discover resistance groups within enemy territory? Naturally, it is by relying on the bewildered citizens, disoriented by the invaders. Furthermore, the plan he articulated was remarkably similar to Uchiha Sō's own thoughts. Thus, there was little to amend. Let us proceed with this course of action, though we must carefully deliberate our location. Ideally, we should select a site that is not too remote, yet offers the option to retreat into the forest should trouble arise. Uchiha Sō ultimately settled on this matter, and Noera Jinkan nodded in agreement with a smile. Noera Jinkan felt the weight of pressure when alongside a genius like Uchiha Sō, especially as his ideas and approaches often defied expectations. Once this talented captain resolved upon a course of action, despite occasionally considering others' opinions, He fundamentally remained steadfast in his own plans. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this remarkable captain possessed both strength and capability. With this decision made, Noara Genkin felt invigorated. Beyond the routine vigilance and patrols, he dedicated additional time to studying the map of the land of whirlpools. Meanwhile, Akai remained unchanged. Unfazed by the monotony of darting through the woods, finding amusement in the wild beasts that bared their teeth at him. He remained brimming with enthusiasm, even going so far as to challenge those beasts in an effort to enhance their rations. Aware of his limitations in other areas, he refrained from asking too many questions, focusing solely on fulfilling his responsibilities. However, this tranquil existence was unbearable for Akane and the others. Although they could not deny that Uchiha Sō had saved their lives, they could not forget that he had also led them into a predicament. Alas, Uchiha Sō's words continued to echo incessantly in their minds. For now, they could only comply obediently and follow, hoping for a chance to turn the tables in the future. Yet, this peaceful interlude did not endure for long. Just as they were about to exit the forest, Hinata Tetsu, who had been on watch, detected something amiss. "Captain, there's movement ahead." With Byakugan activated, Hinata Tetsu's gaze was fixed intently forward. "Remain vigilant." Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Sō, he immediately spoke up, directing his gaze towards Hinata Iron. "Can we ascertain who it is?" "It is a member of the Mist Village, and furthermore, from the Umbu, Captain." Hinata Iron furrowed his brow, a perplexed expression dawning upon his face. The adversaries were a team from Konoha, specifically, a Uchiha squad. A Uchiha squad. Uchiha Sō's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation, as he began to contemplate which Uchiha team it could possibly be. Yet, after much reflection, he deemed it prudent to cease his speculations. For there were indeed numerous Uchiha assigned to the land of whirlpools, whether by design or coincidence. The more capable Uchiha were predominantly dispatched to the land of whirlpools and the Mist Village for combat. Although the situation appeared to favor the Uchiha clan, given that the battles with the Mist Village were considerably less harrowing than those with the Rock and Cloud villages, it remained a precarious circumstance. Furthermore, with even the Hinata clan joining forces, a collaboration would yield devastating results. However, the issue lay in the undeniable countermeasure the Mist's techniques posed against the Sharingan. While the formidable Sharingan could indeed pierce through the mist to perceive the chakra of hidden foes, one must ponder the scarcity of the Uchiha's three-tomo Sharingan. Additionally, how amicable could the relationship between the Hinata and Uchiha clans truly be? For centuries, these two clans had engaged in an ongoing rivalry for the title of the foremost clan within Konoha, often masquerading their animosities as brotherly camaraderie. Had the times not shifted, fostering a semblance of unity amidst the chaos of war, it would not have been surprising if conflicts had erupted anew. Under such circumstances, the plight of the Uchiha clan in the land of whirlpools was anything but favorable. Alas, this predicament was orchestrated by Konoha, with the approval of the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, leaving one in a state of utter helplessness. Heaven knows what thoughts occupied the mind of this clan leader, who at that moment was engaged in battle at the Rock Village with his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, honing their skills. "Let us investigate. Perhaps we may gather some intelligence." Uchiha Sō contemplated before voicing his thoughts. However, it was not merely intelligence that was paramount. Rather, it was the presence of capable allies. Those dispatched to this location were unlikely to be mere trifles, and given his current predicament, acquiring additional strength was of utmost importance. For the sake of allies and a promising future, Uchiha Sō resolved to take action. "Uchiha Sō, we have our own mission," Red Bean interjected, her dissatisfaction evident after enduring much. "You are aware that according to the mission guidelines, we should not involve ourselves with them. Moreover, they have already entangled themselves with the Umbu. Do not act recklessly here. Firstly, according to the principles of team consolidation, I am the captain now, and you ought to be mindful of your words and actions." Chunin Red Bean. Uchiha Sō paid little heed to Red Bean's discontent, as he was well acquainted with her character from the original narrative. While she could be quite comical and appeared to act without forethought at times, her ninja discipline remained remarkably high when seriousness was warranted. Her current predicament seems to be merely one of harboring resentment, yet Uchiha Sō knows precisely how to respond. Furthermore, I have not forgotten our mission, and I have already devised a plan. Lord Orochimaru personally sought me out and issued commands. Do you truly believe I would disappoint him? With this, Uchiha Sō paused momentarily, his gaze shifting towards Hinata Tetsu. Captain, at the 12 o'clock position. Hinata Tetsu immediately comprehended his intent and, without awaiting further instructions, declared, "Maintain battle formation, ready for combat at any moment." Uchiha Sō nodded, "Let us depart." With that, he surged ahead, followed closely by Akai and Shiranui Genma. Hinata Tetsu cast a glance at Hondo and Marino Ibiki, noting their displeasure, yet recognizing that they, too, followed suit. He had little to say. Although he harbored his own grievances against Uchiha Sō, he could not forget that it was this very individual who had saved his life during his most desperate hour. Thus, he was likely the least opposed to Uchiha Sō among the entire Hondo team. Boom. The six of them advanced rapidly, maintaining their formation, and before long, the air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars. The atmosphere around them began to heat up, indicating that combatants were likely employing ninjutsu. The intensity of the clash was palpable. Hondo sensed the shift in the air and the emanating chakra, furrowing her brow as she exclaimed, "Are you truly intending to engage with the Umbu of the Hidden Mist? How can we possibly execute our mission under such circumstances? I have already stated that my plan has been meticulously considered, and I assure you I will not disappoint Lord Orochimaru. Therefore, I believe you need not worry so much." Uchiha Sō replied, glancing back at Hondo. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly added, "As a ninja of Konoha, I must take responsibility for everything. Let me pose a question. If I divulged the plan to you, would you truly comprehend and grasp it?" Uchiha Sō's words rendered Hondo momentarily silent. Not due to a lack of trust in him. After all, as a fellow Konoha ninja, she had always believed in him. Yet, her heart was heavy with guilt towards Orochimaru. For in a sense, they had already jeopardized this mission. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to rectify their missteps, compounded by Uchiha Sō's enigmatic motives, which only intensified her anxiety and dissatisfaction. With Uchiha Sō having laid his cards on the table, she felt a slight sense of relief. Yet her discontent grew even more pronounced. "You scoundrel, do you think I lack intelligence?" Hondo glared at Uchiha Sō. "What do you mean by whether I would truly comprehend and understand? If I were you, I would be focusing my energy on the impending battle." Uchiha Sō replied earnestly, "You are aware that they are Umbu. We must remain vigilant." He had no time to debate with Hondo regarding her capacity for understanding. She was no fool, after all, and was certainly not as naive as Obito. She occasionally experiences episodes that make her appear as if her brain has not fully developed. If this continues, she will be unable to lead her beloved Red Bean team in the future. As she quieted down, holding a kunai in her hand, she was now fully prepared for battle. Akai and Shiranui Genma had long since entered a state of readiness, while Hinata Tetsu and Marino Ibiki also began to prepare themselves. It was only now that Uchiha Sō realized the unexpected strength of his small team. They were comprised of many future pillars of Konoha. Aside from himself and Hinata Tetsu, every one of the other four had already shone brightly in Konoha. He even contemplated the significant loss to Konoha should his team be vanquished. With such thoughts in mind, the six of them swiftly approached the battlefield, and the closer they got, the more they could sense the powerful chakra flowing around them. The intensity of this battle far surpassed anything he had encountered before. Who among the Uchiha's illustrious heroes could be facing such formidable opponents? As they ventured deeper, the surrounding mist thickened considerably. Moreover, the mist was infused with a distinct chakra, making them realize it was the secret technique of the Mist Village. "Everyone, be cautious. The situation is dire. Watch out, enemy attack." Uchiha Sō promptly warned, but before he could finish, Hinata Tetsu suddenly shouted. In the instant his voice fell, numerous kunai whistled through the air, each carrying explosive tags. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the forest, thick smoke billowing forth. At the sight of the explosion, a massive crater was left behind, while Uchiha Sō and his companions were scattered in all directions. Thanks to Hinata Tetsu's warning, they were not caught off guard by the assault. However, they all understood that the intent was not to eliminate them, but to disrupt their formation. "How many are there?" In the thick fog, Uchiha Sō activated his Sharingan, the crimson hue of his eyes spinning with 3 tomo. He shouted loudly, uncertain of Hinata Tetsu's exact location. He chose this course of action. 12 in total, with 3 Umbu dealing with that Uchiha squad, while the rest are approaching. Soon, Hinata Tetsu's voice resonated, approximately 50 meters away, allowing Sō to ascertain his direction. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped toward that direction, only to see someone approaching him. This sight brought him a sense of relief, as he felt more assured now. The mist technique indeed worried Uchiha Sō. After all, its most potent form could obscure even the vision of the Rinnegan. However, the strength of the mist technique was closely tied to the chakra infused within it, allowing him to discern the movements of others through the thin veil of chakra. Certainly, he could only vaguely perceive the chakra of others, his visibility severely diminished. Yet, for me, this was sufficient. Uchiha Sō felt his muscles tense as the tomo in his eyes spun ever faster. However, in that very moment, a long blade silently pierced through his body. Another young leaf ninja. Uchiha Sō appeared completely oblivious, his form frozen in place, as a figure from the mist emerged silently behind him. Is this a rescue? Yet, you are far inferior to those youngsters. Those youngsters? It seems this affair is more intriguing than I had anticipated. Even the Umbu have been deployed. Could you enlighten me on their actions? Just as the mist ninja finished speaking, a crisp voice echoed from behind him, instantly altering the expression on his face. Bang! A dull thud resounded as smoke billowed forth, transforming the figure struck by the mist ninja's blade into a block of wood. Body replacement technique. When did this happen? The mist ninja had no time for further contemplation. He swiftly drew his blade from the wooden block, intent on launching an attack. However, Uchiha Sō had already made his move, his eyes scanning left and right, while the kunai in his hand aimed sharply at the mist ninja's neck. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Just as he was about to strike, a surge of formidable chakra erupted from his flank, and in the next instant, a roaring water dragon came hurtling towards him. Boom! The violent impact resonated as the mist ninja leaped to the side just in time to evade the onslaught. He lay sprawled on the ground, glancing back at the surging water, feeling a mix of relief and anger. Damn it, do you intend to kill me as well? If it weren't for your overconfidence, would we need to resort to such measures? As he spoke, two more mist ninjas swiftly approached, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings, whispering urgently. No time for idle chatter. That kid isn't dead, and he is also an Uchiha. Another Uchiha? Upon hearing this, the previous mist ninja's heart raced with trepidation, his expression darkening. The speed of that child was truly astonishing. He hadn't even seen the child's eyes before nearly being eliminated. Moreover, the child's body replacement technique seemed extraordinarily adept. They had not witnessed him forming any hand seals, nor felt any chakra surge, yet he had completed the technique. Even the most basic body replacement technique was enough to instill a sense of urgency in them. This is troublesome. Amidst the inner turmoil of the mist ninjas, Uchiha Sō landed steadily on a branch, appearing remarkably calm in contrast to their anxiety. He acknowledged that the trio of mist ninjas huddling together posed a bit of a challenge for him, as his forte lay in ambushes. Due to the constraints of time allocation, his physical skills had been insufficiently honed, and thus his level remained modest. Nevertheless, possessing the formidable 3-tomo Sharingan, he stood undaunted before his adversaries. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Sō swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a multitude of fiery sparks surged toward the trio's position. The three mist ninjas reacted with remarkable speed, scattering in different directions without hesitation. Yet, at that very moment, Uchiha Sō sprang into action. Grasping a kunai, the chakra within him erupted with a subtle force, and the A-rank body flicker technique unleashed in unimaginable velocity. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside the nearest mist ninja. Oh no! This mist ninja, acutely aware of the precarious situation, swiftly executed evasive maneuvers honed through years of combat experience. He retreated rapidly, his left hand concealed behind his back, while his right hand swung a long blade menacingly toward Uchiha Sō. With a slight rotation of his eyes, Uchiha Sō's body adjusted with a graceful turn. He narrowly avoided the razor edge of the blade, appearing almost nonchalant as he evaded the strike, while his kunai surged toward the mist ninja. However, just as he was about to land the blow, his kunai hesitated momentarily. In the next instant, he pivoted his wrist, sending the kunai hurtling toward a puddle on the ground. In that instant, a piercing scream echoed through the thick fog, and the puddle transformed into a vivid crimson. In the blink of an eye, that puddle morphed into a mist ninja, while the one before him dissipated into a large pool of water. I must commend your bravery, Uchiha Sō remarked, casting a glance at the mist ninja pinned by his kunai to the left side of his chest, before silently turning to the side. Soon, the figures of the two remaining mist ninjas emerged faintly in his line of sight. He reached for another kunai and calmly stated, "Before these eyes, you hold no secrets. I have already discerned your little ploys. Do not forget, I am an Uchiha." Once again, the three-tomo Sharingan gleamed. As Uchiha Zong's words resonated, the remaining two mist ninjas distinctly sensed the shift in his demeanor. Previously, they had only glimpsed a pair of crimson eyes, but now they could clearly see the three tomos swirling within them. Yet, true to their nature, the mist ninjas maintained an admirable composure in the face of adversity. Even in the wake of their comrade's demise, they appeared unfazed, their detachment chilling to the bone. This expression and demeanor reminded Uchiha Zong of the many he had vanquished, suggesting they too had been molded by the blood mist policy. Engaging such individuals caused Zong to frown, and he noted that the chakra reserves of these two were indeed considerable. Could it be that he faced two opponents nearing the strength of Jonin? Uchiha Zong silently lamented his predicament. While chakra may not embody everything, its substantial presence can indeed reflect a ninja's combat prowess. However, this was not the crux of his concern. Rather, it was the critical intelligence he seemed to have overheard. Another pair of three-tomo Sharingan within the vast Uchiha clan. The number of those who have awakened the Sharingan is not particularly high, and the living three-tomo holders are even scarcer. Discounting those retired and in high positions who are unlikely to mobilize, there are probably around 10 or so. He couldn't help but ponder who the other three-tomo, besieged by the mist umbu, could be. Can you reveal the identity of the person you are attempting to capture on the other side of the mist? Uchiha Zong maintained his combat stance, his line of sight obscured, yet still able to vaguely lock onto the two figures. "You will meet him soon, kid," spoke one of the mist ninjas coldly, his figure merely 10 meters away from Uchiha Zong, yet his voice seemed to emanate from all directions within the mist. In an instant, he moved, dashing to Uchiha Zong's rear, his kunai poised for a fierce strike. "This isn't a pure land," he exclaimed, the noise echoing. Uchiha Zong remained remarkably composed in the face of such circumstances. Ever since he awakened his Sharingan, his canine father had consistently utilized fire release to obscure his vision during training, drawing his attention away before launching sudden attacks. Those nurturing years of devoted training had honed his reflexes to an extraordinary sharpness, especially given his own adeptness in ambush tactics. The moment the mist ninja made his move, Uchiha Zong was already prepared to evade, his kunai swiftly turning to the rear, ready for action. However, just as he was about to strike, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, and in the next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from his original spot. At that instant, a water-release water dragon bullet crashed down where he had just stood. The mist ninja who initiated the assault had already employed the body replacement technique, clearly indicating that it was merely a feigned attack. The duo exhibited a commendable synergy, and their strikes were particularly vicious. Just as Uchiha Zong landed, another mist ninja was already pursuing him. His kunai was drawn, enveloped in vibrant blue chakra. His movements appeared gentle, yet were executed with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he accurately and elegantly aimed for Uchiha Zong's neck with a horizontal cut. Swordsmanship, a domain Uchiha Zong had yet to explore. After all, he had not even mastered taijutsu. How could he afford time to dabble in sword techniques? Confronted with the ghostly swordplay, Uchiha Zong felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet such intensity also clarified his thoughts. His crimson Sharingan spun incessantly, and in the next moment, the trajectory of the strike vividly materialized in his mind. The insight provided by the Sharingan was undeniably despair-inducing for his foes. As long as one's body could keep pace with their perception, no adversary could hide from them. The clash of metal rang out. The crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly resonated as Uchiha Zong deftly blocked the approaching blade of the mist ninja with his kunai, poised firmly before him. This mist ninja exhibited remarkably swift reflexes, clearly possessing experience in battling Uchiha clan members. Failing to land a strike, he promptly shut his eyes and launched a sweeping kick toward Uchiha Zong. However, Uchiha Zong was no pushover. He quickly raised his left hand to deflect the kick, while his right hand silently aimed to stab the assailant with his kunai. At that moment, another mist ninja appeared, seamlessly shadowing his companion, and with precision, he swung his ninja blade towards Uchiha Zong. What a predicament! Uchiha Zong silently cursed, realizing that the most effective strategy against the Sharingan was to flank it from both sides, something these two mist ninjas clearly understood. This realization left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet he refrained from voicing any complaints, for such was the life of a ninja. ethics were of little concern. Employing every means necessary was the essence of a ninja's existence, as their battles invariably dictated both life and death, as well as superiority. With a decisive turn, Uchiha Sō abandoned the first mist ninja, raising his kunai to thwart the ambush from behind. In the next moment, his expression hardened. For the ninja he had initially dismissed suddenly pivoted and, seizing the opportunity while he was engaged with another foe, launched another kick at him. Once again, it was the same tactic, one in front, one behind. With no other recourse, Uchiha Sō activated the body replacement technique. The two mist ninjas, upon witnessing this, instantly pinpointed his new location and pursued him without hesitation. The metallic clanging echoed continuously through the thick fog as Uchiha Sō found himself besieged by the coordinated onslaught of the two ninjas. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. These two adversaries worked together with remarkable synergy, despite his swift reactions and the activation of his Sharingan. He could not evade minor injuries. Regrettably, he had no time to dwell on these wounds, as he reflected on the stark contrasts of fate. In the world of manga, mere low-ranking ninjas could defeat high-level foes effortlessly, while he, tasked with a ludicrous mission from Orochimaru, found himself facing several elite shinobi, now rendered somewhat beleaguered by these two proficient mist ninjas. Had it not been for the Sharingan, he might have met his end. Yet, he possessed the Sharingan. These two were indeed formidable, but Uchiha Sō's speed, augmented by the three-tomo Sharingan, was sufficient, even if his martial skills were somewhat average. As the battle progressed, Uchiha Sō gained a clearer understanding of their techniques and could now anticipate their movements. With a buzz, another blade came slicing through the air, its speed and force astonishing. However, Uchiha Sō's eyes glimmered with realization. His opportunity had arrived. With a subtle sidestep, he narrowly evaded the lethal strike from the mist ninja, seizing the chance to grasp the arm of his assailant. As anticipated, the mist ninja behind him did not hesitate to strike once more with his blade. However, in that fleeting moment, Uchiha Sō's chakra erupted with fervor. Almost instantaneously, the blade descended, yet the face of the mist ninja wielding it was etched with terror. For before him stood a visage equally filled with astonishment, his very own teammate. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sō, positioned behind the mist ninja, silently cast several shuriken into the sky. The shuriken gently glided across the throat of the mist ninja, and, observing the unwillingness reflected in his eyes, Uchiha Sō remained remarkably composed. Although this encounter was not particularly lethal, it proved to be quite troublesome. At the very least, this skirmish instilled in Uchiha Sō a clear awareness of the future. He indeed needed to hone his taijutsu skills diligently. He recognized that while his C-rank taijutsu may be somewhat lacking, when paired with his speed and Sharingan, it should not fall short. Yet, the recent battle had assured him otherwise. The weakness in his taijutsu was indeed a significant concern. He could perceive and match his opponent's movements, but in the intensity of close combat, his strikes lacked accuracy and precision. This incongruity hindered him from delivering a decisive blow when he had the opportunity. Such discrepancies were difficult to detect when ambushing or facing weaker foes. However, in combat against adversaries of comparable strength, particularly those who were flanking him, this vulnerability became painfully evident. Although he could glean their conditions through the Sharingan, it was imperative to rectify his shortcomings in taijutsu. Contemplating this, Uchiha Sō felt a twinge of headache. Juggling Jinjutsu and Taijutsu left him wishing he could simply be born with a singular focus. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he cast one last glance at the lifeless bodies of the two mist ninjas before abruptly turning toward the sounds of battle in the distance. After all, he was merely 13 years old. Although he wasn't truly devoid of chakra, he certainly wasn't on the same level as Naruto. Such encounters took a toll on him. Yet fortunately, he had dealt with both adversaries. One was slain by his own comrade, while the other had been distracted by his throwing technique, ultimately leading to his throat being cut. Just as he prepared to depart, a notification unexpectedly appeared in his line of sight, causing him to momentarily pause. Sharingan experience gained, 20. Uchiha Taijutsu experience gained, 100. Ninjutsu Body Flicker Technique experience gained, 4. Ninjutsu Substitution Technique experience gained, 4. Ninjutsu Substitution Technique, a level 1, 6100. Sharingan, a level 3, 224,300. Uchiha Taijutsu, C level 9, 201900. His taijutsu had inexplicably increased by a substantial 100 points, and furthermore, his Sharingan had seen a boost of 20 points. Had the increments truly been that significant? Uchiha Sō pondered, yet considering the duration of his recent combat, it seemed entirely plausible. He had not engaged in combat for such an extended duration in a long time. Previously, he would dispatch his adversaries in the blink of an eye. Prolonged battles evidently afforded him greater training opportunities, which would undoubtedly contribute to his advancement. However, Uchiha Sō's gaze flickered, and a sense of crisis and survival instinct surged within him, causing an internal struggle. Yet, he swiftly shook his head, dispelling these thoughts. He remained lucid, aware that more pressing matters demanded his attention. In such dense fog, his visibility was severely compromised without the assistance of the Byakugan. Fortunately, Hinata Tetsu possessed formidable strength. While he may have lacked in other abilities, his defensive skills were remarkable, though he could not dispatch his foes as Uchiha Sō had. His turtle-like defense had spared him from serious harm. When Uchiha Sō found him, aside from appearing quite disheveled and bearing a few wounds, he had no life-threatening issues. After they had jointly dealt with the two mist ninjas, the duo quickly regrouped with the others and cleared the remaining enemies. "How is your situation?" Upon reassembling, Uchiha Sō scanned them before inquiring. "We are all fine." After exchanging glances, Nara Shinkai was the first to respond. It must be said that aside from Hinata Tetsu, the others were indeed the future stalwarts of Konoha, demonstrating remarkable prowess at such a young age. Although they bore signs of battle, appearing somewhat bruised and breathless, they had either triumphed over their foes or held out until rescue arrived. "Excellent, Tetsukuin. What is the status on the other side?" Uchiha Sō nodded, then turned his gaze toward the team's radar. "Their situation is dire. They are besieged." Hinata Tetsu paused to catch his breath before speaking. "Maintaining the Byakugan is quite taxing." "Is it truly that grave?" Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "They are facing the Umbu of the Mist." Hinata Tetsu understood Uchiha Sō's concern, but while speaking, he couldn't help but glance at his temporary captain. Suddenly, he questioned whether he had misspoken, for this captain was indeed a monster. Despite being of a similar age, his strength was chilling. A mere jonin could hardly last a few exchanges against him. When confronted by 3 mist ninjas, he had calmly eliminated one and swiftly dispatched the other 2. Though this captain had initially placed them in a precarious situation, it could not overshadow his immense power. The Umbu are indeed formidable. Uchiha Sō, unaware of Hinata Tetsu's thoughts, contemplated briefly before asserting, "Let us proceed swiftly. With such commotion, who knows if it will attract more mist ninjas?" "Understood, Captain." They promptly responded to Uchiha Sō's orders. Indeed, in such an environment, swiftness is of utmost necessity. Promptly addressing the current troubles allows one to confront the forthcoming challenges. The 6 individuals each ingested a soldier's ration to replenish their depleted chakra before setting off immediately. Although Uchiha Sō possessed chakra refinement techniques nearing A rank to restore his chakra, the present circumstances clearly rendered him unable to employ them. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter. His chakra was still more than sufficient to handle the current situation, especially as the mist began to dissipate. This was undoubtedly a welcome development for him. Yet, he found himself pondering which Uchiha team had ventured in, wondering if they, like him, were also tasked with this troublesome mission. "Captain, just ahead." As Uchiha Sō contemplated, Hinata Tetsu whispered, "Someone may have perished." "Damn it," Uchiha Sō muttered under his breath, taking a deep breath before quietly commanding, "Prepare for battle." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes transformed once more into a brilliant scarlet, 3 tomos swirling within. When his gaze fell upon the silhouettes of those engaged in combat, he suddenly froze, his eyes momentarily clouding. He contemplated whether he should assist that Umbu in eliminating this adversary. "Shursui, this time it's bad." On the battlefield, Uchiha Shursui stood back to back with Uchiha Jingshur and Uchiha Chung. Surrounding them was a team of hidden mist Umbu lurking within the thick fog. At that moment, Uchiha Jingshur had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a clearly visible blade wound marring her arm, crimson blood flowing incessantly, yet she still struggled to hold on. "I will find a way to get everyone out." Shursui furrowed his brow, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Yet he spoke soothingly. "You heard the commotion earlier. The other mist shinobi have departed, indicating our reinforcements are on the way. You must endure. Stop dreaming, kid." However, barely had he finished speaking when a voice emerged from the dense fog. "You will have no reinforcements. Only death awaits you." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As this voice echoed, countless shuriken flew toward them from all directions. Shirsue's scarlet tomo flickered slightly as he prepared to block the incoming projectiles with his blade. But his expression immediately shifted. Be careful, scatter quickly. Through his Sharingan, he discerned that these shuriken were affixed with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, the rising smoke mingling with the thick mist rendering visibility nearly impossible. Cough, cough, cough. Shirsui stood up, coughing, positioning his ninja blade before him, his scarlet eyes scanning the surroundings. He acknowledged that he had underestimated the gravity of this operation. Having just stepped onto the battlefield, he had received a significant reconnaissance mission, which filled him with immense joy. What brought him even greater joy was the presence of his sister, Uchiha Shizuka, who had cared for him since childhood. Although he was not well acquainted with Uchiha Makoto, he recognized him as a seasoned veteran who had spent several years on the battlefield. Despite appearing somewhat displeased with him, Makoto commanded his utmost respect. Initially, their mission progressed smoothly, but this apparent ease was merely a trap laid by the Mist Shinobi. Although Uchiha Shizuka had cautioned him that something seemed amiss, it was only at Uchiha Makoto's insistence that Shizuka ultimately chose to proceed. He had hoped to foster harmony within the team. Yet this decision marked the onset of a nightmare for them. After several days, they found themselves relentlessly pursued by the Mist Shinobi, unable to return. To make matters worse, upon revealing his Sharingan with 3 tomo, the Mist Umbu had even mobilized to eliminate them. They were now perilously cornered. Cursed be the day I chose to advance recklessly. Had I not, we would not be in this predicament. Shizuka silently gritted his teeth, maintaining a vigilant stance. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted once more. In an instant, he spun around, his short blade slicing through the air. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the dense fog. As he successfully deflected the blade of the Mist Umbu, which was perilously close, merely a few inches away. Quite impressive, the Mist Umbu remarked coolly, simultaneously exerting pressure that rendered Uchiha Shizuka immobile. But what followed? The Umbu's words caused Shizuka to hesitate. He quickly turned to see another Umbu soaring high, a kunai poised to strike him down. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared between him and the Umbu, shielding him with her body. No! Shizuka shouted furiously, his 3 tomo spinning rapidly as he attempted to cast a genjutsu to control the Umbu. He had recognized that the figure protecting him was none other than his sister, Uchiha Shizuka, who had always looked after him. Yet, his genjutsu failed to take effect, and the Umbu's kunai descended steadily, while Uchiha Shizuka's body stiffened momentarily before slowly collapsing towards him. In that instant, Shizuka felt the world spinning around him, a suffocating sense of despair enveloping his chest. If only I could control him, if only my genjutsu were stronger, if only I had prevented them from engaging us in battle from the very start, if only in that heart-wrenching despair. Uchiha Shizuka fell behind him, and the 3 tomo in Shizuka's eyes began to whirl uncontrollably. Quickly go? Suddenly, he heard Uchiha Shizuka's voice, weak and fading. I'm so sorry I can no longer care for you, Shizuka brother. The feeble voice gradually fell silent, and at that moment, Shizuka felt his heartbeat quicken. Memories flooded his mind of the times Uchiha Shizuka had cared for him. Though they were not blood siblings, he had long regarded her as his true sister. Everything that is unfolding before him is utterly unacceptable, an eternal burden he cannot bear. He clenches his jaw, his eyes gently closing, yet tears cascade down his cheeks. In that very moment, an extraordinarily ominous power begins to brew within his gaze. Abruptly, Shirzue opens his eyes, and at that instant, the 3 tomo in his eyes converge into a singular form. Damn it! Buzz! However, just then, the sound of something slicing through the air pierces the silence, and in the next heartbeat, the body of the Umbu before him becomes immovably rigid. Crimson blood seeps through his clothing at the left side of his chest, and as disbelief washes over him, he attempts to turn his head, only to find himself collapsing to the ground. An ambush! Be cautious! The Umbu, who had been holding Shirzue at bay with a kunai, immediately realizes the gravity of the situation upon witnessing this scene. He never anticipated that the 12 mist ninjas, including 2 jonin, would truly be vanquished. Yet, whether he believes it or not, the sight before him unmistakably reveals their defeat, perhaps even their demise. As an Umbu, he comprehends the necessity of action in such a predicament. While he cannot eliminate this Uchiha brat, he must retreat. Moreover, He senses an unsettling aura emanating from the Uchiha youth, akin to a ferocious beast released from its cage. Unease gnaws at the Umbu's mind as he swiftly draws his kunai and leaps backward, simultaneously forming hand seals. Water style, water wave. A torrent of water crashes toward Shiranui, aimed at forcing him back to facilitate an escape. Yet, in the next moment, his expression hidden beneath the mask shifts dramatically, for he distinctly senses a surge of chakra, and someone has arrived at his side. Reacting almost instinctively, his body contorts into an irregular motion, but the assailant is far too swift. The Umbu lets out a pained cry. He evades a fatal strike from the kunai, yet it still grazes his face harshly. In an instant, his right eye fills with crimson, as if it has completely lost its light. Fortunately, he has created enough distance to make a hasty retreat, and his remaining left eye catches a glimpse of his attacker. Before him stands another youth with blood-red eyes, 3 tomos swirling slowly within. Senpai Zong, thank you for your assistance. We are all Konoha ninjas. There is no need for such formality. In a concealed cave, Uchiha Zong listens to Shiranui's somewhat fervent gratitude and cannot help but shake his head lightly. He himself had not anticipated encountering Uchiha Shiranui in this location. Truth be told, had it not been for his companions, including Guy and 4 other Konoha allies, he might have genuinely considered drawing a kunai and launching it at this young man. Uchiha Shiranui is someone he knows all too well. Indeed, had the original character of Uchiha Shiranui possessed a firmer resolve and a more ruthless disposition, he could have entirely altered the dynamics between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Yet, throughout his grand and uneventful life, if there is one aspect that lingers in memory, it would be his choice to take his own life when the Uchiha stood on the precipice of disaster, albeit with a glimmer of hope left. His demise, accompanied by some cryptic last words, inadvertently paved the way for another individual to attain enlightenment amidst the woods, ultimately transforming into a formidable force. This, of course, is merely speculation. Uchiha Zong had sensed that Shiranui's chakra appeared strangely ominous, imbued with a chilling and destructive aura that instinctively alerted him to something amiss. Could it be that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Although the original narrative fails to specify the exact moment Shiranui unlocked this power, it seems to have occurred during the Third Great Ninja War. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of an unfamiliar member of the Uchiha clan sprawled on the ground, he found himself ensnared in contemplation. Have I become a witness to history? Moreover, he understood that even if he were to eliminate Shiranui, it would serve little purpose. The predicament of the Uchiha clan was inherently convoluted, aside from the historical baggage. The fallout from the Nine-Tails rampage and the 4th Hokage's demise had nearly led the clan to its extinction, coupled with internal divisions and the actions of certain traitors. It was evident that even without Shiranui's interference, the clan was teetering on the brink of annihilation. Engaging in combat would yield no fruitful outcome, even if they fought. Victory was not guaranteed. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not with Shiranui, but within the confines of the Hokage's office in Konoha. With this realization, Uchiha Zong dismissed any errant thoughts. In fact, if Shiranui indeed possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and had yet to align with Root at such a tender age, perhaps he could exploit this situation. Ultimately, Uchiha Zong chose to act decisively, defeating the Umbu of the Mist. Regrettably, casualties were unavoidable. If it weren't for you, our small team might have faced annihilation, Senior Zong. Shiranui remained oblivious to the inner musings of the individual, 3 years his senior and equally a prodigy of the clan. As he gazed at the body on the ground, he shook his head in sorrow. Alas, Senior Sei has met his end. I bear the blame. Indeed, the individual who perished was Uchiha Sei. He was tragically unfortunate, having been slain by the Umbu of the Mist just as Uchiha Zong and his comrades arrived to lend aid. As for the woman named Uchiha Jie, although gravely injured, she clung to life by a thread. Fortunately, Zong and his companions arrived in time and swiftly vanquished the Mist Umbu. Otherwise, even their urgent rescue would have been too late. Such is the nature of missions. No one can predict what will transpire. Uchiha Zong spoke calmly. So, what do you intend to do? Sister Jie's condition is dire. I must take her back for treatment. Uchiha Shiranui's expression suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination. Initially, he had believed that his sister was doomed, yet now he glimpsed a flicker of hope. Naturally, he was unwilling to let such hope dissipate. He was resolute in his quest to rescue his sister. However, he failed to notice that as he uttered these words, Uchiha Sō raised an eyebrow. Having arrived at this juncture, was it not somewhat impolite to contemplate departure? With this thought in mind, he turned to gaze at Nara Hikari, subsequently conveying a silent message to him. The latter, casually chewing on a sunbon, instantly comprehended his captain's intent upon receiving that look. With a resigned sigh, he spoke. "Forgive me, but do you wish to return?" "Yes, senior," Shiranui nodded. Though he was unfamiliar with Nara Hikari, he still offered a polite response. "Our mission has failed, and my sister's condition is dire, thus I must return. But have you considered one crucial question? Do you believe you can return?" Nara Hikari replied, somewhat helplessly. "You've caused quite a commotion. Do you think you can simply waltz back?" "Senior, what do you mean?" Shiranui involuntarily furrowed his brow. "What do you suppose the deployment of the Mist Ninja at the border looks like now?" Since Uchiha Sō had tasked him with playing the villain, Nara Hikari felt compelled to continue, for his words reflected the harsh reality. The Umbu had been defeated, which meant they would undoubtedly intensify their preparations. Even if you possess formidable strength, how do you intend to break through with an injured companion? Moreover, if you attempt to detour, can you be certain she can endure for so long? Furthermore, while I am unaware of the significance of your mission, ours is of utmost importance. Should you be captured, our situation would become dire. Nara Hikari's words struck a chord, tightening Shirasui's frown further. Observing this, Uchiha Sō knew it was time to interject. "Shiranui, I implore you to remain calm." He gently patted Shirasui's shoulder, speaking in a composed manner. "You wish to save your sister, but I too must take responsibility for my team. I believe you can surmise the nature of our mission. We would not involve ourselves with you unless absolutely necessary. However, now that you've created such a significant disturbance, is it truly courteous to simply walk away, leaving behind a considerable threat?" Uchiha Sō's words left Shiranui momentarily speechless, as if he wished to respond, yet ultimately refrained. Indeed, according to Uchiha Sō, they had caused substantial trouble. Even without his elaboration, it was evident that a team operating behind enemy lines was likely engaged in ambush tactics. Encountering them meant he had already gleaned their configuration and numbers. Even this rudimentary intelligence could prove lethal. Could he assure them that he would not be captured, or that even if he were, he would divulge nothing? Such assurances would likely be met with skepticism, for these were matters of life and death. Moreover, with his sister gravely injured, Shiranui found himself lacking confidence in breaking through the encirclement. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, Shiranui tightened his fists. "We can provide care, although we lack medical ninjas. Basic treatment is still feasible," Uchiha Sō reassured him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I believe you would not wish for your sister to perish in this land of the Land of Whirlpool when there remains a glimmer of hope, would you?" At times, Uchiha Sō had to concede that such rhetoric, albeit peculiar, proved remarkably effective. This manner of speaking could draw tears from a devoted wife or elicit helplessness from those loyal to their village. Amidst the empathetic yet somewhat gleeful gazes of Akado, Marino Ibiki, and Hyuga Tetsuna, Shiranui could only nod in resignation. "But, senior, is this truly wise?" He glanced back at the dark smoke billowing from the cave, and then at Uchiha Shizune, whom Akado was tending to. "We have not received any mission orders, nor do we possess approval from our superiors. Shouldn't such tasks be better suited for fewer individuals? Furthermore, how do you intend to proceed? Considering Shizune's condition likely requires her to recuperate, we will take good care of your sister. As for our situation, we have to adapt to extraordinary circumstances. After all, we are behind enemy lines and cannot communicate with the rear. Our only duty is to accomplish the mission," Uchiha Sō patiently elucidated, recognizing the need to extend courtesy to a formidable ally. "And you should be aware of that woman's identity, correct?" He gestured toward Akado, who was maintaining formation on the flank. "She is the disciple of Lord Orochimaru, Mitarashi Anko." Indeed, Shiranui recognized her with a mere glance. "Since you are aware of her identity, and she is part of my team, do you still harbor any doubts?" Uchiha Sō's assertion left Shiranui with no grounds for further questioning. Indeed, she is known throughout Konoha as Lord Orochimaru's disciple. Her presence here suggests she is either informed of or endorses this situation, or perhaps it aligns perfectly with Lord Orochimaru's desires. With this realization, Shiranui felt a measure of relief, yet what truly eased his mind was Uchiha Sō's promise. Having assured him of his sister's well-being, Shiranui found himself willing to trust this talented senior, be it out of village solidarity or familial ties. He now recognized that he alone could scarcely manage his sister's care, particularly under the pressing need to escape. Her recently salvaged life was perilously close to being lost here. It has been handled, my lord. A ninja clad in Mist Village attire reported anxiously to the Umbu within a medical tent at the Mist encampment in the land of Whirlpool. The dark figure arrived alone yesterday, appearing utterly disheveled, particularly with a horrifying wound marring his eye. Faced with such a dire situation, the members of the camp dared not be negligent. They promptly took the dark figure for treatment while immediately notifying the other operatives. Each village's dark operatives are extraordinarily unique, as their members not only possess formidable strength, but are also likely entangled in complex webs of relationships. The dark operatives serve as a special platform, a conduit between the shadow and various noble families. Apart from the dead servants composed of orphans, nearly all other positions are entrusted to members of reputable families whom the shadow can rely upon. To gain entry into the dark operatives signifies either the shadow's trust or a need to placate them. Hence, ordinary ninjas handle encounters with dark operatives with utmost caution, for no one wishes to invite unnecessary troubles through a misstep. What is the situation? The Mist operative slightly lifted his head, revealing his face without the mask's concealment. Had Uchiha Sō been present, he might have recognized the individual whose right eye he had pierced with a kunai. This man is the captain of the 5th Mizukage's Shadow Guard, the leader of the sensory division during the 4th Great Ninja War, who survived being struck by the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb, the most formidable scientific modification in the ninja world. Now a member of the Mist's dark operatives, Aoi. At this moment, Aoi wore an eye patch that perfectly covered his right eye, a sensation that left him quite uncomfortable. For a ninja, losing an eye is indeed a grievous blow. I'm sorry. You're right, the Mist ninja hesitated, but ultimately spoke with resignation. We could not save it. The eye was completely pierced through, losing all functionality. Is that so? Aoi interrupted with a sigh before the ninja could finish. You've worked hard. I imagine you are tired. Please, allow me some solitude. Upon hearing this, the Mist ninja felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately bowed and said, "Then, I shall take my leave." With those words, he promptly turned to exit the room. He could distinctly sense that when he revealed the dark operative's eye had been rendered useless. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere nearly suffocated him. Yet, he understood. After all, what kind of plight must a ninja face upon losing an eye? After the Mist ninja departed, Aoi sat alone in the medical tent, his head bowed in silence. Yet, his body trembled slightly, as he could never forget the Uchiha boy who had suddenly appeared beside him and blinded him with a kunai. Those crimson eyes and the slowly rotating 3-tomo were indelibly etched in his memory. Damn Uchiha! After a long moment, filled with seething rage, he could no longer contain himself and struck the edge of the bed with a fierce punch. The bed was utterly incapable of withstanding his might, shattering into pieces in an instant, while the wrath that had accumulated within him surged ever more fiercely. He could not fathom why fate favored Konoha and the Uchiha clan so profoundly. Both the individual he pursued and the one who came to their rescue were merely adolescents. Yet these youths, endowed with their innate bloodline, possessed a strength unattainable by countless others in their lifetimes. Despite his years of relentless effort, the cost he bore in confronting them was devastating. How could he possibly come to terms with this? This self-destructive behavior was not reminiscent of the person he once knew. In the midst of his anguish and fury, a voice suddenly resonated, and moments later, several ANBU appeared within the tent. Among them stood an elderly man wielding a staff. Master Yuan? Upon hearing the name, Qing lifted his gaze, and upon seeing the elder, he found himself frozen in place. Now was not the time for despair. Master Yuan gently shook his head, scrutinizing Qing's face, particularly the eye concealed by a mask. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a smile. Moreover, this might present an opportunity for you. Captain, what do you think of this location? In a cave, Noira Kakashi pointed at the map, while Uchiha Sō inquired. Akai and Akamaru leaned in with curiosity. This position Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow as he examined the map. I have reservations. This site is a crucial stronghold for the enemy. Even if it's not, the geographical significance suggests they will likely have a substantial presence there. Noira Kakashi had chosen an excellent location for the village. Its elevated terrain allowed for superior reconnaissance, complemented by a vital transportation route nearby. Yet the very advantages of this site caused Uchiha Sō to feel apprehensive. Several days had elapsed since they dealt with the Mist ANBU, and during this time, they had steadily advanced according to their original plan while also searching for other teams. It must be said that the Byakugan proved extraordinarily useful, relying on Hinata's Byakugan. They repeatedly evaded larger mist patrols. Occasionally, they could ambush smaller or isolated mist shinobi. However, they had lost the luck they initially possessed upon entering enemy territory. And to this day, they had yet to encounter any Konoha teams. Though this was to be expected, Uchiha Sō did not find it surprising. Having lingered in enemy territory for so long, it was indeed time to find a suitable location. For this selection, Uchiha Sō intended to be transparent with everyone. At the very least, they needed to understand what was at stake. Is it really so complicated to choose a location? After observing for a while, Akamaru finally murmured, "If there are enemies, can't we just eliminate them? Do you wish to be perpetually besieged by the mist shinobi?" Though her voice was faint, Uchiha Sō still heard her. "There are only 8 of us. Have you considered what happens if we encounter a large force?" Akado pursed her lips, ultimately choosing silence. She longed to express that had Uchiha Sō not forcibly merged them, they could have operated behind enemy lines with greater stealth. According to their original plan, they were meant to cautiously infiltrate the major cities controlled by the land of whirlpools and seize opportunities to gather intelligence and conduct sabotage. After all, the selection of these young individuals was not merely due to their inherent strength. Children were inherently better at disguise. "Let us search again," Uchiha Sō sighed, rubbing his temples. "You should take care of Uchiha Shizune instead of wasting time here." However, the thought of Uchiha Shizune brought him a headache. Her condition was dire, and if this continued, Uchiha Sō was uncertain of her ability to endure. He could see that Shiranui exhibited little emotional disturbance over the death of Uchiha Makoto. Thus, the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan was likely tied to this woman named Uchiha Shizune, whom he claimed was his sister. A teammate, a sister, and one who had risked her life to save him. It was no wonder he could awaken the Mangekyo. With this understanding, Uchiha Shizune's significance undeniably increased. Yet her apparent fragility posed a dilemma for him. If she were to perish, would he not bear some responsibility? Although the original narrative did not clarify this, it was evident that she had indeed died. Now that he had intervened, the situation had transformed drastically. After all, aside from me, all Uchiha are lunatics. Uchiha Sō thought to himself in exasperation, while Uchiha Shiranui, although concerned for Uchiha Shizune, was peering at the map, deep in thought. This matter concerned him directly, and for the sake of his sister's well-being, he felt compelled to clarify certain details to make better decisions. "Captain, may I ask a bold question?" After much contemplation, Shiranui finally spoke. "What exactly should we do? We are all in this together, and I believe understanding the specific situation will enable us to make more informed judgments." His inquiry immediately captured the attention of the others, particularly Akado's team, who were keenly focused on the conversation. Until now, Uchiha Sō had remained enigmatic, and their curiosity was undeniable. "Very well, since you are all eager to know, I shall speak plainly," Uchiha Sō said, rubbing his temples in resignation. "We currently find ourselves in an enemy-controlled area, without reinforcements, supplies, or sources of information. Moreover, we are tasked with a critical mission that is perilous in nature. So, what do you believe is our best course of action?" His words prompted all but Jinnin to ponder deeply. However, before they could deliberate extensively, he continued, "The answer is simple. The residents of the land of whirlpools, who harbor a deep-seated hatred for the hidden mist, are our most suitable allies. As long as we can earn their trust, there will be a continuous flow of intelligence regarding the movements of the mist ninjas, and there will be those who can provide us with supplies. The pivotal question lies in how we can gain their trust, which hinges on our manpower. Furthermore, we must not underestimate them. Although they may not engage in combat with the mist ninjas, they possess advantages in other areas of disruption that far exceed our own capabilities." Uchiha Sō paused slightly at this point, and the others could not help but feel their spirits uplifted as they began to comprehend the significance of this plan. The idea of relying on ordinary people had not occurred to them. In fact, they had entirely overlooked these individuals. Yet, upon reflection, the contributions these people could make were truly beyond imagination. Even if they were incapable of fighting the mist ninjas, they could certainly sabotage facilities, locate hidden strongholds, and provide various forms of intelligence, tasks they were undeniably capable of accomplishing. At that moment, the Akatsuki team and Kai were filled with exuberance, while Shirasui's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. However, their expressions soon turned serious as they realized the pressing issue at hand. Their numbers were insufficient. Thus, Do we now require more personnel? At this juncture, Akatsuki was quite clear-headed, tending to Uchiha Shizen while inquiring about their situation. Indeed. But I believe our immediate focus should be on identifying a suitable location. Uchiha Sō nodded, casting a glance at the still unconscious Uchiha Shizen. Her condition was dire and required careful management. Regrettably, they lacked medical ninjas. If only we had a medical ninja. Medical ninja? Akatsuki paused for a moment, and then an idea seemed to strike her, prompting her to exclaim with enthusiasm, I know of a place where we might find a medical ninja. And we could also discover more of our people. What place? Uchiha Sō asked, taken aback. The prisoner of war camp. Akatsuki laughed heartily, feeling a sense of triumph. You are quite foolish. We in Konoha have captured so many of the mist ninjas, and naturally, they have captured a significant number of our own. If we can rescue them, we would not only bolster our ranks, but also investigate whether any medical ninjas are among them. As soon as Akatsuki finished speaking, she sensed something amiss, noticing several individuals gasp in shock and stare at her with bewilderment. This left her perplexed, and she furrowed her brow in inquiry. What is it? Is there a problem? Uchiha Sō could hardly fathom that Akatsuki, rarely known for her brilliance, had unexpectedly devised such a significant plan. Were it not for his knowledge of her character, and the fact that these words came from her, with ample witnesses to confirm, he might have doubted whether she was attempting to deceive him. The world of Hokage is, after all, a profoundly pragmatic realm. Throughout his many years in Konoha, Uchiha Sō had encountered news that, while not entirely uplifting, was certainly devoid of hope. For instance, the incessant wars and the tragic demise of Hatake Tsukumo years ago. Although he had encountered various manga and anime prior to his crossing over, laden with themes of bonds, fervor, and camaraderie, the harsh reality necessitates a recalibration of such ideals. The foremost contradiction within the village of Konoha lies in the escalating demands of warfare juxtaposed against the inherent humanity of the ninjas. Thus, Hatake Tsukumo chose to take his own life, and following his tragic end, the atmosphere of Konoha markedly improved. His son, Kakashi, emerged as a paragon of what it means to be a competent ninja, indicating the efficacy of this drastic measure. In contrast, during Naruto's era, the wars had ceased. Yet the internal conflicts within Konoha seemingly transformed. Moreover, the esteemed third Hokage, having returned to power, undoubtedly sought to instigate change for stability, culminating in the harmonious and bond-filled Konoha we recognize. Frankly, should the methods employed by Naruto and his comrades in carrying out missions during their time be applied now, they might find themselves incarcerated for contemplation. Of course, it is also plausible that no repercussions would ensue, for after all, surviving great calamities often comes with strong backing, and Naruto's support is formidable. Yet, one must ponder the circumstances surrounding the death of the legendary White Fang of Konoha, as his reputation was unparalleled. Hatake Tsukumo's renown was so profound that many proclaimed him as the potential next Hokage, despite his not being part of the second Hokage system. Presently, Konoha's political framework can essentially be viewed as an extensive coalition of the second Hokage's disciples, with the village's 5 leaders being his students. While they may lack the capacity to appoint the next Hokage directly, as the second Hokage once did, they possess the ability to nurture talent. As Lu Xun aptly remarked, if those in line for advancement are all from the same circle, what difference does the appointment make? Thus, should one dare to challenge my authority and exhibit the brilliance of humanity in times of war, does that not equate to purchasing a residence in Pure Land? Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Hatake Tsukumo's death, he is ostensibly remembered as having saved lives, albeit at the cost of delaying critical military maneuvers, ultimately leading to his shameful suicide. Currently, the environment surrounding the Uchiha clan is far removed from Naruto's era, even with the Uchiha lineage as a backdrop. It serves as a harbinger of doom. While Konoha may seem preoccupied with other matters now, once the war concludes, repercussions will undoubtedly follow. Just look at how swiftly the once mighty Uchiha clan was reduced to ashes within a mere few years. Fortunately, it was Akatsuki who proposed a plan, otherwise, Uchiha Sō, though apprehensive, realized that this strategy might hold merit. When numbers are scarce, one must seek out allies. If no team can be assembled, then captives may be utilized as a makeshift solution, which is rather pragmatic, is it not? Furthermore, the ranks of captured individuals are often replete with talent. Who knows what treasures might be uncovered? Perhaps there are medical ninjas or individuals intimately familiar with the land of the whirlpools. Captain, Is this truly feasible? In the dense forests of the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Sō's squad swiftly maneuvered through the thickets while maintaining formation. Glancing to the side, Nara Shikamaru quietly surveyed Akatsuki not far away before turning to him and inquiring in hushed tones. Regardless of its feasibility, it was indeed a suggestion from Mikado. And if it comes to a dispute, make sure to bear witness on my behalf. Uchiha Sō immediately responded in a hushed tone, emphasizing his point. In truth, there was a fleeting moment when he genuinely doubted whether Mikado was trying to ensnare him. Although he was the one who initially proposed the scheme, one must question the decorum of such actions, disregarding the facts. Captain, you are being excessively cautious, Noara Kurama remarked, both amused and exasperated. In truth, you are not compelled to acquiesce. Caution is undoubtedly warranted, yet one must not forget that it was you who alerted me about Konoha's white fang. Uchiha Sō shook his head. However, this proposal does possess merit, and I too have my thoughts. Although Mikado's antics were undeniably troublesome, the suggestions she proffered prompted Uchiha Sō into deep contemplation. Indeed, the act of rescuing captives could usher in significant complications, and the number of guards overseeing them remained uncertain, thereby posing substantial risks. However, upon reflection, should they succeed, the value of these captives would be incalculable. They were individuals who had endured the great memory restoration technique countless times, likely harboring profound animosity towards the Mist Ninja. Additionally, many of the captured might be those who had failed their missions, consumed by guilt and yearning for redemption, much like Mikado and her associates. Of course, some might have confessed and been cast aside to await post-war exchanges. Yet, would not other Konoha ninjas reveal such individuals? Furthermore, if these captives were liberated, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by anxiety. If placed in the same group as others who had not confessed, their desperation to secure a lesser punishment in the aftermath would surely compel them to fight with fervor. To put it bluntly, in a setting devoid of weaponry and organizational structure behind enemy lines, these captives would undoubtedly prove to be the most fervent and obedient reinforcements. It was this realization that led Uchiha Sō to ultimately endorse Mikado's incredibly precarious proposal. Their party proactively ambushed a patrolling squad, extracting intriguing information through genjutsu interrogation. Not far from their location lay a camp housing numerous captives slated for transport to the rear of the mist. Upon receiving this intelligence, they promptly commenced their mission, and after a half-day's journey, they neared their target area. Captain, we have arrived. Hyuga Tetsu, peering ahead with his Byakugan, spoke in a lowered tone to Uchiha Sō and the others. The intel is accurate. There is a camp 800 meters ahead, guarded by approximately 20 ninjas. There are also 20 ninjas imprisoned within, though all have had their chakras sealed. The nearest patrolling squad is about a kilometer away. Beyond that, my vision fails me. Thus, we must act swiftly to avoid detection by the patrol, ensuring our safe departure. I see, Uchiha Sō replied, nodding thoughtfully. He then quelled all errant thoughts, adopting an expression of utmost seriousness as he spoke. Esteemed colleagues, we have arrived. Hongdo, you shall remain here to attend to Uchiha Shizun, while the rest of you prepare for battle. Yes, Captain. In the rear headquarters of the mist village of the Land of Water, Ching slowly rose to his feet. At this moment, his right eye remained concealed beneath a black eye patch, yet within, he no longer felt the helplessness and rage that had previously engulfed him. For hidden beneath that eye patch was no longer a ruined eye, but rather one belonging to the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha. The conflict between Mist and Konoha had never unfolded smoothly, even as Konoha contended with incursions from the Cloud and Rock villages. To a significant extent, this was due to their relentless struggle against the Hyuga clan, whether in small skirmishes where the enemy effortlessly unraveled Mist's jutsu, or in larger operations where their personnel were swiftly perceived. The Mist Ninja had grown to harbor an extreme loathing for the Hyuga clan, vowing to show no mercy if encountered. However, Ching was perplexed. How had he acquired this troublesome eye from the notoriously formidable Hyuga clan? He understood that the Hyuga clan was divided into the main and branch families. The branch members were indeed powerful and were the ones typically encountered on the battlefield. Yet, the branch members bore the curse of the caged bird technique, ensuring that even in death, they need not fear their Byakugan being seized by others. Conversely, the main family members held dominion over the fates of the branch members and rarely appeared on the front lines. The fact that this eye remained undamaged indicated that it was certainly not one controlled by the caged bird technique. It seemed you were truly well suited for this eye. Just as Qing pondered these thoughts, an ancient voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing it, Qing immediately regained his composure, rising swiftly to respectfully address Elder Yuan. You have arrived. Elder Yuan nodded slightly, leaning upon his immense serpent-like staff as he entered, taking a moment to scrutinize Qing intently. After a considerable pause, he smiled and said, Congratulations, you have acquired this eye. Thank you for your generous favor, Elder. Qing promptly knelt upon one knee, his heart brimming with excitement. In the Umbu, he was regarded as a relatively powerful individual, yet in the grand tapestry of Mist Village, teeming with talent and numerous bloodline clans, he was but a speck. Now, with this incredibly precious Byakugan in his possession, he truly felt the weight of Elder Yuan's kindness. I imagine you are quite curious about the origin of this eye, Elder Yuan remarked with a nonchalant smile, observing the kneeling Qing. Before Qing could respond, he continued, Consider it a gift bestowed upon us by an audacious young scion of the Hyuga Main family. Indeed, the people of Konoha were often perceived as lacking awareness of their own limitations. Qing nodded earnestly, recognizing that while Elder Yuan's words were simple, they conveyed a deeper understanding of the circumstances. Qing, I have a question for you, Elder Yuan stated, nodding before directly posing his inquiry. Do you understand what it means to possess this eye? Elder, I am but a simpleton. Yet I clearly perceive the earnest gaze of Qing as he raises his head to look at you, Master Yuan. He articulates with unwavering conviction, I shall remain faithful to the mist and loyal to you, Elder. There is no need for such anxiety. Upon hearing these words, Master Yuan nods in satisfaction, leaning on his wooden staff as he approaches Qing, gently patting him on the shoulder. You are undoubtedly one of the most exceptional and loyal members of the Mist's covert operations. Otherwise, you would not be presented with this opportunity. To acquire this eye signifies that you will be pursued and hunted by Konoha, and you shall bear an even greater burden of responsibility. This is perilous, yet it also presents an opportunity. Are you prepared? I am indeed prepared. Qing responds with utmost seriousness. The notion of being hunted by Konoha is far from daunting. In fact, deep within, he feels there are accounts to settle with Konoha. Though he acknowledges the serendipity in his misfortune, he cannot forget the grievance of having his eye cruelly extinguished. Had this been before he acquired the Byakugan, he would have been at a loss for effective strategies or ideas. The intimidation that the Sharingan instills is not something an ordinary ninja can dare to confront. And losing his right eye meant he would never have such an opportunity again. However, now he possesses the Byakugan, which rivals the Uchiha Sharingan. This indeed feels like the heavens have granted him a chance for vengeance. Moreover, to be remembered by a prominent ninja village is, in itself, a mark of honor for a ninja. Uchiha, are you ready? Are you all in good health? Upon opening the cage and releasing the battered and weary Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Sō could not help but inquire, though he refrained from questioning them about their experiences. He suspected that the memory restoration technique employed by the Mist ninjas was perhaps excessively potent. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he had been too merciful. At the very least, during his interrogations, he employed Genjutsu, inflicting minimal harm, perhaps merely severing their fingers to induce pain, allowing his Genjutsu to be more effective. Yet, it seemed that the Konoha ninjas had been subjected to relentless beatings by those from the Mist. Reflecting on the performance of the Mist ninjas in the land of whirlpools, one could only describe their methods as dehumanizing, which hardly seemed surprising given the relentless resistance from the local populace. For those possessing a spirit of rebellion, the Mist declared, While I cannot extinguish your spirit, I can eradicate the flesh that harbors it. Thus, the Mist routinely organized expeditions to eliminate any who dared to resist, often leaving entire villages reduced to desolation. Uchiha Sō had witnessed on multiple occasions the grim sight of once thriving settlements transformed into barren wastelands. We are well, thank you, responded a rather shaky individual with a pineapple hairstyle to Uchiha Sō's inquiry. As he spoke, he glanced around and could not help but let out a weary sigh. Thank you for your efforts in eliminating them, those wretched individuals. Uchiha Sō cast a glance back at the fallen Mist ninjas sprawled on the ground, feeling an unusual calm within. The ambush had transpired without much turmoil, as they had the Byakugan as their support, and each of them possessed formidable strength. Although they encountered some challenges, such as being outnumbered and facing an exceptionally powerful captain guarding the area, these obstacles were systematically overcome. Ultimately, The exceptional Mist Ninja captain met a dismal fate under the combined assault of Uchiha Sō and Uchiha Sō. Enough of that. Can you all still manage to move? Uchiha Sō inquired, shaking his head. He then asked, by the way, do you have any medical ninjas? Yes, replied a somewhat frail man who stepped forward. I am a medical ninja, but my chakra has been sealed. That will suffice, but we should leave this place at once. Uchiha Sō sighed with relief upon hearing this. He continued earnestly. This area remains under enemy control, and we must hasten our departure. There are further tasks ahead. Tasks. The pineapple-headed individual appeared momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Sō's words. Are these tasks assigned to us? No, not exactly. Uchiha Sō shook his head. However, if possible, I would appreciate your assistance. At this juncture, Uchiha Sō paused briefly, stepping aside to reveal the figure of Akatsuki standing behind him before continuing. Our mission is rather complex and perilous. It is unlikely that we can accomplish it with just our numbers. If you are willing, your presence could enhance our chances of success. Of course, this is entirely voluntary, he added. But I must pose a question to you. Would you prefer to bear the stigma of having been captured by the Mist Ninjas, endlessly reflecting on the torment you endured without the means to resist? Or would you rather join us in taking vengeful action against these Mist Ninjas and return the pain they inflicted upon you? Uchiha Sō's words resonated clearly with those present, as it became evident that he had not granted them any real choice in the matter. If you decline, that is acceptable. You may find your way back on your own. We have a mission to attend to. While the proposition appeared enticing, the grim reality of their current condition was undeniable. Furthermore, with the camp having been attacked, who could ascertain whether reinforcements were already en route? How far could this ragtag group of survivors hope to flee? If they were captured again, it would be better to perish here. Moreover, considering a darker possibility, if, hypothetically, Uchiha Sō and his companions were deterred by the influence of Kakashi Hatake, simultaneously wary of their intelligence being compromised, might the Mist Ninjas be rendered unnecessary in their pursuit? After all, this godforsaken place was devoid of other leaf shinobi. Thus, though they were plagued by frustration at having narrowly escaped death only to encounter a pack of ravenous wolves, it was impossible for anyone to feel joy in such circumstances. Yet, as they followed Uchiha Sō, they caught sight of Akatsuki trailing behind him. This revelation offered them a modicum of reassurance. After all, while the existence of the red beans was universally acknowledged, within the confines of the land of the waves, the understanding was mutual. This was a summons from Lord Orochimaru. With this realization, their discontent dissipated, for any lingering grievances were now carefully suppressed. Indeed, the presence of Lord Orochimaru's disciples signified his unequivocal stance. Perhaps for this reason, they began to obediently heed the directives of Uchiha Sō. Captain Sō, what shall we do next? However, after wandering through the forest for 3 days post their departure from the encampment, the pineapple-haired Narashikawa found himself at a loss and ventured to inquire. A chunin by rank, Narashikawa held considerable prestige within the team due to his lineage, and his personal prowess was commendable, though he was merely a chunin. This was attributable to his lethargy, a trait inherited from the Nara clan, which had hindered him from fulfilling the required number of missions to ascend to Jonin status. Not that he harbored any desire for such a rank. His capture was purely a matter of unfortunate circumstance. Having encountered 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen during a mission, the outcome saw his teammates from the Akimichi clan perish, while he and a companion from the Yamanaka clan were captured and subjected to the Great Memory Restoration technique. Now, although they had been rescued by Uchiha Sō's team, their aimless wandering in the forest was becoming increasingly disconcerting. I personally propose that we find a suitable place to rest, he suggested, though we can still endure. At this juncture, Narashikawa subtly gestured for Uchiha Sō to glance back, indicating that those lagging behind were the rescued Leaf Village captives. Their physical conditions were already precarious, and after enduring 3 days of evasion from the Mist's pursuit, they were on the brink of collapse. Notably, the frail medical ninja named Asakawa had suffered the most during these 3 days. Following the unsealing of his chakra, he was tasked not only with aiding Uchiha Shizune, but also with assisting the other captives, leaving him nearly incapacitated. As the sole medical ninja within the group, any misfortune befalling him would spell dire consequences. Uchiha Sō, well aware of their plight, could not help but shake his head in dismay. The brutality of the Mist Village had rendered these individuals burdensome rather than assets. However, for the sake of future considerations, he deemed it necessary to endure this predicament. With Nara Shikawa approaching him, Uchiha Sō felt compelled to engage him in conversation. Individuals from the Nara clan are renowned for their exceptional intellect, despite the potential for stereotypes. Their reputation was too formidable to overlook. Perhaps this individual could offer valuable insights. Even if he did not contribute directly, as a member of the rescued captives, he might serve as a crucial link in fostering favorable relations. Exactly, Chunin Shikawa, there are certain matters I would appreciate your perspective on. Uchiha Sō smiled, and then turned his head, speaking loudly. Everyone, take a rest and stand by. Akai, Tetsu, you are responsible for the watch. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, Captain, Akai and Hyuga Tetsu nodded in unison before swiftly departing. Upon hearing the command, the captives immediately settled down, having reached their limits. Meanwhile, Nara Ganjian and a few others hurried over, eager to learn about Uchiha Sō's plans. Nara Ganjian. Our most pressing task now is to find a suitable location to serve as our stronghold. Uchiha Sō unfurled a map upon the ground and continued, given our numbers. We must consider not only supplies and shelter, but also the issue of intelligence. Thus, hiding in a cave is not feasible. The optimal course is to seek a village or town, using it as a base for our development and the execution of subsequent missions. A village or town. Nara Ganjian was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Sō's words, then cautiously inquired, Captain, may I ask, is our mission to gather intelligence as thoroughly as possible and use it to inflict damage upon the hidden mist? Uchiha Sō replied directly. If we can divert the attention and movements of the mist ninja on the front lines, that would be ideal. What Uchiha Sō articulated was a verbatim recounting of the mission details he had received prior to departing. Yet, his words caused Nara Ganjian's expression to shift dramatically. He suddenly felt that he was not merely stumbling into a pitfall. He was well aware of the nature of this mission, familiar with its process. And the thought of so many individuals acting together was daunting. Nevertheless, Nara Ganjian forced himself to endure, especially since Akato was part of the team. He believed that the individual before him must have accepted Lord Orochimaru's mission and would not act recklessly. Captain, the Mist Ninja are entrenched in the large cities. Contemplating this, Nara Ganjian cautiously remarked, venturing into a village or town seems quite challenging for gathering intelligence. While his statement held truth, Nara Ganjian needed to broaden his perspective. Uchiha Sō gently shook his head, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, the Mist Ninja are situated within the large cities, and it would be difficult for us to infiltrate easily. However, it seems you have overlooked some very significant individuals. Significant individuals? Upon hearing Uchiha Sō's words, Nara Ganjian's mind began to race. Who could provide assistance? It was undeniable that, as a member of the Nara clan, Nara Ganjian quickly grasped the implications. Are you suggesting the commoners of the land of whirlpools? Although framed as a question, Nara Ganjian's tone was notably confident. In this situation, it appeared that only those commoners could offer them the necessary support. Precisely, it is these civilians who harbored deep-seated resentment towards the hidden mist village. Uchiha Sō affirmed with a nod and a smile. However, he did not expect that just as he finished speaking, Nara Shikawa's expression turned grim, followed by a remark that rendered his own countenance equally sour. This plan, could it possibly have been proposed by Captain Sō? Captain Sō, indeed, was present here. After traversing numerous obstacles, overcoming several patrol teams, and rescuing some captives from the land of grass, Uchiha Sō and his entourage finally arrived at the outskirts of a small town. Gazing at the town before him, Uchiha Sō let out a sigh of relief. Yet a glance at his companions led to a twinge of discontent within him. Nevertheless, he had to concede that Nara Shikawa was no ordinary individual. He had not anticipated that merely hinting at something would lead Shikawa to devise his own plans, and even deduce that this was not an order from Orochimaru. Yet, as his mind pondered over this moment, a thought emerged that made the corners of his mouth twitch. Was it that Konoha harbored intentions toward the land of whirlpools? Let us not speak of it in such a manner. Konoha is merely safeguarding this place. As expected, Uchiha Sō silently cursed. Indeed, the world is replete with crows of the same hue. The reason was straightforward, rooted in the plight of the common folk. Uchiha Sō hoped that these civilians could assist, perhaps even confront the mist ninjas in certain aspects, which necessitated one critical undertaking, the training of these ordinary citizens. If the civilians were to gather intelligence and strategically undermine the mist, this phase was indispensable. Even if they could not contribute in battle, at the very least, they could mitigate risks and ensure their survival. Or perhaps, they would at least learn to wield explosive tags and other such devices. Yet, therein lay the crux of the matter. Once these civilians were trained, even if they were not ninjas, they would at least embody a spirit of resistance and possess a wealth of experience as warriors. When the war concluded and Konoha departed, returning would not be a simple endeavor. The land of whirlpools had long been considered a territory without a master, and its strategic location and resource reserves were of paramount importance to Konoha. Narashikawa observed Uchiha Sō's realization and quietly remarked, "Clearly, a toothless land of whirlpools entirely dependent on Konoha is the ideal scenario." In truth, the major nations and their respective ninja villages exhibited little regard for these smaller nations. These minor territories not only served as buffers between themselves and other great ninja villages, but also delineated their spheres of influence. After all, the various ninja villages required funds and resources to cultivate ninjas and forge tools. Solely relying on domestic production and the support of daimyos often proved insufficient, particularly when the share of missions had to be seized through one's own influence. The reason Sunagakure sought trouble with Konoha, even instigating the Third Great Ninja War, was fundamentally akin to the actions of Hanzo during World War II. In essence, the development has encountered a bottleneck, necessitating expansion as a means to achieve better progress. In that desolate land, plagued by sandstorms and devoid of resources that must be imported, how could they aspire to self-sufficiency without seizing the fertile territory of the land of rivers? However, by a curious twist of fate, half of this land is under the jurisdiction of the Hidden Leaf. Clearly, the same reasoning applies to the land of waves. Uchiha Sō even harbors suspicions that during the Second Great Ninja War, when the Mist Village invaded, the Hidden Leaf's inaction while witnessing the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was perhaps a deliberate strategy. If so, the Uzumaki clan might find themselves exceedingly fortunate, having such a brother in the Hidden Leaf, a true blessing they could hardly fathom. Yet, regardless of the truth, what remains paramount is the present situation. Confronted with this predicament, Uchiha Sō is consumed by urgency. One cannot allow the living to perish in thirst. He desperately seeks a breakthrough within the land of waves. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Narashikaku, the Chunin. I wonder, during your studies, did you ever encounter the will of fire? Narashikaku ponders briefly. Is that the adaptation by the third Hokage? The will of fire has always been a textbook staple, and Uchiha Sō had studied it as well. Yet, after reading it, he could only think how ruthlessly manipulative it was. At first glance, the book appears commendable and quite reasonable, elucidating the profound adage of leaves dancing and fire's eternal flame. However, one must consider the young lives sacrificed on the battlefield at the tender age of 10. Are their lives merely fodder to illuminate the path for the older generations? Nevertheless, he dared not voice such thoughts, for lacking the Sharingan. How could he be so audacious? Indeed, that is the crux of it. Uchiha Sō nodded affirmatively, a smile gracing his lips. Shikaku, consider this. If we encourage them to continuously study and absorb literature akin to the will of fire during their training, it could fortify their cohesion and resolve to resist. Narashikaku, intrigued by this notion, felt a flicker of interest. Furthermore, with slight modifications, they could ensure that the ideals of the Hidden Leaf remain ingrained in their memories. Even in our absence, Uchiha Sō ultimately summarized his thoughts, and in that moment, Narashikaku regarded him with a newfound respect. Uchiha Sō is undoubtedly a prodigy, a fact well known among their ranks of bloodline ninjas, and whispers of his prowess circulate naturally. However, Shikaku is acutely aware that Uchiha Sō's brilliance manifests in combat, rather than strategy. This piqued his curiosity. How had a mind capable of such insight emerged from the Uchiha, a clan often perceived solely as fighters? Yet, this was not his concern. What mattered was that the critical issues seemed to have been resolved. Initially, he feared he had boarded a sinking ship, destined for disaster. But now it appeared that the circumstances were not as dire as he once believed. Given this, I believe I can feel reassured, and I can also offer a modicum of assistance. With these matters clarified, Narashikaku erupted with an unprecedented enthusiasm. Moreover, this individual was relatively familiar with the land of whirlpools, and with his cooperation, Uchiha Sō finally determined their destination, ultimately leading them to this quaint town. Let us proceed. Everyone is weary. After a meticulous examination at the town's entrance, Uchiha Sō issued his decree. The group of over 50 hastened forward. However, upon their entry into the town, An inexplicable aura of desolation enveloped them. The townsfolk gazed at them in terror, and several children began to weep at that moment. Shortly thereafter, the men of the town, regardless of age, rushed out. They herded the children and women back into their homes, their faces etched with fear yet resolute as they stood before Uchiha Sō and his companions. Ninja, to what extent do you intend to take our people and food this time? An elder inquired, his tone laden with sorrow that pierced the air. I believe you have mistaken us. We are not from the hidden mist. Uchiha Sō sighed softly, then advanced towards them, halting a few meters away amidst the villagers' fearful and incredulous gazes. We are leaf ninjas. I apologize for our tardiness. In the land of whirlpools, within the headquarters of the Leaf, Orochimaru lowered his head, engrossed in the intelligence he held. Approximately 6 months had passed unnoticed, during which the conflict between the Leaf and the Mist had grown increasingly intense. If previously skirmishes had resulted in only a handful of casualties daily, they were now entrenched in a brutal exchange of firepower. Each day saw a rising toll of injuries and disappearances, with grim tidings perpetually circulating. The conflict had escalated to a point where every inch of ground was fiercely contested, a situation that left Orochimaru somewhat perturbed. Casualties were not something he particularly lamented. As long as he could achieve his strategic objectives, he deemed any losses acceptable. This was not a sign of his cold-heartedness. Rather, he understood the inevitability of such outcomes. War was no child's play, and all must brace themselves for the consequences. Yet, the fragility of life was indeed a poignant reality. With a deep, introspective sigh, Orochimaru set down the documents in his hands, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. He had witnessed death far too frequently, and had once believed himself desensitized. However, the sight of names coalescing into figures within the reports still stirred something within him. A notion had long taken root in his heart, one that first emerged when he learned of his parents' demise. Yet, he had consistently suppressed its growth, not wishing to disappoint his mentor, the third Hokage of the Leaf. As his authority grew increasingly substantial, the transactions and schemes of the higher echelons of Konoha became ever more apparent to him, igniting a fervent curiosity within his mind. Life is so fragile. How delightful it would be to attain immortality, allowing me to master all ninjutsu and grasp the truths of the world. Upon this contemplation, Orochimaru suddenly paused, then licked his lips and shook his head. Now was not the time to indulge in such musings. He could thoroughly research these matters upon his return, especially since he had previously collaborated with Danzo. Moreover, this time, Danzo had extended yet another invitation to him. Lord Orochimaru, at that moment, a ninja from the Nara clan entered, respectfully bowing slightly before him. Shikaku, what brings you here? Orochimaru reined in his thoughts, directing his gaze towards the Nara clan member. Though Orochimaru possessed immense confidence in his ability to manage all affairs, as the frontline commander, the sheer volume of responsibilities was overwhelming. He need not involve himself in every detail. He understood quite well that some tasks, even if within his capability, must be delegated to others. This was the essence of sharing the spoils. As a prospective candidate for the fourth Hokage, he had to comprehend this principle, especially as it also served to cultivate his own support base. Lord Orochimaru, Might Guy has come again, Nara Shikaku said with a hint of exasperation. He still wishes to undertake a mission. Oh, Might Guy? Orochimaru nodded at the mention of the name. He was somewhat familiar with this individual, who was of a similar generation to his own, yet due to his lamentable talent, he could only pursue taijutsu. Normally, such a lack of aptitude would have sealed the fate of a ninja, but this man had never given up. Even while bearing the title of a genin and facing ridicule from countless others, he persevered with rigorous training each day, hoping for a significant improvement one day. Individuals like him, akin to Kakashi Hatake, commanded Orochimaru's respect, yet admiration could not alter the disparity of talent. What does he seek in undertaking a mission? He is merely a genin, Orochimaru inquired with a hint of amusement, genuinely intrigued. I inquired with others. He seeks to find his son, Nara Shikaku replied, contemplating before shrugging. His son has been on a mission for over half a year now, yet there has been no word. His son? Orochimaru tilted his head, pondering before finally smiling and asking, who is his son? Is he on the front lines? Nara Shikaku hesitated for a moment, but ultimately responded, it is Might Guy's son. Might Guy, who infiltrated enemy territory 6 months ago. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's words, Orochimaru involuntarily furrowed his brow. He had some recollection of the 6th squad, as he had specifically selected personnel for a mission concerning the Uchiha clan that had resulted in losses. He had not anticipated that Might Guy's son would be among them. Furthermore, the thought of the situation behind enemy lines now left Orochimaru feeling somewhat dissatisfied. In the realm of clandestine operations behind enemy lines, he has invested considerable resources over the past 6 months into various teams. Yet, the outcome thus far has yielded little in terms of tangible results. The primary objective of deploying these covert squads is to launch assaults on vital facilities of the Hidden Mist, particularly supply depots. The nature of the warfare conducted by the Hidden Mist necessitates reliance on maritime logistics, even amidst their fervent endeavors within the land of whirlpools. The maritime supply chain is laborious and time-consuming. Any disruption therein could precipitate significant shifts on the battlefield. While it may not entirely sap the morale of the Mist Shinobi, it would undoubtedly instill a sense of unease. They could intensify their efforts, ruthlessly depleting the resources of the land of whirlpools, yet desperation often provokes retaliation. Numerous resistance factions have already emerged among the civilians of the land of whirlpools. To date, Orochimaru has yet to witness the anticipated developments. Although he must concede that the Mist Shinobi appear to be contracting, indicating some turmoil at the rear, such disturbances do not alter the frontline dynamics. Is Lord Orochimaru concerned about the situation behind enemy lines? Nara Shikamaru, true to his lineage, discerned Orochimaru's apprehensions with a mere glance. Indeed, there is cause for concern. Orochimaru did not conceal his thoughts. He nodded and remarked, "The current conduct of the mist is exceedingly erratic, and we must contend with both the rock and cloud villages. Consequently, the most pressing issue for Konoha is a shortage of personnel. Engaging in multi-front warfare has nearly drained our resources. Were it not for the existing rivalries among the other villages, we would not have endured this far. Yet, even now, we are nearing our limits. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have dispatched covert teams to wreak havoc. Nor is it likely that Minato's team will execute surprise assaults on the Kanabi Bridge in the forthcoming battles in the Land of Grass against the Rock Village. In essence, Konoha is rapidly exhausting its available shinobi. Enough of these disheartening matters." Orochimaru shook his head and calmly stated, "Might Guy seeks to find his son. Let him proceed." Lord Orochimaru? Nara Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "Are you suggesting he should venture behind enemy lines? He is merely a genin. One must never underestimate any shinobi," Orochimaru replied, lightly licking his lips. "Moreover, our numbers are dwindling. Let him go." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Nara Shikamaru nodded in acquiescence before turning to depart. Orochimaru then rose and ambled to the window, gazing out at the brilliant sunlight, his eyes slightly unfocused. "It appears that Danzo's mission has been accomplished. Yet, young one, you have left me disappointed." In a small town within the dominion of the Hidden Mist in the Land of Whirlpools, a group of children joyfully chased each other down the street, their laughter ringing out, their faces aglow with delight. Even the adults observing their playful antics couldn't help but smile. "Be careful, don't hurt yourselves." Some adults involuntarily chuckled. Yet it was evident that they were genuinely pleased with the unfolding scene before them. It is worth noting that merely 6 months prior, their faces bore nothing but anger and sorrow. Half a year ago, when a group of self-proclaimed leaf ninjas arrived, everything in this place underwent a transformation. Initially, they were skeptical that these leaf ninjas could effectuate significant change, considering their numbers were so scant. However, as these individuals chose to remain in the small town, a remarkable shift began to occur. Under the leadership of a boy who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, yet commanded this cohort of ninjas, they began to assimilate refugees from other regions. They instructed these displaced individuals on weaponry, the importance of discretion, and how to create disturbances for the Mist Ninjas. Although the common folk understood that such training could not truly equip them to confront ninjas, the deep-seated hatred towards the Mist drove them to learn and train nonetheless. Soon, they discovered that their efforts bore fruit. During one of their hunting excursions, they unexpectedly spotted a Mist unit in the distance. Utilizing the knowledge they had acquired, they deduced the unit's trajectory and composition, promptly notifying the Leaf Ninjas while setting traps along the Mist's path. Ultimately, this small contingent of over 30 Mist Ninjas was ensnared and vanquished by their collective efforts. This victory ignited a profound sense of exhilaration within them, instilling immense confidence, as it felt akin to avenging themselves. With this triumph, Their hearts brimmed with gratitude and trust towards the Leaf Ninjas, prompting them to become even more diligent and proactive. Gradually, the population of the village swelled, and even the local resistance groups began to cautiously engage with them. This further bolstered their combat capabilities and heightened their confidence. Enough of the idle chatter. One of the adults, still observing the children at play, interjected. Today, we have training, for the sake of their smiles. We must strive even harder. Indeed, they recognized that their efforts were still insufficient and resolved to exert themselves further. Let us set forth and endeavor to collaborate with the Leaf Ninjas to expel these accursed invaders from our homeland. The civilians were ablaze with fervor. While within a house in this small town, Narashikawa found himself grappling with an array of pressing matters. Truth be told, he preferred executing combat missions over managing such responsibilities. However, he had not anticipated encountering a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and subsequently being captured. Even after his rescue, he found himself entangled in these very duties once more. Unfortunately, he felt compelled to comply, as among the many Leaf Ninjas in enemy territory, only a select few were capable of handling such critical tasks. Naturally, he was reluctant to entrust such vital matters to anyone else, so he resigned himself to the situation. As time progressed, he found himself grappling with profound regret. Initially, when the number of people was scarce, the information they needed to gather and the matters they had to address were relatively few. However, now, with resistance organizations continually seeking them out, alongside the captives they rescued based on their intelligence, and the Konoha ninjas intercepted mid-mission, their ranks had swelled significantly. In total, they numbered over 100. Although the majority were Chunin and Jinin, with only 2 or 3 Jonin, such a configuration was capable of launching a small-scale campaign. With so many individuals, it was impossible for them to remain crammed within the confines of such a tiny town. Uchiha Sō proposed a solution to disperse those capable among different locations. During a meeting of these Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Sō, as the commander behind enemy lines, spoke candidly. The Jonin present had been rescued themselves, and they speculated whether the orders originated from Orochimaru. Yet Uchiha Sō and his group chose not to reveal the truth. Given their effective management, the Jonin harbored no ambitions of usurpation. Initially, there was some apprehension regarding the proposal to disperse their ranks, but upon reflection, it appeared to be the most pragmatic approach. The small town had long surpassed its capacity, and remaining concentrated in one location contradicted their strategy against the Mist Ninjas. Therefore, training civilians elsewhere or accepting command from the resistance forces to train them indeed became a viable and sensible choice. After thorough discussion and deliberation, the over 100 ninjas were divided into several teams and dispatched to various locations. Nevertheless, their headquarters remained in this nameless town, with Uchiha Sō continuing as the overall commander, while Narashikawa and his associates stayed behind to manage local affairs. They were also grateful for the presence of some Inuzuka and Yamanaka ninjas among the rescued captives, which facilitated the transmission of intelligence through their insect and summoning techniques. Without such connections, maintaining contact after their separation would have proven exceedingly challenging. Are the documents compiled? Narashikawa inquired, glancing towards Uchiha Shizuka, who had completed her paperwork. After 6 months of recuperation and treatment, Uchiha Shizuka had nearly fully recovered. She was still astonished that she had survived. In the face of such dire circumstances, unwilling to let herself be remembered as the sibling who perished on the soil of the land of whirlpools, she had resolutely braced herself to intercept that deadly strike. Little did she anticipate being saved by another Uchiha, a prodigy of the clan, Uchiha Sō, who seldom engaged with his kin. Initially, Uchiha Shizuka had perceived him as aloof and proud. However, after a casual conversation with Shiranui, she realized that Uchiha Sō was not as he seemed. According to Shiranui, he was a man of great wisdom, kindness, and formidable strength. During her 6-month convalescence, she witnessed a remarkable transformation in this obscure town, which piqued her curiosity about the family's prodigy. Unfortunately, they had yet to meet. Her condition had not been favorable, and Uchiha Sō was exceedingly busy. Now that she had recovered, she yearned to engage in endeavors within her capabilities. Ultimately, she passed Narashikawa's assessment to arrive at this place. The matter has been addressed. This is a compilation of intelligence, along with information regarding training in other locations. Upon hearing Narashikawa's words, Uchiha Jing immediately responded while handing over the documents. But she couldn't resist asking, "Mr. Shikawa, Are we preparing to take action? That decision is beyond our purview. Not even the Jonin can determine it. As the commander here is Uchiha Sō, Narashikawa replied with a shrug, then proceeded to walk outside. However, as if struck by a thought, he paused to add, "But I must remind everyone to maintain their readiness. We have prepared extensively for such a long time, and if we delay further, our return may yield unsatisfactory results." With that, Narashikawa made his way toward the rear of the town, soon arriving at his destination. Just as he arrived, he observed two figures engaged in a fierce struggle in an open area. Their speed was astounding, and even Narashikawa could only perceive a blur of shadows. At that moment, Uchiha Sō was sparring with Uchiha Sō, their crimson eyes glowing intensely, moving with a velocity that dazzled the onlooker. More alarming was the fact that amidst such rapid combat, they executed swift evasive maneuvers while simultaneously devising ways to trouble one another. Any adversary facing them would find it nearly impossible to withstand such a relentless onslaught, even a typical Jonin. The clash of kunai echoed through the air, the metallic sound resonating continuously. Uchiha Sō's expression was one of utmost seriousness, for he knew that Uchiha Sō was indeed a formidable opponent. Although he could not activate his Mangekyo Sharingan during their practice, possessing those eyes as a foundation, enhanced by Uchiha's prowess, was unfathomable. This guy is getting faster. Uchiha Sō mused internally while engaged in battle. Over the past 6 months, he had lost count of how many times he had sparred with Sō, witnessing firsthand the evolution of his abilities. Sō's speed had increased significantly, not merely in terms of physical agility, but also in reaction time. Moreover, under such rapid conditions, the coordination of his body was continually improving. This realization rendered Uchiha Sō speechless, and as he contemplated, a thought suddenly struck him. Could this be the change brought about by the Mangekyo? Although he had yet to obtain the power of the Mangekyo, he remained uncertain of the transformations it might entail. However, he was acutely aware of one thing. The kaleidoscope not only bestows upon its wielder the most coveted power of the heart, but also induces certain transformations in their physical form. Uchiha Sō harbored deep suspicions that Sō's remarkable speed might indeed be a consequence of the kaleidoscope's peculiarities. After all, his growth was astoundingly rapid, and the palpable change in speed compelled one to speculate. Fortunately, his advancement was confined primarily to physical prowess and speed, with little enhancement in chakra, which offered Uchiha Sō a modicum of relief. Moreover, it was not just Sō who was experiencing such development. Uchiha Sō himself had undergone significant growth over the past 6 months. Despite the demands of managing a multitude of subordinates and the necessity of executing certain vital missions, he was acutely aware of what mattered most to him: strength. Without it, he found himself at a loss on how to confront the ravenous wolves of Konoha's upper echelons, how to face the impending slaughter, or how to contend with that scoundrel Uchiha Obito. Only by acquiring sufficient power could he face these challenges with composure. Fortunately, the rather dubious suggestion from Akame led him to Narashikawa, whose presence allowed Uchiha Sō to conserve considerable energy on administrative matters. One should not underestimate the need for governance even behind enemy lines. The mere creation of documents akin to the will of fire demanded substantial effort. Additionally, coordinating various ninjas to train civilians, collating and scrutinizing information brought back by them, and arranging an array of tasks were essential. The most cumbersome task of all was maintaining meticulous records of their operations behind enemy lines, as they had strictly deviated from Konoha's original mission directives. All of these responsibilities required diligent oversight, and Narashikawa managed them with commendable organization. Uchiha Sō merely needed to review the final documents and make decisions, granting him ample time for diverse training regimens, which he even integrated into practical combat scenarios. Consequently, he approached each mission with fervor, often accompanied by Uchiha Sō. Although Sō was 3 years his junior, nearing 11, he possessed the kaleidoscope. Even though he had just awakened his eyes, he could certainly exert himself in battle. At worst, it would merely deplete some of his ocular strength. With this ally at his side, Uchiha Sō felt emboldened to engage fully in combat. Through this endeavor, he experienced significant enhancement in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and, most crucially, the Sharingan during actual confrontations. He remained steadfast in his training, frequently sparring with Guy and Sō. His relentless efforts inspired those around him, and his proactive approach in each mission further solidified the recognition of his status among the rescued captives. Ding! Once again, a sharp sound resonated, but this time, Shiranui stumbled backward several steps before regaining his composure. His speed was continuously accelerating, yet his strength, akin to chakra, had not seen any significant enhancement. Perhaps it was a consequence of age, which had become a notable disadvantage for him. "Captain, I concede," Shiranui said with a smile directed towards Uchiha Sō. "You are merely too young. Had you been my age, your strength would not differ so greatly," Uchiha Sō replied, shaking his head and sheathing his weapon, adding with a hint of teasing, "Besides, you did not exert your full power, did you?" "Captain, Mr. Nara has arrived," Shiranui interjected, turning to glance at Nara Shikaku, who approached them. Uchiha Sō also turned his gaze, having sensed Shikaku's presence upon his arrival, but the sparring session had not yet concluded, so he refrained from halting. Now, however, he was curious about the matter at hand. "Captain Sō," Nara Shikaku said, hastening towards the pair as they paused. "I apologize for interrupting, but there are matters that require your attention." "Shikaku, there is no need for such formality," Uchiha Sō smiled, taking the documents from him. "Your efforts are commendable. Without your contributions, we would not have come this far." "You flatter me, Captain Sō. Without your leadership, this progress would not have been possible," Nara Shikaku replied graciously. After a round of mutual praise, Uchiha Sō began to scrutinize the documents, which detailed training conditions from various locations. There were also several pieces of verified intelligence gathered through diligent reconnaissance. He noted that Nara Shikaku had recorded numerous movements of the Mist Ninjas. From the patterns of these movements, it appeared that the Mist Ninjas had begun to escalate their offensive on the front lines. Upon reviewing this intelligence, Uchiha Sō grasped Shikaku's intent. It served as a reminder that 6 months had elapsed, and it was high time for action. They had delayed their mission to Konohagakure for half a year, and if this continued, the outcome of the war remained uncertain. "I understand," Uchiha Sō nodded, turning to Nara Shikaku with earnestness. "Indeed, the pressure on the front lines has intensified. We must fulfill our role." "Yes, Captain," Nara Shikaku exhaled in relief. Then added with a smile, "I will promptly notify the personnel at other outposts." With that, Nara Shikaku hurriedly departed, while Shiranui stepped closer. "Are we to commence?" Shiranui inquired softly. "Our war?" "Yes, it is time to begin," Uchiha Sō affirmed with a nod. "The moment has arrived." As soon as he spoke, a shimmering veil, visible only to him, flickered into existence within his gaze. The skill proficiency system has been activated. Chakra refinement technique, a level 4, 140,400. I technique Sharingan, a level 10, 970-1000. Taijutsu Uchiha style, B level 9, 300,900. Ninjutsu transformation technique, E level 5, 144,500. Ninjutsu body replacement technique, A level 3, 130,300. Ninjutsu body flicker technique, A level 5, 150,500. Ninjutsu fire release, Great Fireball technique, B level 1, 12,100. Ninjutsu fire release, Phoenix fire technique, B level 1, 11,100. Omitted. In the past 6 months, Uchiha Sō's growth has indeed exceeded his own expectations. His Sharingan has progressed from level 3 to level 10, and he is but a stone's throw away from reaching the next tier. Such a pace of advancement, while astonishing to Uchiha Sō, is ultimately quite reasonable upon reflection. After all, this progress has been earned at the cost of his very life. With Shirasui's unwavering support, he has engaged enemies head-on, activating his Sharingan to confront them with sheer physical skill. Against weaker foes, although the proficiency gained was modest, it was undeniably superior to the instantaneous takedown he could achieve with his body flicker technique. However, when faced with formidable adversaries, he often found himself in dire straits, frequently battered and bruised. Yet, it must be said that under such rigorous trials, the acceleration of his Sharingan's enhancement could only be described as frenzied. He can distinctly sense his increasing mastery over the Sharingan. Wielding its power has become increasingly effortless and lucid. He firmly believes that even without external assistance, he would still experience this progression, as the evolution of the Sharingan inherently demands continual practice. The distinction lies in one's potential and aptitude to facilitate the growth of their Sharingan. It's no wonder that Uchiha Madara, even when toying with weaker opponents, prefers to take his time, for even such encounters serve as a means of honing his own strength. Reflecting on Madara's resurrection from the reanimation jutsu, he could have effortlessly dispatched the allied shinobi forces in one fell swoop. Yet, he chose not to. Instead, he showcased a display of Uchiha-style taijutsu before all, revealing to the world what it truly means to dance. Initially, Uchiha Sō suspected that Madara was merely posturing, but now he thinks that this individual likely harbors intentions far beyond mere pretense. In addition to the remarkable enhancement of his Sharingan, his taijutsu has also seen significant advancement this time. Once merely a C-rank skill, it has now ascended to B rank, reaching an impressive level 9. A development that has filled him with joy. He now firmly believes that even when confronted with those two accursed mist shinobi from 6 months past, he could effortlessly dispatch them. However, he is still far from the level of Madara's elegant display. Although Madara lacks a system, Uchiha Sō can utilize his own advantages to make strides forward. In his perspective, Uchiha Madara's proficiency in ninjutsu was undoubtedly at least at the A rank, while his taijutsu likely reached an S rank or even higher. Uchiha Sō was acutely aware that to measure himself against such a godlike figure was somewhat presumptuous. However, as a person of stature, and more importantly, as a member of the Uchiha clan, failing to aspire to Uchiha Madara would be a grave oversight. Fortunately, he had always been a person of ambition. He pondered what actions might unfold from the hidden mist during this comprehensive operation. After finishing his training session, Uchiha Sō returned to his dwelling and tidied up, yet his mind was preoccupied with the potential outcomes of this grand endeavor. Although he was confident that his approach would yield favorable results, given that everything was progressing according to his plans, he still harbored concerns about how the actual confrontation would transpire, primarily due to their insufficient manpower. This lack of manpower did not pertain to ordinary civilians. They had nearly 10,000 trained soldiers at their disposal. The land of whirlpools was populated with refugees born out of war. And when Uchiha Sō and his companions arrived in this small town, all the passing refugees chose to stay, significantly boosting their population. Moreover, various resistance organizations were reaching out to them, and other villages and towns were also their targets, thereby increasing their ranks of minimally trained civilians. These individuals were carefully selected. Otherwise, when including the elderly, women, and children, their numbers would far exceed the current count. Nevertheless, no matter how many civilians they amassed, facing seasoned ninjas would likely yield devastating outcomes, especially since the training received by these civilians was rather limited. Uchiha Sō could hardly fathom the casualty rates they might suffer against a proper ninja unit. Thus, caution was paramount, and their tactics would have to rely predominantly on ambushes. With this thought, Uchiha Sō could not help but let out a soft sigh. Thankfully, their primary goal was to create diversions. If all else failed, they could always retreat into the mountains. Chia, when do you think this war will end? How should I know, Watanabe? But I believe it will be soon. Let us hope so. It has dragged on for far too long. You're just eager to wrap this up so you can return home and get married, right? On a narrow path in the forests of the land of whirlpools, a logistics team of several dozen was making its way to the front lines. Although they maintained a sufficient level of vigilance along the journey, they found themselves engaging in idle chatter during their leisure moments. After all, they were traversing territory controlled by the hidden mist, which was markedly different from the front lines. While they could potentially face attacks in this area, such assaults would likely be executed by resistance groups composed solely of civilians. Thus, the threat level was minimal in their eyes. They felt no need to be excessively anxious about the possibility of being ambushed by leaf ninjas, which could spell the end of their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they traversed the path, an unexpected sound sliced through the air from all directions, instantly prompting them to adopt a defensive stance. What was that? When they discerned the nature of the projectiles hurtling towards them, a mocking expression involuntarily crept onto their faces. They recognized that this assault was likely orchestrated by members of the resistance. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly drew their kunai, or ninja blades, and dispersed towards safety. Yet, the instant their formation broke, their expressions shifted dramatically, for they sensed a searing heat emanating around them. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Accompanied by the onslaught of a flaming dragon, their formation was irrevocably severed, and in that very moment, the sound of slicing air echoed once more above them. This time, the assailants were not mere branches, but rather a barrage of sharp kunai. Caution, it's the ninjas. In this instant, the previously indifferent mist ninjas regained their awareness. But it was already too late. Their formation had been fractured, rendering mutual support impossible. Moreover, due to their earlier negligence, their evasive maneuvers were poorly executed, leaving them ill-prepared to counter this wave of assault. In an instant, several unprepared mist ninjas were pierced by kunai, meeting their demise on the spot. At this moment, the surviving mist ninjas observed that a dense throng had encircled them, predominantly composed of civilians. Yet, leading the group were several ninjas clad in Konoha uniforms. On this day, such scenarios unfolded in multiple locations across the land of Whirlpool. Moreover, this trend began to escalate, with the Mist Village receiving various reports of losses day by day. Whether it was supply teams ambushed, rendering materials unable to reach the front lines, or routes to supply points being destroyed, causing delays in transport. These events left the Mist commanders with excruciating headaches. They had not been remiss in implementing measures. However, the effectiveness of these measures could hardly be deemed significant, if not utterly futile, since the moment Uchiha Sō issued his commands. Over 10,000 potential combatants among the populace had vacated their villages and sought refuge within the nearest resistance organization. Under the guidance and training of Konoha ninjas, these resistance groups dispersed their camps throughout the extensive jungles. Though this strategy inflicted considerable hardship, the experience of navigating the jungle was incomparable to that of residing in a small town. It also significantly mitigated the risk of the Mist Village capturing them all at once. Furthermore, the Konoha ninjas responsible for their respective battle zones adhered strictly to Uchiha Sō's directives established prior to the conflict. That is to say, unless absolutely necessary, they must avoid direct confrontation with the Mist. Instead, they were to employ a myriad of tactics to harass them. Under this strategic guidance, the Mist Village's ninjas found themselves in a particularly challenging predicament within this region. Grandiose retaliation was impractical. The Mist ninjas were already stretched thin, given the pressing demands on the front lines. Moreover, locating them is no simple feat. After all, the territory of the land of whirlpools is quite extensive, and who can fathom in which corner they might be hiding? However, to simply close our eyes and await demise while ignoring them is not an option, as there are daily reports of losses that gnaw at the teeth of the Mist ninjas. Yet, these Mist ninjas have not returned empty-handed. Although the various resistance groups have conducted themselves with remarkable caution, at the end of the day, they are merely ordinary individuals. The audacity of these civilians to resist to such an extent is truly astonishing. At the headquarters of the Mist Hidden Village in the land of whirlpools, Kazuki Yagura furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the report in his hands, revealing his current state of discontent. Though he appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, this was merely a product of his naturally youthful visage. At this juncture, he had not yet ascended to the position of the 4th Mizukage, but as a disciple of the 3rd Mizukage and a member of the Yagura clan, he was among the chosen few for special cultivation. This time, he served as the supreme commander of the land of whirlpools in this war. My lord Yagura, there appears to be the shadow of Konoha ninja behind this, ventured a middle-aged Mist ninja, seemingly intimidated by Yagura, yet mustering the courage to speak. I am well aware of Konoha's involvement. Without them, could these individuals have achieved such feats? Yagura scoffed, tossing the report onto the table. The crux of the matter lies in accomplishing all this in such a short span of time. That is no trivial matter. My lord Yagura, do you think these events could be connected to the recent attacks on the prisoner camps? Interjected another Mist ninja, unable to contain his curiosity. Over the past 6 months, the management of prisoners in the Mist had been fraught with issues, with numerous minor camps falling victim to assaults. While this may not be considered a significant problem in the grand scheme of war, it has nonetheless incurred casualties. Thus, the Mist ninjas had taken note of the situation. But the targets were too small, and with no tangible results, the matter eventually faded into obscurity. War inevitably brings death, and our investigations have shown that the enemy is simply too cunning for us to yield any results, Yagura mused. Yet, it appears that there may be some peculiarities in this instance. Attacks on prisoner camps? Yagura pondered for a moment before nodding. Perhaps there is indeed a connection. But this may prove advantageous, as it leaves us with some clues. With that, Yagura turned to retrieve a map, studying it intently as he spoke. While it is uncertain where these scattered resistance groups may be concealed, there must surely be a command structure coordinating them. I refuse to believe that the Konoha ninjas leading these resistance factions are operating independently. Such autonomy would lead to significant vulnerabilities, much like our own command of the army in battle. Thus, Our primary objective must be to locate this command center. Once we do, these resistance groups will once again devolve into mere rabble." As he spoke, he swiftly sketched on the map with a pen before tossing the document to a nearby mist ninja. The mist ninja took the map and opened it, quickly furrowing his brow as he observed several marked areas. "Search in these regions," Ichuan stated blandly, yet his demeanor appeared particularly frigid. Especially concerning were the villages and towns. Despite the considerable distance between their movements, it could not be ruled out that local civilians had provided them with information. This time, it would be prudent to dispatch individuals of formidable strength and ruthless disposition. On one hand, the enemy's command post would likely retain numerous ninjas, and on the other, any leaked information could lead to ambushes. Thus, I require individuals who are discerning and cognizant of their actions. "Understood, Lord Ichuan," the mist ninja replied, nodding earnestly. He felt no sense of wrongdoing, for who would care for the lives of mere civilians during wartime, especially when those civilians were not of their own nation? The hidden mist had long exploited the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, so many resistance organizations would not have emerged. Furthermore, for ninjas, intelligence is paramount. Revealing information that leads to the demise of one's own is decidedly impolite. "Lord Ichuan, currently Lord Rhea and Lord Biwa Shikizu are resting," the mist ninja suddenly recalled. "Rhea and Biwa Shikizu?" Ichuan pondered briefly before responding. "Very well. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen should suffice. However, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, let's send a small squad with them." "Understood, Lord Ichuan." The mist ninja nodded and prepared to leave to relay the message. "Wait." Ichuan stopped him just as he was about to depart. "Convey this information to Konoha. Let them be aware that there are individuals cultivating and training local civilians in the land of whirlpools." The mist ninja was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Yet he ultimately nodded. "Yes, Lord Ichuan." After uttering this, he turned and exited the command room, while Ichuan resumed his seat, an involuntary smile creeping upon his lips. Training civilians, what a fanciful notion. I cannot believe Konoha would issue such orders. Otherwise, they would not have simply watched us land and annihilate the Uzumaki clan. "Lord Orochimaru, it seems the offensive from the mist has recently slowed," Nara Shikajin quietly reported to Orochimaru within the Konoha camp in the land of whirlpools. This information was relayed from the frontline ninjas, and it was not limited to a single location. They were astonished to discover that the once ferocious offensive of the mist ninjas had inexplicably begun to wane. In fact, in some instances where the mist ninjas held the advantage, they inexplicably began to retreat, relinquishing territory they had previously occupied. While the details of these developments remained unclear, the news was undoubtedly favorable for all Konoha ninjas. Nara Rujin originally felt similarly, yet as he reported these matters, his brow involuntarily furrowed slightly. This was due to the unsettling news that had accompanied the situation, which he found particularly challenging to address. The Leaf Village Ninja had gathered and consolidated a significant number of civilians within the territory controlled by the Hidden Mist, and most crucially, they had also trained these civilians. While ordinary ninjas might not perceive any issue with this news, as evidenced by those Leaf Ninja currently engaged in combat, who even speculated on who could have orchestrated such a scenario, thereby creating considerable trouble for the Mist Ninjas, there were, of course, some who expressed concerns. Their apprehension stemmed from the potential for civilian involvement in the ninja wars to result in substantial casualties. The Leaf Village, being the embodiment of justice, naturally wished to avoid excessive harm to civilians. However, Nara Rujin's perspective differed significantly. As a member of the Nara clan, he was acutely aware of many underlying truths. He understood well how the Leaf viewed the Whirlpool country, or more accurately, how the third Hokage regarded it. "Isn't this good news?" Orochimaru inquired lightly, tapping his fingers on the table, a smile playing on his lips. Yet, Nara Rujin found himself in a quandary. Finally, he spoke in a hushed tone. "Lord Orochimaru, you must have caught wind of certain rumors regarding this audacious plan, have you not?" Orochimaru paused, and his smile faded as he replied softly, "Indeed, it is quite bold. Perhaps excessively so." Nara Rujin let out a slight sigh, hesitating before lowering his voice to nearly a whisper. "Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage of the Leaf is still the third Hokage, and those behind such actions in enemy territory are likely your agents. I fear this could impact you significantly, leading to unforeseen complications." At this point, Nara Rujin fell silent, while Orochimaru continued to rhythmically tap his fingers on the table. The rumors of the third Hokage's impending abdication had circulated for some time, but they had recently intensified. With such whispers and inclinations, it was only natural for opportunists to emerge. Orochimaru was well aware that Nara Rujin represented the Nara clan's investment in him. Moreover, he understood that similar figures would likely surround the other candidates. This was quite normal. After all, every Hokage candidate must establish their own inner circle upon assuming office. The current situation could be seen as a means of early networking. Once he ascended, his connections would likely extend beyond Nara Rujin to include the head of the Nara clan. At this juncture, Orochimaru harbored significant ambitions regarding the Hokage position, even as the war had exposed him to immense mortality, stirring thoughts within him. Yet, it was precisely due to the war that Danzo had yet to extend an invitation for him to join the route. Years ago, even though he had been introduced to the cells of the first Hokage and had injected them into an infant for experimental observation, he had not been afforded the opportunity for further manipulation or independent research since then. Thus, he remained cautious, not wholly resigned to fate, adopting an attitude of indifference. However, it must be said that his mentor's disregard for the lives of the common people in the land of whirlpools increasingly made him acutely aware of the fragility of life. For some ulterior motives, so many lives are overlooked, Orochimaru remarked lightly, tapping his fingers on the table. Orochimaru-sama. Before he could finish, Nara Shikamaru interrupted. Such words should not be uttered lightly. This is for the village. If you truly wish to effect change, Orochimaru should. Here, Nara Shikamaru gestured upward, his meaning unmistakable. Orochimaru smirked, reflecting that the Nara clan could be remarkably astute at times, yet somewhat lacking in wisdom at others. Nonetheless, he chose not to elaborate further and stated, "For now, do not report this to Konoha. Instead, dispatch a trustworthy team to establish contact with those individuals." Orochimaru-sama, do you intend to assist them? Nara Shikamaru hesitated before asking. At the very least, we need to ascertain what they have been up to, Orochimaru replied, his tone laden with significance. Moreover, we are still in a time of war. We must prioritize resolving the conflict first. Nara Shikamaru pondered this and then nodded earnestly. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. This way. Mado Dai glanced at the map in his hand, then rose and resumed running forward, appearing somewhat anxious. He had not anticipated that his son would undertake such a perilous mission, venturing into the mist-controlled territory for an assault. As a Konoha ninja executing such a critical task, he felt a swell of pride for Guy. Yet he was also acutely aware that Guy was his only son, his sole spiritual heir. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear the thought of his son's harm. He was determined to find him. Fortunately, his luck was favorable. Upon learning of his situation, Orochimaru-sama had granted him permission to act independently and enter the mist-controlled area. As he wandered through, he unexpectedly encountered a resistance organization from the land of whirlpools, which, to his astonishment, included Konoha ninjas. After a complicated process of verification, after all, he was quite renowned in Konoha as a perennial low-ranking ninja, specializing solely in taijutsu. He gained their trust. Through them, Mado Dai learned the approximate location of his son and hastened in that direction. Fortuitously, he encountered no significant obstacles along the way. As he drew closer to his goal, he could not suppress a surge of happiness. The members of the resistance had warned him more than once to be cautious on his journey, urging him not to be captured and, if necessary, to take his own life, for he possessed knowledge that should remain concealed. Might Guy was acutely aware of the significance and peril of this mission, having prepared thoroughly for it. However, he never anticipated that it would unfold so seamlessly. Just a little more effort. We are nearly there, he mused, unconsciously quickening his pace. Unbeknownst to him, a group of ninjas lingered in the shadows, keenly observing his every move. Can we truly rely on this fellow to lead us to the location? Asked Leia, arms crossed, his gaze cold as he watched Might Guy's retreating figure. I cannot say for certain, but having followed him for so long, and considering his apparent connections with the resistance, I believe he must possess some valuable information, replied Shizune, his tone equally frigid as he regarded the vanishing silhouette. Let us proceed. I wish to see what tricks this man has up his sleeve. Father, what are you doing here? Outside the unremarkable town, in the woods. Aki gazed incredulously at Might Guy, who bore an equally astonished expression alongside his companion, Shiranui Genma. Today was indeed their scheduled patrol, and though they longed to join the fray alongside the resistance against the mist ninjas, Their initial 8-man team had been retained. Thus, despite their intentions, they were unable to act upon them, remaining obedient to Uchiha Sō's commands. While on patrol, they had suddenly received word from the vigilant villagers, who informed them of a suspicious individual resembling a leaf ninja approaching. This revelation piqued their curiosity, prompting them to hasten their steps, only to discover that the figure before them was none other than Aki's father, Might Guy. At that moment, Might Guy looked upon his son with overwhelming excitement. After much effort, he had finally located him. "Of course, I have come to find you," Might Guy exclaimed, warmly clapping Aki on the shoulder. "I have been searching for Lord Orochimaru, hoping to ascertain your whereabouts. I never imagined you would be undertaking such a perilous task, and as fate would have it, Orochimaru assigned me the same mission, hence my arrival. Aki, let us strive together." Listening to his father, Aki fell momentarily silent, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Shiranui, Genma, discreetly distanced himself, subtly reaching for his tools, his demeanor growing increasingly vigilant. "Uncle Dai, may I pose a question?" he inquired softly. "How did you come to know of this place?" Aki was momentarily taken aback by Genma's inquiry, directing his gaze toward Might Guy. "The villagers informed me." Might Guy replied with a smile, though he recognized the need to adopt a more serious tone. "You two are indeed quite cautious. I had a similar experience when I first encountered them. However, I have verified my information through multiple sources, and it was the ninjas over there who directed me in your direction. Is that so?" Aki questioned, uncertainty lacing his voice, while Shiranui Genma's expression grew even more alert. "Uncle Dai, did you encounter any enemies on your way here?" The inquiry hung in the air. Enemies? Might Dai seemed to have picked up on the peculiar demeanor of Shiranui Genkan, yet he did not dwell on it. Of course, he recognized Shiranui Genkan. He was a companion of his son. However, there was another comrade named Ebisu, who was strangely absent. "Speaking of which, where's your other teammate, Ebisu?" "Never mind. I haven't encountered any foes. Perhaps fortune has favored me." Upon hearing Ebisu's name, both Akai and Genkan exchanged furtive glances, their vigilance heightened. The mere mention of that name solidified their suspicion that the individual before them was indeed Akai's father. Ebisu was not a widely known figure, nor were they, and it was unlikely that anyone would investigate their circumstances. Yet, given the significant upheaval they had caused in the Land of Waves, it was improbable that they had not faced any adversaries, perhaps only one. "Quite alert, aren't you, kid?" At that moment, a voice resonated around them, causing Shiranui Genkan, Akai, and the civilian patrol to visibly pale. Even the ever-smiling Might Dai's expression froze. Turning around, they beheld 7 or 8 ninjas clad in the garb of the hidden mist, perched on the trees, gazing down at them with an air of superiority. It appeared that this time, they had indeed made a discovery. Though uncertain whether it was a common resistance group or their command headquarters, it certainly vindicated the days spent tailing this fool. "Captain, here is the casualty report for this operation." Outside the town, Uchiha Sō stood languidly on the hillside, gazing into the distance, with Uchiha Shizune and Uchiha Sō stationed behind him. Compared to the quiet demeanor of Uchiha Sō, Uchiha Shizune was incessantly passing reports to Uchiha Sō, which was beginning to vex him. Narashikawa was perpetually swamped with matters, leaving some tasks to be delegated. Uchiha Shizune, not only competent, but also of the same clan as Uchiha Sō, was perfectly suited for the reporting duties. "Thank you for your hard work." Uchiha Sō accepted the documents with casual ease, though his true desire lay in training or undertaking missions. After all, his Sharingan was merely 30 proficiency points away from achieving the coveted Mangekyo. Yet, he understood that now was not the time for haste. As the saying goes, one must balance tension and relaxation, especially since the plan had only just commenced. He needed to concentrate on the crucial matters at hand. So many casualties? Flipping through the documents, Uchiha Sō began to read intently, only to quickly raise an eyebrow. The comprehensive assault plan had been in execution for a month now, and thus far, the results were promising. Although a mere band of low-ranking ninjas could hardly match a formal ninja force in direct confrontation, their familiarity with the terrain and advantage of prior preparation allowed them to effectively implement a hit-and-run strategy, inflicting considerable disruption upon the Mist Ninjas. At present, they have either destroyed or confiscated a considerable amount of supplies that were meant to be transported to the front lines by the Mist Ninja. This has compelled the Mist Ninja to augment the number of personnel responsible for defense and supply transport. who are either reassigned from the front lines or drawn from the reserves. Regardless, this has inevitably escalated their costs, and the loss of supplies has adversely affected the frontline troops to some extent. Conversely, the losses on the side of the Uchiha clan cannot be deemed insignificant either. While the ninja casualties are manageable, the civilians from the resistance organizations have not fared as well. They faced the same perils on the battlefield as the lower-ranked ninjas, likely falling victim to indiscriminate area of effect attacks, perhaps even faring worse than the lower-ranked ninjas. The cumulative injuries and fatalities among the resistance groups across various war zones have already reached several hundreds. This situation has left the Uchiha clan in a predicament. Engaging in battles while retreating has led to such dire circumstances, and should they encounter a large-scale sweep, it could result in widespread devastation. It appears imperative to enhance their training and to urge the local ninjas to exercise greater caution and vigilance. After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha clan leader finally spoke, while Uchiha Shizun immediately began to document his words. However, as she recorded, she discreetly observed Uchiha clan leader. Much like he was unfamiliar with her, her knowledge of him was limited to the notion of a family prodigy. Furthermore, the recruitment of the resistance organizations must not cease. More manpower is essential to effectively disrupt the supplies from the mist. Just then, as Uchiha clan leader was speaking, he abruptly halted, and beside him, Shiranui quickly rose to his feet. The town's alarm bells rang out, and in the distance, flames flickered and deafening explosions echoed, discernible even from their location. Is there an attack? Uchiha clan leader murmured, but just as he was about to investigate, Shiranui interjected. Captain, you take Shizun back. I will go check it out. Without waiting for Uchiha clan leader to refuse, he dashed forward. This action prompted Uchiha clan leader to shake his head slightly in disapproval. However, just as he intended to escort Uchiha Shizun away, a voice suddenly rang out. How unexpected. The commander here is merely a child like you. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha clan leader's expression shifted slightly, and he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He had not anticipated that trouble would arise immediately after Shirsui's departure. Now, he pondered how this group had located their hideout, and it appeared they had come with a clear intent. This led him to suspect whether a ninja from a certain war zone had fabricated reports, neglecting to mention any casualties among their ranks. Or perhaps, had there been a traitor in their midst? Uchiha clan leader contemplated this, yet his movements did not falter. He positioned Uchiha Shizun behind him and swept his gaze around. Soon, he spotted two figures perched atop a tree, arms crossed, gazing down at Uchiha clan leader and Uchiha Shizun with an air of superiority. Who are you? Uchiha Sō had recognized these two individuals at first glance, causing a subtle tremor within him. Uchiha Shizun also changed her expression, clearly having identified who they were. These two were none other than members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. One was the wielder of the lightning blade, Kurokiri Reiga, and the other was the user of the decapitating carving knife, Pipa Shizai, who had once served under Zabuza. Could it be that the 7 ninja swordsmen had arrived? The mere thought of this made Uchiha Sō's mind grow serious, especially with the battle that had erupted in the small town. This was undoubtedly bad news for him. Perhaps the only solace was that Uchiha Shiranui had already rushed over. Do not feign innocence. If you are unaware of our identities, then you hardly possess the qualifications to be this commander, Kurokiri Reiga remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Sō. Do not hold out hope for any rescue. Although the others accompanying us are inept, dealing with the civilians and the ninjas you have left here will certainly be well within our capabilities. Uchiha Sō paused momentarily at these words before thoughtfully responding. You truly are confident. Is this the customary demeanor of you mist ninjas? There is no need to extract information under the pretense of subtlety. At this moment, the previously silent Pipa Shizai scoffed and interjected, if you wish to know something, I can tell you directly. Consider it your last wish. Are the others also members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Uchiha Sō inquired, his expression turning grave after a moment of contemplation. No, Pipa Shizai shook his head. Do you truly believe you are worthy of having all 7 of us act in unison? Then it is manageable. Uchiha Sō breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. As long as the 7 ninja swordsmen were not all engaged together, there remained a chance for a turnaround in this ambush. Although he harbored some trepidation towards these 7 individuals, aware of their formidable prowess, he felt confident in his own ability to confront them. After all, he had not wasted the past 6 months, and with Shiranui, the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, by his side, he felt bolstered. Yet, such a confrontation should be confined to one or two adversaries, rather than facing all 7 at once. If they acted in concert, Shiranui might not be able to swiftly resolve his opponent and return to provide support. Enough of this idle chatter. Kurokuri Reiga observed Uchiha Sō's silence and, with an indifferent demeanor, drew a ninja blade. Though you are undoubtedly doomed, you have at least caused us some trouble. For someone like you, I extend my utmost respect. Leave your name behind. And how can you be so certain of my demise? Uchiha Sō inhaled deeply, placing his hands behind his back, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Unwilling to speak, Kurokuri Reiga paid no heed to Uchiha Sō's tone, as arcs of electricity began to dance from the lightning blade in his hand. Then go to the afterlife with your name. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Kurokuri Reiga surged forward, his speed breathtakingly swift, closing the distance to Uchiha Sō in an instant. Indeed, in that very moment, Uchiha Sō revealed a faint smile, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, with 3 black tomo swirling gently within. Such a lack of rationality. Alas, at that instant, Hichualeya suddenly sensed the impending danger. However, he had no time to close his eyes as a peculiar chakra surged directly towards his mind. Just as he was about to strike Uchiha Sō, a moment of fatal disorientation enveloped him. Uchiha Sō would not squander such an opportunity. He swiftly drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and without a moment's hesitation, aimed for Leia's neck. Yet, at that very moment, several kunai surged forth, completely obstructing Uchiha Sō's path of attack. Should he attempt to eliminate Hichualeya by force, those kunai would undoubtedly pierce him without hesitation. How troublesome. Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow slightly, adjusting the angle of the kunai in his hand, transitioning from an offensive stance to a defensive one. It was not that he was unwilling to forcibly dispatch Hichualeya, but his Sharingan had activated too hastily, and his Jinjutsu preparation was inadequate. Moreover, Hichualeya, as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, quickly regained his composure despite the sudden ambush. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sō would not let this opportunity slip away. He swiftly raised his left foot and delivered a fierce kick to the antagonist's abdomen. Bang! To his astonishment, Hichualeya blocked the blow with his arm, while his other hand wielded a ninja blade, striking fiercely at him. Yet Uchiha Sō granted him no opportunity. In an instant, his substitution technique activated silently. When he reappeared, he stood once again beside Uchiha Sō, leaving only a log in his previous position. Uchiha Pipa Shirzong leapt beside Hichualeya, exclaiming, "Such a young age and already possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan. Such talent is indeed rare. To receive the praise of a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen is perhaps an honor for me." Uchiha Sō, kunai held before his chest, spoke with a hint of regret. "However, if you refrain from intervening, my achievements could become even more illustrious." The cursed brat, Hichualeya, wore an exceedingly grim expression. During the moment he was ensnared by the Genjutsu of the Sharingan, he truly felt as if his demise was imminent. He was well aware of the power of the Sharingan, and now he finally understood why this young lad refrained from revealing his name. This fool, although foolish, must not be allowed to kill him for real. Pipa Shirzong unsheathed the decapitating sword hanging at his back, his tone growing cold. "Your actions are justifiable. A ninja must employ every means necessary for victory. However, we are also ninjas. Are you prepared, brat?" Hichualeya gritted his teeth and replied fiercely, simultaneously drawing another ninja blade. "The battle begins now. Be cautious and seize any opportunity to leave this place immediately." Uchiha Sō gazed intently at the 2 individuals before him, inhaling deeply before softly addressing Uchiha Seiji behind him. He was uncertain of how the situation would evolve once they engaged in earnest combat. To be frank, he could not even ascertain if he stood a chance against both of them simultaneously. These were not the previous 2 fog ninjas of undetermined rank. They were, in fact, 2 members of the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. "Captain Sō, it is you who should leave this place," Uchiha Seiji suddenly interjected with a grave tone, catching Uchiha Sō off guard. "You are the commander here. Everything revolves around you. While others may face peril, you cannot afford to fall." Enough with the futile words, Uchiha Sō retorted, rolling his eyes. Did she think he wished to remain? The truth was, escape was not an option. Nevertheless, deep down, Uchiha Sō was not entirely averse to staying, for his eyes were on the verge of surpassing their limits. As they spoke, Uchiha Sō noticed a thick mist gradually enveloping their surroundings. This fog was saturated with potent chakra, impairing his vision under its oppressive presence. Although he harbored a strong disdain for this technique, he had gradually acclimated to its existence over the years. Moreover, his constant confrontation with this technique had honed his perceptive abilities during his 3 years on the battlefield. While his system interface had yet to display any progress in his sensory skills, he felt that such advancements were not far off. "Prepare yourself," he commanded, as the chakra within him surged violently, amplifying his presence. "Once I have captured both of them, you must leave immediately and seek out Shiranui for support, understood?" No sooner had he spoken than his chakra erupted beneath him, propelling him forward in a swift lunge, his movements strikingly quick. The kunai in his hand sliced through the thick mist, thrusting fiercely ahead. Despite the shroud of fog, he sensed someone approaching, prompting him to act without hesitation. In such an environment, mere defense would only lead to missed opportunities. After all, he was not one to adopt a passive stance. Interesting. The mist parted slightly as the wind generated by his kunai revealed the slightly astonished face of Uchiha Sō. However, Uchiha Sō was a seasoned expert. He sidestepped swiftly, evading Uchiha Sō's thrust, and took the opportunity to deliver an elbow strike. Uchiha Sō quickly pivoted on his feet, dodging the blow. While his kunai spun rapidly in his hand, he then launched another strike towards Uchiha Sō at an unusual angle. Yet, Uchiha Sō's reflexes were equally sharp. The mist was his domain, allowing him to evade the kunai's reach and retaliate with a fierce swing of his decapitating sword toward Uchiha Sō. At that moment, Uchiha Sō couldn't help but smile, having uncovered an intriguing revelation. After deftly evading the lethal blade of the beheading sword, he leapt backward and mockingly inquired, "With your head bowed so low, how do you intend to engage me? The Sharingan is a formidable force. I am not devoid of intellect, so save your energy. Rather than engage in pointless banter here, perhaps you should ponder any final words you have yet to express." Uchiha Sō paid no heed to Uchiha Sō's derision, coolly responding as he redirected his blade toward Uchiha Sō once more. Observing this, Uchiha Sō refrained from further dialogue, though a faint sigh escaped him. The advantages conferred by the Sharingan were indisputable. However, in the current scenario, it was evident that the edge provided by the Sharingan had been neutralized. His opponent dared not meet his gaze, and within the heavy fog, his own line of sight was severely restricted. Suddenly, as Uchiha Sō cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he sensed a terrifying rumble of thunder behind him. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sō swiftly maneuvered around, altering his trajectory to strike at Uchiha Sō's flank. Uchiha Sō raised an eyebrow and quickly retreated, for he would never recklessly absorb an enemy's assault without necessity. Such an action would be neither prudent nor advantageous. Yet, just as he evaded, Uchiha Sō's ninja blade transitioned seamlessly into another strike, the terrifying edge slicing toward him and blocking his retreat. "Damn it!" Uchiha Sō cursed under his breath. In the next instant, he activated the body flicker technique, just as the thunderbolt crashed violently into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar. The fearsome thunder shattered the earth, sending countless shards of rock hurtling in all directions. Countless trees were pierced by the debris, with many being cleaved in half. As Uchiha Sō landed from the body flicker technique, he had created a considerable distance, yet he soon sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching from behind. Clink! Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his kunai backward, intercepting the strange ninja sword mere centimeters from him. "Impressive, little brat," Black Ho-Rhea sneered coldly. However, this time he had learned his lesson and avoided making eye contact with Uchiha Sō. Yet, a manic grin spread across his face. "I wonder if you can withstand the thunder." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sō's expression shifted, but Black Ho-Rhea's ninja blade erupted with violent arcs of electricity. Lightning release, Thunderblade. The fierce lightning enveloped both him and Uchiha Sō entirely, yet the madness in Black Ho-Rhea's eyes only intensified. Having wielded lightning release for years, he was unfazed by the electric onslaught. He could hardly believe that the young man before him could withstand such power. Bang! However, his expression soon hardened, for as a plume of smoke billowed from Uchiha Sō, only a shattered boulder remained on the ground. Body replacement technique. How could it be so swift? Moreover, Shiranui swiftly turned to glance behind him, where he beheld Uchiha Sō perched upon a fragment of stone, gradually catching his breath. How is it possible that his substitution technique could be executed from such a distance? This perplexing phenomenon left Shiranui bewildered. The substitution technique, being one of the fundamental skills among ninjas, is universally understood, yet the level demonstrated by Uchiha Zongjing transcended Haishu Lia's comprehension. It was indeed the first time he witnessed someone employing the technique, akin to a mere illusion, to such an extraordinary extent. Uchiha Zongjing, oblivious to Haishu Lia's contemplations, found himself in a dire predicament. His speed was commendable, yet the cursed lightning had already struck him, leaving him with a sensation of numbness enveloping his body. Such a circumstance in battle was undeniably lethal. "I've got you now, brat." At that moment, Pai Pa Shirzong suddenly materialized within his line of sight, brandishing a beheading sword and accelerating towards Uchiha Zongjing with fierce intent. "Die, brat." Not far away, Haishu Lia also surged into action, the ninja blade in his hand crackling with arcs of electricity as he lunged toward Uchiha Zongjing. Witnessing this, Uchiha Zongjing inhaled deeply, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He then plunged a kunai into his left arm with great force. Whether pain could alleviate the numbness was uncertain, yet it served a psychological purpose, a reminder to himself that he must fight with all his might. As blood flowed from his left arm, Uchiha Zongjing's eyes appeared to glow an even deeper crimson. Just as the two assailants were about to reach him, he activated his technique. Faced with such an extreme situation, Uchiha Zongjing chose to strike first. Whether the pain was genuinely effective or merely a psychological effect, he seemed able to disregard the numbing sensation wrought by the lightning. His eyes, now a vivid red, with 3 tomo rapidly spinning, he charged directly towards Haishu Lia in a fierce thrust. This was not born of disdain for Haishu Lia. Rather, the mist ninja adept in lightning techniques posed a greater threat to him. Yet, in the world of ninjas, intelligence is paramount. Unlike in the original narrative where Pai Pa Shirzong was swiftly defeated by the 4th Mizukage, Uchiha Zongjing possessed pertinent knowledge about Haishu Lia's combat style and strengths. Childish, Haishu Lia noted Uchiha Zongjing's reaction, which only exacerbated his already foul mood. Both combatants were now engaged, and the fact that this individual dared to turn and charge at him indicated a profound disregard, having narrowly escaped death due to the Sharingan's illusion. Haishu Lia harbored deep resentment towards Uchiha Zongjing, now reaching an apex of loathing for this impudent youth. He pivoted his ninja blade. One held defensively while the other was aimed directly at Uchiha Zongjing's heart. Humph. The actions of the Black Hoe Thunder Fong were meticulously observed by Uchiha Zong. With a cold snort, he executed 3 astonishingly bizarre evasive maneuvers mid-launch. Such deftness allowed him to evade the ninja blade thrusting towards him while simultaneously creating enough space to dodge an attack from Pai Pa Shirzong behind him, thrusting his kunai fiercely towards Black Hoe Thunder Fong's chest. This remarkable coordination left both Black Hoe Thunder Fong and Pai Pa Shirzong raising their eyebrows in astonishment at the sight of such agility. They did not believe they could replicate such movements. It was entirely a matter of innate physical talent. Observing this physical prowess, coupled with the mesmerizing 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes, and the fact that this young man could potentially pose significant trouble for the Mist Village, they realized he was not someone they could afford to let escape. Die. Black Hoe Thunder Fong's expression darkened, showing no intention of retreat. Instead, he twisted his waist to evade a fatal strike and, with fierce determination, drove his ninja sword toward Uchiha Zong. With a sharp sound, Uchiha Zong's kunai sliced through Black Hoe Thunder Fong's body, leaving a gash in his left rib, blood splattering in the wake of the kunai. However, Uchiha Zong was not unscathed. At the crucial moment, he managed to twist his body once more. Yet, Black Hoe Thunder Fong's retaliatory strike was ferocious, propelled by a surge of electricity and his immense strength, creating a gale that raked across Uchiha Zong's chest. This left a crimson mark on his torso, the pain sending shockwaves through his brain. Simultaneously, Pai Pa Shirzong appeared above him, wielding a decapitating sword and descending forcefully toward his crown, his technique both ruthless and practiced. Though Black Hoe Thunder Fong was in agony from the kunai wound, he gritted his teeth and coordinated with Pai Pa Shirzong, retreating slightly before delivering a swift kick aimed at Uchiha Zong. Damn it! Uchiha Zong cursed inwardly, bracing his left elbow against the incoming leg. With a powerful stomp of both feet against the ground, he erupted with chakra, propelling himself rapidly backward. In an instant, the 3 figures intertwined and then separated, sending a spray of blood into the air. As he landed, Uchiha Zong felt a sharp movement in his left shoulder blood streaming forth. A searing pain coursing through his nerves, indicating his injury was grave. Having already wounded himself, the blow from Pai Pa Shirzong exacerbated his condition, leaving his expression grim. He could ascertain that he had struck bone. Although he could endure the pain, it was an undeniable fact that his speed, strength, and reflexes would be affected. Yet, he could take pride in the results of his training over the past 6 months. He had proven capable of achieving lethal results without relying on the element of surprise from the body flicker technique. Relying instead on his physical prowess and Sharingan to confront 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen amidst the dense fog. Such prowess, even within the confines of Konoha, is undeniably impressive. If one were to factor in age, there would likely be few who could rival him. Yet, this is insufficient, far from adequate. In fact, at least, from his perspective, such intensity still falls significantly short. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Lightning release, lightning sphere. Hwaleya and Pai Pa Shirzong were evidently attuned to the situation concerning Uchiha Sō, and without a moment's pause, they rapidly formed hand seals to launch yet another assault against him. The complexity of this battle was somewhat unexpected. Had it not been for their lingering pride as ninjas, they would have attacked Uchiha Sō, and he would now be a lifeless corpse. Of course, they harbored intentions of swiftly eliminating Uchiha Sō, but now they found themselves at a disadvantage, realizing that confronting him alone might prove daunting. In the face of these 2 jutsu, Uchiha Sō gritted his teeth, his spirit and focus reaching an unparalleled height at that moment, while the 3 tomo in his Sharingan began to whirl rapidly. Suddenly, he could sense the rhythm of his heartbeat, the flow of his blood, the pulsing of his veins, even the varying depths of his wounds, discerning which movements would least affect his injuries. Not only that, but he could also perceive the weaknesses of the 2 techniques rushing towards him. This sensation was truly extraordinary, and Uchiha Sō couldn't help but murmur to himself, as everything around him seemed to slow down. However, he soon found himself frowning involuntarily, for he could clearly sense that this transformation had not yet reached its pinnacle. An invisible wall stood in his way. This wall was remarkably solid, seemingly obstructing any path for Uchiha Sō to continue his metamorphosis, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time for such reflections. He still had a battle to continue. With renewed focus, he gazed at the approaching ninjutsu, and his expression suddenly turned fierce. "Huh," he bellowed, as the kunai in his grasp radiated a brilliant azure light. Guided by his resolve, the kunai sliced fiercely towards the water dragon charging at him. In an instant, the kunai pierced the water dragon at its most vulnerable point, and he propelled himself forward, deftly dodging the lightning sphere behind him while cleaving the water dragon in 2 with his kunai. Having accomplished this, he leapt forward once more, evading the puddles on the ground, where thunder and water mingled spectacularly. Pai Pa Shirzong and Hwaleya pursued him relentlessly, determined not to squander this opportunity. Yet, as they chased him, they sensed that this Uchiha boy seemed to exude an altered aura. Faster, faster. Uchiha Sō hurried towards the center of the town, her heart racing with urgency. Uchiha Sō was formidable, a fact that Uchiha Sō would never dispute. Regardless of whether Uchiha Sō is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan or the formidable prowess he has demonstrated over the past 6 months, Uchiha Shizuka has keenly observed it all. Yet, no matter how remarkable Uchiha Sō may be, she truly doubts his ability to contend with 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These are the elite of the mist, fearsome beings who have slaughtered countless jonin in battle. If it were anyone else, Uchiha Shizuka might feel a pang of anxiety, but now, it is Uchiha Sō who finds himself in such perilous circumstances. Over these past 6 months, she has witnessed a once lifeless little village gradually transform into a vibrant and spirited community, brimming with a spirit of resistance. She has seen the common folk, initially powerless against the mist, gradually muster the courage to seek vengeance, to create trouble for the mist ninjas. Such a transformation is not something everyone can achieve. Indeed, prior to this, no one had dared to attempt such feats as he has. To Uchiha Shizuka, Uchiha Sō represents the backbone of their group. Although he often delegates troublesome tasks to others, this does not diminish his significance in their midst. Moreover, Uchiha Sō consistently leads by example, personally spearheading many challenging missions, inspiring confidence in everyone. He simply cannot afford to falter, absolutely not. With this thought, Uchiha Shizuka instinctively quickened her pace. She would have preferred to confront those two adversaries in Zong's stead. Even as she departed, she endeavored to lure one of the enemies to follow her. At least this way, the pressure on Uchiha Sō could be alleviated somewhat. Unfortunately, the two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen paid her no heed. Their focus solely on Uchiha Sō. Shizuka, what brings you here? Upon reaching the center of the village, Uchiha Shizuka encountered Uchiha Sō. It was then she noticed the devastation within the village. Injured civilians lay scattered about, and many had tragically perished. However, she had no time to dwell on this. She immediately called out, "Sō, hurry! Captain Sō is in danger, we must go." Upon seeing Uchiha Shizuka, an ominous thought crossed Uchiha Sō's mind. And upon hearing her words, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the distance, prompting the other ninjas who were clearing the battlefield to follow suit, their faces equally pale. Uchiha Sō was crucial to the entirety of their operations behind enemy lines. Without a second thought for their own injuries, they surged forward alongside Sō. Their speed was remarkable, and before long, they arrived at a location where flames intertwined with thick mist. However, as they navigated through the fog, they found Sō standing there, seemingly in a daze. Before they could inquire, they caught sight of a figure standing quietly amidst the smoke and flames. The aura emanating from this figure enveloped them all in a bone-chilling cold. The incessant clang of metal resonated in the air, a testament to the prolonged battle they had endured, leaving all 3 of them with numerous wounds. Yet, amidst this arduous conflict, Uchiha Sō found himself in a state of profound contradiction. The struggle against these 2 adversaries exacerbated his injuries, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Paradoxically, however, he also sensed a growing mastery over his body, an increasing harmony within his physical form. Particularly his eyes, he felt an escalating proficiency in their usage. In this process of skillful evolution, even if he could not breach the invisible barrier before him, he was nonetheless refining his abilities at this stage. However, this could not continue. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Sō's gaze grew increasingly perilous. He owed a debt of gratitude to his relentless mentor, his father, who had forged the tenacity within him. Otherwise, he would have preferred to wait for Sō rather than strive to attain those 30 skill points and confront these 2 foes himself. Water release, water dragon bullet. Pai Pa Shizong's figure gradually melded into the mist, and in the next moment, a surge of chakra erupted, manifesting as a roaring water dragon hurtling towards Uchiha Sō. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Sō reacted with remarkable swiftness, forming hand seals as a colossal fireball erupted from his hands. The fireball collided with the water dragon midair, unleashing a tremendous wave of heat and steam that further obscured the already fog-laden battlefield. Uchiha Sō dared not linger. He leaped away towards another location. Having restrained his movements as best he could, yet his injuries still protested against his actions. Swish, swish, swish. However, Pai Pa Shizong and his companions were acutely aware of Uchiha Sō's predicament, offering no quarter. The instant Uchiha Sō hesitated, a cacophony of metal slicing through the air erupted from the mist. Without a moment's thought, he drew his kunai to deflect the projectiles aimed at him, only to realize with a start that Pai Pa Shizong had silently appeared at his side. Die! Pai Pa Shizong bellowed, swinging his blade ferociously towards Uchiha Sō. Faced with the razor's edge mere inches away, he pivoted to evade the strike. A grimace crossed his features, a blend of pain and resoluteness, as he thrust his kunai viciously towards Pai Pa Shizong's throat. Though Pai Pa Shizong maintained a semblance of calm, anxiety gnawed at him. The absence of the mist shinobi who had accompanied them signified troubling circumstances, and the tenacity of this young opponent exceeded his expectations by far. Due to the power of the Sharingan, he dared not meet its gaze, resulting in complications during their battle, which in turn diminished the effectiveness of the hidden mist technique. Moreover, whether in physical combat or ninjutsu, this young boy's prowess was truly formidable, rendering even the combined efforts of him and Kurokuri Raya insufficient to subdue him. Fortunately, the boy was still quite young, and his body could not withstand injuries like theirs. It appears you have reached your limit. Your movements have slowed. Ichigata Shizo scoffed, swiftly positioning his right-hand ninja blade defensively across his chest. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, young one. At that moment, Kurokuri Raya, who had been concealed within the dense fog, made his move. Arcs of electricity crackled fiercely atop his ninja blade. Growing increasingly azure and pure as he swung it down towards Uchiha Zong's back. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Zong instinctively prepared to employ either the body replacement technique or the body flicker technique to evade, but his expression shifted dramatically the next instant. This is bad. Uchiha Zong's face darkened. Perhaps the prolonged battle had taken its toll, and his injuries were becoming more severe. This caused a noticeable delay in his chakra flow. A delay that was manageable under normal circumstances, but at this moment, he realized he was in grave trouble. Although he had anticipated the battle would be exceptionally arduous from the outset, after all, he was not contending with mere fodder, but rather the elite among the elite of the hidden mist. Achieving this level of performance was a source of pride for anyone, yet for him, it was still far from sufficient. I will not fall here. As the ninja blade drew ever closer, Uchiha Zong forcefully unleashed his chakra. Simultaneously, he drew a kunai from his left hand and thrust it desperately towards the lurking Kurokuri Rhea behind him. To harm him, a hefty price must be paid. Yet at that very moment, the three tomo in his eyes began to spin ever faster, and a stream of information quietly manifested within his gaze. In an instant, the metallic sound of flesh being severed erupted as the silhouettes of the three briefly intertwined, blood scattering in the air. Upon opening his eyes, the surroundings gradually shifted from a blur to clarity. Gazing upon the familiar wooden roof, Uchiha Zong recognized it as his own room. He gently shifted his body. The soreness still quite pronounced, though the intense pain in his left shoulder had subsided. He could ascertain that his injuries had largely healed, with only a slight fatigue lingering in his spirit. However, he felt a discomforting pressure in his eyes, yet he was reassured that this was a normal occurrence. Roughly estimating, given his current state and recovery, he surmised he had likely been unconscious for a day or two. "Zong-senpai, you are awake?" At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Uchiha Zong lifted his gaze to see Shiranui standing beside the edge of his bed. Shiranui appeared both surprised and somewhat remorseful, and it was evident that he seemed a bit weary. Observing his demeanor, one could surmise that Uchiha Zong had been vigilantly waiting for an extended period, perhaps since Uchiha Jishui had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Ah, he has awakened." Uchiha Zong gently nodded, enduring the discomfort throughout his body as he sat upright. "I apologize, senior." Uchiha Jishui spoke with a hint of shame. "I should not have abandoned you without notice. Who could have anticipated such a situation? Moreover, your decision was not erroneous." Uchiha Zong interjected, shaking his head, "Yet we have more pressing matters to investigate." He chose not to dwell on this issue further, fully aware that such ruminations would yield no fruitful outcome. The small town had been besieged, filled with countless innocent civilians. Even Uchiha Zong would have opted to safeguard them. Although their motivations diverged, Uchiha Zong believed that protecting the common folk would validate his capabilities and attract more individuals to their cause. Ultimately, the end result remained unchanged, thus, why linger on it? Furthermore, while Uchiha Zong had endured considerable hardship, he had also gained invaluable insights from this ordeal. "Captain, this matter has already been investigated." Jishui, cognizant of Uchiha Zong's implications, promptly responded, though his expression bore an air of perplexity. According to the findings, it was the Leaf Village's genin, Mike Guy, who had received a mission to infiltrate the Hidden Mist's controlled territory. Upon encountering members of other resistance factions, he acquired intelligence that led him to this location. Yet, his counter-surveillance awareness was rather lackluster, resulting in his failure to detect that he was being followed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zong's countenance shifted to one of curiosity, and he soon shook his head, continuing his inquiry. "What about those mist ninjas? Why did members of the 7 ninja swordsmen appear?" Through the interrogation of the surviving captives, we have learned that this was an operation initiated by the Hidden Mist against us. Jishui sighed softly, elaborating further, "Our operations were progressing well, prompting them to launch a decapitation mission. They delineated specific areas for their search." As he spoke, Uchiha Jishui struggled to continue, while Uchiha Zong felt somewhat at a loss for words. In truth, he had pondered a singular question since infiltrating enemy territory 6 months prior, when had Mike Guy entered. Although he had substituted for Ebisu and significantly altered the dynamics within the entire enemy-controlled zone, he had remained cautiously vigilant, and indeed, the anticipated event had transpired. While not the most perilous 7 individuals converged simultaneously, the level of danger was undoubtedly the most severe Uchiha Zong had encountered in his years in the land of whirlpools. He had even prepared himself for a desperate one-for-one exchange. "Senior Zong, may I pose a personal question?" Uchiha Sō suddenly lowered his voice, speaking discreetly. I know what you wish to inquire. A smile graced Uchiha Sō's lips as he slowly closed his eyes. You wish to discuss the matter of my eyes, particularly. My eyes. As the words fell, Uchiha Sō slowly opened his eyes. Once the three figures interwove and dispersed, he found himself crouched not far from a shattered stone. Gasping for breath, a deep gash marred his chest, mirrored by a similar wound on his back, blood oozing incessantly from the injuries. At that moment, he felt a tumult within, the excruciating pain compounded by the loss of blood rendering his consciousness hazy. It was then that he truly sensed how perilously close he was to death. Despite his body trembling slightly, his expression bore an unusual intensity. Just a moment ago, he had perceived information manifesting within his eye sockets. Yet, in the heat of battle, he had no time to investigate. A moment's distraction in this life-or-death struggle could cost him everything. To his astonishment, as he watched the kunai and ninja blade descend upon him, an inexplicable power erupted from his eyes. This force originated from behind the wall, and it was this very power that saved his life. This scene instantly reminded him of one person, Uchiha Obito. In the aftermath of the relentless boulders crashing down, Obito had inadvertently activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, sparing him from an immediate demise and granting Uchiha Madara the opportunity to rescue him. He noticed the astonishment on the faces of Kurazaku Raya and Piwa Shizo not far away, but he had little inclination to concern himself with them at that moment. With a rare chance to catch his breath, he remained vigilant of their movements while swiftly accessing his status panel. Sharingan technique gained 30 experience. Uchiha style Taijutsu gained 100 experience. Sharingan, a level 10, max, upgradable. Uchiha style Taijutsu, B level 9, for 100-900. Seeing this, Uchiha Sō's heart surged with excitement. He truly had no idea how long he had awaited this moment. War is brutally unforgiving. Although he preferred the quiet path of training, a far more reliable method, it must be admitted that the trials of the battlefield offer the swiftest ascension. After 3 years of relentless effort, especially the frenzied struggles of the past 6 months, he had finally arrived at this moment of fruition. Kid, you are indeed peculiar. Came Piwa Shizo's voice once more through the thick fog. You've pushed us to the point of believing we've struck you. Such a feat is truly rare. But this is where your journey ends. Kurazaku Raya's voice echoed ominously through the mist. You have performed admirably to force us into this corner. But can you endure what comes next? Both Piwa Shizo and Kurazaku Raya had sustained injuries in this battle, yet they were adults, and it was 2 against 1. Though it might be somewhat embarrassing, the essence of a ninja is to employ every means necessary for victory. Nevertheless, they remained exceedingly cautious. For Uchiha Sō had left an indelible impression upon them. Regardless of the circumstances, Uchiha Sō now stood at the very brink of his limits. We shall grant you a worthy funeral, little ghost. Such a genius as you is indeed rare, yet today must inevitably lead to a conclusion. The voices of the 2 individuals echoed back and forth amidst the dense fog, while Uchiha Sō bowed his head, his body trembling slightly, seemingly on the brink of surrender. However, having learned from past experiences, these 2 dared not underestimate the young boy before them. They lingered in the mist, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, at that very instant, they were suddenly struck by the profound transformation in the boy's presence. A chilling aura of destructive chakra began to emanate from him, suffocating in its intensity. In that moment, Uchiha Sō, who had kept his head lowered, slowly lifted it, his tightly shut eyes gradually opening. What do you intend to do against us? In his blood-red eyes, each bore a triangular symbol resembling a maple leaf, slowly rotating. Uchiha Sō gazed silently at Uchiha Sō's crimson Sharingan, momentarily lost in thought. Having awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan 6 months prior, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power that these eyes possessed. Although he had never directly employed this power, he was intimately familiar with the abilities and transformations it bestowed upon him. Yet, he was profoundly curious about when Uchiha Sō had acquired these eyes, and whether he possessed a deeper understanding of their capabilities. For, despite having these eyes, his own comprehension of them was strikingly limited. Normally, had it not been for Uchiha Sō's inexplicable intervention, Uchiha Shizen would have long since perished, and Sō would have returned to the Leaf Village unscathed. Upon his return, he would have undoubtedly shared the changes in his eyes with his clan, thereby gaining more relevant information. However, the current circumstances deviated from the norm, He was utterly oblivious to the true nature of his eyes, even astonished that the three Tomo were not the pinnacle of the Sharingan's potential. Now, witnessing Uchiha Sō's eyes, he felt a kinship, igniting a fervent thirst for knowledge within him. Yet, uncertainty regarding when Uchiha Sō had obtained these eyes left him momentarily at a loss for words. What troubles you? You appear to be filled with questions. Observing Shisui's conflicted expression, Uchiha Sō gradually closed his mangekyo and curiously inquired, "Captain, have you ever sought to understand these eyes?" Shisui pondered briefly before inevitably posing the question. Understand? In an instant, Uchiha Sō comprehended Shisui's intent. His knowledge of these eyes surpassed mere understanding. In terms of theoretical knowledge, even Uchiha Madara might not rival his wealth of information. The stringent conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan are unimaginable. It requires not only exceptional talent, but also an intense mental stimulus that is almost unbearable. Frankly, had it not been for the proficiency granted by the system, he doubted he would ever be able to awaken these eyes. He inherently struggles to connect with his peers. A mature soul finds it exceedingly difficult to engage and make believe with a group of children. Even when feigning interest, it is nearly impossible to cultivate any genuine emotions or bonds. His family dynamic, particularly with his father who adheres to the traditional educational methods of the Uchiha clan, is decidedly harmonious. However, it is not that the Uchiha clan harbors no feelings. After all, the gratitude for years of nurturing cannot be overlooked. Yet, he is acutely aware of one truth. Knowing precisely how to act and deliberately doing so pales in comparison to the impact of subconscious actions. He cannot believe that the Uchiha clan has never conducted similar experiments, especially considering the power of the Sharingan. Nonetheless, the result has rendered these eyes nearly a taboo within the family, as ordinary clan members remain oblivious to their existence. This indirectly suggests that such experiments have invariably failed. However, Uchiha Sō does not intend to elaborate on these topics with Shisui, as his father has never broached similar discussions with him, and he wishes to avoid exposing himself. Still, a word of caution is warranted. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Sō spoke. The clan has never spoken of these eyes, and to understand them, you must inquire within the family. However, I must caution you on one point. Please, go on, Shisui responded, nodding earnestly, his demeanor growing serious. It is imperative that you do not disclose your possession of these eyes to others, Uchiha Sō whispered. You are aware of the power these eyes bestow upon you, and they can grant you unique abilities. Should they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, at this juncture, Uchiha Sō chose to halt the discussion, deeming it prudent to tread lightly on such topics. If all goes as expected, he believes Shisui's ocular technique remains the Kotoamatsukami. He is well aware of the insidious nature of Kotoamatsukami and must exercise caution against its influence. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui is a person of principle, placing both the village and clan on equal footing. Even in extreme situations, he intends to seek permission before employing Kotoamatsukami on certain individuals. It is precisely for this reason that he wishes to impart a seed of wisdom to Shisui, urging him not to foolishly disclose his possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan and its capabilities to the higher-ups in Konoha. Such an act would not foster mutual trust, but rather invite peril. Once the upper echelons of Konoha become aware of his abilities, would they not consider the possibility of him using them against them? Thus, Uchiha Sō has long believed that the Shisui depicted in the original narrative is rather naive. I understand, Senior Sō, Shisui replied, nodding with utmost seriousness. I trust your judgment, for you have never erred. Uchiha Sō, taken aback by Shisui's unwavering trust, found himself at a loss for words. However, this trust is indeed a positive development, although he has yet to formulate a concrete plan for the future. Gathering capable individuals is undeniably essential. Esteemed mentor, I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Uchiha Shisui remarked after a moment of contemplation. I will go check on the condition of that fellow, Biwa Juzu. Oh, Uchiha Sō replied, somewhat taken aback. That individual is still alive? Indeed, esteemed mentor, Shisui nodded. He still lives, though Kurozai Raya has met his demise. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sō nodded in acknowledgement. After all, both had been fatally pierced through the chest by his own hand, and death was to be expected. Speaking of which, his ocular technique was quite fascinating, as it bore similarities to that of Uchiha Obito, both being space-type abilities. The power of his left eye, known as Tensigen, was akin to that of the heavenly hand power, yet possessed significant distinctions. Its effect allowed him to teleport instantaneously to any location within his line of sight, without the need for any substitute object. However, the drawback was that the greater the distance of the teleportation, the more ocular power and chakra it consumed. The ability of his right eye, called Yomi no Kuni, enabled him to directly distort and manipulate the space around him. The broader the area of manipulation, the more pronounced the distortion, albeit at the cost of increased consumption. The combined effect of these two techniques indeed bore resemblance to Uchiha Obito's powers, yet remained vastly different. His abilities did not encompass such a vast spatial domain, nor could they facilitate his retreat to an alternate dimension for refuge. Overall, these techniques were indeed well suited to Uchiha Sō's character, reflecting his innermost desires when confronting Biwa Juzu and Kurozai Raya. The Eye of the Soul was truly a fitting name. With this extraordinary vision, Uchiha Sō distorted the space at the precise moment Biwa Juzu's attack was about to strike him. Although the blade appeared to have hit him directly, the spatial distortion caused a fatal deviation, resulting in the weapon crashing violently to the ground. Uchiha Sō then drew a kunai and thrust it into Juzu's chest, subsequently utilizing Tensigen's ability to transport another kunai directly into Kurozai Raya's heart. Yet what to do next? After reveling in the euphoria of obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sō suddenly found himself faced with a dilemma: how to enhance his newfound power. Even though the Mangekyo, once activated, consumed ocular power, albeit minimally, it was still a genuine drain, and the expenditure associated with using ocular techniques was exceedingly extravagant. Uchiha Sasuke, upon acquiring the Mangekyo, recklessly unleashed his abilities, only to find himself blind within a month. However, he had Uchiha Itachi's eyes as a backup, a luxury that Uchiha Sō did not possess. He needed to ponder his path forward carefully. After several days of recuperation, Uchiha Sō commenced his rehabilitation training. Though he yearned to seize this opportunity for a life of indulgence, one devoid of sleep and sustenance, merely a respite for himself, he recognized that the past 6 months of life behind enemy lines were far from rich or vibrant. Rather, they were excruciatingly harrowing. Taking a break for relaxation was not an unacceptable notion. However, considering the current circumstances and the fact that he had incapacitated 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he felt it unwise to lose his composure like Wu Zetian after becoming a widow. Hence, he could only obediently rise and engage in rehabilitation training. Yet the question of his future lingered incessantly in his mind. He possessed a useful external aid, yet the troubles he faced were particularly formidable. He genuinely worried that before he could refine his Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo, he might already be rendered blind. Therefore, he needed to seek alternatives that could sustain his Mangekyo's power, and surprisingly, such options did exist. While undergoing rehabilitation exercises in the training ground, Uchiha Sō suddenly had a realization that invigorated his thoughts. It is well known that there are only 2 methods to maintain the use of the Mangekyo without succumbing to blindness. One is to directly transform it into the eternal Mangekyo, a consideration that was beyond Uchiha Sō's reach. The other option was the cells of Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju was undoubtedly the strongest Hokage of Konoha, yet he was also the most tragic one. Not only did he lose his best friend, but in the end, he was forced to take his friend's life for the sake of Konoha, and even in death, he found no peace. His corpse was excavated by his brother and disciples for research, and his soul was repeatedly subjected to the reanimation jutsu. Yet it must be said that his body was indeed a treasure, even in death. The cells of Hashirama Senju were certainly worth considering. But Uchiha Sō couldn't help but feel a sense of hesitation. Nevertheless, acquiring Hashirama's cells was no simple feat. There were 2 possible sources. One was the old man Shimura Danzo, or more accurately, Orochimaru, if his memory served him well. Orochimaru had already come into contact with the cells of the first Hokage, although he had not yet completely succumbed to darkness. After all, Yamato, if he recalled correctly, was of comparable age to Shisui. However, the cells in Danzo's possession at this stage were likely unrefined compared to Orochimaru's modified specimens, and even if he managed to obtain them, he might hesitate to use them. Aside from Danzo and Orochimaru, there were others who possessed Hashirama's cells, and they had undergone sufficient modification, with numbers not to be underestimated. Uchiha Obito and Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. Naturally, Uchiha Sō thought of White Zetsu. Yet the issue lay in the fact that he was far too distant from the battlefield of the Land of Grass. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were worlds apart. Furthermore, compared to the likes of Danzo and Orochimaru, the danger posed by Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu was significantly higher. Even if he knew that the current Uchiha Obito was relying on the power of the outer path to sustain his life, he wondered if he had the audacity to sever Obito's life support, allowing him to perish swiftly without any confrontation. Clearly, Uchiha Sō felt he did not possess such courage. After all, it was Uchiha Obito. Thus, he concluded that he needed to contemplate and strategize further. Uchiha Mu let out a faint sigh, but at that moment, he noticed Nara Shikawa and Uchiha Seiji approaching him. He immediately adjusted his demeanor, halting his actions to welcome them. Captain Uchiha, Nara Shikawa, and Uchiha Seiji bowed slightly in unison. Their demeanor was one of utmost respect, particularly Nara Shikawa, whose reaction revealed the profound impact the recent events had on him. Indeed, the incident had left all the Konoha ninjas remaining in the small town deeply shaken. Though they had always held Uchiha Mu in high regard and recognized his formidable strength, they never anticipated that such a young man could achieve a record of 1 death and 1 injury against 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Furthermore, the fact that their ragtag group had compelled the Mist Ninjas to resort to employing members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to launch a surprise attack underscored the effectiveness of Uchiha Mu's tactics. You too. I've already mentioned that there's no need for such formalities, Uchiha Mu remarked, aware that their attitudes had shifted from before. However, he jested lightly now. Do share the specifics. Although I have just begun my rehabilitation, I would prefer not to be regarded as merely an injured party. Of course not, Captain Mu. Nara Shikawa replied with a smile, though his expression soon turned serious. This significant issue bears substantial responsibility on my part. When the Jinin Might guy was making his way towards us, others in the camp had already reported this information. It was my oversight not to heed the existence of this information, nor did I consider the possible reactions and actions from the mist. Therefore, I willingly accept any consequences. When Uchiha Mu established the various battle zones, he ensured that specialized ninjas were assigned to relay messages through summoning techniques for the sake of communication, control, and command. Naturally, once Might Guy was apprehended by ninjas from other zones, the information could not fail to be transmitted. Nara Shikawa, having reviewed these messages yet failing to react, must indeed take responsibility. However, Uchiha Mu understood his predicament. In comparison to a genin like Might Guy approaching, it was likely that matters arising elsewhere, along with managing his own responsibilities, were of greater concern to him. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone could have anticipated such a drastic response from the mist. Everyone makes mistakes and overlooks details, but the attitude one adopts in the face of these oversights can shape their character, Uchiha Mu contemplated, gently shaking his head. If one solely fixates on the losses they have incurred, they may prove to be of little value. However, if they acknowledge their shortcomings while striving to prevent future occurrences, thereby continuously improving themselves, that is the hallmark of a truly successful individual. Shikawa, Chunin, do you now understand where your focus should lie? I understand, Captain Mu. Nara Shikawa inhaled deeply, signaling to Uchiha Seiji before continuing. Here is a summary of our losses. Fortunately, our response was swift. Approximately 60 civilians sustained casualties, while 8 ninjas suffered injuries. I have no need for casualty lists. Let them remain for Lord Orochimaru's perusal. Uchiha Sō shook his head, his countenance growing somewhat frigid. Our foremost obligation is to exact vengeance upon them. That is the most paramount concern. Despite the significant gains he acquired from this ambush, Uchiha Sō could not afford to forget that he had narrowly escaped a decapitation attempt. With the enemy breaching his own territory, Uchiha Sō, known for his fiery temperament, would not let this transgression go unpunished. Furthermore, his mission was to disrupt and restrain the Mist Shinobi, making it even less likely that he would relent. Captain, do you mean to say that Nara Shikawa has grasped the implication? Are we to commence a full-scale operation? Indeed, a comprehensive offensive. Uchiha Sō nodded. Our previous actions have already demonstrated their efficacy. I believe it is time to amplify these effects. The intensity of a full-scale operation is incomparable to the current endeavors. Although fueled by a desire for retribution, Uchiha Sō recognized that the moment had arrived for such actions. His temper might be volatile, but the wrath of the Leaf Village was far more fearsome, with their propensity to eradicate entire families. He dared not provoke them. Moreover, with the initiation of this full-scale operation, Uchiha Sō would find himself embroiled in significant missions. He was eager to witness the true potential of his eyes following his rehabilitation. Nara Ashikawa was remarkably efficient. Upon Uchiha Sō's decision, he promptly disseminated the information. Personnel in various battle zones began formulating and preparing their plans immediately after receiving the news. When they finally set their plans into motion, the Mist Shinobi profoundly experienced the ramifications of facing heightened intensity. Perhaps it was due to the resistance organizations across battle zones and the Leaf Ninjas, who were poised for action. Or perhaps the relentless pursuit by the Mist Shinobi had ingrained a sense of urgency and fear. Consequently, when the operation commenced, the Mist Shinobi found themselves utterly taken aback. Various ambushes and sabotage operations left them reeling. Roads, bridges, and facilities alike fell victim to this onslaught. Moreover, utilizing the resources they had seized from the Mist Shinobi, they launched attacks on their strongholds and facilities with arrows combined with explosive tags from a distance. It can be said that once the full-scale operation commenced, the rear of the Mist Shinobi faced a saturation assault from the civilians of the Land of Whirlpools. Time and again, the Mist Ninjas experienced the fervor of the people from the Land of Whirlpools. After all, the Mist Shinobi's economic exploitation of the Land of Whirlpools paled in comparison to the physical devastation they inflicted. With such antecedents, the actions of the civilians from the Land of Whirlpools were entirely predictable. Moreover, these civilians staged truly shocking scenes for the Leaf Ninjas, often disregarding their own lives in the process. The leaders and trainers of these Leaf Ninjas witnessed time and again how the civilians of the Land of Whirlpools willingly sacrificed their lives to fulfill these missions. They would voluntarily offer their lives to shield others during retreats, and some even strapped explosive tags to themselves, opting to detonate them when surrounded by Mist Ninjas. Even the civilians tasked with logistics, in their unwavering determination to deliver sustenance to the front lines, must not only evade the relentless pursuit of the Mist Ninjas, but also remain vigilant against the fangs of various beasts. Yet, they bear no grievances. Many have even transported bloodied provisions, risking their very lives for the cause. The sheer tenacity and resolve exhibited by these individuals astounded the ninjas of Konoha. Fortunately, the citizens of the Land of Whirlpools hold a profound admiration for Konoha, respecting its ninjas far more than those from other regions. This newfound respect led many ninjas from Konoha to reassess their perceptions of the civilians in the Land of Whirlpools. Furthermore, due to this comprehensive initiative, numerous ninjas covertly positioned behind enemy lines began to seek out resistance groups, thereby bolstering the strength across various war zones. Moreover, the project managers in each war zone diligently adhered to the directives of the Uchiha clan. As time progressed, valuable intelligence from the Mist Ninjas was continuously uncovered and intercepted. Despite some delays and the presence of misleading information, the data proved sufficient for their needs. Additionally, they persistently expanded their control over the territory. While undertaking punitive measures against traitorous individuals, engaging in public outreach, and constructing camps, all of which were conducted steadily and yielded remarkable results. These wretched foes have truly lost their minds. In stark contrast to the significant transformations occurring in the Land of Whirlpools, the situation for the Mist Ninjas appeared increasingly passive and desperate. The civilians' reckless abandon surpassed their wildest imagination, resulting in substantial losses amidst relentless ambushes. Even with strict protection measures in place for vital supply stations and key transportation hubs, the resistance organization's suicide attacks, coupled with widespread destruction along their routes, left them utterly astonished. While crucial transit points remained intact, other roads resembled a landscape ravaged by plowing. Smaller supply stations faced dire fates, their provisions either plundered or directly obliterated, with the assailants fleeing before reinforcements could arrive. In such circumstances, the Mist Ninjas found themselves increasingly cornered within the Land of Whirlpools. The destruction of various routes and the assault on minor supply stations led to significant delays in their logistics, severely diminishing morale at the front lines. Most troublingly, they lacked effective strategies to address the pressing issues at hand. Resolving the current predicament is not inherently difficult. It necessitates the organization of large-scale forces to sweep through these resistance groups. They are well-versed in the art of human eradication. Yet the challenge lies in assembling sufficient personnel for such an operation. The front lines are already strained. Although Konoha may be fewer in numbers, their combat prowess is far from weak, necessitating the constant reinforcement of reserve troops to maintain their fighting capability. Should they divert personnel to orchestrate a large-scale sweep and encirclement? The already precarious situation at the front would only deteriorate further. However, neglecting the issue would only exacerbate their plight, leading to a somber atmosphere within the Mist Ninja Command Center. Now is not the time to discuss the madness of these individuals. The purpose of gathering you here is to contemplate how to address the current situation. Kuruju Sō observed the Mist Ninjas before him, furrowing his brow as he spoke. While he harbored a pressing question that needed clarity. How are Hibachi Shirzong and Kurochi Reiga faring in their leadership roles? Why have we received no news from them for such an extended period? One of the Mist Ninjas frowned and, after a moment of reluctance, replied, "They have currently lost contact and are presumed missing. We truly have no idea if they are simply missing." Upon hearing this, Kuruju Sō's brow furrowed even deeper. This was certainly not favorable news for him. However, he was now certain of one thing. Whoever was capable of confronting these two leaders and ensuring that neither escaped must be a formidable presence dispatched by Konoha. Beyond this concern, Kuruju Sō recalled another matter. The report they had sent to Konoha regarding the rogue training of resistance organizations by the enemy ninjas. After sending this information, it seemed to have vanished without a trace. Konoha had offered no response whatsoever. This silence led Kuruju Sō to question whether Konoha truly intended to abandon the land of Whirlpool and instead cultivate a nest of troubles in this wretched place. This seemed improbable. If they were indeed inclined to relinquish control, they would not have allowed the enemy to land during the Second War, would they? What could be the reason for this? Could it be that Orochimaru had infiltrated? A chilling thought struck Kuruju Sō, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. The lack of response from Konoha could very well indicate that the order, and its execution, was under the command of Konoha's leader. Moreover, the individual with the strength, capability, and prestige to orchestrate such actions would likely be Orochimaru himself. He could silently annihilate Kurochi Reiga and Hibachi Shirzong's entire team, while Konoha possessed others who could achieve this. It seemed that only Orochimaru could do so on the battlefield of the land of Whirlpool. If this were indeed the case, Kuruju Sō found himself questioning the validity of his wild speculation. Regardless of its accuracy, it was evident that only an extraordinary individual could achieve such feats. With this in mind, an even more audacious idea emerged within Kuruju Sō. He resolved to summon all members of the remaining 7 ninja swordsmen from the front lines and assign them an elite team. "My lord, they are undoubtedly formidable." One Mist Ninja hesitantly interjected, "But is it truly necessary to take such measures, especially with so few?" "Indeed, it is necessary," Kuruju Sō replied indifferently. "What I require is for them to draw out certain individuals." He paused momentarily before continuing. "It is Orochimaru. I believe they will be most intrigued." While the Mist Ninjas engaged in their speculations, Uchiha Sō found himself troubled within his own camp. His concerns did not stem from the state of the battlefield. On the contrary, the current situation was so favorable that it left him utterly astonished. As the comprehensive operation commenced, the devastation inflicted upon the hidden mist was unimaginable. Yet, destruction is merely destruction. They were contending with ninjas, and any form of devastation could be mended through ninjutsu. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the fact that the hidden mist lacked sufficient personnel to address these issues, thereby compressing their operational space to its utmost limits. If this situation persists, Uchiha Sō surmised that the hidden mist might seek an opportunity to engage in clandestine communication with him. For instance, they could meticulously reassess the current circumstances. While a counteroffensive from the hidden mist seemed improbable, the scattered forces within the urban confines would find it equally challenging to obliterate them. Furthermore, while their regular army might indeed extinguish them, such a victory would yield little benefit. For instance, the power currently held would vanish, and what they were undertaking likely did not align with the tasks assigned by Konoha. Thus, why not consider collaboration? Of course, this was merely a thought lingering in Uchiha Sō's mind. The likelihood of encountering a Mist Ninja who would directly engage him was considerably higher. After all, the turmoil he had orchestrated in the rear was incalculably burdensome for the hidden mist front line. His current predicament was further exacerbated by reports from other battlefronts, relayed through summoning techniques, informing him that Orochimaru had dispatched a special squad with the objective of locating him. Could this be an inquiry for accountability? Uchiha Sō felt a mix of hesitation and wariness. He was acutely aware that this operation had no ties whatsoever to Konoha or Orochimaru. Should this indeed be an accountability pursuit, it would not bode well for Uchiha Sō. Nevertheless, having endured numerous trials, he possessed a heart steeled with resolve. If provoked, he could simply orchestrate a collective disappearance of these individuals. After all, it was wartime, and within territory controlled by the hidden mist. The vanishing of a few individuals would hardly raise eyebrows, would it? Captain, they have arrived. Just as Uchiha Sō was grappling with his troubles, Nara Hiruzen quietly entered the room and spoke. It was evident that he harbored some concern, for he fully understood how the mission had evolved to its current state. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously inquired, "Is everything all right, Captain?" "Do not worry, everything will be fine," Uchiha Sō replied with a gentle nod. Though internally he thought that even if trouble were to arise, it would be their misfortune first. "Shall I invite their captain in?" Nara Hiruzen asked. "Yes, let him in. I am curious to discern their intentions," Uchiha Sō affirmed with a nod. Nara Hiruzen, upon receiving the command, swiftly turned to exit. Before long, a young man entered the room. Upon seeing Uchiha Sō, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded respectfully, saying, "Greetings. I am Hirama Ryujin. I never expected the commander here to be so young." "Greetings, Lord Hirama," Uchiha Sō acknowledged with a nod. "My name is Uchiha Sō. Whether I am young or not is not the focal point. Rather, it is the value we can create, is it not?" "Indeed, I misspoke," Hirama conceded. Hiramiki Ryujin offered a faint smile, yet his demeanor swiftly shifted to one of seriousness. "Your Excellency, we have come at the behest of Lord Orochimaru, who wishes to engage in discourse with you. Given the nature of the matters you have conjured, it is beyond our purview to pass judgment. Thus, we shall leave everything to Lord Orochimaru." "Leave it to Lord Orochimaru?" Uchiha Sō felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that Orochimaru himself would come? However, as Hiramiki Ryujin suddenly produced a scroll and released its seal, revealing a serpent before him, a memory of Jiraiya's technique flashed in his mind. The toad concealment technique, in the original narrative, allowed Jiraiya to hide within the body of a toad, enabling him to infiltrate the hidden rain village. For someone like Orochimaru, who frequently regurgitated himself, such techniques would be second nature, one would presume. Yet, to Uchiha Sō's astonishment, the serpent, after flicking its tongue at him, began to speak. "Ryujin, you may withdraw." The voice resonated with that of Orochimaru, prompting Hiramiki Ryujin to bow respectfully before exiting the chamber. Uchiha Sō stood momentarily dumbfounded, recalling that Orochimaru had indeed performed similar techniques, though that seemed to belong to the sequel series, Boruto. "Zonkoin, you have truly surprised me," the serpent remarked, its raspy voice cutting through his reverie. "I had thought you had perished in failure. Instead, you have delivered a remarkable surprise." Within the Leaf Village's encampment, Orochimaru's face bore a hint of astonishment, having closely observed the recent performance of the Mist Village. The repeated retreating of their forces, coupled with the somewhat diminished morale of the frontline ninjas, undeniably indicated that significant issues had arisen in the Mist's rear. Curiously, however, reports from the Leaf's covert operatives stationed in the Land of Whirlpools indicated that critical facilities in Mist had remained unscathed. The source of this turmoil was the members of the resistance organization in the Land of Whirlpools, and it was likely that Leaf ninjas were involved. The amalgamation of these revelations piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Who could be audacious enough to orchestrate such events behind enemy lines? He grew increasingly eager for his dispatched operatives to locate the leaders of these Leaf ninjas, as it would grant him insight into the unfolding situation. To his surprise, the orchestrator of these astonishing events turned out to be none other than Uchiha Sō, the very individual he had once sent forth. Orochimaru recalled Sō vividly, having assigned him a task closely related to this young man. Moreover, he held certain thoughts regarding Uchiha Sō, leading him to feel disappointment upon suspecting that the youth might be in jeopardy. Yet now, it seemed he had indeed underestimated this young prodigy. "Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me," Uchiha Sō responded, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Orochimaru's mind, for he was conversing with a serpent and had no opportunity to gauge the emotions of his enigmatic superior. Certainly, even in a face-to-face encounter, it would likely prove futile, for a person like Orochimaru is notoriously difficult to decipher. "I am well aware of whether I am being praised insincerely, Lord Sō." Orochimaru delicately licked his lips, lightly tapping his fingers on the table before he spoke through the serpent with a smile. "Please elaborate on this matter." I wish to know more details and gain further insight into your circumstances. Only then can I make the most accurate judgment. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō replied with a subtle nod. He had records, but those were intended for the Hokage and could be altered. If he could communicate with Orochimaru beforehand, modifying those records would be considerably easier and more convenient. However, as soon as Uchiha Sō began to speak, Orochimaru instinctively raised an eyebrow. All of this began when we entered the controlled territory of the mist and encountered your disciple, Akato. Uchiha Sō recounted in detail everything he had undertaken behind enemy lines. While he concealed certain aspects, the essence of his account was truthful, and Orochimaru listened intently within the confines of the Konoha camp. As he absorbed the information, he contemplated how he would have approached the situation had he found himself in the land of Whirlpool under the mist's control. After much deliberation, he concluded that he would likely adhere strictly to the task's ethical guidelines, for a ninja's duty is paramount and immutable. Yet, this conclusion left Orochimaru furrowing his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the answer he had arrived at. Orochimaru possessed a sense of pride. Although he believed that executing the mission according to established protocols would yield minimal complications and ensure success, he was unsettled by Uchiha Sō's youth and the unintended ramifications of his unilateral alterations to the mission, training civilians and exploiting their animosity to encroach upon the mist territory, while simultaneously instilling in them a favorable perception of Konoha and its ninjas, posed myriad complications for any future endeavors upon their departure. This young man truly astounded Orochimaru, who couldn't help but sigh deeply. Were he in Zone's position, he doubted he could devise such intricate plans within a short span of time, especially considering that this boy began formulating ways to rectify the situation immediately after rescuing his disciple. The speed of his response was nothing short of remarkable. While he might have eventually found a solution, the rapidity of Zone's decision-making eluded him. Of course, Orochimaru also speculated whether this young man had meticulously orchestrated such a strategy all along, with the rescue of his disciple serving as a means to better promote his own agenda. However, that thought was fleeting. In such circumstances, who could truly anticipate the identities of those they encountered, particularly when unaware of the individuals who had ventured behind enemy lines? Moreover, the prowess of this young prodigy has far surpassed my expectations. It is no wonder that the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have opted to withdraw from the battlefield. Orochimaru lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and upon hearing that Uchiha Sō single-handedly subdued both Pai Pa Shirzong and Hwaleya, inflicting grave injuries upon one and death upon the other, he was genuinely taken aback. Orochimaru was well aware of who these 2 individuals were, while they posed little trouble for him personally. The same could not be said for others. Furthermore, even he could falter if he underestimated them in battle. Strength, intelligence, discernment. This young man has proven to be more than just a source of surprise. Orochimaru licked his lips, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes as the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the table quickened. Lord Orochimaru, came the voice of Uchiha Sō from a serpent coiling on the table, interrupting Orochimaru's contemplation. The situation is as such, and we have prepared the corresponding report. I believe we can present all of it to you upon our return. You have performed admirably, exceedingly so. Orochimaru's finger taps slowed as he pondered for a moment before a smile graced his face. This has truly exceeded my expectations, evoking a sense of wonder within me. Do you recall what I said to you when you set out? It appears you have every reason to take pride in yourself. You have transformed your disadvantages into advantages, achieving a remarkable feat that has astonished even me. Lord Orochimaru? Uchiha Sō was taken aback by this remark, as memories of an inexplicable conversation from 6 months prior resurfaced in his mind. However, he had previously lacked the standing or means to inquire further. Now, emboldened by his newfound power with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt he could venture to ask, "Could you enlighten me on what this is all about? I sense there is more you wish to convey. Of course, if you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you," he added. In truth, revealing this matter is not of great consequence, as I have already provided you with hints, have I not? Orochimaru licked his lips again, his fingers still rhythmically tapping the table, yet a smile adorned his face. This mission is indeed not as straightforward as you might imagine. Prior to this, I had no intention of assigning you this task. However, I later decided to let you undertake it as a means of evaluating your capabilities. Originally unwilling, yet later acquiescing as a form of assessment. Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow at this statement, uncertain of Orochimaru's intent. The notion of being evaluated by Orochimaru, a staunch ally of the third Hokage, left him momentarily speechless. Wait, the Hokage? Uchiha Sō suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, his thoughts beginning to crystallize. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Sō could not help but curiously inquire, Lord Orochimaru, are you amassing your own foundation and power in preparation for the position of Hokage? Truly, one cannot help but admire the ingenuity of someone who devises such plans behind enemy lines. At that moment, Orochimaru's smile grew even more radiant. Zonkoin, your perceptiveness exceeds my expectations. Pausing slightly, he continued, indeed, I do intend to make some effort toward becoming Hokage. After all, I do not believe anyone in the entire Konoha is more qualified than I. Although, to be honest, my obsession with the Hokage title is not as profound as one might think. I must certainly be prepared. I hold no ill will toward the Uchiha. Yet the others of your clan may not share my sentiments. Thus it is only prudent to make certain preparations. Wouldn't you agree, Zonkoin? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Sō couldn't help but pout. Orochimaru was indeed as prideful as ever. However, the esteemed Lord Orochimaru perhaps could not fathom that what he assumed was within his grasp might ultimately not belong to him at all. Of course, Orochimaru's nature seemed consistent. He maintained an interest in the Hokage position, albeit not a fervent one. This was quite normal, for Uchiha Sō understood what Orochimaru truly yearned for. Nevertheless, he would make the necessary preparations, though Sō never anticipated that he would choose him. Lord Orochimaru truly holds me in high regard, Uchiha Sō remarked with a wry smile. Moreover, it seems you are rather overconfident, are you not? As a ninja, caution is essential, and confidence is equally vital. Orochimaru's voice, rich with magnetism, resonated once more, and Zonkoin, do you not wish to know the other reason I consented to your involvement in this mission? Please, do tell, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō hesitated before asking. Let us discuss this in person, came Orochimaru's unexpected refusal, along with a shocking revelation. Zonkoin, you may not be adequately acquainted with Konoha, but I wish to inform you that the village's attitude towards the Uchiha is not as favorable as one might presume. As I mentioned, I harbor no hostility toward your clan, yet the Uchiha do not necessarily feel the same toward me. The Uchiha must undergo transformation, and that transformation will occur under my guidance. Therefore, I must assess your caliber. You are currently deemed satisfactory, yet there remains one matter for you to resolve. Once you accomplish this, I shall ensure that you acquire everything belonging to the Uchiha. In other words, I will go to great lengths to make everything the Uchiha possess yours. Uchiha Sō now experienced the extent of Orochimaru's madness. Though this man was indeed preparing for the future, the degree of his foresight was astonishing, even to someone as reserved and cautious as Sō. His conviction that he would inevitably become Hokage had led him to begin scheming with prominent families, a method that could only be described as terrifying. Yet, one would hardly expect that the teacher he so deeply respected would ultimately betray him in such a manner. Uchiha Sō gently rubbed his brow, recalling distinctly the events concerning Orochimaru. Just when he believed he had secured his position, his mentor dealt him a stinging blow, followed by a weighty admonition. What I bestow upon you is rightfully yours. What I withhold, you must not seize. Turning away, the third Hokage promptly elevated Minato Namikaze to the position of Hokage, despite the unexpected turn of fate orchestrated by Uchiha Obito, which led to the untimely demise of the Minato couple. The fifth Hokage's ascendance did not come to pass, for the third Hokage declared, I am not yet aged. I can continue. Truth be told, had Orochimaru been confronted by anyone other than his mentor, the third Hokage, he would have dispatched them with his venomous serpents. However, faced with his teacher, he hesitated, partly due to the latter's considerable strength at that time. It soon became evident to him that he had acted too slowly, as his mentor preemptively expelled him from the Hidden Leaf Village. One could say that Orochimaru's fate was tragic, particularly during his time in the Leaf. Now, he approached Sō with unwarranted confidence. Ordinarily, it would be prudent for Uchiha Sō to disregard him, for it was evident that Orochimaru was destined for failure. Yet, the dilemma emerged. If the third Hokage were to persist in his role, then Uchiha's fate was already sealed. Must he truly flee? Sō pondered. Realizing that having activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he possessed formidable combat prowess. However, the challenge lay not merely in facing the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. but in contending with the entirety of the Leaf Village they governed, alongside Uchiha's own traitorous faction. The disparity in strength was daunting, leaving scant hope for victory. Moreover, the notion of departing from the Leaf Village offered no appealing alternatives, a truth Uchiha Sō was acutely aware of. In all honesty, had he not been assigned to Orochimaru's command, he might have contemplated supporting Minato Namikaze. Alas, he found himself embroiled in the battlefield of the Land of Whirlpools, rendering his relationship with Minato inconsequential. In his previous life, he had often heard the adage, "It is easy to add embellishment to a flourishing situation, yet difficult to provide aid in times of need." Conversely, while providing support in dire circumstances may be easier, enhancing prosperity remains a challenge. Furthermore, the incentives offered by Orochimaru were irresistibly enticing. Reflecting on Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Sō found himself somewhat tempted. Orochimaru, despite his dubious morality, possessed a notable trait. He could recalibrate his attitude based on the value and strength derived from others. If one lacked value or strength, he exhibited little mercy. Conversely, if one possessed worth, he would treat them favorably. Should one demonstrate significant power, he would engage in equitable dialogue and even consider collaboration. Such a cunning individual was, in truth, the most suitable partner for cooperation, yet the inherent risk lay in his penchant for exploitation of the future. "Lord Sō, you appear somewhat preoccupied," observed Narashikawa with curiosity as Uchiha Sō pondered. Following discussions with Orochimaru, formal orders were issued to the members of the special squads, designating Uchiha Sō as the commander of the rear guard. Through summoning techniques, the appointment was conveyed, establishing that the special squad members were to fully obey Uchiha Sō's commands, a directive relayed to all ninjas behind enemy lines. Frankly speaking, upon hearing this news, the Akamichi squad, along with Narashikawa and Narashikaku, collectively sighed in relief. They were elated that their efforts had been recognized, somewhat compensating for their previous mission's failure. Meanwhile, Narashikawa and Narashikaku felt particularly jubilant, as they were privy to the underlying truth. With this formal appointment, their actions received validation, alleviating any concerns they had about their return to Konoha. Others, however, did not dwell on the matter extensively, as they initially believed the orders stemmed from Orochimaru himself. The public acknowledgement was merely a formality. With Uchiha Sō's official designation, Narashikawa began addressing him as Lord. "You need not address me in such a manner," Uchiha Sō replied with a shake of his head, though he felt disinclined to elaborate further. "By the way, there must be some members of the Nara clan in Lord Orochimaru's vicinity, correct?" "Indeed, my cousin, Shikamaru, is currently in contact with Lord Orochimaru." Narashikawa nodded, casting a thoughtful glance at Uchiha Sō. "Does Lord Orochimaru expect me to prepare for potential contingencies?" Uchiha Sō chuckled. "Your clan seems quite proactive." "Naturally. A smaller clan cannot be compared to larger ones," Narashikawa humbly remarked. "To thrive in an environment like Konoha, one must prepare in advance. Besides, isn't Lord Orochimaru the consensus choice?" Uchiha Sō was uncertain whether Orochimaru was indeed the consensus choice. Yet he was aware that with the conclusion of the war in the Land of Whirlpools, rumors about Orochimaru would soon proliferate in Konoha. However, such considerations pertained to the future, and Uchiha Sō preferred not to dwell on them. Should decisions arise, he would certainly intervene to prevent certain events from unfolding. "Putting that aside, Lord Orochimaru has provided me with intelligence," Uchiha Sō stated, his expression turning serious. "He informed me that the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have disengaged from combat. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they are likely coming to encircle us." At this moment, Narashikawa's demeanor also shifted to one of gravity, recognizing the weight of this news. "Lord, what are your plans?" "My plans?" Uchiha Sō contemplated for a moment before raising his head slightly and responding, "This time, I intend to take the initiative." "Take the initiative?" Narashikawa was momentarily taken aback by this declaration and cautiously inquired, "Might that be too perilous?" "It is indeed somewhat risky. Thus, I shall bring along some allies." Uchiha Sō spoke calmly. "If we resolve them, the subsequent actions of the Mist Village will undoubtedly become challenging. Thus, it is imperative to address this issue decisively. For I also seek to secure an advantage for myself. Although I have yet to fully devise a strategy, holding the cards in my hands is the most prudent approach. Moreover, I am eager to witness the effectiveness of my Mangekyo Sharingan against the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen." With each advancement, I acquire knowledge and skills commensurate with my growth. However, these are akin to a book. One may possess it, yet cannot guarantee the proficient application of its contents. To truly harness this knowledge, I must engage in diligent practice and profound understanding. Nara Shikawa, despite harboring reservations about Uchiha Sō's approach, recognized that taking the initiative equates, to some extent, to luring the enemy. Nonetheless, considering the peculiar dynamics of this world, he reluctantly acquiesced. What characterizes the world of shinobi is the tradition of dueling among the strong, albeit often under duress. However, even among jonin, disparities exist. For instance, sending Kakashi Hatake to eliminate other ninjas, including jonin, would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Thus, when individuals of such caliber are deployed, it is essential to have corresponding personnel accompany them to mitigate potential complications. Konoha possesses considerable clout in the high-end talent market. Whether it be the venerable third Hokage in his prime or the renowned legendary Sannin, who are still in their prime. The issue, however, is that moments of glory are transient. One must not mistake a fleeting instance for permanence. Konoha's abundance of elite talent may incite unease among some, as they ponder whether they may be supplanted in their twilight years. There is also the concern that an outsider, lacking the opportunity to ascend within the ranks, might turn traitor. Over time, the phrase "for the sake of Konoha" has become a mantra among the elders, essentially aimed at dispelling any notions of treachery. As fate would have it, Konoha now faces a siege from the 4 great ninja villages, leaving its talent pool severely strained. In the past, Konoha could easily dispatch 2 or 3 elite ninjas to stabilize a battlefield. Take, for instance, the current 7 ninja swordsmen. Konoha's elite would not have feared them in abundance. However, that is no longer the case. Konoha lacks sufficient numbers, with only Orochimaru as a high-caliber talent, who must also remain vigilant against the threat posed by the Mist Village's Koki Shikizumi, with the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen returning to besiege them. It seems that only Uchiha Sō, who has already dealt with 2 of their ranks, can confront these adversaries. Thus, Nara Shikawa offered no opposition. Instead, he contemplated ways to discreetly expose Uchiha Sō and his companions' movements, ideally luring the enemies directly to them. Such a confrontation must not occur in this small town, as it could arouse the enemy's suspicions, while other locations might also be viewed with skepticism as potential ambush sites. They would still be preferable to the heart of their stronghold. However, for the sake of caution, he proposed that Uchiha Sō bring along the team dispatched by Orochimaru. After all, this squad was undoubtedly an elite one. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Uchiha Sō ultimately rejected this decision. While he certainly intended to take people with him, he insisted that those he chose must be of greater utility. Thus, he ultimately selected his old comrades Nara Shikamaru and Might Guy, along with Uchiha Sō, Hyuganiji, and the captain. Was it truly wise to include him? In the woods of the land of whirlpools, Nara Shikamaru leapt forward while glancing back, and with a slight twitch of his lips, he quietly inquired. Uchiha Sō followed his gaze and noticed 2 individuals dressed in green trailing closely behind them. It was evident that these 2 were the father-son duo of Might Guy and his son. Might Guy had been temporarily detained in a makeshift guard camp for a while after serving as a guide. Although it was clear that the mishap was not his fault, his carelessness as a ninja had nearly endangered everyone. Thus he deserved some measure of punishment. In truth, Uchiha Sō had no intention of keeping him locked up for long. It was merely that Might Guy felt a sense of guilt and was reluctant to emerge. Upon hearing from Guy about a special mission, he immediately sought out Uchiha Sō to volunteer. Despite his lack of confidence, being a mere genin who couldn't even match his son's ninja rank, his overwhelming sense of guilt propelled him to approach Uchiha Sō. To his utter astonishment, Uchiha Sō actually acquiesced to his request. Not only was he surprised, but the others were equally taken aback, for to all appearances, Might Guy was just a lowly genin. Moreover, considering his past blunder that had jeopardized everyone, it seemed an inopportune time for redemption. Rest assured, I have thoroughly contemplated bringing this fellow along, Uchiha Sō remarked with a smile as he withdrew his gaze. Although the others were unaware of Might Guy's true strength, Uchiha Sō was all too familiar with just how formidable he could become when he unleashed his potential. Although it came at the cost of his own life, he truly had the capability to trade 1 for 7. If all went smoothly on this expedition, Uchiha Sō intended to take action himself. Yet, this time was different from the last. Having a safety net was an opportunity he could not refuse. Very well, Captain, Nara Shikamaru sighed, before continuing. I wonder how you plan to locate those individuals? Shikamaru's inquiry piqued the interest of Uchiha Sō, who leaned in, confident about the mission. After all, both he and Uchiha Sō possessed Sharingan far beyond anyone's imagination, and with such abilities, he felt assured they could successfully accomplish the task at hand. In truth, I believe we need not search for them at all. Uchiha Sō pondered for a moment before speaking. We have already interrogated Pipa Shirzan. He had no opportunity to report our location. This means that for the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to find us, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack on our own turf. In such circumstances, how would you respond? As this question lingered, both Shiranui Genkin and Uchiha Sō began to ponder the situation. After a brief moment, Shiranui Genkin seemed to have arrived at an answer. Captain, you mean they would resort to the most brutal methods to force us into the open? Indeed, Uchiha Sō replied with a gentle nod. They need not know our exact location. They merely have to indiscriminately slaughter any resistance forces they encounter. Uchiha Sō paused briefly before shaking his head and continuing. Even those innocent civilians who are not involved in the resistance may fall victim to their rampage. Given such a scenario, how can we remain passive? Uchiha Sō's words prompted a nod from Shiranui Genkin, while Uchiha Sō's expression shifted slightly, indicating that they had both acknowledged and accepted Uchiha Sō's perspective. In a situation where the adversaries struggle to locate them, the most effective strategy would be to launch a ruthless cleansing operation. Such an approach might cause some members of the resistance to waver. Thus, rather than allowing these foes to wreak havoc and instill fear, it would be more prudent for them to take the initiative and reveal their presence. I understand now, Captain, Shiranui Genkin sighed softly, then added earnestly. This truly is the best course of action. Senior, we will undoubtedly eliminate them. Sō responded through clenched teeth, his disdain for the mist ninjas evident. This sentiment was entirely understandable. After all, not only had those mist ninjas nearly killed Uchiha Itachi, but the war they instigated filled Sō with profound contempt for them. Although Sō was not inherently merciful, his early exposure to the brutal realities of war as a prodigy fostered a deep-seated aversion to conflict. As they traversed through the verdant woods, Sō could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Captain, why do you think there are so many wars? Uchiha Sō regarded Sō with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind this sudden inquiry. Explaining the causes of war was no simple task, particularly in this world, where the complexities of such issues were seldom taught in ninja schools, which primarily focused on instructing students in the art of killing. Engaging in a discussion about the reasons for war with such insects seemed futile. They lacked the capacity for such understanding. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sō contemplated simplifying the explanation for Sō's comprehension. Ever since he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had sensed a shift in Sō's demeanor towards him. Or rather, since he had saved Uchiha Itachi, Sō's attitude had evolved, becoming even more pronounced after the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan. If he could successfully win Sō over completely, the potential of 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed a tantalizing thought, causing Uchiha Sō's eyes to glimmer with determination. The power of the 2 kaleidoscopes, though not capable of sweeping through Konoha, certainly warrants careful consideration of whether they can contend with such Uchiha. And then there is that young Uchiha Itachi. Despite being portrayed as a beast in the original narrative, he now appears to be merely 4 or 5 years of age. Upon pondering Itachi, Uchiha Sō could not help but shake his head slightly. Perhaps it was best to defer thoughts of this boy for now. After all, his father is not only a profound lunatic, but also the leader of the Uchiha clan. With someone like him at the helm, how could the Uchiha clan ever face extinction? Uchiha Sō has already resolved that if he is to remain in Konoha, the Uchiha clan must be under his auspices. Otherwise, certain matters could become quite troublesome. This inevitably led him to think of Orochimaru. One cannot deny that this fallen master truly knows how to divide the spoils. Shaking his head, Uchiha Sō chose to set aside such thoughts and turned to the side to observe Sō. What do you think has caused the outbreak of so many wars? Uchiha Sō inquired, directly addressing him. And you too, Kazahana, what is your perspective? Kazahana, originally curious about Uchiha Sō's viewpoint, was taken aback when the question turned to him. He could only shrug helplessly and respond, honestly, I never consider this matter. I detest war, but as ninjas, There are certain duties we must execute, and that is all there is to it. Shiranui, however, did not take such a light-hearted stance. He pondered for a moment before hesitantly asserting, "Is it hatred? Perhaps it is the mutual enmity that perpetuates the cycle of war." "I'm afraid hatred is merely an excuse, not the fundamental cause," Uchiha Sō remarked, inevitably reminded of Jiraiya, who firmly believed that hatred was the root of all chaos in the world, yearning for mutual understanding among people to eradicate war. Yet, the truth is that he was profoundly mistaken from the outset. If it were merely individuals at odds, it might be manageable, but when the entities involved are powerful villages, the situation is entirely different. Allow me to pose a question. What instigated the Third Great Ninja War? The Third Great Ninja War? Shiranui and Kazahana exchanged glances, and Kazahana responded, "The disappearance of the third Kazekage, coupled with Suna's accusations against us, along with the grudges from the Second Great Ninja War." "Then what about the Second Great Ninja War?" Uchiha Sō smiled. "Although we were not yet born, I believe we all know the answer. The demigod Hanzo of the Salamander launched an assault on us." Shiranui, being quite the scholar, immediately grasped the implications and spoke up. "Why would a small village like Amigakure initiate an attack against us?" Uchiha Sō's expression grew serious. "They are not of comparable stature, and we had no prior grievances or conflicts with them. Why would they act in such a manner?" This question rendered both of them momentarily silent, for it was one that had never been addressed in any textbook. Uchiha Sō appeared to be aware of their circumstances. He cast a glance at Hyuga, who was scouting and leading ahead, then turned to observe the Might Guy duo behind him, before finally speaking slowly. The reason for their plight was rather straightforward. The land of rain, home to the hidden rain village, had exhausted its potential for growth. To overcome this developmental impasse, expansion became their only viable option. This predicament was mirrored in the present. The land of wind, situated in a desolate region, lacked sufficient water resources, arable land, and mineral wealth. Indeed, the barren land of wind could not sustain the growth of a large ninja village. Although Sunagakure could utilize magnetic release to produce gold dust for strategic materials, would other regions generously sell to them? Certainly not. Even if Shiranui and Genkan were indifferent to such matters, they understood that Sunagakure was hardly a friend and could easily turn into an adversary. Given such a reality, no village would willingly part with crucial resources. Even if they did, it would likely be in limited quantities and at inflated prices. Thus, to break free from these constraints, their only course was to advance towards the land of rivers, thereby launching an assault on their territory, correct? At this moment, Genkan grasped the situation, speaking slowly, while Shiranui nodded in silent agreement before voicing his thoughts. Were other villages driven by various motives to join the conflict against them? Perhaps this was the case. War had never been solely about hatred. Animosity existed only between ninjas, while villages primarily considered their interests. Uchiha Sō nodded thoughtfully. His prior knowledge of the narrative and his extensive studies before his transmigration granting him a perspective distinctly different from others. Frankly speaking, he possessed a mindset more akin to that of a Hokage than even Uchiha Itachi. His insights left both Genkan and Shiranui momentarily speechless, and after some contemplation, they sincerely recognized this as the crux of the matter. When compared to the interests of the village, hatred seemed rather trivial. It became evident how a village would choose its path. Once they comprehended this, the way they regarded Uchiha Sō transformed significantly. Yet, they were also puzzled as to why someone of similar age to themselves could envision such distant futures. Suddenly, a warning echoed through the air. Hyuga, stationed ahead for reconnaissance, abruptly halted and signaled a tactical gesture. Upon noticing this, Uchiha Sō immediately issued a command. At that moment, everyone came to a standstill. Soon, Hyuga returned swiftly and whispered, "Captain, we have enemies." Search parties consisting of 2 standard squads. 2 standard squads comprised 8 individuals, but in truth, such numbers were hardly formidable for Uchiha Sō and his team. "Prepare for battle," he instructed, nodding in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his features. "Ladies and gentlemen, this time we must take the initiative to expose ourselves. As I mentioned at the outset, I hope you are truly prepared." "We are ready, Captain." "Excellent. Then let us proceed." "Hey, Pufferfish, this marks the 6th squad, does it not?" Wooly Shinba crossed his arms, observing the numerous corpses strewn about, along with the colossal symbol of Konoha on the ground. He could not help but furrow his brow and inquire. Behind him, He bore a massive ninja blade adorned with peculiar talismans, for he was the inaugural wielder of the explosive blade from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Those Konoha folks are indeed audacious. The first user of the dull blade, Tongchao Yebaran, flashed a dispassionate grin, though a hint of amusement graced his features. However, this indicates that we are drawing ever closer to them. I am genuinely curious to see who possesses the capability to eliminate both Haishureya and Pipa Takazu. Tongchao Yebaran's words prompted nods of agreement from his companions. Their curiosity and concern lay less with the fallen members of the Mist Shinobi squads and more with the individual responsible for their demise. As members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had witnessed countless deaths, each carrying their own burdens of bloodshed. They hardly cared about the fates of these individuals. Their true interest lay with the one who had driven them back from the front lines and slain a fellow member of their ranks, a Konoha ninja. Although they held mutual disdain for one another, their shared status rendered the loss of any member an affront to all. After returning their squad to safety, they immediately commenced what they excelled at, slaughter. As Uchiha Sō and Narashikawa had anticipated, indiscriminate killing could unsettle some members of the resistance and compel the Konoha ninjas to make difficult choices. Throughout nearly a month of carnage, they received word that the commander from Konoha had personally intervened. This news invigorated them. Upon confirming the direction, they promptly set forth. Within just a few days, they arrived in the area, yet remained oblivious to the exact location of the Konoha commander. However, that individual seemed undeniably arrogant, as evidenced by the 6 squads that had already fallen in this region, leaving behind a Konoha emblem as a taunt. How many do you think Konoha has sent this time? Just as they were about to embark once more in search of the Konoha commander, Suigetsu Pufferfish suddenly rose. His voice grave, his robust physique resembled a small mountain, and his words caused the others present to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Pufferfish, are you afraid? Tongchao Yebaran sneered. You truly are a source of embarrassment. What does it matter if we bring more people? Remaining silent and masked, Kurasame Shiramaru coldly remarked. If so many of us cannot resolve this, I believe it would be more fitting to take our own lives sooner rather than later. I simply refuse to engage in battles devoid of certainty. Though the formidable figure of the pufferfish demon from Watermelon Mountain has been marginalized, he remains unfazed. I wish to remind you that the space behind us has been squeezed to its utmost limits, and no one can ascertain whether others have infiltrated. Furthermore, let us not forget that we may very well be contending with Orochimaru. The renown of Orochimaru in this era is beyond imagination, with few capable of rivaling him. The 7 ninja swordsmen are undeniably powerful and prideful, yet even they must concede that, should they truly face Orochimaru, there is little for them to take pride in. Even if they were to confront him as a united front, the circumstances would hardly improve. Moreover, they are now down to 5 members, if they are not exceedingly cautious. An encounter with Orochimaru would only exacerbate their plight. Boom! Just as they were deliberating, a sudden and violent roar erupted from the distance. Countless birds, startled by the deafening sound, took to the skies in a frenzy, prompting the 5 to exchange worried glances. Whoosh! In the next instant, their figures vanished from their original positions, leaving only the tremors of chakra resonating in the air. Captain, 800 meters ahead, we have detected enemy traces, said Hinata Tetsu, gazing into the distance with a serious demeanor. It had been over a month since they had infiltrated enemy territory, during which they had eliminated numerous patrols and supply teams. This had rendered the already precarious situation for the mist-hidden village even worse, and their actions had become increasingly conspicuous. Nearly every time they dispatched an enemy squad, they left behind the mark of Konoha. To be frank, at first, Hinata Tetsu found such a flamboyant approach difficult to accept. However, out of respect for Uchiha Sō, he refrained from voicing his concerns. He would not forget that their ability to navigate enemy territory with such ease and minimal commotion was largely due to their captain's strategic acumen. Thus, he had no objections to participating in this mission, even knowing that all the accolades would ultimately benefit the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, he was willing to assist Uchiha Sō in accomplishing this task. With the aid of his Byakugan, their mission proceeded exceptionally smoothly. How many are there? Uchiha Sō inquired softly. How far away is the support team? Uchiha Sō remained cautious, after their month-long, unsustainable efforts of relentless pursuit. The mist-hidden forces had clearly recognized the ruthlessness of Uchiha Sō and his team. They never left any survivors. leading to the conclusion that Uchiha Sō's squad was unlike those resistance organizations. Typically, resistance groups merely harassed, aiming solely to restrict their space, never engaging in direct confrontations. Thus, even with their limited numbers, they were compelled to reinforce their ranks. They could not afford to have their space sealed off while suffering continuous losses. Of course, the effectiveness of this strategy was not entirely absent, though the results were meager. Nonetheless, it compelled Uchiha Sō and his team to exercise greater caution. Currently, only 4 standard teams are visible, and no support units have been spotted, likely due to the distance. Hinata Tetsu remarked with some difficulty. However, this particular squad appears to be somewhat different. Their chakra responses are notably strong. Is that so? Uchiha Mune nodded gently, then slowly articulated. 16 individuals acting in unison. This is quite extraordinary. Captain, could this be the target we seek? Nara Kurenai inquired softly from the side. Such an elite configuration and number is unprecedented for us. Kurenai's words prompted both Shiranui and the father-son duo, Might Guy and his son, to nod in agreement. Having lingered at the rear for quite some time, they could sense that this situation seemed rather unusual. It is highly likely that this is indeed the target they have been searching for. Yet, the number of individuals appears to exceed their initial expectations, which is not a favorable development for them. Let us prepare briefly. We shall engage. Uchiha Mune contemplated before ultimately issuing the command after a lengthy pause. Although uncertain whether they were indeed their target, such a formidable team should not be overlooked. Moreover, having arrived here, they must be mentally prepared for all contingencies. At this juncture, Uchiha Mune paused, shifting his gaze towards Shiranui, the implication of his look unmistakable. Shiranui silently nodded. Comprehending Uchiha Mune's intent and recognizing the course of action he must undertake. Let us execute the operation as planned, Uchiha Mune declared, reclaiming his focus. Tetsu, you remain responsible for vigilance and reconnaissance. Kurenai, Guy, and Dai, you will engage and neutralize your respective opponents. Shiranui, be prepared for support tasks at all times. Understood? Yes. Captain. Within the ambush point, Uchiha Mune silently observed the expanse ahead. Due to the considerable distance, they naturally opted for certain ninja techniques to confront their adversaries. An ambush is an eternally effective strategy. At times, Uchiha Mune pondered whether he had perhaps become too adept at ambushing, as evidenced by the manifestation of a similar ability in his Mangekyo Sharingan. While he was well aware that the utility of this ability extended far beyond mere ambush, he currently believed it was best suited for evasion and surprise attacks. After all, this technique amalgamates the advantages of both the body replacement technique and the body flicker technique. Its only drawback being the consumption of ocular power. This could be likened to the sole disadvantage of an expensive item, that it is, indeed, expensive. Here they come. As Uchiha Mune was lost in thought, his gaze suddenly shifted forward, catching sight of the figures partially concealed within the forest. He inhaled deeply, then signaled tactically towards other directions before quietly drawing his kunai. Maeda, any discoveries? Amidst the trees, the 16 mist ninjas dispersed and began to search ahead in a staggered formation. They appeared to be quite cautious, despite their indifference toward the so-called resistance groups. Along their journey, they had witnessed numerous fallen squads, victims of ruthless assassins who never left a single survivor. Most alarmingly, many of the corpses bore signs of having been dispatched with a single blow. The implications of this were painfully clear. Those who were attacked had not even possessed the opportunity to mount a basic defense. Although they were numerous and formidable, the pressing concern remained. None could predict who would be the unfortunate first target of the assault. For the moment, there were no discoveries. The mist ninja, known as Maeda, shook his head, his gaze fixated on the slightest rustle in the surroundings, revealing his underlying tension. Where, then, were the esteemed leaders? They lingered behind, examining the bodies. The Leaf Village members were indeed audacious. Such audacity was rare to encounter, yet they were undeniably perilous. Perhaps the absence of the 7 ninja swordsmen contributed to their sense of ennui and oppression after a month of relentless searching. In their fleeting moments of respite, the mist ninja found themselves slightly relaxing. Although vigilance remained paramount, they could afford to exchange a few words. Suddenly, amidst their idle chatter, the tranquil forest erupted with the sound of slicing air, and in the next instant, a torrent of shuriken surged toward them. Enemy attack, be cautious. The mist ninja immediately discerned the peril, quickly alerting one another and leaping to evade the concentrated onslaught of shuriken. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Yet, just as they ascended, searing flames roared toward them from all directions. Nevertheless, they were seasoned ninjas. Although the sudden ambush momentarily unsettled them, they swiftly regained their composure. Through the haze of smoke, they clearly observed an assailant charging toward them. Leading the charge was a youth with crimson eyes. Uchiha Sō moved with remarkable speed. His Sharingan activated the instant the battle commenced, the three tomo swirling hypnotically within his gaze. While the adversaries before him were formidable, he deemed it unnecessary to employ the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, having refrained from utilizing it throughout their journey. Not only was there no need, but even in his current three-tomo state, he had already experienced considerable enhancement. The amplification effects of the Mangekyo on the Uchiha were truly formidable. Much like how Uchiha Sō had grown exponentially during the 6 months following his awakening of the Mangekyo, Uchiha Sō also discovered that he was advancing swiftly in certain respects. For instance, his perceptiveness had become remarkably acute in the three-tomo state, and he noted a significant increase in his own speed as well. Attention, an Uchiha! The mist ninja in front of Uchiha Sō quickly reacted, alerting their comrades while simultaneously drawing their shuriken to counter. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Sō's speed surged even further. In a mere breath, he charged before the group of mist ninjas, affording them no opportunity to retaliate. His shuriken had already been unleashed. What velocity was this? The foremost mist ninja was utterly unprepared. As two figures intertwined, the mist shinobi was sent hurtling back. A gash opened across his neck, crimson blood instantly saturating the ground. The instantaneous elimination of one had caused the remaining mist ninjas to subtly flicker their gazes, as they began to comprehend the eerie nature of the fallen corpses. Yet, this turn of events proved advantageous. One unfortunate soul had attracted their enmity, ensuring a semblance of safety for the others. Die! Just as Uchiha Sō dispatched a mist ninja, another one at his side reacted swiftly, brandishing his blade. Uchiha Sō's eyes flickered rapidly, and in an instant, he crouched slightly, evading the mist ninja's attack. His shuriken twirled nimbly in his grasp, then with a fierce thrust, he drove it upwards. The weapon struck precisely from beneath the chin of the mist ninja, who had just passed him, and the next second, the enemy's body convulsed before collapsing to the ground, while Uchiha Sō rose calmly to his feet. His crimson eyes glinted ominously in the shadows of the forest, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Uchiha Sō turned slightly to observe. He beheld no Hikawa Jinken and Akai engaged in fierce combat with other mist shinobi, while Shiranui lurked behind Uchiha Sō, poised for action. After all, they were outnumbered, and with foes of considerable strength, it was imperative to have a formidable ninja like Shiranui available for swift support. However, Uchiha Sō couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He wondered if his ruthless approach had incited their ire, or if his stealthy strikes had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Upon witnessing the swift demise of two comrades, the remaining mist ninjas began to converge upon him. Observing this, Uchiha Sō felt little trepidation. Even in Shirasui's absence, he sensed an innate confidence. He could handle these adversaries. He no longer needed to navigate the complexities he had faced 6 months prior. He could dispatch them with ease. Are you ready? Uchiha Sō mused as he noted their hesitation to charge forward. He slowly raised his right hand, the bloodied shuriken glinting fiercely in the sunlight. I shall make my move now. His words resonated like a hammer striking the very core of their souls. Though he appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years of age, none dared to regard him as merely a child. The palpable intensity emanating from him, coupled with those piercing crimson eyes, enveloped them in an icy dread. Each one of them wished to voice their thoughts, to release the suffocating tension. Yet when the words hovered on their lips, they found themselves utterly speechless, especially when they noticed the Uchiha boy before them beginning to move. They abruptly realized that the pressure they were under was far greater than they had imagined, instilling a deeper sense of fear within them. You little brat, do not overestimate yourself. As Uchiha Sō advanced approximately 5 meters, one of the mist ninjas could no longer endure it and shouted loudly, "Prepare for the mist hidden technique." This is an Uchiha. Perhaps it was the voice of one who took the lead, or perhaps the other mist ninjas, despite the overwhelming pressure, began to devise a plan. The moment this individual spoke, one mist ninja had already begun to weave hand seals, while the rest of the mist ninjas roared in unison, charging towards Uchiha Sō. Humph. Uchiha Sō snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the mist ninjas before him. In that moment, he could sense that their speed was diminishing. Although he had previously felt something akin to this, it was never as pronounced as it was now. He even sensed that if he were to face Pai Pa Shizong and He Chui Lei again, those two would undoubtedly be unable to push him to such an extent. Nevertheless, strength is cultivated step by step. And it was precisely through his fierce battles with He Chui Lei and Pai Pa Shizong that he achieved his current prowess. Observing the mist ninjas charging towards him, Uchiha Sō felt a slight surge of chakra, and in the next instant, he vanished from their sight. Be careful! A mist ninja at the forefront shouted urgently. But it was too late. Uchiha Sō had already materialized among them, with a sharp sound akin to metal slicing through flesh. The mist ninja who had been weaving seals for the mist hidden technique found his throat pierced directly by Uchiha Sō's kunai. Just as he completed this action, 3 mist ninjas leaped high behind him, their long blades glinting ominously. In the next moment, the 3 blades lunged towards him in unison, the sound of slicing air piercing the atmosphere. Yet, Uchiha Sō merely glanced back, his body executing a subtle twist. This peculiar yet precise movement allowed him to evade all the kunai without even resorting to the substitution technique. How could this guy possess such coordination? The trio exclaimed in astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Uchiha Sō leaped into the air, spinning swiftly. His kunai accurately sliced through the throats of the 3 mist ninjas. Without a moment's pause, he pivoted his kunai and advanced towards the other mist ninjas rushing at him. In the throng, his figure danced gracefully, reminiscent of a butterfly in flight, entirely distinct from the legendary Uchiha's plight when besieged. His body swiftly descended, evading an attack from behind, and his kunai spun rapidly, piercing the chest of a mist ninja directly in front of him. He then took a gentle step forward, a long blade glinting dangerously close behind him, poised to strike, creating an atmosphere of sheer peril. Yet, that mere distance of a few centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm, rendering any attempt to reach him futile. His left hand surged forward with precision, deftly seizing the arm of a fellow assailant, whose grip tightly clutched a kunai. The expression on the mist ninja's face shifted dramatically. He instinctively sought to withdraw his hand. However, in that fleeting moment, his gaze inadvertently locked with that of Uchiha Sō. The mist ninja became momentarily entranced, and in that instant of distraction, his hand was forcefully propelled forward by Uchiha Sō, driving the blade deep into the chest of his own comrade. How could this be? The mist ninja scarcely had time to ponder, when he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his throat, as if a warm liquid was surging forth, draining the strength from his body. Is this the power of Senior Sō? Observing the fluidity and grace with which Uchiha Sō navigated through the mist ninjas, as if he were dancing, Uchiha Sō felt a stir within his heart. This mode of combat was unlike anything he had ever encountered, leaving him both astonished and contemplative. After Uchiha Sō rescued Uchiha Shizun, Shirsue's heart brimmed with gratitude towards him. As Uchiha Sō fervently developed operations behind enemy lines, transforming a once lifeless town into a vibrant hub, that gratitude gradually morphed into awe and profound respect. After all, he understood well that no one had ever undertaken such endeavors before Uchiha Sō. Furthermore, Uchiha Sō had taken it upon himself to mentor the Konoha ninjas they had gathered, facilitating their learning, and ultimately sending them to other villages and towns once they had acquired sufficient experience. Though this strategy weakened their base's strength, it fostered the creation of many peaceful havens akin to their own. This burgeoning respect only intensified, especially upon learning that Uchiha Sō possessed a pair of eyes unspoken of within their clan, which imbued Shisui with an innate sense of kinship towards this elder. It felt as though those eyes concealed a shared secret between them, and Uchiha Sō's care for him evoked a brotherly sentiment. During this mission, Shisui also discovered that Uchiha Sō's insights and breadth of knowledge surpassed imagination. He articulated the roots and essence of war with a clarity that even the clan's elders might struggle to achieve. The disparity between myself and Senior Sō is truly vast. Shisui sighed inwardly, especially as he considered his own status as a clan prodigy, one whose reputation even eclipsed that of Uchiha Sō. A flush crept across his face, as he felt fundamentally unworthy. Nevertheless, he resolved to prove himself to Senior Sō and vowed to follow in his footsteps, just as they had done in the enemy's rear. With a sudden metallic sound, the sound of flesh being severed echoed once more, drawing Shirasue's gaze forward. At this moment, the corpses of the mist ninjas lay strewn across the ground, while Uchiha Sō stood there unscathed. Not far off, Shinkai and Akai had also dispatched their respective foes. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, they were generally in good condition and swiftly made their way towards Uchiha Sō. Have you resolved the situation? Observing this, Shirasue couldn't help but shake his head in frustration, admitting to himself that he had lost focus and failed to provide any support. Just as he intended to regroup with Hinata Tetsu, he suddenly noticed a change in Tetsu's expression. Captain, 5 individuals are approaching from the 3 o'clock direction. Their speed is remarkable, and their chakra. Hinata Tetsu's words caused everyone's brows to furrow, and Uchiha Sō lifted his gaze thoughtfully toward the direction indicated. In a mere moment, 5 figures materialized before their eyes. Who are you? As Suigetsu, Karui, and the others landed on the trees and boulders, their gazes instinctively fell upon Uchiha Sō and his companions. More precisely, their focus was on Uchiha Sō himself, though he appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. The aura emanating from him was unmistakable. They had encountered countless battles and faced numerous formidable opponents, enabling them to discern the gravity of the situation with clarity. Just as sharks can effortlessly sense the scent of blood, they too could easily perceive the distinction of Uchiha Sō. However, they felt a slight sense of relief within, as they had been anxious about potentially confronting Orochimaru. The enigma and terror surrounding Orochimaru were undeniable, and the realization that their adversary was not him brought them a modicum of comfort. Nevertheless, they concealed any semblance of complacency. For a ninja must never underestimate an opponent simply based on their youthful appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Sō, he stated calmly after assessing the 5 individuals. I am the commander of the Leaf's rearguard forces, and I believe I am the one you seek. Oh. Uchiha Sō's declaration caused the eyebrows of the 5 to raise in unison. Although they had their suspicions, hearing the admission from Uchiha Sō himself left them momentarily speechless, especially considering his tender age. Strategic acumen and martial prowess are not synonymous. While strength may stem from one's bloodline, allowing even the young to wield formidable power, true strategic capability requires innate talent coupled with diligent training and guidance. They struggled to believe that the individual who had forced the mist ninjas into such a dire predicament could possibly be a mere child. Uchiha Sō, are you certain of what you are saying? Murakumo's gaze turned menacing. Does Konoha truly entrust a mere child like you to command the rear guard? Whether I should or should not be here is inconsequential. What matters is that I have arrived, Uchiha Sō replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly unfazed by Murakumo's words. At this moment, Shinjin, Jishue, and Akai had arrived behind Uchiha Sō, each of them vigilantly observing the 5 individuals before them. Indeed, whether or not they were the intended targets was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that they must perish this time. Suigawa-shan Hitungue gripped the ninja blade at his back, a subtle surge of chakra coursing through him, and his expression morphed into one of cruelty. The fact that they had managed to eliminate so many of their kin already demonstrated their prowess. While uncertainty lingered regarding their true intentions, it was evident that they were of value nonetheless. Wooly Shenba also unsheathed the ninja blade from his back, the explosive tags adorning it rendering it particularly ominous. Not just him, but the other 3 gradually drew forth their own blades, fully prepared for battle. A terrifying aura emanated from them, a palpable killing intent locking onto Uchiha Sō and his companions. Shinjin and Akai felt the weight of this murderous energy, momentarily ensnared in an illusion as though they were ensconced within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This rendered their breaths labored and caused their bodies to tremble involuntarily. In contrast, Might Dai appeared to fare much better. His eyes sparkled with excitement, a lively energy radiating from his being. Uchiha Sō and Uchiha Jishue remained the calmest, though within their crimson eyes, the 3 tomos spun incessantly. Quite impressive. Your chakra alongside that of another Uchiha brat. I'm certain Zhao Ji would relish this. Suigawa-shan Hitungue grinned, revealing sharp teeth that seemed particularly menacing. Yet, he questioned whether they could withstand the might of a dull blade. Tong Chao Yi Ren's gaze turned dangerously fierce. Not only he but the others adjusted their energies to their zenith. Under such overwhelming pressure, Uchiha Sō and his allies appeared as fragile as floating weeds, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Are you perhaps overconfident? Suddenly, Uchiha Sō spoke, slightly closing his eyes as he did so. In an instant, an intensely chilling chakra, imbued with a sense of destruction, emanated from him. This aura, while making Shinjian and Akai feel even more uncomfortable, alleviated some of the tension created by Suigawa-shan, Hitungue, and his companions. The intensity of this energy deepened the furrows on their brows, as they sensed an ineffable threat lingering in their hearts. The next moment, Uchiha Sō slowly opened his eyes, and the three Tomo within had seamlessly merged. A peculiar triangular pattern resembling maple leaves appeared within his gaze, radiating a frigid air, accompanied by the corpses strewn beneath his feet. In that instant, Uchiha Sō resembled a fearsome Asura. The expressions of the five wielders of ninja blades shifted to one of grave concern, the sense of danger intensifying significantly. However, as ninjas who have attained such a level, they possess their own sense of pride, and the danger invigorates them, rendering them even more bloodthirsty. Moreover, the greater the peril, the more it attests to the value of the little imp before them. An intriguing little rascal, yet the lone eye of Naru Shahachi, exposed to the world, fixated on Uchiha Sō, revealing a cruel smile. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Not only he, but the other four also unleashed a terrifying speed, charging directly toward Uchiha Sō and his companions. However, they did not all converge upon Uchiha Sō. Rather, they executed a clearly defined strategy. Three approached Uchiha Sō. One targeted Uchiha Shiranui, while another advanced toward Genkan, Akai, and Might Guy. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a low hum, as Uchiha Sō stood still, observing the unfolding scene. He had faith in Shiranui and Might Guy's capabilities. His focus needed to remain solely on himself. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, three uniquely shaped ninja blades surged toward him in rapid succession. The terrifying edges sliced through the sky and ultimately pierced Uchiha Sō's body. Yet, in that moment, the faces of the assailants shifted. They distinctly saw their blades warp bizarrely upon contact with Uchiha Sō. Under this distortion, their weapons failed to strike him even slightly, either cleaving through empty air or crashing into the ground. You remain entirely unaware that Uchiha Sō's right eye, the Sharingan, was slowly rotating, and in an instant, he fiercely swung the kunai in his grasp. What kind of eyes do you face? The kunai wielded by Uchiha Sō moved with incredible speed, and with the aid of the Sharingan, his perceptive abilities became even more formidable. The clarity and fluidity of his vision seemed to enable him to foresee every movement of his adversaries within his sight. This was an insight far beyond what the three Tomo Sharingan could aspire to. The disparity in quality between both sides was truly unimaginable. He couldn't help but ponder the climactic battle between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, wondering just how much leniency was afforded. Nevertheless, the consumption of ocular techniques was indeed excessively taxing. Uchiha Sō contemplated silently. Although he had employed it once before, he had nearly reached his limit then. Furthermore, after activating his eyes, he had only gleaned information without a precise grasp of his technique's actual circumstances. However, he now comprehended that his technique was even more effective than he had anticipated. In the moment he utilized Yomi no Tsukimi, he could distinctly sense everything within a 1-meter radius around him. Most crucially, he could alter the very laws of space. Thus, he adopted the simplest and most effortless method to distort the trajectory of the blades aimed at him, thereby evading this attack. He even felt that if he were to approach with greater ferocity, disregarding the implications of his ocular prowess, he could indeed replicate Kakashi's Kamui effect. It was merely a matter of proximity. Observing Suigao Mountain, the pufferfish demon, along with Tongchao Yi and Woolly Shinba, Uchiha Sō slowly lowered his kunai. The trio was not foolish. Although they were astonished by Uchiha Sō's display, they unhesitatingly utilized body flicker technique to make their escape upon sensing danger. In truth, Uchiha Sō could have pursued them directly. At the moment they activated the body flicker technique, he had already discerned their landing points. However, he refrained from immediate action, casting a glance behind him instead. Jinkan, Akai, and Might Dai were engaged in combat with the dual-bladed user, while Shiranui was confronting Kurasame Tamamaru. The ferocity of their assault was formidable, yet Shiranui appeared composed, while Might Dai had already opened the 8 gates. Though Uchiha Sō was unaware of how many gates Might Dai had unlocked, it was evident that this time, he would not be rushing to his demise. Nevertheless, their battle continued to drift further away, as if they all tacitly sought to create ample space. How do you feel now? After assessing the situation of his comrades, Uchiha Sō turned his attention back to the trio of Suigao Mountain, curious about their unwavering confidence. The three did not respond, yet their expressions had grown exceedingly grave. This bizarre method of defense was wholly unexpected, and Uchiha Sō's eyes seemed to evoke memories of their past. The Mist Village possessed records of the Uchiha clan, particularly noting that many of their families had initially resisted cooperation with Hashirama Senju to establish Konoha and were subsequently cast aside by Uchiha Madara. They had contributed numerous secrets of the Uchiha, yet such information was not accessible to the average individual. Even if these three could peruse it, they could hardly recall every detail. Observing their silent vigilance, Uchiha Sō slightly bent his body, adopting a stance indicative of an impending explosive action. However, in the next instant, his left eye began to whirl rapidly, an eerie power manifesting around him. Be cautious. Tong Xiaoyi was the first to sense something amiss. He immediately shouted a warning. But in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sō had silently appeared before him. The kunai, enveloped in a layer of azure chakra, was thrust violently toward his chest. What kind of speed is this? Although Tong Xiaoyi was a seasoned and formidable ninja, he had never encountered such velocity. It felt as though Uchiha Sō had transcended the confines of space itself to launch his assault. Indeed, it was space ninjutsu. This individual excelled in it. Tong Xiaoyi's heart roared in defiance. He was not a defensive ninja. His forte lay in wielding powerful attacks to cleave his enemies to pieces. In this life-or-death moment, he chose not to evade, but rather swung his dull blade with ferocity, unleashing a devastating strike akin to a hammer colliding with an axe. Though he was acutely aware that his actions might yield little effect, especially since the individual known as Uchiha Sō had previously evaded their ambush using spatial techniques. This was the only course of action available to him. He could only gamble on the hope that Uchiha Sō would be unable to execute such techniques consecutively. Uchiha Sō, observing the situation, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This opponent was indeed quick to react and remarkably composed. Yet, how much could speed avail him? Uchiha Sō wielded spatial jutsu, while the puppet merely retaliated with physical movements. Nevertheless, to avoid injury from inertia, Uchiha Sō's eyes involuntarily shifted slightly. In an instant, the puppet's breath caught, and his movements froze. A colossal eye, adorned with Uchiha Sō's bizarre kaleidoscopic pattern, manifested in his mind. In the next moment, countless chains abruptly ensnared his body, rendering him utterly immobile. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, before the other two had a chance to react. Uchiha Sō's kunai quivered slightly, and the next moment, it plunged toward the puppet's heart. With a sickening thrust, the kunai penetrated the puppet's form, blood gushing forth along the blade. The puppet's eyes widened in horror. The excruciating pain jolted him from the illusion, yet he realized his fate was sealed. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated in a mere exchange, and so swiftly met his demise. Damn it! Nashi Shinpachi and Suigetsu Shimon recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately lunged at Uchiha Sō with their ninja blades. Yet, alas, the puppet had already perished. Their efforts were futile. Faced with their reaction, Uchiha Sō chose not to employ his ocular techniques, but instead utilized body flicker jutsu to vacate the location. When his silhouette reappeared, he stood precisely where he had been prior to the confrontation, as if he had never moved at all. The power of space, perhaps? Suigetsu Shimon gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. It seems you share a resemblance with that Namikaze Minato. Oh, you are aware of Namikaze Minato? Uchiha Sō appeared remarkably at ease, his tone light as he leisurely retrieved another kunai, smiling as he remarked, "It seems your intelligence operations are quite commendable. One must concede that spatial ninjutsu is indeed extraordinarily formidable." Nashi Shinpachi's expression turned notably grave, yet a cold smile crept upon his face. "However, if you think you have us completely at your mercy, you are sorely mistaken." "Oh." Uchiha Sō shook his head in bemusement, holding his kunai with a calm demeanor. "I am curious to know what other means you possess." "That would be." Nashi Shinpachi laid his ninja blade flat, and in an instant, he withdrew a long scroll inscribed with enigmatic seals from his weapon. "The means to end your life." The resounding echoes of successive explosions reverberated through the forest, shaking the very earth beneath. Countless fragments of stone and splintered trees were sent flying in all directions. Thick smoke billowed upwards, and fierce flames raged within the woods. Not far off, The formidable duo of Wooly Shinhachi and Suiguanshan Hajugue had regrouped. What a nuisance, Uchiha Sō cursed under his breath. Upon witnessing Wooly Shinhachi unfurl an entire scroll enveloped around a ninja blade, his brows instinctively furrowed in alarm. In that fleeting moment, he was struck by a vivid recollection reminiscent of the extravagant scene where the affluent Conan unleashed millions of explosive tags against Obito. That explosion had not merely darkened the skies, it had compelled Obito to resort to his Anaji for survival, confronting adversaries skilled in space-time ninjutsu. These scoundrels seemed to favor explosive tags to orchestrate a relentless barrage of destruction. Faced with such devastation, Uchiha Sō found himself momentarily compelled to retreat. Yet he harbored no intentions of letting these two escape. He had resolved to cleanse the entirety of the Whirlpool country's rear enemy territory. This was his bargaining chip, his prestige. Regardless of the choices he would make in the future, possessing such leverage would afford him greater ease. Standing atop the treetops, Uchiha Sō fixed his gaze upon Wooly Shinhachi, a predatory glint igniting in his eyes. He had to eliminate this troublesome foe first. Not far away, Wooly Shinhachi and Suiguanshan Hajugue stood back to back. Though they likely harbored mutual disdain, they recognized the necessity of such a defensive posture against an opponent adept at space-time ninjutsu, capable of launching attacks from any direction at any moment. The 7 ninja swordsmen were hardly a united front, especially given their individual backgrounds as mist ninjas. If they were inclined to huddle together, then they might as well face their demise in proximity. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sō transformed into a blur, materializing directly before Wooly Shinhachi. This time, he refrained from employing the power of the 10-stone house, although he could have utilized his ocular techniques. He deemed it wiser to reserve them for a more critical juncture. Besides, even his body flicker technique was not something the average person could easily comprehend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted as Wooly Shinhachi reacted with remarkable speed, barely managing to deflect Uchiha Sō's kunai with his ninja blade. Though his attack was thwarted, Uchiha Sō harbored no surprise. He swiftly aimed a kick at Wooly Shinhachi's knee, while simultaneously launching another kunai towards his neck. Body flicker technique. Suiguanshan Hajugue scoffed at Uchiha Sō's offensive. Surely, you would not dare to employ your space-time techniques recklessly. No sooner had he spoken than his massive blade swung menacingly towards Uchiha Sō. Sensing the lethal edge of the blade slicing through the air, Uchiha Sō was compelled to slightly shift his body, which caused his kunai to veer off course. In that moment, Wooly Shinhachi unleashed the formidable prowess expected of a powerful ninja. His body moved swiftly, evading the kunai thrown by Uchiha Sō. Simultaneously, his ninja blade extended slightly forward, chakra pulsating through it. Uchiha Sō's eyes flickered, and he perceived everything unfolding before him. With a cold snort, he performed a seemingly casual turn, effortlessly sidestepping the strike from Suigetsu's pufferfish. In that instant, he propelled himself backward with remarkable speed, and as he left the ground, a thunderous roar erupted from the splashing water. Mist rapidly enveloped the area, creating an effect akin to the mist concealment technique. In truth, both Suigetsu and Mori Shinta had long desired to employ the mist concealment technique. However, faced with Uchiha Sō's relentless assault, they dared not allow even a moment's distraction. Uchiha Sō's actions reflected their deepest fears. As the mist began to rise, he created distance and suddenly halted midair. His chakra erupted violently, and in a moment of astonishment for Mori Shinta, he executed the body flicker technique, reappearing before the latter. What manner of monster is this? Mori Shinta cursed inwardly, barely recalling the last time he had found himself in such a dire predicament. He swiftly adjusted the angle of his blade to block Uchiha Sō's strike. Having just unleashed the power of the splashing water, he was incapable of another explosive move. His only hope lay with Suigetsu, though he held little faith in him. To hell with it. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Suigetsu recognized the gravity of the situation. Following a missed strike, he advanced once more, expertly exploiting the gap in Uchiha Sō's attack to launch a surprise counter. However, this time, Uchiha Sō did not evade. He quickly turned his head, the crimson patterns in his eyes spinning ominously. This is bad. Suigetsu had always avoided direct eye contact with Uchiha Sō, yet in battle, such avoidance was sometimes unavoidable. Unlike the professionally trained guy, he could only rely on who reacted faster. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sō was evidently quicker. Buzz. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Suigetsu felt his mind go blank, his body frozen in place. Without hesitation, Uchiha Sō drew his kunai and viciously slashed toward his neck. However, just as Uchiha Sō was about to land the blow, Suigetsu suddenly regained his composure. His corpulent form veered sharply to the side, and as the kunai sliced through his arm, he leapt backward. Was that the power of the same flesh? Uchiha Sō needed no further confirmation. The one to save Suigetsu was undoubtedly the same flesh. The most effective way to dispel Genjutsu was to disrupt one's own chakra balance with another's chakra, a task that the same flesh accomplished with ease. But just then, Uchiha Sō abruptly turned his head, sensing a surge of intense chakra beginning to surge around him. As the formidable Wolashinba chakra surged to its zenith, the droplets in his hand ignited with flickering sparks, as if the scroll enveloping them was on the verge of combustion. "You little demon," Wolashinba snarled through gritted teeth. "This time, I shall see where you attempt to flee." In an instant, a searing aura began to permeate the atmosphere, an inexhaustible energy rapidly converging, poised for the moment of eruption. "Why would I run?" Uchiha Sō replied with an eerie calmness. "You are still alive. How could I possibly escape?" No sooner had he spoken than the right eye of Uchiha Sō began to whirl with fervor. At that moment, the power of Huangshuan's river was laid bare, and the space surrounding Wolashinba warped into a bizarre and chaotic disarray. The seemingly random turbulence distorted the droplets in Wolashinba's grasp, impeding his movement and altering his trajectory. "No!" Wolashinba bellowed in a fit of rage, yet in the next heartbeat, the boundless flames appeared to be compressed within an infinitesimal space, and an overwhelming energy erupted forth in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant roars reverberated through the heavens, and the earth trembled violently, as an invisible shockwave radiated outward. Countless trees and boulders vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the fierce flames that blazed uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Zigwashin Hitungue crouched on the ground, struggling to catch his breath, looking utterly disheveled. Although he had distanced himself considerably, the ferocious explosion still left him in agony. For a fleeting moment, he believed he was doomed. Yet, gazing at the inferno in the distance and feeling the searing pain from the shockwave, a smile unexpectedly crept across his face. "Surely, you too must have perished. Good riddance." Just as Uchiha Sō had surmised, members of the 7 ninja swordsmen harbored mutual disdain and enmity. They would feel no sorrow for fallen comrades, as long as they had eliminated their target. However, in the next moment, Zigwashin Hitungue's expression shifted dramatically, for he distinctly sensed a chilling sensation at his throat. He realized it was a kunai. Simultaneously, a voice emerged from behind him, and from his peripheral vision, he perceived a pair of crimson eyes looming ominously. "Did I not inquire earlier if you were overly confident?" Huffing heavily, Uchiha Sō rubbed his aching temples, feeling his eyes swell with discomfort, the throbbing pain becoming increasingly unbearable. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Zigwashin Hitungue, who lay collapsed beside him with a deep gash in his throat, blood oozing uncontrollably, his eyes wide open in death, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was worthwhile to have employed his ocular techniques so frequently, particularly the intense utilization of Huangshuan's river. Regardless of whether it is Suka Mountain's Fugu Ghost or Woolly Shiba, including the Tozo Yabe who was directly eliminated by him, they are all formidable adversaries. After all, to become a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their capabilities are undoubtedly exceptional. However, in this battle, he emerged unscathed from the confrontation, a stark contrast to his previous encounter with the likes of Pipa Shizo, even though he now appears somewhat disheveled. It is merely a consequence of employing the Hozojin technique to forcibly distort the explosion radius of his mist and to obstruct Woolly Shiba's escape route. Ultimately, when he utilized the Tensiki method to forcibly depart and positioned himself behind Suka Mountain's Fugu Ghost, he was merely caught in the aftermath of the massive explosion. Woolly Shiba, on the other hand, was obliterated by the very force of his own mist, while Suka Mountain's Fugu Ghost met his demise at the hands of Uchiha Sō. It can be said that had Woolly Shiba not been among Uchiha Sō's opponents this time, his performance would have undoubtedly reached greater heights. Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between possessing a kaleidoscope and lacking one. After a prolonged moment of catching his breath, Uchiha Sō finally regained a measure of composure and stood upright. Although his chakra refinement technique had already attained an A rank, his current predicament involved more than mere chakra. The adverse effects stemming from the consumption of ocular power could only be alleviated gradually, yet the injuries and depletion already incurred were temporarily irreversible. Nonetheless, this is an inevitable path of progression for the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Sō silently sighed within, contemplating whether he could exploit a loophole. For instance, during his rehabilitation, he had sparred with Shiranui using his 3 tomo, hoping to similarly advance his kaleidoscope's progress. However, he discovered that there was no growth whatsoever, leading him to realize that to enhance the kaleidoscope, he must engage in battle utilizing it. Fortunately, the ocular power of the kaleidoscope was not as fragile as he had imagined. After assessing the state of his eyes, Uchiha Sō took a deep breath. There existed within his eyes a peculiar substance, which, if he was not mistaken, was likely the so-called ocular power. While this substance did incur some expenditure, it was not as severe as he had envisioned. This realization made him understand that as long as he did not exhaust himself in the manner of Uchiha Sasuke, the kaleidoscope could indeed sustain itself for a considerable duration. Consider the fact that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama battled for many years before succumbing to blindness, and Uchiha Itachi persevered for 6 or 7 years. After all, experience gained, 10 in eye technique, Sharingan, experience gained, 60 in body technique. Uchiha style, experience gained, 10 in ninja technique, body flicker technique. As Uchiha Sō pondered, a notification flashed before his eyes. Such a degree of combat naturally warrants a corresponding enhancement, and this revelation did not surprise him in the least. He had always felt that his system would be better named as Heaven Rewards the Diligent. After all, a system that disregards innate talent and guarantees rewards for hard work is truly the essence of Heaven Rewards the Diligent, is it not? The skill mastery system has been activated. Chakra refinement technique, a level 4, 170,400. Dojutsu Sharingan, S level 1, 15,100. Taijutsu Uchiha style, B level 9, 560,900. Ninjutsu transformation technique, E level 5, 144,500. Ninjutsu replacement technique, A level 3, 130,300. Ninjutsu body flicker technique, A level 5, 250,500. Ninjutsu fire release, Great Fireball technique, B level 1, 60,100. Ninjutsu fire release, Phoenix fire technique, B level 1, 50,100. Omitted, observing his current panel, particularly the enhancement of his now S-rank Sharingan, Uchiha Sō could not help but nod gently. In his previous battle with Pipa Shirzong and Haishuleya, he had only gained 5 points of experience, whereas this time he had acquired a full 10 points. Although 10 points may seem modest, it is crucial to remember that experience at level 1 is scarce. Most importantly, through this battle, he had deepened his understanding of the Mangekyo, assimilating and practicing the information and insights he had gained from his enhancement. These intangible advancements would not manifest on the panel, yet he had undeniably experienced significant growth. However, Uchiha Sō soon shook his head in resignation. He was now entirely certain that without employing some extraordinary measures, his ocular power would not endure until his eyes reached the next stage. A decision needed to be made. Uchiha Sō was resolute in not allowing his eyes to stagnate at this juncture. He must procure the necessary items, whether it be from Orochimaru or Kurizetsu, or perhaps even a more direct approach by confronting Yamato to test the waters. All these options warranted careful consideration. For him, the most straightforward path was undoubtedly through Orochimaru, especially since Orochimaru had initiated recruitment towards him. Captain. Yet, as Uchiha Sō pondered, he was suddenly interrupted by a commotion behind him, prompting him to shake his head and set aside his thoughts. Strictly speaking, he still had time. This time frame, whether regarding Orochimaru's defection or the Uchiha massacre, was more than sufficient. What he needed to contemplate was which course of action would yield the greatest benefit. Turning around, Uchiha Sō noticed Shiranui and Genma hastily approaching him. They appeared somewhat anxious and slightly disheveled, clearly having either endured a fierce battle or been caught in the aftermath of an explosion. However, the silver lining was that Uchiha Sō's initial choice had proven sound. They were all still alive. There was no need to elaborate on Shiranui possessing the Mangekyo. He was never destined to lose to a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, especially since he only had one opponent to contend with. As for Guy and the others, they met Uchiha Sō's expectations. Guy, Genma, and Hinata Tetsu faced no issues, but only Might Dai appeared particularly fatigued. Evidently, The 8 gates formation proved to be somewhat burdensome for him, yet at least he was still alive. "Captain, are you all right?" Shiranui inquired with a hint of concern in his voice, as the previous explosion had been overwhelmingly terrifying. Even upon seeing Uchiha Sō unscathed, he could not help but express his worry. "I am fine, but what about you all?" Uchiha Sō replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I am unharmed, Captain." Shiranui exhaled in relief, allowing a smile to grace his face. "We are also unscathed," Mato Dai remarked, albeit fatigued, as he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Sō. Accompanying his gesture, Uchiha Sō distinctly noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of Akai, Jinkai, and Hyugatetsu, especially Akai, who appeared to be experiencing a revelation regarding the true nature of his father. Uchiha Sō had always known that Akai harbored some reluctance in fully accepting his father. He could not comprehend why his father, lacking the innate talent of a ninja, exerted himself so fervently, persisting even amidst ridicule. However, perhaps now he would come to understand, or at least grasp some aspects of it, whether it be the fervor of youth or the unwavering resolve to protect what is dear until death. "Everyone, I believe it is time for us to withdraw, as such a tremendous explosion will surely attract more foes," Uchiha Sō pondered, his demeanor becoming serious. Yet after uttering this sentence, he again wore a smile. "Nonetheless, allow me to congratulate you all. We have accomplished a task beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. We have utterly annihilated the elite 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." The complete eradication of the 7 ninja swordsmen was indeed an unfathomable feat for most. Although in the original narrative, Mato Dai nearly single-handedly achieved this, regrettably, 3 of them ultimately escaped. In contrast, Uchiha Sō had approached the task in phases, yet fundamentally, he had succeeded in their true annihilation. Presently, the sole survivor among the 7 ninja swordsmen was Hibashi Shiranui, who had been imprisoned by Uchiha Sō. Most crucially, his sword had been confiscated. It could be said that this lone remnant could no longer inherit the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and if he wished to wield the decapitating blade again, he could only pursue one path: to defect and leave the village hidden in the mist. Of course, Uchiha Sō did not believe that if he were to release Hibashi Shiranui, he would have the audacity to remain in the village. No village would likely welcome a failure, especially one who had suffered such a devastating defeat after being held in high regard. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, within a concealed encampment in the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Sō sat up from a makeshift wooden bed. After eliminating the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and their subordinates, Uchiha Sō and his companions had evacuated the area. Fortunately, the mist had compressed their surroundings to the utmost, and despite sensing such a terrifying explosion, the reinforcements they could dispatch were pitifully few. Either the distance was simply too great, or the scattered soldiers were hardly a cause for concern. Although numerous battles had occurred along their arduous journey, they ultimately persevered, vanquishing a considerable number of beasts that bared their teeth at them for sustenance, and finally arrived at their promised land. This location was one of the battle zones initially allocated to the Uchiha clan, a route they had predetermined prior to their departure. After all, the regional manager here was a Konoha-certified jonin, and this area was among the best developed within the many battle zones controlled by Konoha. Stretching slightly, Uchiha Sō stood up and walked outside, intending to freshen up. However, to his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, he beheld 2 green figures performing acrobatics within the camp, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Without a second thought, Uchiha Sō recognized them as the father-son duo. Might Guy and Might Dai? Such energetic men were a rare sight in Konoha. He couldn't help but wonder how Might Dai's wife felt, whether she was exhilarated or distressed. Amused by the thought, Uchiha Sō considered that perhaps with some of the chaotic troubles temporarily resolved, he could afford to indulge in some inappropriate musings. Yet, he seemed to recall that the original narrative did not elaborate on the circumstances of Might Guy's mother. "Commander, you're awake?" Just then, a voice broke through his contemplation. "Do you need me to fetch Lord Makoto for you?" Kamizuki Makoto was a jonin and the commander here, which was precisely why Uchiha Sō had chosen to come to this location. "Thank you for your efforts, but it's not necessary for now." Uchiha Sō smiled as he turned to see a young ninja, around 15 or 16 years of age, gazing at him with palpable excitement. Not only this young ninja, but as the voice resonated, Uchiha Sō sensed a multitude of eyes within the camp suddenly fixating upon him. These gazes were imbued with deep respect. an emotion so intense that he could perceive it without even looking. Upon encountering Uchiha Sō, the gathered individuals could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Is this really our commander? He seems so young. Fool, the prowess of a ninja is not determined by age. I witnessed our camp leader personally escorting the commander back. It seems the commander has undertaken some significant mission. We owe our gratitude to this esteemed individual. Without him, we might never stand a chance against the mist ninjas. Indeed, without our commander, we likely wouldn't even have the courage to resist. Their voices were not loud, yet Uchiha Sō could hear them clearly, a fact that filled him with pride while also instilling a sense of bashfulness. Essentially, his actions stemmed from his own fear of death. After all, the more enemies targeted him, the safer he felt. The reality has indeed validated his thoughts and actions, yet now there exists a group of individuals whom he has, in a certain sense, treated as mere cannon fodder, extolling his virtues. Despite his thick skin, he cannot escape a sense of awkwardness. Thus, this matter must remain buried deep within. If questioned by others, it shall be attributed to the orders of Orochimaru. After a brief moment of personal grooming, Uchiha Sō returned to his quarters, finding it increasingly difficult to endure the weight of their gazes. He felt that his current popularity behind enemy lines was perhaps rivaling that of a Wi-Fi password at a train station. Moreover, he recalled Orochimaru and realized it was time to reach out to his superior. He had accomplished the necessary tasks. What remained was to report the situation and determine the subsequent course of action. Although Uchiha Sō believed he wielded significant autonomy as a commander in enemy territory, he understood all too well the dire fate that awaited his ragtag group without the cooperation and pressure from the front lines. As the saying goes, if you disturb me, I shall send you to the ground. Orochimaru was never one to be trifled with, should he be provoked. He might indeed resort to the chilling notion of remaining unperturbed while allies faced peril. After all, life in the land of mist was far from easy, and it was not impossible to strike down adversaries without mercy. With hands forming seals, Uchiha Sō swiftly summoned the serpent left behind by Orochimaru. For the sake of convenience in communication and coordination with the front lines, this serpent had been kept close at hand. Chakra surged into the serpent's body as he observed its reactions with calmness. After a brief moment, the serpent raised its head, its golden eyes locking onto him, its crimson tongue flickering. Zonkuin, a raspy and deep voice emerged from the serpent's mouth. It was unmistakably Orochimaru's voice. I wonder why you sought me out so early. What is it that you require? Lord Orochimaru, if there were nothing pressing, I would not dare to intrude. Uchiha Sō replied with a composed tone. I have contacted you because I have matters to report. Oh, Orochimaru's voice resonated again, this time tinged with curiosity. Please, go on. Zonkuin, I believe I have completed the mission, Uchiha Sō said, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Completed the mission? Orochimaru's tone reflected a hint of confusion, but in an instant, he seemed to grasp something. Zonkuin, are you suggesting? Yes, I must express my gratitude for your intelligence, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō's smile brightened further. I have not failed in my duty, although I anticipate future formations. As of now, the 7 ninja swordsmen have become a thing of the past. Within the confines of the Konoha camp, Orochimaru stared, somewhat dazed, at the serpent before him. He had yet to fully process the astonishing information he had just received. It was simply too fantastical. The 7 ninja swordsmen had been vanquished by this mere child of 13 or 14 years. Orochimaru did not doubt the veracity of Uchiha Sō's words. After all, he could not fathom that Uchiha Sō would be foolish enough to jest with him about such a matter. Suddenly, an idea struck Orochimaru, causing him to instinctively lick his lips. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha and a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru possessed an extensive repository of intelligence. Konoha had always regarded the Uchiha clan as a hypothetical adversary, and although their intelligence collection regarding the Uchiha was not flawless, it was certainly comprehensive. Orochimaru was acutely aware that beyond the 3 Tomo Sharingan, there existed the formidable Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon this realization, a subtle shift appeared in Orochimaru's gaze. His insatiable curiosity regarding the unknown was piqued, and if Uchiha Sō had indeed reached that level, then a shift in his own attitude would be imperative. Could you elaborate on the specifics? After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru licked his lips and inquired in a low voice. I am most intrigued by how you accomplished this. Of course, Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Sō replied with a smile. sensing Orochimaru's intent. He was not naive enough to believe that Orochimaru was entirely unaware of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's status and prowess had undoubtedly granted him access to numerous secrets. Uchiha Sō occasionally pondered whether Sarutobi Hiruzen truly intended to eliminate Orochimaru when he expelled him, or if it was merely a failure born from insufficient strength. After all, Orochimaru possessed considerable knowledge of Konoha's secrets. Should he seek vengeance, Konoha would surely face dire consequences. However, such matters were not his immediate concern, as he still had a report to deliver. His report was rather succinct. He elaborated on his assessment that the Mist Village might target ordinary citizens, his decision to take proactive measures, and the individuals he had brought along. He refrained from delving into other aspects, particularly the specifics of combat, which he deliberately glossed over. The situation is as follows. I have secured all the ninja blades. Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Sō stated with a smile. We have successfully dealt with those foes, and I believe the Mist Village is now in a more precarious position. Indeed, they are indeed more vulnerable now, allowing you some latitude in your actions, Orochimaru replied, having quietly absorbed the report. He recognized that Uchiha Sō was omitting certain details. Yet he had no intention of letting it slide. I do have a few inquiries. While it is true that your team composition could effectively handle the 7 ninja swordsmen, all the pressure rests solely on your shoulders. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that you could achieve this without any casualties unless. Orochimaru paused for a moment. Then with a meaningful tone remarked, unless you possess even greater power. Wouldn't you agree, Zonkoin? What exactly does Lord Orochimaru mean by greater power? Uchiha Sō pondered for a moment before responding with a vague smile. To comprehend the power of the Uchiha, one must recognize that it emanates from our very eyes. Moreover, as ninjas, who among us is devoid of secrets? Indeed, it appears I have been presumptuous. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Sō, Orochimaru could no longer suppress the fervent glimmer in his eyes. Although Uchiha Sō neither confirmed nor denied anything, it sufficed for Orochimaru, who felt he had obtained the answers he sought. Zonkoin continually astounds me. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru delicately licked his lips and spoke with a smile. First, the handling of the enemy brought me great surprise, followed by the resolution of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even their strength is truly commendable. Zonkoin, you truly deserve the title of the foremost genius of the Uchiha. I believe none within the clan can compare to you. Furthermore, I sincerely believe that the Uchiha should be in the hands of a talent such as yours. Orochimaru's praise for Uchiha Sō was exceedingly high, bordering on the unimaginable. While Uchiha Sō felt he was worthy of such accolades, he recognized the importance of humility, aware that this was Orochimaru's second attempt to recruit him. However, Uchiha Sō was not inclined to discuss it now, nor should it be broached in such a manner. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō replied with a gentle shake of his head. Without your forbearance, I would not have reached this point. I plan to visit you in Konoha to express my gratitude properly. Is that so? Orochimaru, astute as ever, instantly grasped Uchiha Sō's implication. Then I look forward to meeting you in Konoha. This response pleased Orochimaru, who viewed the Hokage as a mere pawn to be maneuvered. Since he aimed to achieve this, he intended to execute it flawlessly. This has always been Orochimaru's approach. He believed that only by managing these matters effectively could he find the time to pursue his true interests. The Uchiha had always been a thorn in Konoha's side, and his objective was to ensure that this thorn would no longer cause pain, even if it meant mere collaboration. Now, having finished with pleasantries, it was time to address the pressing matters at hand. Orochimaru took a deep breath, then spoke earnestly. Zonkoin, you are to return to Konoha. Uchiha Sō paused momentarily, his expression shifting. What does this mean? Is he preparing to reap the rewards? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Orochimaru continued, do not misunderstand, Zonkoin. I will report your accomplishments truthfully, but it is inevitable that you will be withdrawn this time. Inevitable? Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something. Lord Orochimaru, are you preparing for a major counteroffensive? Truly worthy of the title Zonkoin, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a counteroffensive is forthcoming. Orochimaru's admission was straightforward, and Uchiha Sō comprehended its implications, which were rather simple. Given that the hidden mist had been reduced to such a state, it was only natural to send them to their demise. The once vibrant land of the whirlpools has endured the ravages of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. leaving its national strength so diminished that it can barely engage in the trivial conflicts of the tropical rainforests. However, the recent upheaval instigated by the Uchiha clan has ignited a sense of resistance among the citizens of the land of the whirlpools, who, while expressing gratitude towards Konoha, now harbor a spirit of defiance that poses a challenge to the village. Consequently, both Orochimaru and Konoha wish for them to refrain from reckless actions and patiently await the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, merely to follow suit in the ensuing operations. The ramifications of such actions are evident. Relying on these disorganized troops could lead to significant casualties, the burden of which would inevitably fall upon Konoha, as their ninjas are directing them. Furthermore, given the personified nature of the Mist Village, should the front line falter and a retreat ensue, the prolonged struggle against these resistance groups may incite indiscriminate retaliation. In such a scenario, courage would be folly. It would be prudent to withdraw swiftly. From a more sinister perspective, the current strength of the Uchiha clan raises concerns. Should they successfully capture a significant city with their ragtag forces, it would effectively mean that the people of the land of the whirlpools would reclaim their lost territories, resulting in a considerable loss for Konoha. Thus, regardless of the viewpoint, the most prudent course of action is to extract Uchiha. Upon realizing this, Uchiha nearly rolled his eyes but ultimately complied, as he had long since wished to depart from this cursed location. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. After all, Konoha has made the journey. They cannot leave without purpose. As the morning sun bathed the streets of Konoha, the bustling crowd began to emerge. Meanwhile, in the top office of the Hokage building, the third Hokage was already immersed in his duties. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a diligent man, had approached his role with earnestness since he assumed the mantle of Hokage. Initially cautious and apprehensive, he now relished the process of governing Konoha. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of powerlessness and headache due to the recent dire state of affairs. Although Konoha had performed commendably on various fronts, they were still engaged in a 1-against-3 struggle. Had it not been for the swift resolution with Tsunagakure and the inherent treachery among the other ninja villages, Konoha would likely have crumbled under a 1-against-4 scenario. He silently hoped for a more favorable outcome this year. As Sarutobi pondered over the reports in his hand, he reflected on the fact that it had been 7 years since the war had engulfed the entire ninja world. He could not fathom whether Konoha could endure if this continued. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office swung open with a bang, causing him to frown instinctively. However, upon seeing the individual who entered, his displeasure softened slightly. Towanzo, I hope you can elucidate the meaning behind your words. Indeed, the one who has entered is Towanzo. It is likely that only he could pass unimpeded by the Umbu stationed outside. After all, Towanzo is not merely a peer of the third Hokage, but also one of the esteemed figures of Konoha. First, take a look at this, Hiruzen's. Without any unnecessary words, Towanzo placed a document on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Information relayed from the front lines of the land of whirlpools, returned by Orochimaru. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen's raised an eyebrow. Realizing that he had no desire to engage in a dispute over the battle report with Towanzo, he swiftly opened the document and began to read it attentively. And within moments, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. A significant turning point had emerged on the battlefield of the land of whirlpools. The formidable 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had been annihilated, and now Konoha's main forces were poised to counterattack. This was undeniably good news, despite Orochimaru's actions on that front, which had left him somewhat displeased. The audacity to instruct and manipulate those civilian resistance groups to engage in the war was detrimental to Konoha's interests. However, considering the exigencies of war, he had tacitly accepted this situation, and it now seemed the results were indeed favorable, especially with Orochimaru's withdrawal from the command position behind enemy lines. All these developments, taken together, were undeniably positive, and he was puzzled as to why Towanzo displayed such a countenance. Yet, as he turned to the final page of the document, his expression shifted slightly, for it recorded the identity of the one who had vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen and the commander of the enemy's armed forces, a name that was somewhat unfamiliar to him, Uchiha Sō. Uchiha? Is this the prodigy of the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, for while this name was not entirely unknown to him, it was still somewhat obscure. Indeed, it referred to that young boy. Towanzo nodded indifferently. The son of Uchiha Shiranui, Uchiha Sō. Towanzo, too, harbored a simmering anger within. He had previously sent a message to Orochimaru, clearly articulating his thoughts. Under normal circumstances, this boy should have perished rather than existing in the present state. If there were no unforeseen events, Tawanzo's demeanor grew grim. It was likely that he had acquired that forbidden power. The Mangekyo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's comprehended Tawanzo's implications, and his expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. One must never underestimate a ninja's capacity for intelligence analysis and judgment, especially those who are well-informed. Moreover, Uchiha Sō had not been particularly discreet in his actions, especially regarding the Mangekyo, which he had not intended to conceal. Setting aside the question of whether concealment was feasible, the deterrent effect was of an entirely different magnitude. Much like a nuclear bomb, possessing one and not possessing one are two distinct realities. The act of using it or refraining from use also presents divergent scenarios. The maximum potency of a nuclear weapon is realized when it remains on its launch pad rather than after detonation. Similarly, a clenched fist is far more intimidating than one that has been unleashed. Uchiha Sō was acutely aware of these truths, and thus he had no intention of hiding them, nor of making a direct admission. He simply allowed others to speculate as they wished. It is highly probable, after all, that this young rogue single-handedly dealt with numerous members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Danzo nodded, his voice cold as he spoke. Uchiha Shinin is an extremist. Now that his son has acquired such power, the situation is bound to become increasingly uncontrollable. Therefore, I propose that if they have not yet retreated from the land of Whirlpool, we should inform the Mist Village of their route. If they have already returned to the land of fire, I will make the necessary arrangements. Enough. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him, his expression darkening. I do not wish to hear such words again. Hiruzen was visibly angered, not out of any leniency towards the Uchiha, but because he was acutely aware of the current circumstances. This is a time of war. Konoha is already stretched thin, and the utmost priority must be to confront the enemy while stabilizing our rear. Though he had been contemplating ways to resolve the Uchiha dilemma, even going so far as to undermine them in both overt and covert manners, he had refrained from taking drastic measures during wartime. Moreover, he would never believe that the Uchiha clan was unaware of their current predicament or the value they held. Should Konoha dare to act against them now, they would find themselves at war by dawn. This is no jest. Uchiha Shinin wields the Sharingan and is a formidable adversary. Not to mention he is not alone. Uchiha Shursui stands by his side. Eliminating 2 Uchiha prodigies at once may seem like a tremendous gain, yet in reality, it could lead to catastrophic losses. The Uchiha's retaliation could be devastating, even leading to their annihilation. But how would other clans perceive such an action? They might think, we send our clansmen to the front lines to fight, and you dare to strike without hesitation? If chaos erupts in the rear, morale will surely plummet. Given that Konoha is already on the brink, it could very well vanish in an instant. Have you considered the consequences? Are you certain of your victory, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, fixing his gaze upon Danzo. Do you comprehend the predicament this could plunge Konoha into? When action is required, one must act decisively. Your hesitance is perilous. Danzo regarded Hiruzen with indifference. Your indecisiveness may lead Konoha into unforeseen dangers in the future. You may leave now. Hiruzen, no longer inclined to engage in futile discussion, warned. Furthermore, I advise you against any underhanded schemes at this juncture. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Danzo snorted dismissively and turned to depart. But Hiruzen's voice rang out once more. You have overstepped, Danzo. This time, Hiruzen's tone had turned icy. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. Those words instantly rendered Danzo's body rigid. Indeed, Hiruzen is the Hokage, perpetually a figure looming above him, an unattainable ideal. Rage surged through Danzo's mind, and he found himself clenching his fists involuntarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly, gazing at him. After a lengthy pause, he finally unclenched his fists and silently made his way toward the door. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and exclaimed, "You will regret this." Is this true? In a chamber within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Shinin scrutinized the documents in his hands, his brow furrowing as he lifted his gaze to the elderly men before him. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had surmised, the Uchiha clan could not possibly be unaware of the situation. In Uchiha Shinin's possession lay the records of Uchiha Zong's achievements on the battlefield. After concluding their battle, Uchiha Zong had immediately retreated from the control of the Mist Village back to the Konoha camp. Though, given his nature, he likely wouldn't boast about his exploits in enemy territory, his comrades would certainly recount their deeds. Uchiha Sō need not speak. Mado Dai and others had already divulged much, and Shiranui had also shared these matters with other Uchihas in the camp. Furthermore, to bolster morale, Orochimaru had proactively convened a rally before the army's deployment to commend Uchiha Sō and his team. Thus, their exploits would naturally be relayed back to Konoha through various channels. And now it was likely that all the prominent families in Konoha were already aware of these events. I believe they would not deceive us. At this moment, an elder nodded slowly. Moreover, I have learned that the information received by other families is largely consistent. This elder, known as Uchiha Monika, was the clan's grand elder and a leading figure among the hawkish faction of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan could indeed be regarded as a vibrant land. Initially, they had resolutely opposed the destabilizing presence of Uchiha Madara in their quest for peace. Why should I rise when I have knelt by my own merit? Yet, as the memory of Uchiha Madara faded, they gradually began to realize that their current existence was less favorable than during his rule. After years of development, despite claiming to be Konoha's foremost clan, self-proclaimed, their situation seemingly paralleled that of a mere refuse collection site. Amidst this shifting mindset, those who initially intended to board Uchiha Madara's old ship found themselves transformed into rebels at the hands of the remnants he left behind. Following prolonged internal strife and Konoha's mismanagement, this faction of rebels gained significant influence and ascended to become the clan's dominant force. Fortunately, they did not hold complete power. Otherwise, they might have audaciously shouted, "The father slays the brother, the realm collapses, and the rightful heir to Konoha is none other than Madara." Grand Elder, what do you imply? Uchiha Shinin inquired with a furrowed brow, then quietly asked, "Has Sō acquired such power?" "I do not know, but if my intuition serves me correctly," Uchiha Monika replied, lifting his gaze slightly, "it is likely that your son has already attained the pinnacle of Uchiha power." Upon hearing Uchiha Monika's words, Uchiha Shinin fell into a momentary silence. As a father, he felt a sense of pride that his son had acquired such strength, yet the thought of his son's temperament suddenly left him feeling quite troubled. A man who dares to openly refer to himself as a dog father while boasting that he has a tiger son can certainly be a source of annoyance. Beyond mere irritation, he now finds himself increasingly vigilant. Although he is not an elder of the clan, as a Konoha Jonin possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, he holds a significant position within the family. It could even be said that he is one of the core members of the hawkish faction within the clan. He is well aware of many matters that others remain oblivious to, whether they pertain to the clan or the village. What is the village's response? Uchiha Shinin inhaled deeply before he slowly inquired, "And elders, what are your thoughts?" "The village's reaction is uncertain. After all, you are aware of our relationship with them." Uchiha Masanaka paused briefly, then offered a slight smile. "I believe we should finally meet this child. Until now, we have not had the opportunity to properly acknowledge this prodigy of our clan. You have consistently emphasized that your child is not yet qualified, but now it seems there is no longer a need to obstruct our meeting." Masanaka's words were gentle, reminiscent of an elder wishing to meet a junior. However, his remarks caused Uchiha Shinin to lower his gaze slightly, his expression shifting. Despite being a steadfast member of the hawkish faction, he had kept Uchiha Sō and these elders at a distance. Yet, it appears this matter can no longer be contained. Finally escaping that cursed place, as Uchiha Sō walked along the path leading to Konoha within the Land of Fire, he felt a surge of joy. After returning to the Konoha camp and handing over the scroll containing 7 sealed ninja blades to Orochimaru, he awaited Uchiha Shizin's return before departing from the Land of Whirlpools. Although he wished to retain those ninja blades, Orochimaru informed him that they could serve as leverage in negotiations, though he promised to keep at least one for Sō. Consequently, Uchiha Sō was no longer troubled by the matter, as he had no particular interest in practicing swordsmanship. Casting a glance back at Shiranui, Uchiha Shizen, and the father-son duo of Might Guy, Sō instinctively quickened his pace. Among those evacuating, aside from the Akado team and the captives, everyone else could return to Konoha for rest. This was indeed good news for them. Having endured such a lengthy stay in the wretched Land of Whirlpools, they had grown thoroughly weary. Particularly for Uchiha Sō, although he understood that returning would not necessarily be a respite, it at least signified a change of venue. Most importantly, in the Land of Whirlpools, he was always confronted by beastly threats, and after confronting them, he had to deal with the aftermath himself. Such issues would not plague him in Konoha. He could simply partake in the offerings available. However, upon returning, It seemed unlikely that ease would be his companion. After expressing his emotions, Uchiha Sō quickly steeled himself, for he was unaware of what Konoha might do along the way. After all, the leader of Konoha is none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, a figure known for his flexible moral boundaries regarding matters of life and death, including the eradication of entire families. While the third Hokage might exhibit some restraint, the likes of Danzo represent a true heavyweight in this arena. Although their interests may align, their methods diverge significantly. Much like the distinct layers of milk foam atop milk tea, the upper and lower strata possess entirely different flavors. You have your ideals, and I have my devotion to Konoha. The peace of Konoha is not my concern, nor does the chaos affect me in the slightest. In fact, for Danzo, chaos might even serve as an advantageous opportunity, especially since he aims to physically confront the Hokage. Moreover, I must ponder how to proceed upon my return. This conundrum has occupied Uchiha Sō's thoughts for quite some time. Initially, he considered that Konoha's disregard for humanity and the emergence of Uchiha's treachery presented a dire situation. In such a hostile environment, should he flee? However, weighing the cost of escaping Konoha, his current strength, and the loving nature of his parents, he ultimately opted against it. After all, in a land as tumultuous as the land of whirlpools, the disappearance of a few individuals is hardly unusual. Now, having attained a measure of self-defense, he finds himself disinclined to leave. Why should I cower after you have subjected me to such distasteful treatment, even contemplating the annihilation of my family? It is utterly unreasonable to hide from you now that I possess the power to confront you. The fact that Uchiha Sō refrains from seeking vengeance against them already reflects a degree of conscience. Taking lives is a grave matter, even that of an enemy's kin. As a transmigrator, he retains a semblance of the moral compass from his previous life. Yet, while he may think this way, it does not hinder his resolve when the need arises. Once a kind-hearted individual, Uchiha Sō has evolved over the 3 years spent in the land of whirlpools. Though he maintains his own moral boundaries, they have become markedly more adaptable. Thus, certain realities are inevitable, including the fate of my family. After several days of travel, Uchiha Sō and his companions finally reached the outskirts of Konoha. Gazing at the 3 statues standing resolutely upon Hokage Rock, Uchiha Sō felt a twinge of nostalgia. 3 years have passed. Do you know how I have spent this time? While others have played and enjoyed themselves, I have been besieged by ninjas. Captain, we have returned. Nara Shikamaru called out, his eyes fixed on the distant Konoha. He could not help but express his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. At this moment, Guy and Might Dato also lacked their usual exuberance, their expressions tinged with reflection. Without your guidance and leadership, we might have truly struggled to return. The brutality of war is etched deeply into the hearts of all participants. On the battlefield, they may not dwell on their thoughts, as they face a myriad of foes. However, upon returning to Konoha, to their home, they find it increasingly difficult to restrain their emotions. Captain, both Shiranui and Izumi appear to be affected by the same sentiments. Eager to voice their thoughts, yet before they could utter a word, they were interrupted by Sō Uchiha. What do you thank me for? Without your cooperation, none of us could have reached this point. Sō Uchiha smiled, his gaze drifting towards the distant Konoha, and then he raised his arm high. Let us return home. How about a race to see who reaches the gates of Konoha first? The loser will do 1,000 handstand push-ups. No sooner had Sō Uchiha finished speaking than Might Guy shouted with enthusiasm, transforming into a streak of green light as he dashed forward. Kakashi, undeterred, swiftly followed suit, while Nara Shikamaru cast a reluctant glance at Sō Uchiha before joining the fray. Shikamaru, being emotionally astute, recognized that allowing these 3 Uchiha to have their moment was wise. They could convene at the gates later. Senior, have you been troubled by something these past few days? Once Shikamaru and the others had departed, Sō Uchiha began his journey with Shiranui and Izumi. Shiranui could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, I noticed you seem preoccupied with something. Is there a matter weighing on your mind? Though I may not be as astute as you, please do not hesitate to share if there is a way I can assist. Shiranui's earnestness prompted Sō Uchiha to glance at him. Izumi offered a warm nod to the two before quickening her pace ahead. In an instant, only Sō Uchiha and Shiranui remained. It's not as complicated as you think. I am merely contemplating certain issues I cannot disclose to others. Sō Uchiha chuckled lightly, yet his expression soon turned serious. In truth, I may indeed need your help with this matter, but if it is mishandled, we might find ourselves adversaries. Senior. Before Zong Uchiha could finish, Shui interrupted firmly. I will never stand against you, no matter the circumstances. Shui, still somewhat naive, was likely unaware of the deteriorating relationship between the Uchiha and the village that awaited them in the coming years. After all, the fourth Hokage had yet to be chosen, and the Nine-Tails incident was still a distant shadow, not to mention that Kakashi had yet to become Uchiha Kakashi. However, since Zong Uchiha had resolved to take the Uchiha clan into his own hands, securing someone like Shui, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, was undoubtedly essential. Understanding his thoughts and outlook sooner rather than later seemed beneficial. Moreover, Shui's current innocence provided Zong Uchiha with ample maneuvering room. Let us not speak in absolutes. There are matters I can disclose to you, but only to you. With this thought, Zong Uchiha smiled, patting Shui on the shoulder before softly continuing. Senior, I assure you that I shall not divulge a single word. I vow it by my way of perseverance. The voice of Shui involuntarily lowered, and his tone grew remarkably grave. In truth, Uchiha Zong could still place trust in Shui, for this young man possessed resolute determination and upheld his promises. Aside from his tendency to unleash torrents of strength when necessary, and his occasional lack of clarity during critical moments, he had begun to embody the essence of humanity. You must be aware that Lord Orochimaru is currently the most favored candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage. As Uchiha Zong walked towards Konoha with Shui, he spoke in hushed tones, and upon seeing Shui nod, he continued. As Hokage, Lord Orochimaru requires support from various clans. Only with their backing can he foster the village's development after assuming the mantle of Hokage. Naturally, the Uchiha clan is included among these families, and he has discussed this matter with me. Upon hearing this, Shui's eyes widened slightly, and a wave of excitement and joy illuminated his countenance. The prospect of the future fourth Hokage engaging with his senior was indeed a source of immense happiness. He already held Uchiha Zong in profound reverence, viewing him almost as an elder brother and a figure to aspire to. Yet, it appeared he had underestimated this brother and the heights he could attain. However, the subsequent words of Uchiha Zong caused Shui's expression to stiffen involuntarily. Lord Orochimaru explicitly conveyed to me that the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan is not as harmonious as one might presume. In fact, it is quite dire. With a slight sigh, Uchiha Zong continued. This even extends to Lord Orochimaru himself, the disciple of the third Hokage. According to Lord Orochimaru's own words, the Uchiha may harbor ill intentions towards him, yet he does not reciprocate such feelings. He seeks the support of the Uchiha, but not from a clan that maintains such a fraught relationship with Konoha or with him. Is the relationship between the clan and the village truly so poor? Shui gazed at Uchiha Zong in a daze, unable to fathom such a revelation. As a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, he had been raised by the elders of the clan and had grown under the influence of the will of fire. His heart brimmed with love for Konoha, and he was willing to strive for its prosperity, yet he also cherished and took pride in his family. In that moment, the realization that his two greatest loves were at such odds was nearly unbearable. However, Lord Orochimaru also offered me some insights. Just as Shui found himself engulfed in confusion, Uchiha Zong spoke once more. Senior, Lord Orochimaru. Shui immediately grasped Uchiha Zong's arm, his voice filled with urgency. What did Lord Orochimaru hint to you? I apologize, but I am not ready to discuss this matter just yet, as it holds great significance. Uchiha Zong smiled faintly. Nevertheless, having received the hint, I understand that this issue is not insurmountable. The crux lies in my need for assistance. As he spoke, Uchiha Zong paused momentarily before he continued in a somber tone. I hope you can comprehend that this matter encompasses a multitude of issues. For the sake of our clan and the future of the village, I cannot speak recklessly. However, I can convey that I require individuals of strength, capability, and trustworthiness to assist me. Do you understand, Shui? After skillfully persuading Shui, Uchiha Zong set forth towards the village. Yet, during the journey back, Shui appeared somewhat pensive, seemingly reflecting on Uchiha Zong's earlier remarks. Regardless of perspective, the impact of Uchiha Zong's words on him was profound, necessitating a thorough contemplation of various matters. After all, he was still quite young, untouched by the harsh realities of society. His true maturation likely occurred during his time in the root. Witnessing Danzo's relentless pursuit of power, employing every means, suppression, assassination, coup, and invasion against those who defied him, including clans and even other villages, was a formative experience. It was during that tumultuous period that Shiranui would have accelerated his growth, albeit at the cost of moral corruption. Presently, Shiranui found himself in an optimal position, adept at deceiving others. Speaking of Danzo, had he entangled those from the Land of Rain in his schemes? The transformation of the Akatsuki organization was indeed a consequence of Danzo's machinations. He not only ensnared the Land of Rain, but also ensnared himself, ultimately dragging Konoha down with him. This was a classic case of killing four birds with one stone. The Akatsuki suffered greatly due to his actions, resulting in Yahiko's death and Nagato's descent into darkness, while Hanzo, having allied with him, met his demise at the hands of Yahiko. In his quest to collaborate with Hanzo and counter his influence, he dispatched his elite from Route, only to be thwarted by the rampaging Nagato. Consequently, he was forced to start anew, having initially sought to undermine Orochimaru in his aspirations to become Hokage, only to find himself seeking collaboration with Orochimaru once more. Reflecting on Konoha, one need only recall the formidable figure who could carry bags of rice while soaring in the sky to grasp the extent of the chaos he wrought. Indeed, he was a genuine scourge. Perhaps it was precisely his nature as a bane that allowed him to survive for so long. In Uchiha Sō's past life, there was a saying, "Good men do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years." Danzo seemed on the verge of witnessing the conclusion of his saga as Hokage, had he not nearly realized his dream of becoming acting Hokage. He might have continued to survive into the era of Boruto. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Uchiha Sō and his companions arrived at the gates of Konoha. There, they were greeted by Kakashi and his son, along with Genma and Uchiha Shizune, who awaited their arrival. Upon reuniting, Uchiha Sō reported to the gatekeepers, and together, they entered the village. After exchanging a few casual words, they dispersed towards their respective homes. Konoha, while merely a village in title, was indeed expansive, boasting a considerable population. When combining civilians and ninjas, the numbers swelled to over 100,000, comparable to a small city in his previous life. Fortunately, as ninjas, Uchiha Sō and his companions could traverse the village swiftly. Otherwise, reaching their homes could have taken until nightfall. Until we meet again, he bid farewell. Upon their return to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sō smiled as he addressed Shiranui and Shizune. "Farewell, esteemed seniors," he said. Although Shiranui's mind was still somewhat disordered, he promptly bowed slightly alongside Uchiha Shizune to bid farewell to Uchiha Sō. After parting ways, Uchiha Sō made his solitary way home. Despite having been away for 3 years, he found everything here still familiar. Before long, he stood before his doorstep. His home was not particularly small, for his father was a bearer of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. While the living conditions could not compare to those of the elders or the clan leader, they certainly surpassed those of the average Uchiha. After all, some individuals are inherently destined for greatness, while others are born into privilege. Uchiha Sō never anticipated that his journey would lead him to become one of those fortunate few. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, one might say he had secured a prime residence at the metaphorical finish line. However, he soon shook his head. Having been thrust onto the battlefield, this hardly equated to being born into privilege. Just look at the descendants of the 3rd Hokage. Even amidst the 4th Great Ninja War, they managed to rally such numbers. Now that was truly being born at the finish line. "So, you have returned?" As Uchiha Sō entered the courtyard of his home, a woman's voice filled with surprise reached his ears. "Yes, I have returned," he replied, turning to face her, a smile gracing his features. The woman was his mother in this world, named Uchiha Ryoko. Although his father, Uchiha Shiranui, lacked the qualities of a conventional father, he certainly was a steadfast member of the clan. Uchiha Ryoko was not of noble lineage, and her innate talent was rather modest. In contrast, Uchiha Shiranui was exceptional. After all, the adage "a dog father cannot have a tiger son" held some truth. Uchiha Sō was a prodigy of the clan, just as his father had been in his time. Under normal circumstances, he and Uchiha Ryoko would have no future together, as the clan would orchestrate marriages, pairing the exceptional with the exceptional. Yet, this young man disregarded such conventions. Had it not been for the intervention of the clan elder, Uchiha Masahiro, this matter might not have been so easily resolved. Regardless of their relationship, Uchiha Sō felt a lingering resentment towards his father, but he held a deep sense of gratitude for Uchiha Ryoko. She had cared for him exceptionally well. Even though Uchiha Sō, as a transmigrator, had struggled to acclimate in his early years, over time, genuine affection had blossomed. It has been 3 years. You have worked hard, Uchiha Ryoko said, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Why didn't you inform us sooner of your return? Were you injured? I am fine. Please do not worry, Uchiha Sō replied with a reassuring smile, shaking his head. I merely need to rest well. I am not as fragile as you might imagine. Although he bore numerous scars from the past 3 years, in comparison to those who had inflicted them, they were but trifles. After all, he is still lively and vibrant, while those individuals have all succumbed to eternal slumber. You should enter now. Shinin is at home today. Uchiha Ryoko gently dabbed the corners of her eyes before smiling and speaking. However, upon hearing this news, Uchiha Sō's expression darkened. Is he at home today? You too, truly. Uchiha Ryoko shook her head, both amused and exasperated. He has been quite troubled lately, seemingly grappling with some vexing issues. Never mind, you should go in. Uchiha Sō nodded resignedly and proceeded toward the room, pondering what predicament his father might have encountered. Strictly speaking, within the Uchiha clan, there shouldn't be many troublesome matters for him. Could it be that the village intends to send him away? Uchiha Sō raised an eyebrow but dismissed the thought, for upon entering the room, he found Uchiha Shin in waiting for him. If all goes as expected, he likely overheard the conversation between himself and Uchiha Ryoko. Back. Uchiha Shin assessed Uchiha Sō from head to toe and spoke in a flat tone. Yes, I'm back. Uchiha Sō nodded, his tone lacking any warmth. Follow me. Uchiha Shin turned and said, there are matters I need to discuss with you privately. A private conversation? Uchiha Sō, observing his father's retreating figure, suddenly realized something significant. It seems that his father's troubling issues are profoundly connected to him. Has he returned? In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage listened intently to the report from the Umbu before setting down the documents in his hand and picking up his pipe. After lighting it, he took a deep puff, closing his eyes to ponder before slowly exhaling the smoke. Uchiha Sō's safe return confirmed that Danzo had indeed refrained from causing chaos, which brought a slight sense of relief to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The current Konoha cannot withstand such turbulent storms, should Danzo act recklessly. Even if he were to ultimately deal with Danzo, it would be of no avail. What good would processing and apologies do once the deed is done? As for the Uchiha clan, they would undoubtedly disregard Konoha's fate, willing to plunge them into ruin together. Yet, while Konoha is stable at present, the future strategy regarding the Uchiha clan has become an immensely troubling issue for him. Is it truly the Mangekyo? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe. Memories of the catastrophic battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama resurfacing in his mind, even though it has been nearly 40 years. And he was far from the battlefield at that time. The echoes of that day, when the earth trembled and mountains crumbled, remain etched in his heart. Additionally, his mentor, Senju Tobarama, continually taught and warned them about the terrifying and perilous nature of the Uchiha clan, a lesson that has been ingrained in his very soul. However, even among the Mangekyo, there are disparities. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled the smoke, his gaze growing resolute. It is imperative to contemplate a strategy, perhaps seeing if we can draw him over to become another Uchiha Kagami. If that fails, I shall find a way to resolve this matter, even at the cost of my life. Shirsui, it suffices for you to return, though I lament for that child, Itachi. In a chamber within the Uchiha clan's territory, Shirsui sat in silence before an elder. This elder, Uchiha Kiyoshi, was the second elder of the clan and a representative figure of the family's pacifist faction. Shirsui had grown under his watchful gaze, and Kiyoshi had always treated him as a protege. Many of Shirsui's beliefs and aspirations stemmed from Kiyoshi's teachings, which emphasized the hope for harmony between the clan and the village, fostering coexistence. Indeed, Elder Shirsui nodded gently. Although Senior Zong intervened in time, I regret for Senior Chung. I never anticipated you would encounter Uchiha Zong, remarked Uchiha Kiyoshi with a sigh. He is a genius, a true prodigy. He had perused Zong's report, which detailed an organization of terrifying capability and immense power, an astonishing revelation. Initially, he had doubted its veracity, but after receiving reports from the front lines, particularly Shirsui's first-hand account, he had little choice but to believe. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty lingered within him. He gazed intently at Shirsui and inquired softly, Shirsui, have you observed any changes in Uchiha Zong's eyes? At this question, Shiranui instantly grasped the implication. That pair of eyes was not exclusive to Uchiha Sō. He possessed them as well. However, he was acutely aware of Zong's admonitions, which stirred a conflict within him. One was a person who had cared for him on the battlefield, even rescuing Uchiha Shizune, earning his utmost respect. The other had nurtured him since childhood, treating him like family. He wished not to deceive either. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. Elder, our battles are separate. Nevertheless, I must admit that Senior Zong's presence in combat exudes an overwhelming aura. Beyond that, I cannot say. Is that so? Uchiha Kiyoshi furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. It was an ambiguous reply, leaving him uncertain how to assess the situation. Elder, what do you mean by changes in the eyes? Shiranui, relieved to have navigated that inquiry, felt a surge of curiosity about those eyes and cautiously ventured to ask. This pertains to a clan secret, yet as a prodigy of our family. You are permitted to know, Uchiha Kiyoshi responded, regaining his composure with a smile. However, this cannot be distilled into a few sentences. I shall arrange for you to receive the pertinent documents, but you must keep this knowledge close to your heart. Do you understand? Yes, Elder, Shiranui replied earnestly, nodding solemnly. Yet, soon he seemed to recall something, hesitating briefly before speaking again. Elder, upon my return, I heard some unsettling voices. Upon hearing the words, Uchiha Kenji cast a puzzled glance at Shiranui. What sound? He inquired. Shiranui, after a moment of contemplation, replied slowly. It seems that there is some discord between the clan and the village. Who told you this? As soon as Shiranui's words fell, Uchiha Kenji's expression shifted dramatically. This abrupt change made Shiranui realize that perhaps the Elder Zong had indeed spoken the truth. There was likely a significant issue between the clan and the village. Never mind. I want to inquire about your source. After a long pause, Uchiha Kenji dejectedly shook his head and then gazed earnestly at Shiranui. You have grown up. There are indeed matters that I can share with you now. You are not entirely mistaken. The clan and the village are indeed at odds. The elder wishes to see you. Seated in the pavilion by the pond in the backyard, Uchiha Shinin regarded Uchiha Sō with a complex expression. He had always been reluctant for his son to engage with the clan elders, fully aware of their true intentions. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated that his son, who had always exhibited prodigious talent, would bring him such a monumental surprise. He wishes to see me? Uchiha Sō raised an eyebrow. Well aware of who this so-called elder was and why he sought an audience with him, the reasoning was painfully simple. They likely knew or suspected the changes in his eyes. Frankly, Uchiha Sō felt a tinge of curiosity regarding their stance. Would they be compliant? Or were they scheming to manipulate him? Allow me to pose a question. While Uchiha Sō pondered, Uchiha Shinin took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Have your eyes reached a level unknown to you? Is this what you mean? Uchiha Sō chuckled softly, then slightly closed his eyes. The next moment, when he reopened them, they blazed a vivid crimson. The unique pattern, entirely distinct from the three tomo, began to swirl within his gaze, and his aura underwent a tremendous transformation. A chilling, suffocating presence, imbued with a sense of annihilation, emanated from him, surging directly towards Uchiha Shinin. Uchiha Shinin gazed deeply into those eyes and finally sighed. Indeed, you have acquired such eyes. Yes, although the path to obtaining them was fraught with difficulty, and I have sacrificed much, Uchiha Sō replied calmly, nodding. Yet, in the end, I have succeeded. Uchiha Sō was unaware of how the clan documented the Mangekyo Sharingan. He could only recount it in the tone reminiscent of a future Uchiha Itachi. I understand. I will discuss the nature of these eyes with you thoroughly. Moreover, Uchiha Shinin paused before continuing gravely. I will also elucidate the relationship between the clan and the village, as well as the specific circumstances within our Uchiha clan. Are you suggesting that there is discord within the Uchiha clan, as well as with the village? Uchiha Sō tilted his head. Uchiha Shinin gazed at Uchiha Sō with a sense of disbelief. He had never anticipated that his son would possess such knowledge. This revelation filled him with profound confusion, for he had meticulously overseen his son since childhood, resolutely forbidding others in the clan from any contact with him. He was acutely aware of the intentions of those individuals and the dangerous schemes they harbored. It was perilous enough to confront and bear such burdens himself. He had never wished for his family to be entangled in these matters. Who informed you of this? Uchiha Shinin steadied himself, regarding Uchiha Sō with a serious expression as he inquired. I understand your concerns, but I believe you need not overthink it, Uchiha Sō replied. shaking his head. He then smiled and continued. You are worried that someone from the clan is seeking me, correct? Yet you have yet to disclose who shared this information with you. Uchiha Shinin neither confirmed nor denied, solely intent on clarifying his son's situation, which he deemed of utmost importance. Very well, I comprehend, Uchiha Sō said, slightly shaking his head before earnestly stating, it was Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Uchiha Shinin's expression darkened instantly. What does he want with you, to speak of such matters? Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage and the most prominent candidate for the fourth Hokage, was a figure whose ambitions and affiliations caused Uchiha Shinin great concern, though he occasionally found the elder's perspectives rather extreme. He held even greater disdain for the third Hokage and his ilk, particularly their perpetuation of a hereditary system for the Hokage position, which only deepened his dissatisfaction. The reason he approached me is quite simple. He wishes to become Hokage and naturally requires a cadre of his own, Uchiha Sō stated calmly, feeling it necessary to enlighten his father to some degree. Although the assistance he could receive from his father paled in comparison to that of Shiranui, it was still assistance nonetheless. After all, having spent so many years within the Uchiha clan, investing substantial resources, he must possess some connections worth leveraging. He sought you out to discuss these matters? Uchiha Shinin's demeanor grew serious as he scrutinized Uchiha Sō with intent. When did he approach you? I hope you grasp one essential truth. Orochimaru is not aligned with us. Do not idealize him. Are you suggesting that he is not aligned with the Uchiha clan, or that he does not share your sentiments as steadfast dissidents? Uchiha Sō rose to his feet, observing the fish swimming languidly in the pond before him. Do not be astonished by my words. The 3 years of war have imparted many lessons, revealing numerous truths to me. I am acutely aware of the current state of our clan and the dynamics between our clan and the village. Even without Orochimaru's counsel, I can surmise these matters. At this juncture, Uchiha Sō paused briefly, thoughtfully weighing his next words before continuing. The Hokage seeks the support of various clans, with the Uchiha being a primary target. However, in his perception, there exists considerable animosity towards him. Moreover, he is a man of considerable arrogance, likely disinclined to collaborate even with the second elder. Initially, Uchiha Sō was perplexed as to why Orochimaru would approach him, but he now seems to grasp the underlying motives. It must be said that Orochimaru is undeniably a formidable and ruthless individual. The second elder desires a compromise with Konoha, aspiring towards a path of peaceful coexistence. Yet in his view, both the elder and the second elder are essentially alike. He yearns for a fresh beginning, rendering those who were active during the third and even second Hokage's eras irrelevant to his aspirations. Furthermore, Orochimaru is likely well aware of the current predicament of the Uchiha. Thus, he may prefer to support a newcomer, one who can thoroughly command the Uchiha clan. A complete reset is desired, ushering in an era that belongs to him as Hokage. This ambition is undeniably audacious and reckless, but it is quintessentially Orochimaru. Hence, he has sought you out, intending for you to supplant the entirety of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shinin clenched his fists, his brow furrowing deeper. He never anticipated that his son would become ensnared in such affairs. Indeed, he approached me before I activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, pledging to exert all efforts to help me achieve my goals. Uchiha Sō turned to his canine father, continuing to speak in a calm manner. After I activated the Mangekyo, we had further discussions, yet this time I neither directly agreed nor opposed. I informed him that I would personally visit upon his return to Konoha. Do you intend to visit him? Uchiha Shinin inquired, taking a deep breath. He found it increasingly difficult to discern his son's intentions. 3 years of war undoubtedly forges a person, yet it can equally transform them, perhaps rendering them unrecognizable. I have not yet concluded my thoughts, but I wish to pose a question. Uchiha Sō shook his head, his expression adopting a more serious demeanor. How do you perceive our clan's current state? How do I perceive it? Uchiha Shinin pondered. The clan's condition is dire, both internally and externally, yet this does not justify external interference. Thus, I remain undecided. But I am contemplating a query. Uchiha Sō spoke softly. Have you ever considered changing our environment to one that would alleviate our anxieties? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shinin's expression shifted dramatically. He was taken aback by the significant ambition concealed within his son. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Has obtaining these eyes inflated your ego? Uchiha Shinin immediately lowered his voice, reproaching, You are betraying the clan. If I were to fail, then I would indeed be a traitor. If I were to succeed, then the true traitors would be them. Uchiha Sō gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his face. Though such a statement may seem harsh, it is the stark truth. The clan is besieged by both internal strife and external threats. While the elders are preoccupied with seizing power for themselves, each harbors fantasies. One dreams of usurping power through force, while another envisions attaining peace through compromise. However, our clan leader is preoccupied with maintaining balance, showing no inclination to decisively resolve matters. He even sent those of us who participated in the battle to the Land of Tides to confront the Mist Ninjas, while he himself took his son to the Land of Grass. I ponder, after the war concludes, if our family continues in this manner, how will Konoha regard us? Uchiha Shinin's expression darkened at this question, as he found himself at a loss for an answer. In his understanding, Konoha might merely suppress them to the point of death. Yet such an outcome would be devastating for the proud Uchiha. So, do you intend to take the initiative and rely on outsiders to control the clan? After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Shinin finally gritted his teeth and whispered, "You are even more extreme than the second elder." "No, I do not plan to depend on him." What surprised Uchiha Shinin was Uchiha Sō gently shaking his head. "I have fought on the battlefield for so many years, accumulating numerous merits. These are my bargaining chips. Now, I intend to amplify these chips. Regardless of who becomes Hokage in the future, do you believe they would refuse a newly empowered Uchiha, led by the achievements of war?" At this point, Uchiha Sō paused slightly before revealing a smile. It is well known that one cannot engage in effective politics alongside a swarm of insects. Likewise, how can one govern a clan amidst such a crowd? Uchiha Sō's words, though inciting immense indignation within Uchiha Shinin, compelled him to acknowledge, once he calmed down, that his son had a point. Yet, the thought of his son's words stirred a profound anger within him. What does it mean that a swarm of insects cannot govern a clan? In this young man's eyes, am I merely another insect? Moreover, according to his reasoning, has he become the true tiger, while I have become an unworthy dog of a father? It is rather disheartening to realize that I am overshadowed by my own son. Nevertheless, he must concede that his son has indeed matured and even surpassed him. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, a power sought by countless Uchiha geniuses, has now been attained by his own child. This realization filled Uchiha Shinin with immense pride and excitement. However, he must also admit that the elders of the clan and their leader seem profoundly inadequate. While they vie for influence, they are simultaneously preoccupied with maintaining balance. Uchiha Shinin felt a deep unease, further exacerbated by the fact that his son had embarked on a path of rebellion even more radical than his own. He could not fathom what the outcome of this situation might be. Yet, his unease was his own concern. Uchiha Sō remained oblivious to his father's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he likely would not care much. As from Konoha's perspective, what else could the Uchiha be but rebels? Moreover, he was currently disinclined to dwell on such matters. After a few days of rest, he commenced his training. He understood that his strength was solely derived from relentless effort. Only through continuous battles and training could he elevate his power. Although he has acquired the kaleidoscope Sharingan, this does not render him invincible. Consider Uchiha Izuna, who was swiftly dispatched by Senju Tobarama, or Uchiha Sō, who met a tragic end due to a surprise attack by Danzo. Even Hinata Mukai managed to overpower both Sō and Itachi single-handedly. Had it not been for the narrative's intervention, their fates would have been sealed. Presently, Uchiha Sasuke is still quite young, which presents him with inherent limitations, particularly in terms of strength and chakra. While his chakra refinement technique has indeed reached an A rank, it pertains to the refinement and restoration of chakra, rather than the chakra reserves he possesses during combat. Therefore, he must enhance his abilities through other means, such as fortifying his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to make them more lethal. Simultaneously, he must contemplate how to consolidate power within the Uchiha clan. As time progresses, Konoha has begun to widely promote the exploits of war heroes to bolster morale at the front lines, and Uchiha Sasuke's name prominently features among them. Given the extraordinary nature of his achievements, not only did he lead a ragtag group to wreak havoc behind the Mist Village's lines, but he also annihilated the elite 7 ninja swordsmen and confiscated their blades. Such accomplishments, regardless of Konoha's sentiments, must be publicized, as they significantly elevate morale within the village and across various fronts. With such a formidable foundation of achievements, One can only imagine the high esteem in which Uchiha Sasuke is held in Konoha at present. Moreover, whether within the clan or beyond, he has noticed the distinct glances cast upon him and overheard discussions about his deeds. Thus, it is time to seriously consider how to manage his familial affairs. When it comes to seizing power, it is indeed a challenging endeavor, yet not as insurmountable as one might think, especially for the Uchiha clan. Compared to other clans, the Uchiha possess a more manageable situation concerning this matter, fundamentally revolving around strength, reputation, and influence. Sasuke has the requisite strength, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan and the support of a system, granting him the capabilities to undertake numerous tasks. While confronting Konoha may be unrealistic, dealing with the internal factions of his clan is well within his grasp. Konoha has already assisted in building his reputation, though this is merely the beginning. He is confident that within a week, it will reach unprecedented heights. As for influence, this remains Sasuke's weakest point and a direction he must ponder deeply. Having gained a profound understanding of the Uchiha's mindset, he plans to employ physical means to dismantle a faction of dissenters. Subsequently, he intends to rally neutral parties, creating a closed-loop ecosystem that encompasses everything from capture to execution, heightening the awareness of all Uchiha members and ensuring swift, decisive action against all opposition. Furthermore, by adopting a flat organizational structure and decentralizing operations, he aims to facilitate the rapid replication and response of execution protocols, prioritizing results in all endeavors. Although this approach may appear ruthless, he is reminded of a saying from his past life: loyalty is never absolute, which implies a profound level of disloyalty. Faced with such individuals, he felt that they must either experience a change of heart psychologically or face dire consequences physically. Yet, the harshness of this notion left him somewhat apprehensive. After all, he recalled a saying from his previous life: extremes lead to reversal. He feared that if he acted with too much severity, he would find himself devoid of allies when it truly mattered. At that moment, someone sought him out. As he pondered, Ryoko Uchiha unexpectedly approached him. "It's Shiranui, that boy." Shiranui? Uchiha Sō was initially taken aback, but he quickly nodded in understanding. "I see. I will go and see him." Ryoko Uchiha was not surprised that Shiranui had come to him, for like him, Shiranui was a prodigy of their clan. However, Uchiha Sō was now more curious about the purpose of Shiranui's visit. Did he come with an ulterior motive? With this question lingering in his mind, he swiftly made his way to the entrance and soon encountered Shiranui, who was waiting patiently. "Senior, you have arrived." Upon seeing Uchiha Sō, Shiranui immediately bowed slightly, his demeanor reflecting the same respect he had shown on the battlefield. "I have already mentioned that there is no need for such formality," Uchiha Sō replied with a smile. Then led Shiranui outside. He sensed that Shiranui's visit was not merely casual. They needed to find a secluded place for a serious discussion. As for the topic at hand, Uchiha Sō could not ascertain it, for Shiranui appeared far too tranquil, leaving him unable to deduce the underlying reasons. Nevertheless, he remained on guard. Should the conversation take a turn for the worse, he would be prepared to act decisively. Although both possessed the Sharingan, he was uncertain if his own could withstand Shiranui's Koto Tsukumi. "Very well, I believe this location should be sufficiently quiet," Uchiha Sō declared as they arrived at an abandoned training ground. He was the first to speak. "Shiranui, what brings you to me this time?" "Senior, I have already consulted with Elder 2, Shiranui replied, taking a deep breath before continuing with gravity in his tone. "As you have observed, the relationship between our clan and the village is indeed fraught with tension. As suspected, Shiranui's purpose for seeking him out was indeed this matter. However, Uchiha Sō was uncertain of Shiranui's exact stance. Before he could speak, Shiranui inquired, "Senior, Konoha is my home, and the Uchiha are likewise my family. Both have become so deeply ingrained in my very soul that I cannot forsake either. You once mentioned that Lord Orochimaru had provided you with a hint, a potential means to mend the rift between our clan and the village." At this juncture, Shiranui paused, slowly closing his eyes. When he reopened them, they had transformed into his unique Mangekyo Sharingan. "You have expressed a desire for my assistance, yet I wish to comprehend the content of Orochimaru's hint. In exchange for this information, I am willing to reveal the secrets of my Mangekyo techniques." He further implored, "I hope, Senior, that you will grant my request." Uchiha Sō understood that his words would likely ensnare Shiranui. However, he had not anticipated the impact to be so profound. Previously, during their time behind enemy lines, He had encouraged Shiranui to consult the elders of their clan regarding the knowledge of the Mangekyo. It now appears that he has indeed acquired that information. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such words. The secret of the kaleidoscopic eye technique is undeniably invaluable, a fact that scarcely requires elaboration. In the realm of ninjas, the significance of intelligence is beyond imagination. After all, unless one reaches the level of Senju Hashirama, they are doomed to a singular fate: high offense and low defense. Once aware of the enemy's intelligence, one can make corresponding adjustments, thereby effectively neutralizing the adversary. Consider Nagato's control over the 6 paths of pain. Before his intel was revealed, Jiraiya was able to defeat him, and Konoha subsequently overwhelmed him. However, once Naruto probed into his information, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The same holds true for Obito. Prior to the revelation of Kemui's intelligence, everyone was at a loss against him. Yet, once that information came to light, he found himself thoroughly subdued by Kakashi and Naruto. To disclose one's most critical intelligence to others is, in the eyes of a ninja, almost a testament of loyalty. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Uchiha Sō's tone grew notably serious, and simultaneously, he activated his kaleidoscopic vision, his gaze slightly averted. Even without Shirasui's words, he discerned the nature of this technique. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. I am acutely aware of my words, senior. Shirasui maintained his lowered gaze, his tone imbued with solemnity. I implore you, senior. Observing Shirasui's demeanor, Uchiha Sō, though expressionless, felt a surge of excitement within. He felt he had truly managed to outwit Shirasui. With his kaleidoscope, many matters would undoubtedly become significantly easier. However, he reminded himself to remain composed. After all, it was prudent to verify before proceeding. Very well, but first, do share the details of your ocular technique. Uchiha Sō nodded gently. Your eyes exude an aura of great danger. No problem, senior. Shirasui exhibited not a hint of hesitation as he began to elaborate. The name of my ocular technique is singular, Kodo Amatsukami. Yet the effects of Kodo Amatsukami differ between my left and right eyes. Shirasui spoke slowly and with great detail, and all the information corresponded precisely with Uchiha Sō's memories. He was now unequivocally certain that Shirasui had not deceived him, but had indeed revealed his most profound secret. Upon concluding his account of Kodo Amatsukami, he continued, moreover, at present, only you are aware of the kaleidoscope. I recall you advising me not to disclose it to anyone, hence I have refrained from informing the elders. Is that so? Uchiha Sō was somewhat taken aback. How did you come to know about the kaleidoscope then? It was through your guidance, senior. Shirasui replied. The elders inquired if you had activated the kaleidoscope. I informed them that I was unaware and seized the opportunity to inquire about the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Sō was genuinely astonished. His single remark had been etched into Shirasui's mind, even aiding in the concealment of the kaleidoscope. Perhaps this exemplifies the camaraderie forged on the battlefield, combined with the bond of sharing the kaleidoscope and the fact that he had rescued Uchiha Shizune. I understand now. Please close your kaleidoscope. Uchiha Sō nodded thoughtfully before he spoke earnestly. After observing Shirasui conceal the Mangekyo Sharingan, he began with a contemplative tone. In truth, the suggestion from Lord Orochimaru is rather straightforward. It pertains to changing the leadership of the Uchiha clan. Change the clan leader? Shirasui was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such news. One could articulate it this way, yet it is far from superficial. Uchiha Sō shook his head, then smiled as he continued. Allow me to pose a question. When a clan harbors a strained relationship with its village, yet remains internally divided, there exists a faction that feels aggrieved and wishes to assert their rights through force. Conversely, another faction believes that compromise is the path to integration. In your view, which side holds the truth? As for me, Shirasui understood this referred to the Uchiha, yet he hesitated in his response, though ultimately he conveyed his stance. Were I in your position, I would choose the latter, for it would enable the clan to reintegrate into the village. In truth, you have erred from the outset. However, to Shirasui's surprise, Uchiha Sō shook his head in disapproval. You ought not to contemplate how to choose. Rather, at this juncture, unity should be paramount. The radicals are not mistaken in their thoughts. They have indeed faced grievances and injustice, and they ought to assert their rights. Likewise, the moderates hold valid views as well. The clan is inherently a part of the village, and there is nothing wrong with seeking integration. Yet, both perspectives are flawed. Hasty action only deepens the rifts. while incessant compromise breathed the perception of weakness, inviting further oppression. Uchiha Sō sighed at this juncture and firmly clapped Shiranui on the shoulder. Always remember, peace sought through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. Upon hearing these words, Shiranui felt a sudden stillness envelop him. Though merely 10 years old, as a prodigy of his clan, he had already undertaken numerous missions and even graced the battlefield. He could readily grasp the implication of Uchiha Sō's statement and understood the message he wished to convey. Compromise indeed cannot yield genuine peace, for others will merely perceive you as weak and exploit you further. Conversely, an unwavering stance can also be detrimental, exacerbating the divisions. In an instant, he seemed to comprehend Uchiha Sō's meaning, realizing the significance behind his words. "Senior, do you mean to suggest?" Shiranui lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with newfound clarity, "that we need a new clan leader to reconcile everyone and foster unity?" Close, yet still significantly off the mark. Uchiha Sō nodded, smiling as he spoke. "Reconciliation is unnecessary. Has our current clan leader not been striving for harmony between both sides? Yet, what has been the outcome? Allow me to pose another question. Do you believe the clan leader possesses the capability and authority to achieve such a feat?" As the clan leader, he naturally felt a sense of responsibility. Shiranui slightly pursed his lips, seemingly having come to a deeper understanding of many things. If he chose not to act, could he truly be deemed worthy? Uchiha Sō let out a deep sigh, pondering, if he is indeed unfit, why not replace him with a more competent clan leader? Was this a suggestion from Lord Orochimaru? Shiranui hesitated before speaking. "Yes, he hinted at it before I awakened my Mangekyo." Uchiha Sō nodded, his expression turning gravely serious. In times of familial discord and a leader lacking in capability, it was imperative to appoint a new leader to bring an end to the turmoil and to better support his aspirations of becoming Hokage. However, the suggestion was to use every means to assist him in claiming this position, yet he found himself conflicted. A family is a family. He did not wish for outsiders to intervene, thus he intended to take matters into his own hands. He yearned to forge a renewed Uchiha, one wherein the clan and the village coexisted harmoniously, and for that, he needed assistance. At this point, Uchiha Sō turned to Shiranui. "Do you understand my intent now?" "I understand." Shiranui nodded earnestly. "In enemy territory, I trusted you, and now, I equally place my trust in you. I am willing to advance and retreat alongside you." Uchiha Sō occasionally contemplated whether he possessed an innate talent for persuasion. After all, it was quite astonishing how effortlessly he had managed to sway Shiranui. However, considering their relationship and his ability to present facts with compelling arguments, it appeared that persuading Shiranui, who was merely on the cusp of turning 11, was not an insurmountable challenge. In that case, it was as if he possessed 2 Mangekyo, not to mention the formidable prowess of his father, a seasoned jonin. His strength was indeed substantial. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sō realized that his cards had multiplied, and he also had to consider whether his father could sway some allies. After all, he was a veteran Uchiha, and his subordinates were undoubtedly loyal. If he could rally them, Uchiha Sō would be even more empowered. He had never encountered such an advantageous situation at the outset before. He recalled the earlier days when he was ill-prepared, too weak to confront the mist ninjas, forced to bide his time and endure. Now, however, he felt ready to execute a strategic assassination. The so-called strategic assassination involved coordinated efforts, akin to a well-orchestrated symphony, blending various tactics seamlessly. Yet, he mused, given Shirasui's temperament, it would likely be challenging for him to accept such a comprehensive assault strategy. With that thought, Uchiha Sō swiftly sidestepped Shirasui's thrust with his kunai. In the next moment, the two figures darted through the forest, the metallic clang of blades and shuriken resonating amidst the trees. Having concluded their serious discussions, they had ample time, and Uchiha Sō was certainly not going to squander the opportunity to hone his skills against such a formidable ally. Even without employing the Mangekyo, they could still engage in a spirited contest of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and even genjutsu. Yet, at this juncture, Shiranui posed little threat to Uchiha Sō. He could easily manage to defend himself while contemplating other matters. In this encounter, Shiranui could only muster all his strength to confront the formidable Uchiha Sō. For a moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. Though Uchiha Sō awakened his Sharingan nearly half a year later than Shiranui, he possessed the advantage of a systematic enhancement, coupled with the fact that he was 3 years older. While his physical development could not match that of a fully grown ninja, he was still significantly stronger than Shiranui. Moreover, his skill level was devoid of any bottlenecks. With continuous accumulation and practice, he could elevate his prowess. Even a genius like Shiranui would find himself at a loss against Uchiha Sō. With a resounding thud, it was as anticipated, the battle did not last long, and Shiranui was sent sprawling to the ground, while Uchiha Sō came to a halt, refraining from advancing further. "Are you all right?" Shiranui inquired, still seated on the ground, ruefully rubbing his abdomen where he had received a harsh kick. "I hold an advantage in age, and I have been on guard against your genjutsu, so you could not easily breach my defenses," he remarked with a wry smile. Uchiha Sō shrugged and replied with a grin, "Indeed, at this stage, Shiranui is relatively manageable." Of course, this assessment of manageability was relative. Anyone unprepared would likely struggle to withstand the explosive power of this youth, particularly in terms of speed. Had Uchiha Sō not possessed extraordinary swiftness himself, augmented further by the activation of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he might have faltered. In simple terms, Uchiha Sō possessed everything Shiranui had, and even more. While he had means to counter what Shiranui lacked, the latter found himself unable to compete. "You are too modest, senior. I cannot hope to match your diligence," Shiranui chuckled, rubbing his belly once more, only to let out a sigh. "It's unfortunate we cannot engage with the Mangekyo. Those eyes truly are a double-edged sword. Indeed, the more one utilizes them, the closer one comes to losing sight. Rather than being the pinnacle of Uchiha power, it resembles more of a curse." Uchiha Sō nodded in agreement. Although he knew how to overcome this dilemma, he too faced similar challenges before obtaining the necessary artifacts. Moreover, he was deeply curious about the concept of transitioning from Mangekyo to Eternal Mangekyo. If given the opportunity, he would certainly wish to conduct experiments in this regard. Perhaps he could even acquire a pair of spare eyes, or perhaps offer them to his canine father. "Senior, the power we have received is indeed a divine bestowal. Perhaps the world holds a semblance of fairness," Shiranui said with an open-hearted smile as Uchiha Sō drifted into contemplation. "Such potent power comes with limitations, and may ultimately be reclaimed," he countered. "Not necessarily. The world is devoid of fairness. Just observe the disparity between Konoha and other ninja villages before you make such assertions," Uchiha Sō remarked, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "Only those who persistently explore, seek knowledge, and remain steadfast may reach the final threshold. Do not lose heart. We might yet discover a solution," he encouraged. "Perhaps," Shiranui replied contemplatively. Jisue smiled without offering a rebuttal. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, "By the way, senior, will you be attending the clan meeting next month?" "The clan meeting?" Uchiha Sō paused in surprise. "No one has mentioned this to me. Did Lord Shinin not inform you?" Jisue was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly clarified. "In truth, once one's Sharingan reaches the level of 3 Tomo, one is eligible to partake in the clan assembly. You have been on the battlefield for some time, hence your absence from previous meetings. Moreover, there is still ample time. So Lord Shinin likely deemed it unnecessary to notify you." Uchiha Sō remained silent, yet he began to grasp the situation. It appeared that his canine father had no intention of discussing this matter with him. He had not forgotten that the so-called elder wished to meet him. However, to this day, there had been no response regarding the matter, indicating that his father had indeed taken certain actions. In truth, Uchiha Sō was quite eager to meet the elder, for only in person could he ascertain the true nature of these individuals. Yet, based on their circumstances, he needed to formulate some necessary preparations. For instance, should he engage in dialogue with them, or should he seize an opportunity for decisive action? "I shall attend," Uchiha Sō declared, contemplating this. "I have yet to participate in such a clan assembly, and I am indeed curious about what may transpire." "I understand," Jisue nodded, and then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "By the way, senior, if some of the elders are unwilling to cooperate, what do you intend to do?" "This matter must be assessed based on the actual circumstances," Uchiha Sō replied, shaking his head before adopting a serious demeanor. "I can surmise your thoughts and intentions. But how many times can your Kodo Amatsukami be employed? Our endeavors will not be devoid of challenges, whether we act independently or with the intervention of Lord Orochimaru. Prepare yourself psychologically, for this will be a bloody affair." Uchiha Sō's words caused Jisue to slightly part his lips, but ultimately, he could only nod in silence. Indeed, Kodo Amatsukami could directly alter an individual's will, yet it could only affect one person at a time. What of the others? What if they continued to resist? Contemplating this, Jisui's gaze shifted subtly, as if he were transported back to the battlefield. Kodo Amatsukami may only influence a few, but that would suffice. Should others obstruct the senior's efforts to transform the clan and village's relations, then there would be no need for the senior to take action. I shall eliminate those threats myself. I heard you went out with Jisue. As dusk fell, when Uchiha Sō returned home after bidding farewell to Jisue, Uchiha Shinin was already seated in the living room, awaiting his arrival. Uchiha Shinin had returned home in a state of distress that afternoon, burdened by mounting pressure. With Uchiha Sō's exploits being fervently publicized by Konoha, he had become one of the most sought-after figures in the village. Amidst such a dire and precarious situation, Konoha truly required a hero to uplift their spirits. Given that Uchiha Sō had significantly influenced the course of a war and vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was the only one suitable for the task at hand. As his reputation steadily ascended, the fervor among those eager to meet him, including Uchiha Sō, intensified, consequently placing pressure on Uchiha Shinin. Uchiha Shinin was profoundly resistant to the idea of his son associating with these individuals, despite the awareness that his son was no ordinary ninja. Is there an issue? He inquired. While you share a bond of friendship, forged through the trials of war, I hope you comprehend certain realities. He is the protege of the second elder. Observing Uchiha Sō as he settled down, Uchiha Shinin calmly articulated his thoughts, revealing a distinct lack of fondness for Shisui. Regardless of the camaraderie Shisui shared with his son on the battlefield, it could not alter the fact that he was nurtured under the guidance of the second elder. Furthermore, whispers had circulated within the clan, suggesting that Shisui was a prodigy surpassing even Uchiha Sō. Although such murmurs had long since faded, Uchiha Shinin had etched them into his memory. How could he possibly be pleased? Though he is indeed the second elder's disciple, how can you be certain he will align with the second elder? Uchiha Sō recognized his father's concern for him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Moreover, strictly speaking, I am still aligned with the first elder. Do you truly believe I would heed such trivialities? Additionally, I have confided in him my aspirations for familial change, and he has pledged his support. Do you comprehend what you are doing? He is not like you. Uchiha Sō's words instantly shifted Uchiha Shinin's expression, as he regarded his son with profound seriousness. It seems my teachings have fallen short. Even with the Sharingan, you should not become so inflated with pride. He possesses the Sharingan as well, and I have witnessed the awakening of his eyes with my own eyes. Furthermore, he has divulged the entirety of his abilities to me. You may interpret this as a demonstration of trust. Uchiha Shinin remained silent, gazing at Uchiha Sō, momentarily beset by confusion. He was well aware of what the Sharingan entailed, yet he struggled to comprehend its significance. This was regarded as the pinnacle of clan power, a coveted strength pursued by countless Uchiha deemed geniuses, yet elusive to them. The simultaneous emergence of two pairs was truly perplexing. Even more bewildering was the fact that Uchiha Shisui had shared the intricacies of his ocular techniques with his son. Was it truly as simple as mere trust? This was tantamount to entrusting one's very life. What transpired on the battlefield between you? After a lengthy pause, Uchiha Shinin finally inquired. Moreover, are you certain he did not deceive you? Some rather unpleasant incidents occurred on the battlefield. However, fortune smiled upon me, and I managed to rectify everything. Uchiha Sō replied with a smile, nodding calmly. As for the ocular techniques, I can assure you he did not deceive me. Besides, even if he did, there is no need for concern, for I possess these eyes as well. Uchiha Sō felt a measure of confidence in this regard. The space-manipulating capabilities of his eyes were inherently challenging to counter. In his recollections, Shisui and Itachi faced off against Hinata's little brother, and they were soundly defeated, with Shisui nearly choking to death. Had it not been for the moment he found himself grasped by the throat, locking eyes with Hinata Mukai, and relying on the kaleidoscopic illusion to dispatch him, their fates would have been sealed. Uchiha Sō acknowledged that he did not possess the terrifying physical prowess of Hinata Mukai, yet he believed he could swiftly eliminate Shisui with spatial ninjutsu. Moreover, being a wielder of the kaleidoscope, his resistance to illusions should be considerably robust. As Uchiha Sō indulged in his musings, Uchiha Shinin fell silent once more. He was truly astonished that his son had quietly orchestrated such significant events. Although he had not witnessed Shisui's eyes, he had unwavering faith in his son's words. If that were the case, it signified the convergence of the family's two kaleidoscopic powers. At that moment, he felt a flutter of excitement. Such a confluence of strength was almost unimaginable, and it could undoubtedly accomplish feats beyond comprehension. It seemed that you had resolutely made up your mind. Uchiha Shinin gazed deeply at his son, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke softly, as if having reached a resolution. Though I do not wish for you to proceed in this manner. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further words. I have several comrades, with whom I grew up and fought alongside in the second and early third Great Ninja Wars. While they may not be the elite of the clan, their power and influence are not to be underestimated, and they have trained and led many others. I will communicate with them, and I shall also reach out to my former subordinates, trusting that a favorable outcome will arise. Uchiha Shinin's words instantly brightened Uchiha Zong's eyes. He knew that his father had finally made up his mind. Furthermore, if you truly wish to take action, you must engage with certain individuals. Uchiha Shinin cast a glance at his son and continued in a lowered voice. Do you know who comprises the majority of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield? Those clan ninjas lacking in talent? Uchiha Zong quickly grasped the implication. Indeed. Uchiha Shinin nodded. The clan's forces are stationed in the land of whirlpools and the land of grass. The conflict in the land of grass may yet linger. But here in the land of whirlpools, Orochimaru has allowed many to return gradually, and the reason is due to me, correct? Precisely. And thus they inherently harbor goodwill towards you. Furthermore, your current reputation in approaching them is akin to honoring the worthy, despite their modest abilities. They represent the true majority of our clan. Uchiha Shinin's words prompted Uchiha Zong to nod in silent agreement. In any clan, the largest contingent is invariably comprised of those of average strength. Uchiha Shinin's strategy bore some resemblance to Uchiha Zong's tactics during their time behind enemy lines. Additionally, you must act swiftly in this matter. There will be a clan meeting next month, and our clan leader will return from the land of grass. Uchiha Shinin continued, though a trace of disdain crossed his features at that moment. Uchiha Fugaku agreed to allow his clan members to engage in a fierce battle in the land of whirlpools. Yet he himself took his son to the land of grass. How could he possibly be satisfied with this? He would return next month? Uchiha Zong now understood why a clan meeting was scheduled for the coming month. It was because the clan leader was returning. Indeed, this month would determine your fate, and you must not grant him the opportunity to react, for he is the clan leader, and his authority is not easily challenged. Uchiha Shinin nodded, a fierce look emerging on his face. Though reluctant, I must inform you that once you take action against the elders, do not hold back. Uchiha Zong stared blankly at his father, suddenly feeling that his understanding of this paternal figure was somewhat inadequate. What constitutes professionalism? This is professionalism. It appears that the Uchiha truly possess an innate talent for treachery. The meticulousness of this plan and the ruthlessness involved are indeed astonishing. I understand now. Uchiha Zong nodded, his demeanor considerably more earnest this time. Thank you, Shinin, Zong. But before he could finish, Uchiha Ryoko hurriedly approached. I apologize for interrupting, but I believe you should pause. What is it, Ryoko? Uchiha Shinin was not angry. Rather, he reined in his earlier ferocity and displayed a smile. Someone has come to visit you. Us. Indeed, it is Lord Keiichi and Lord Masaneo. Uchiha Keiichi, Uchiha Masaneo. These names were not entirely foreign to Uchiha Zong. He had seen these brothers accompanying his father on missions during their youth. During the war, they had fought valiantly in the land of whirlpools and the hidden mist before relocating to the land of hot water and the hidden cloud to weigh the pros and cons. Their prowess was indeed exceptional. Both were elite members of the Uchiha clan and possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. However, both had since withdrawn from the battlefield, one claiming to recuperate at home, while the other had assumed the role of captain in the security department. Their visit at this moment, particularly with the intention of seeing Uchiha Zong and Uchiha Shinin, was rather intriguing. Let them in, Ryoko. Uchiha Shinin remained calm upon hearing this. He smiled at Ryoko. Very well. Ryoko nodded and, casting a glance at Uchiha Zong, silently departed. The publicity from Konoha is indeed substantial. After Ryoko exited, Uchiha Shinin sighed softly. Such publicity brings joy to your mother, yet it also causes her concern. Concern? Uchiha Zong gently shook his head. There is no need for that. While it is perilous, I have endured it, and you are aware of my current situation, are you not? You have never been a parent, so it is only natural for you to be so carefree. Uchiha Shinin chuckled lightly, then looked at Uchiha Zong with a somber expression. While she worries about your safety on the battlefield, Upon your return, she is proud of such recognition. Yet she fears it may unsettle your mindset. Ryoko may not be a formidable ninja, and her perspective might be somewhat constrained. Yet the depth of her affection for you knows no bounds. Such a sentiment may only be comprehended when you, yourself, embrace the role of a parent. Perhaps. But I am also aware of a saying that captures the essence of parental love. Uchiha Sō let out a faint sigh, but soon adjusted his demeanor, casting a teasing glance at his father. Yet, why do you appear so unlike a typical father? That is a form of protection. I do not wish for you to associate with certain individuals, at least not at such an early stage. Uchiha Nobu's eyes flickered dangerously. Yet he seemed to weigh Uchiha Sō's strength before slowly responding. Furthermore, would you have undergone such a transformation without my training? Enough of these trivial matters. Here comes the troublesome situation. Indeed, it is a troublesome matter. Uchiha Sō understood his father's intent, especially after spending the entire afternoon with Shiranui. Many had witnessed this. Yet he had not anticipated the swift reaction from the hawkish faction. Soon, two figures entered the living room, both possessing some resemblance, one with long hair and the other with short. They were tall and handsome, embodying the quintessential appearance of Uchiha clan ninjas. Perhaps due to divine favor, the Uchiha clan's ninjas seldom lack in appearance. One could even assert that being strikingly attractive within this family goes unnoticed, while being merely average would draw more attention. Uchiha Sō was an unremarkable, yet perfectly normal Uchiha ninja. Nobu-kun, I hope you do not take offense at our visit at this hour, said the short-haired Uchiha ninja with a smile, though his gaze subtly lingered on Uchiha Sō. You flatter me. Your presence is always warmly welcomed, Uchiha Nobu replied calmly, remaining seated, his demeanor betraying no sign of genuine hospitality. This must be Nobu-kun's son, Uchiha Keiichi remarked, turning his attention to Uchiha Sō with a smile. I've heard much about you, the prodigy of the clan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Uchiha Sō mirrored his father's expression, offering a slight nod before withdrawing his gaze and falling silent. Such behavior elicited furrowed brows from both Uchiha Keiichi and Uchiha Masanobu. Humph, Nobu. It seems your educational efforts leave much to be desired, Uchiha Masanobu scoffed, a mocking expression crossing his face. Your son lacks even the most basic manners. You truly have raised a fine boy. Uchiha Nobu and Uchiha Sō exchanged raised eyebrows at this remark, but just as Uchiha Nobu prepared to speak, Uchiha Keiichi interjected with a smile, Masanobu, do not be rude. Uchiha Kei glanced sharply at Uchiha Masaneo before turning his gaze toward the father and son with a smile. I apologize, my brother's temperament is such, and I hope you will not take offense. I would not dare to reprimand the captain of the security department, Uchiha Shinji. His gaze slightly unfocused as he glanced at Uchiha Masaneo, replied coolly, let us discuss the matter at hand. You are both busy individuals, one with official duties and the other in need of recuperation. Your time is undoubtedly more precious than mine. The purpose of my visit is quite simple, to pay a visit to both of you. Uchiha Kei maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to the shift in Uchiha Shinji's demeanor. Furthermore, I hope that Shinji-kun could grant me a small favor. I wish to take Zonkun to meet the elder. Uchiha Kei's words elicited a dangerous glint in Uchiha Shinji's eyes, yet Uchiha Kei remained jovial. I believe Shinji-kun understands my intentions. After all, the elder has long anticipated a meeting with Zonkun, especially since Zonkun has spent the afternoon with that child, Shiranui. I trust Shinji-kun can grasp my meaning. Uchiha Kei's tone was gentle, akin to conversing with an old friend, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Uchiha Shinji's gaze turned icy, and the chakra within him stirred restlessly, clearly indicating his rising anger. You two appear quite rude, he remarked. Yet before he could utter further words, Uchiha Zong's voice resonated, unleashing a chilling aura that enveloped the entire living room. The oppressive, destructive force rapidly spread throughout the space. This terrifying presence surged toward Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Masaneo, making them feel as though they were prey under the gaze of a ferocious beast. Their breaths quickened, their hearts raced involuntarily, and they sensed their very ability to act dulled in that moment. You may leave. However, this sensation dissipated the instant Uchiha Shinji spoke. Had they not felt their backs damp with sweat at that moment, they might have doubted whether they were ensnared in an illusion. Turning slightly, they beheld Uchiha Zong's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, three tomo swirling slowly within them. Not only he, but Uchiha Shinji's eyes had also morphed into the Sharingan. his indifferent gaze scanning the two men. "I do not care who you are, nor do I concern myself with your identities. But heed this." Uchiha Sō regarded the tense pair with disinterest, shaking his head slightly before speaking in a detached tone. "You do not possess the qualifications to speak to me in such a manner." As dusk fell, two figures stumbled out from the Uchiha Sō residence, appearing as though they were lost dogs, their faces betraying an unmistakable panic. Only after they had distanced themselves did they gradually slow their pace, ultimately coming to a halt in silence. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Masaneo gritted his teeth and finally spoke. "Could that power we just felt be?" Uchiha K, visibly troubled, shook his head. His eyes are still the three-tomo pattern. They haven't transformed into the Sharingan. But whether he is deliberately refraining from unlocking it remains uncertain. This response plunged both of them back into a deep silence. The sensation they had just experienced was overwhelmingly dreadful, akin to being thrust into the depths of hell within the span of a heartbeat. The intensity of that aura was haunting, and the despair it invoked was palpable. "Damn it, that kid has no sense of respect." After a long pause, Uchiha Masaneo exclaimed. Masaneo, cease your words," Uchiha K interjected, casting a glance at his younger brother. He sighed helplessly. He possesses such power. Naturally, he can act as he pleases. In the world of ninjas, strength dictates everything. With power, one can pursue their desires unabated. However, moments later, Uchiha K's expression darkened. While it was true that ninjas were judged by their strength, there were still rules that must be upheld. The existence of these rules is what distinguishes man from beast. Whether within a clan, a village, or the entire land of fire, inherent regulations govern all. In his view, Uchiha Sō's actions today had already crossed the line he deemed acceptable. As an elite of the Uchiha clan, he held his own pride and could not forget the humiliation inflicted upon him by Uchiha Sō. In the coming days, you must exercise caution and refrain from provoking him, Uchiha K said sternly, his tone low and serious as he regarded Uchiha Masaneo, not waiting for his brother to respond. He continued, "He is currently at the peak of his arrogance, buoyed by the flattery of Konoha and rumored to possess the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Should you provoke him, he may retaliate with ferocity. Yet this matter would not conclude so easily. Today, we represent the elder, and his actions are, in essence, a challenge to the elder's authority. Arrogance can drive a person to madness, and this individual is perilously close to that brink. Shiranui, did you meet with Uchiha Sō this afternoon?" In the chamber of the second elder, Uchiha Shiranui sat quietly on the tatami mat, facing the family's second elder, Uchiha Kenji. Upon returning that afternoon, Shiranui had anticipated this moment, having gathered information about the internal dynamics of the clan and Uchiha Sō's background. Regrettably, Uchiha Sō's father was a member of the hawkish faction within the clan, essentially opposing the elder who had cared for Shiranui's upbringing. Nevertheless, Shiranui made his decision. It was not an act of betrayal against the elder who had nurtured him, but rather a recognition of the reality of Uchiha Sō's actions. On the battlefield, amidst such perilous and intricate circumstances, Uchiha Sō had nonetheless rallied a formidable force, leading everyone to confront the merciless mist ninjas. Simultaneously, he found himself highly regarded by Lord Orochimaru, a figure of great promise for the future, which compelled him to make a resolute decision to meet with Uchiha Sō. Through this encounter and dialogue, he became increasingly convinced that his choice was indeed correct. Uchiha Sō eloquently summarized the internal affairs of the clan, instantly illuminating the issues that plagued the family for Shiranui. Given that both factions within the clan harbored grievances, that the clan leader exhibited a troubling passivity, and that Orochimaru had already presented his conditions, he pondered why he should continue to hesitate. Why not seize the opportunity for harmony between the clan and the village? Indeed, Elder, Shiranui replied with a composed nod. "May I inquire about the reason, Shiranui?" The second elder gazed at Shiranui, a hint of uncertainty in his demeanor. "Are you reminiscing? Or, Elder, there is something I have long withheld from you, but today I feel compelled to share it." Shiranui inhaled deeply and earnestly continued. In truth, Lord Orochimaru had already conferred with Senior Sō on the battlefield. What? The second elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Immediately comprehending, without needing further explanation, that Orochimaru was laying the groundwork for his ascension to the position of Hokage. This revelation stirred within him a mix of excitement and uncertainty. Orochimaru's actions could indeed herald a reconciliation between Uchiha and Konoha. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Orochimaru sought out Uchiha Sō rather than those of them tirelessly pursuing peace. What did Orochimaru say? After a moment's hesitation, the second elder inquired softly. He stated that he would do everything in his power to support Senior Sō in obtaining the authority of the Uchiha clan. Shiranui raised his head, articulating each word with precision. This statement instantly darkened the second elder's countenance. Orochimaru had chosen Uchiha Sō? Why? What justified this? Moreover, the most difficult aspect for him to accept was that, according to Shirasui's account, Orochimaru intended to intervene in the affairs of the ninja clans. If there existed an unwritten rule within the ninja world, it was that villages were not to meddle in the affairs of ninja clans for any reason. Each clan possessed its own traditions and customs, and these were the source of their pride, impervious to external influences. For instance, the traditions of the Hyuga clan regarding the main house and branch families were sacrosanct. No matter how much discontent lingered, Konoha would never intrude, as it was not their concern. Should they dare to intervene, all clans within Konoha might rise in rebellion. Was Orochimaru now proposing to shatter such a tacit understanding? And what did Uchiha Sō say? The second elder suppressed his anger and quietly asked. Senior Sō did not acquiesce, yet he agreed to visit Lord Orochimaru. This afternoon, I sought answers, and I received the clarity I desired. Shiranui took a deep breath and seriously recounted his dialogue with Uchiha Sō from that afternoon. As he listened, the second elder's expression grew increasingly grim, and his silence deepened with each revelation. I wholeheartedly agree with Elder Sō's assertion that relentless rigidity merely exacerbates divisions, while unyielding compromise can never truly foster peace. With a hint of fervor in his demeanor, Jishui swiftly addressed the second elder. Therefore, Elder Sō revealed to me his intentions. He aims to transform the clan by harnessing the power of Lord Orochimaru. The second elder silently regarded Jishui, contemplating his words, or rather, the sentiments echoed from Uchiha Sō. He was genuinely astonished that this child, born of a hawkish lineage, could possess such far-reaching vision. Indeed, great renown often conceals remarkable individuals. It is no wonder he could stir such commotion in the land of whirlpools. I concede that your reasoning holds merit. After a prolonged silence, the second elder let out a deep sigh. I also acknowledge the extraordinary caliber of Uchiha Sō. However, this endeavor may be beyond his grasp, for the clan is far more complex than you envision. Elder, you are mistaken. Whatever actions you take cannot deter us. Jishui gently closed his eyes and spoke with a slow but resolute tone. I regret not disclosing the truth earlier. Elder Sō indeed possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. The mention of Mangekyo caused the second elder to momentarily stiffen, only to find himself engulfed in a state of shock moments later. This time, it was not merely Elder Sō striving alone. I have vowed to stand alongside him through thick and thin, and furthermore, I too possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon uttering these words, Jishui opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs adorned with enigmatic patterns that began to spin slowly. Skill Proficiency System activated. Chakra Refinement Technique. A Level 4, 200,400. I Technique. Sharingan. S Level 1, 15,100. Physical Technique. Uchiha Style. B Level 9, 570,900. Ninjutsu. Substitution Technique. A Level 3, 140,300. Ninjutsu Body Flicker Technique. A Level 5, 210,500. Ninjutsu Great Fire Destruction. B Level 1, 10,100. Ninjutsu Great Fire Vanishing. B Level 1, 3,100. Omitted, as the first rays of dawn broke. Uchiha Sō set forth with his canine companion, albeit with differing destinations. Uchiha Shiranui intended to visit former colleagues. For the previous night's discussions and occurrences compelled him to act rather than remain idle. Regardless of what transpired, preparing to safeguard his family was paramount. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sō aimed to train. He wished to seek out those lower-ranked ninjas, but they had yet to fully return to Konohagakure. Given this, he could not afford to squander his time. Only through relentless self-improvement could he navigate the challenges ahead with greater ease. During his recent time back, perhaps free from the pressures and suffocation of the battlefield, his progress had indeed slowed considerably. Nonetheless, this was not unexpected. Those he faced on the battlefield fought with utmost fervor, and the refinement gained in such a practical environment far surpassed the limitations of solitary training. Nevertheless, even so, His progress remains unmatched by others. Even if it is gradual, he has never faltered. Furthermore, he has begun to expand his arsenal. Having dedicated time to mastering the techniques of Great Fire Extinguishing and Great Fire Disappearance upon his return. These two techniques, brought to fruition by Uchiha Madara, have long piqued his interest. Previously, due to limitations in strength and chakra, he was not permitted to learn them. However, those obstacles have now been removed. At least in terms of strength, no one dares to challenge him. Yet, while there are ample offensive ninjutsu available, he finds himself lacking in decisive techniques capable of delivering a single fatal blow. Upon arriving at the training ground, Uchiha Sō commenced his warm-up exercises, all the while glancing at his status panel and contemplating silently. His current method of dealing with foes is quite straightforward, disregarding physical confrontations. He can instantly eliminate an enemy using the body flicker technique. For other adversaries, he must rely on his ocular techniques to achieve similar outcomes. However, he cannot employ his eye techniques indiscriminately. He is unafraid of physical combat, yet the efficiency may lag. Thus, the allure of single-target, high-impact ninjutsu has captured his thoughts. Should he attempt to master Chidori or Rasengan? When contemplating high-damage single-target techniques, these two immediately spring to mind. After all, they are wielded by the very saviors themselves. Yet, there lies a significant dilemma. He has never witnessed either Minato Namikaze or Kakashi Hatake employing these techniques. This is not due to a lack of understanding. After all, the original narrative elaborates on these techniques in detail, but rather, he has no plausible justification for their source of knowledge. If he claimed to have observed them, he could easily assert that he recorded them using his Sharingan and subsequently studied them. However, having never seen them in action complicates matters. Regardless, he resolves to forge ahead regardless of the explanations required. Ultimately, should anyone who has witnessed him utilizing these techniques perish, their silence would ensure no trace remains. Like a flawlessly executed assassination, the absence of witnesses guarantees the erasure of all evidence. In truth, Uchiha Sō's favored finishing technique remains Susanoo. However, the activation of Susanoo is not as straightforward as one might assume. Sasuke, upon acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, did not immediately harness this power. He activated it only during his assault on the 5 Kage summit. Moreover, the consumption of this technique is beyond comprehension. After all, Sasuke, upon its initial activation, recklessly pushed Susanoo to its limits. After defeating Danzo, when faced with Naruto and the others, his eyes became irrevocably blind. Had Sasuke taken a more gradual approach to harnessing the power of Susanoo, his eyesight might have endured longer. However, considering he possesses a fallback, Uchiha Sō would likely push the limits even further. Patience is key. After all, my power will never abandon me, especially since I have the system by my side. As Uchiha Sō concluded his warm-up, he prepared to commence his training when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Curiosity piqued, he turned to find none other than Shiranui. "What brings you here, Shiranui?" he inquired with a smile. "Are you here to train as well?" "Yes, senior," Shiranui nodded earnestly. "Seeing your dedication inspires me. If I do not strive hard, I fear I may never catch up to your pace." Sō couldn't help but chuckle at the seriousness of Shiranui, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young man. His own commitment to training stemmed from a relentless desire to grow, a pursuit fueled by his innate tenacity. Were it not for the looming sense of crisis, he might have preferred to rest comfortably. Who wouldn't wish for a moment of respite? The only reason he felt compelled to push himself was the profound urgency that compelled him to transform into a relentless fighter. Faced with the battlefield's tribulations and the trials of his clan, he fought valiantly for the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, upon attaining it, he realized that, although the Mangekyo could evolve, his ocular power was insufficient to sustain it, necessitating further effort. Only with sufficient strength could he hope to acquire the cells of Senju Hashirama. Thus, it could be said that his transformation into a relentless warrior was entirely a product of coercion. Moreover, given the anticipated developments within the shinobi world and Konoha's antagonism towards the Uchiha, lacking adequate strength would render him woefully unprepared. Though Sō felt fortunate to possess such a system as an aid, he lamented the fate that destined him to become a formidable warrior. As he ruminated on his circumstances, Shiranui hesitated for a moment before quietly speaking up. "By the way, senior, the elders wish to invite you for tea at noon." Sō paused his thoughts, casting a curious glance at Shiranui. "The second elder? How intriguing. On the very day of my return, my father mentioned that the grand elder wished to meet with me." and even caused a bit of a ruckus at my home last night. With your strength and abilities, it's only natural that everyone would wish to meet you, Shiranui remarked. Unfazed, lowering his voice, he continued, I have already communicated with the second elder, and I can assure you that this meeting will proceed without issue. Oh, Zong's curiosity deepened. What makes you so certain? I have informed him of my Mangekyo Sharingan, and that I am prepared, Shiranui replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, his next words astonished Zong. If this exchange does not go smoothly, I will resort to the power of Kodoame Tsukumi. Forgive me, senior, but the second elder has cared for me since childhood. Please allow me this one act of recklessness. Shirsui's declaration left Zong both amused and exasperated. While he did not mind Shiranui revealing his Mangekyo, considering that many likely speculated about his own situation, he was still cautious of Konoha and waiting for Orochimaru. Yet, it was Shirsui's notion of recklessness that truly left him bemused. Though he is far from being a virtuous soul, and would undoubtedly act decisively when the moment calls for it, he does not embody the style of the Leaf Village, which is prone to ruthlessly annihilate entire families. Should matters take a turn for the worse, Shiranui would have no qualms about employing Kodoame Tsukumi. After all, if one does not even attempt to save those who have cared for, nurtured, and raised them, even the esteemed Uchiha clan would feel a pang of conscience in the face of familial duty. In essence, he simply harbors a discontent for the Uchiha Itachi depicted in the original narrative. Of course, he is acutely aware that Itachi's tragic decision to extinguish his entire clan was inextricably linked to the Uchiha as a whole, setting aside the internal strife that affected him. Another contributing factor was that Uchiha Fugaku took him to the battlefield at the tender age of 4 or 5. Witnessing the brutal realities of war at such a young age, without proper guidance or education thereafter, would inevitably lead to psychological turmoil. He recalls that Uchiha Itachi once attempted to take his own life by jumping from a cliff, unable to comprehend the meaning of existence due to the war's impact. A person burdened with such inner turmoil, wielding immense power, and then subjected to timely intervention and indoctrination by Konoha, how could he avoid becoming a top-tier pawn? Uchiha Zong detests such individuals and is resolute in not becoming one himself. He would not hesitate when action is warranted, yet he can sheath his blade when it is not necessary. After all, once a life has been extinguished, there is no longer anyone to assist him. He lacks the ability to resurrect the deceased, otherwise, their fate would be of little concern to him. This line of thinking is perilous, prompting him to consider dismantling the streetlight outside his home upon his return. As Uchiha Zong stroked his chin, a thought struck him. He recalled Hyuga Niji mentioning that the Hyuga clan does not have streetlights. Could it be that initially, he believed this to be an antiquated tradition of the Hyuga, who would rather light candles than install such devices? Reflecting further, perhaps it stemmed from the clan's relentless exploitation and ceaseless extraction of resources from their branch families, leading to fears of retribution. Thus, they opted to forego streetlights altogether, for without them, one could not be hanged. While contemplating these peculiar thoughts, he followed Shiranui toward a tea house. Shiranui had promised to employ Kodoame Tsukumi if the situation turned unfavorable, and after training together for an entire morning, there was little reason for him to refuse. Upon entering a private room in the tea house, Uchiha Zong immediately spotted an elderly man seated alone. Elder too? He inquired calmly, his tone more assertive than a mere question. Zong-kun, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you, the elder replied, lifting his gaze to Uchiha Zong, his expression appearing remarkably serene. I have heard that Elder Chuin has long wished to meet you, yet you have avoided him. Considering this, I feel quite honored, he continued. In truth, it was not that he did not want to meet him. On the contrary, he was eager to engage in meaningful dialogue. But their pride often stood in the way. Uchiha Zong smiled softly and took a seat, gently shaking his head as he gazed at the steaming tea before him. Last night, Uchiha Keiichi and Uchiha Masaneo visited my residence, but their demeanor was somewhat abrasive. Thus, while I declined their overtures, I left them with a parting remark. Oh, Elder Tu slightly raised his head. I would like to hear more. I addressed them, and Uchiha Zong suddenly revealed a faint smile. You have no right to speak to me in such a manner. Upon uttering this statement, Elder Tu paused momentarily. Uchiha Zong's words conveyed two significant sentiments. Firstly, he was indifferent to whether the individuals he was meeting were hawkish or dovish. This was undoubtedly good news, alleviating Elder Tu's concerns regarding the implications of Uchiha Zong's standing. Secondly, it made clear that Uchiha Zong was not one to be intimidated. suggesting that adopting a more humble approach would facilitate their discourse. After a considerable silence, Elder 2 extended his hand to offer a teacup to Uchiha Sō. Zunken, please have some tea. Today, we are merely engaging in conversation. There is no need for undue seriousness. Very well, Uchiha Sō nodded, accepting the teacup. He then inquired, I wonder what the elder wishes to discuss. I wish to pose 2 questions. After Uchiha Sō took a gentle sip of tea, Elder 2 slowly began to speak. I have already heard from Shiranui about your thoughts. I must admit, Zonkuen, your perspective is truly unique and incisive. However, I am curious, if both I and Elder Nakanashi were to disagree and refuse to cooperate with your vision, what would be the repercussions? You are Shirasui's grandfather. You will not face any consequences. In response to this question, Uchiha Sō felt no need for concealment. He answered candidly, save for refraining from discussing matters concerning the heavens. As for others, are you not aware of the nature of the Uchiha? Sometimes, certain decisions are beyond my control. Uchiha Sō's words momentarily stiffened Elder 2's expression, who could only nod in silent agreement. Indeed, as members of the Uchiha clan, whether dovish or hawkish, they were inherently proud to an extreme degree. In other words, to reason with them, one must first engage in physical discourse. Uchiha Madara was ultimately subdued by Senju Hashirama, leading to the formation of Konoha, while Uchiha Sasuke was similarly humbled by Naruto, prompting him to acquiesce. Uchiha Sō often pondered whether the current dovish Uchiha were merely remnants of the past, having been subdued by Senju Hashirama, for how else could they exhibit such timidity? I understand. Elder 2 nodded thoughtfully, then sighed softly. My second question. Zonkuen, have you realized something? Having ideas is commendable, yet the means to actualize them is a wholly different matter. This world is never short of idealists. But have these individuals truly seized power? And what transpires once they do? If you succeed, after all, you possess 2 pairs of Mangekyo. Have you contemplated how to address the consequences of your actions? The internal strife within the clan is not merely a skirmish among ninjas. The considerations you must entertain extend far beyond that. You must also contemplate the internal stability, external pressures, and even potential future policies. At this juncture, the second elder paused, casting a quiet gaze upon Uchiha Sō and Shiranui. Uchiha Sō fell into a moment of silence. Although he harbored a disdain for this so-called second elder, he could not deny the validity of the elder's words. The chasm between ideals and reality is indeed vast. Several crucial factors must be taken into account, particularly the sentiments of the people and the influence of vested interests. While the Uchiha clan may often be subdued with mere force, the pressing challenge lies in leading them toward the future and addressing the imminent threats from Konoha. This warrants deep reflection. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Sō's gaze toward the second elder grew somewhat perilous. It was not that he intended to resort to violence, but rather that he was earnestly contemplating whether to have Shiranui employ the Koto Tsukumi at this very moment. Nevertheless, this matter must be discussed with Shiranui. Even though he was certain that Shiranui would not refuse, it was prudent to consider Shirasui's stance on the issue. Second elder, I have learned from your insights. Your words indeed provoke profound thought, and we recognize our shortcomings in certain areas. However, thanks to your reminder, I believe we will reflect and deliberate thoroughly. Uchiha Sō rose, speaking with calm resolve. Yet, second elder, despite our idealism, one thing remains unchanged: our determination to transform the clan. The Uchiha once roamed as lions. In the eyes of our clan, all but the Senju were akin to sheep. Yet now, some delude themselves into thinking we still embody the lion spirit, while others have become as feeble as sheep. I do not aspire for the Uchiha to regain its former ferocity, but at the very least, we cannot remain as we are now, self-declared lions, yet in essence, mere sheep. Within the Uchiha clan, Sō stood respectfully before the entrance of a quaint chamber. It was difficult to fathom that the one who had ascended to the esteemed position of clan elder would undertake such an action. As the wooden door creaked open, he inhaled deeply, a blend of solemnity and humility gracing his demeanor as he entered the room. The interior mirrored its exterior in rustic charm, with only 2 sliding doors on either side and a single character for shinobi adorning the wall, devoid of any other embellishments. In the center of the tatami mat lay an elder, engrossed in a book, exuding an air of tranquility. Long time no see, Uchiha Jun, the elder, remarked as he gazed at the venerable figure before him, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. I am no longer an elder, Jun, The elder, known as Shana, replied, lifting his head with a smile. Though his face was etched with wrinkles and his meticulously combed silver hair spoke of age, his eyes shone with remarkable clarity. The name Uchiha Shana would undoubtedly astonish Uchiha Sō. He was a figure once deemed cunning and treacherous by the second Hokage, having inherited the will of Uchiha Madara. During his tenure as an elder of the Uchiha clan, he had expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the policies governing the Uchiha under the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He has long yearned to reclaim sovereignty from the Senju clan, serving as a pivotal member of the hawkish Uchiha faction, even finding himself imprisoned by the Umbu under the second Hokage's orders. However, the prison was under Uchiha control, and ultimately, following the demise of the second Hokage, he was released. Yet, time is relentless. He has since stepped down from his position as the elder and retreated into seclusion, seemingly transformed into a leisurely old man. Now that you have come, do you have some inquiries for me? A smile graced Uchiha Shana's face as he nodded slowly. You have performed commendably. At least our ideology currently prevails within the clan, does it not? I must also express my gratitude for the elder's kindness and promotion. Otherwise, I fear I might never have reached this point. Uchiha Naka maintained his humility but raised his head, contemplating for a moment before he spoke slowly. Elder Shana, we are encountering some troubling issues, and I genuinely require your insight. Is it concerning the child named Uchiha Sō? Uchiha Shana pondered briefly and arrived at the answer. Although he now remained indoors, it did not imply he lacked sufficient sources of information, especially since the hawkish Uchiha faction was his creation. Even in retirement, should he desire, he could effortlessly regain control of everything. Indeed, Elder Shana, Uchiha Naka nodded. The child may have a misunderstanding with me and his father. This is not unexpected, is it? However, before Uchiha Naka could finish his thought, Uchiha Shana gently shook his head. The child Shinji values his family above all. When you aided him, he naturally chose to assist you in return. Yet, when it involves his family, he will swiftly change. Do you not understand this as a member of the Uchiha? Uchiha Naka sat in silence, fully aware of this fact. Otherwise, he would not have extended his help to Uchiha Shinji in the first place. But he believed he had treated Uchiha Shinji very well, and he could not comprehend why Shinji would act in such a manner. Are you wondering why he remains wary of you? Uchiha Shana seemed to penetrate his thoughts, striking at the heart of the matter with a single statement. Have you considered that it is your demeanor that instills unease in him? Although you have refrained from inflicting harm on the hawkish faction, you have nevertheless contributed to the current extreme opposition. Your intentions toward the village may be extreme, which is understandable, as I share similar thoughts. Yet, you have merely inherited our ideals without contemplating how to execute them. Have you truly considered the means? Do not persist in your efforts to vie for the position of fourth Hokage. Have you not yet grasped the essence of Konoha? When these two elements are combined, it is likely that any Uchiha member who cherishes their family would adopt a degree of caution. Uchiha Shana's words made Uchiha Naka clench his fists slightly. Yet he maintained his silence, for he had to concede that these were indeed the facts. At this stage, he indeed had no intentions of confronting Konoha. Beyond the aspect of war, he had his own considerations. According to his vision, he intended for the clan leader to compete for the position of the fourth Hokage. He was even willing to resort to underhanded tactics against other candidates to ensure success. Yet Uchiha Shana vehemently opposed this idea. Furthermore, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had never explicitly endorsed either side, which compelled them to resort to various measures to garner support from more clan members. Has this child truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Observing the silent Uchiha Masanaka, Uchiha Shana slightly shook his head before curiously inquiring. Elder Shana, I am uncertain, Uchiha Masanaka gently replied, though his expression soon turned serious. However, it is quite possible he has awakened it. Not only did he single-handedly deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but last night, in his 3-tomo state, he also managed to drive away your 2 subordinates, correct? Before Uchiha Masanaka could finish his thoughts, Uchiha Shana interrupted with a smile and a shake of his head. I cannot ascertain whether he has awakened it, but regardless of that, possessing such a record and strength should not warrant your dismissive attitude toward him. Though I have ascended to the position of elder, second only to our clan leader, this does not give you the right to look down upon others. Ultimately, the world of shinobi is one that values strength, and while we have established a series of rules to prevent barbaric acts, those rules are perpetually subject to violation, especially when an individual possesses sufficient strength to challenge those very rules. do not expect them to adhere to them, as they may well be capable of defining new ones themselves. At this juncture, Uchiha Shana suddenly recalled Uchiha Madara from years past, a man who was indeed capable of breaking the rules. However, in that era, there were still those who could compel him to respect the boundaries of those rules. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Masanaka felt a chill run down his spine. Last night, the words of Uchiha Kiichi and Uchiha Masan had enraged him, for the actions of Uchiha Zong had indeed been a slap in the face. Yet, considering Uchiha Zong's enigmatic strength and the fact that they were all of the same kin, he ultimately decided to consult with his elder. Fortunately, he had come, for otherwise, he had no inkling of how the situation might have unfolded. Thank you, Elder Shana, for your guidance. Understanding his predicament, Uchiha Masanaka immediately rose and bowed to Uchiha Shana. Had you been more receptive to my counsel, perhaps you would not be preoccupied with thoughts of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Shana regarded Uchiha Masanaka with an amused expression before finally rising unsteadily. Well, each generation has its own perspectives. I have already stepped back. Thus it is not my place to interfere too much. At most, I can only offer suggestions and opinions. However, this time, I intend to accompany you to meet that child. Elder Shana? Uchiha Masanaka exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the elder before him. You intend to meet him? That seems against the rules, does it not? Uchiha Shana shook his head, his expression turning somewhat frigid. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared by so-called rules. Otherwise, those who now lament their choices could never have compelled clan leader Madara to retreat in the past. Unexpectedly, this second elder proved to be remarkably formidable. Seated in his own abode, Uchiha Shinyi fell into deep contemplation after listening to his son's account, ultimately letting out a sigh. When it comes to the ability to orchestrate a plan, Uchiha Shinyi was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. Moreover, once he took action, he ensured that no future troubles would arise. And he could guarantee his own advantage at the moment of engagement, whether it be in the midst of battle or in public opinion. Such wisdom was accrued over many years, and he could adeptly apply it now. However, his role was merely to eliminate foes. He never engaged in the subsequent affairs. After all, his realm of expertise was solely in execution and burial. What happened afterward, even if a deluge ensued, was not his concern. Thus, while he had no qualms about offering suggestions to Uchiha Sō regarding how to accumulate advantages and eliminate enemies, he was at a loss when it came to managing the vast aftermath of family matters post-mortem. The elder was indeed well-versed in different domains. While he was merely a ninja, content as long as he could ensure the demise of his adversary without complications. Uchiha Sō, however, viewed matters with a broader perspective, teasingly gazing at his father. He also admitted that the second elder's insight was astonishing, to the extent that he had briefly entertained the notion of having Shiranui employ Kotoame Tsukumi to directly control him. The depth of understanding and perspective the second elder possessed was a rarity within their clan. Thus, he felt an impulse to utilize Kotoame Tsukumi to have this elder assist him in addressing these issues. However, upon reflection, he harbored doubts about whether this elder could indeed resolve the problems. It might be wiser for him to ponder the matter further. Just then, recalling everything his father had mentioned, he couldn't help but humorously inquire, by the way, is this entire operational process something that the elder intends to use against the Dove faction? It can be employed in that manner, Uchiha Shinyi readily acknowledged. Cultivating the loyalty of lower-ranking ninjas had always been a paramount step, a truth that remained unchanged. Moreover, should they take action against them, the second elder would undoubtedly meet his demise. As the central figure of the Dove faction, a mere word from him could disarm them, or conversely, incite a surprise attack against us. Furthermore, his death would instill fear in the hearts of other elders aligned with him, thereby stripping the Dove faction of its direction. At that point, there would be no need for further intervention. They would merely become a disorganized rabble, and even those elders could initially be placated, with promises made to ultimately render them powerless. Given a year, or even just a few months, with only a handful of die-hard elements eliminated, everything could fade into obscurity. Uchiha Zong nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the influence of the second elder was formidable, capable of resolving numerous troubles with merely a word. This was one of the reasons he had initially contemplated using the Baishinshin technique. Yet, he understood that recklessly altering the beliefs they had staunchly upheld could incite even greater complications. Moreover, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Was it possible that the so-called hawks genuinely intended to take action against the doves? Otherwise, why would his father exhibit such proficiency? After addressing them, who would shoulder the repercussions and disturbances that ensued? Uchiha Sō pondered, curiosity piqued. Perhaps it will be the elders, Uchiha Sō suggested, shaking his head. This is quite normal. When one kills on the battlefield, do they concern themselves with the bodies? Indeed, I would simply set them ablaze to avoid further hassle. Uchiha Sō shot a glare at his son, feeling as though the boy was deliberately challenging him. However, he dismissed these trivial matters, choosing instead to reflect deeply on the question posed by the second elder. Governing a clan was far from a mere act of violence. It entailed a multitude of considerations. Just as the father and son were lost in thought, Uchiha Ryoko hurriedly entered. Apologies for the interruption, but there are visitors. More visitors? Uchiha Sō raised an eyebrow, noting the increasing frequency of those seeking him. Ryoko, who is it? A smile reappeared on Uchiha Sō's face. If they are inconsequential, let them be sent away. Uchiha Ryoko hesitated before finally whispering. It is the Grand Elder, along with an unfamiliar elder. The Grand Elder? Ryoko's words caused the expressions of both father and son to shift, as they had not anticipated the Grand Elder's personal visit. Ryoko, please invite them in. Uchiha Sō said after a moment's contemplation, smiling at Uchiha Ryoko. Once she departed, he sighed lightly. It seems the inevitable has arrived. You have consistently prevented me from meeting him. Are you wary of him? Uchiha Sō inquired curiously. Indeed, Uchiha Sō replied with a nod, his tone calm. I acknowledge the clan's objectives, but the Grand Elder's radicalism raises concerns. Setting aside familial issues, his strategies for addressing the village instill doubt within me. The Grand Elder has aided me, and my loyalty is thus warranted, yet I must also consider my family. Listening to his father's words, Uchiha Sō felt a twinge of melancholy. Despite his father's rigorous training, he had nearly developed a psychological burden. Nevertheless, he could not deny that his father genuinely cared for the clan's welfare. However, he soon noticed his father had fallen silent, his gaze fixed incredulously on the door. This piqued his curiosity. Following his father's line of sight, he beheld two elderly figures, igniting his intrigue regarding the identity of the Grand Elder. Is it the elder? Just as his curiosity swelled, Uchiha Sō finally spoke. His voice resonated with a slight tremor, prompting Uchiha Sō to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Uchiha Shana, the elder? In a fleeting moment, a possibility struck him. Could this venerable figure be the very one singled out by the second Hokage? Is it conceivable that he is still alive? Moreover, what brings him to my presence? Shin, it has been quite some time. Uchiha Shana greeted Uchiha Shin with a nod, before his gaze shifted to Uchiha Sō. Is this your child? Remarkable indeed. He has surpassed you in your youth. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Shana, Uchiha Shin responded, regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly replied, it is a universal aspiration for children to surpass their predecessors. I, too, share this hope. Indeed, it is only through each generation growing stronger that a clan, a family, or even a village can flourish. Uchiha Shana nodded, a hint of seriousness emerging on his countenance as he regarded Uchiha Sō. He spoke slowly. Young one, I have heard about the events of last night. I sincerely apologize for such matters arising within our clan. We are here today not as elders, but simply as two old men wishing to meet the family's prodigy. Of course, if you find this visit inappropriate, we can arrange another time. Should our presence cause you any discomfort, I extend my apologies in advance. Uchiha Sō was taken aback by the elder's humility, especially in contrast to the two fools from the previous night, which made him feel a stronger affinity toward Shana. Additionally, he was well aware that Uchiha Shana was an exceptionally formidable individual, recognized by the cunning second Hokage. With such a person displaying such demeanor, Uchiha Sō could not possibly respond coldly. Greetings, he stood, addressing the two before him. In truth, we always have time, and since we are kin, there should be no barriers to our communication. It is merely the arrogance of certain individuals that obstructs the smooth progression of dialogue. Today, I believe we have no issues. I am, however, curious about the purpose of your visit this evening. Under the enchanting moonlight, in a training ground belonging to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sō stood alone at the center. Uchiha Shin stood silently a short distance away, both awaiting something. The encounter with Uchiha Shana had indeed been unexpected, particularly the elder's demeanor, which left Uchiha Sō astonished. Such a humble attitude was somewhat beyond his comprehension. Yet, upon reflection, He could understand why this former elder exhibited such modesty. It was evidently tied to strength. With both a current and former elder present, they were likely there to ascertain the prowess of their clan's talent. However, aside from this matter, these two individuals, particularly Uchiha Sō, have indeed provided me with a clear direction. Bathed in the tranquil moonlight, Uchiha Sō could not help but reminisce about everything discussed during their recent meeting. Although they had ostensibly convened for a simple visit, Uchiha Sō inquired about various matters pertaining to the battlefield. Simultaneously, he meticulously probed into Zong's views and thoughts regarding their clan. Zong was not at all surprised, having encountered the second elder. He was also curious about what the current elder and the former elder were like. Thus, he elaborated on his situation with Orochimaru while also articulating his perspective on the clan. The division within the clan was evident. One faction sought to reclaim Konoha through extreme and impractical means, while another merely yearned for a compromise to return to Konoha, all while their clan leader maintained a precarious balance amid the turmoil. Such a division would inevitably lead to dire consequences, and a transformation within the clan was imperative. Otherwise, no one could fathom what the future held for them. Rather than waiting for Konoha to take action against them, it would be wiser to seek ways to change themselves first and, at the very least, unify their thoughts. Orochimaru presented me with an opportunity, a chance for reprieve. Although he was the disciple of the third Hokage, my personal interactions with him revealed that he differed from the third. He aspired to instigate change. Thus, I resolved to seize this opportunity to consolidate the entire clan, even at a cost. Uchiha Sō's thoughts were remarkably clear, and he harbored no reservations. His words prompted both Uchiha Sō and Uchiha Jongjin to fall into deep contemplation. Clearly, this discourse struck at the heart of their current predicament, representing an insurmountable obstacle. The internal discord, the leader's inaction, the pressure from Konoha, these constituted the challenges they had to confront. Breaking this seemingly balanced stalemate was no simple task, as their inner convictions forbade them from enacting change. They had adhered to their beliefs for a lifetime. Altering such convictions was no trivial matter. After all, everyone harbors certain steadfast beliefs, even if misguided, and clings to a glimmer of hope. It was akin to knowing that indulgence in alcohol is detrimental to health, yet merely choosing to abstain from drinking. Moreover, many had already chosen to follow their ideology, even if they reflected on the possibility of being wrong. There was always an invisible force propelling them forward, rendering change nearly impossible. They could only continue down their chosen path. Uchiha Sō and Uchiha Jongjin remained silent for an extended period, and this silence enveloped the room in an oppressive atmosphere, one that Uchiha Sō could distinctly feel. Just as he pondered whether he should intervene, Uchiha Sō suddenly lifted his gaze and smiled at the two of them. Therefore, our principal issues are twofold: unifying the thoughts of our entire clan and addressing the clan leader, correct? Indeed, Uchiha Sō nodded, intrigued by the insights of this former elder. I believe I comprehend why Orochimaru has chosen to address you privately regarding the need to replace the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sō gently nodded, revealing a faintly mocking smile. The clan leader is pivotal in steering and regulating the collective sentiments of the clan, particularly after certain individuals compelled leader Madara to depart, thereby augmenting the leader's power. However, the elders also possess the capacity to voice their opinions to sway the leader, contingent upon the leader's strength of will. Forgive my interruption. Uchiha Sō raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. If memory serves me correctly, leader Madara left out of disappointment. He cherished his kin and refrained from employing the most draconian methods. Yet were not the choices of those individuals tantamount to betrayal? At this mention, Uchiha Sō's countenance abruptly transformed into one of solemnity. Such treachery essentially coerced leader Madara into making a choice. Was it not a form of duress, compelling him to depart? Uchiha Sō's words left Uchiha Sō momentarily speechless. Technically, Uchiha Madara had betrayed Konoha, yet in his discourse, he appeared as one who was driven away. This truly serves to vindicate Uchiha Madara, a masterful act of historical revisionism indeed. Thus, your adversaries are not us, nor that junior Hanji. Uchiha Sō, oblivious to Uchiha Sō's thoughts, rose slightly and spoke with a smile. Your true enemies are the clan leader, along with those who uphold his reign. These individuals may reside among us or alongside that junior Hanji. Although our clan leader lacks assertiveness and, as you have suggested, is far from an exemplary leader, do not underestimate the endeavors of Madara's predecessors following his departure, striving to prevent any further insubordination against the leader's edicts. Uchiha Fugaku, perhaps? Upon hearing Uchiha Shana's remarks, Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku indeed appeared to be in a weak position. Yet it must be acknowledged that he seemed capable of influencing many matters. In the Uchiha coup, despite being pressured, he did not yield. And until he made his stance clear, others dared not take action. Only after he asserted himself did they find a sense of direction and gradually begin to mobilize. Moreover, upon reflecting on Orochimaru's words, it seems he was quite explicit in conveying that the Uchiha clan may not readily accept him. He requires an entirely new leader to guide the Uchiha, likely well aware of the internal dynamics. However, you stand alone, and the assistance that Shiranui can offer you, apart from his former subordinates, may be limited to seeking out the lower-ranking ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Just as Uchiha Sō pondered this, Uchiha Shana spoke once more. Do not be astonished. These matters are what we have imparted to him. Do you think we are incapable of discerning this? Shiranui is adept only in combat. He lacks the knowledge to resolve subsequent issues, as those are our domain. If, and I stress if, you can achieve this, then at the very least, this old bone of mine will endeavor to assist you. As he spoke, Uchiha Shana paused slightly, gazing intently at Uchiha Sō and articulating each word with gravity. Before we proceed, I wish to witness your prowess, at the very least. Allow me to behold the potential awakening of your dual eyes. Moreover, I assure you that should you succeed, a faction will rally behind you. Rally behind me? In the training grounds, Uchiha Sō contemplated the elder Uchiha Shana, reluctantly conceding that he had underestimated the Uchiha clan. He had always perceived them as mere braggarts devoid of strategy. Influenced by the original narrative and the individuals he had encountered, true clarity seemed to reside with figures like Uchiha Madara, who had ultimately been misled. It appeared he, too, had fallen prey to preconceived notions. Nevertheless, whether they would genuinely follow him remained uncertain, yet having allies to utilize was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Additionally, targeting solely Uchiha Fugaku could alleviate external pressures while minimizing internal costs. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed movement around the training ground, interrupting his contemplative reverie. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. At that moment, the swirling tomo coalesced into a singular form, manifesting as a triangular pattern reminiscent of maple leaves. Since you wish to witness my strength, I shall grant you a proper display. Are you Uchiha Sō? Unbeknownst to him, dozens of figures had silently materialized within the training ground, despite the silver moonlight casting its glow upon the earth. Uchiha Sō discerned pairs of crimson eyes in the hazy ambience. Not all of these individuals possessed the Sharingan, and their ocular prowess varied. The majority bore either one or two tomo, with only two individuals showcasing the three tomo Sharingan. Their presence evoked a sense of admiration in Uchiha Sō. Uchiha Shana was indeed formidable. To assert the possibility of allegiance, whether genuine or not, signified that these individuals were likely loyal to Uchiha Shana. It is I. Uchiha Sō nodded calmly, his crimson gaze sweeping over all present. After a moment, he gently shook his head. Is it only you few? You are quite proud. Yet you possess the merit to be so. One of the men with three tomo stepped forward, gazing into Uchiha Sō's eyes, a sigh escaping his lips. Such beautiful eyes. Is this truly the legendary kaleidoscope? I have heard tales of its power and perused its lore, yet I am genuinely curious whether it possesses such strength. At this juncture, the Uchiha ninja hesitated briefly, his demeanor growing markedly serious. I am even more curious whether you wield the ability that accompanies those eyes. It is crucial to note that having talent and possessing capability are entirely distinct matters. As the words fell, the chakra within this Uchiha ninja suddenly erupted, and a formidable aura instantly spread throughout the training ground. Not only he, but also the other Uchiha ninjas behind him exuded a powerful presence. Their gazes resolutely fixed upon Uchiha Sō, Uchiha Masahiko, and Uchiha Seiju. Uchiha Shinji observed this scene from a distance, having immediately recognized the leader among them. Their appearance did not come as a great surprise to him, for they could be deemed as colleagues. Yet, precisely because they were colleagues, he felt a tinge of concern for his own son. These two individuals had honed the techniques of the Uchiha clan to an extraordinary level. You shall see. Uchiha Sō remained oblivious to his father's thoughts, calmly regarding the group before him. Suddenly, he began to move. His steps were light, gradually advancing forward. Though his pace was not swift, An inexplicable oppressive aura began to permeate the crowd as he approached. This suffocating atmosphere swiftly shattered the previously cultivated presence of the gathered ninjas. Moreover, as he drew nearer, the Uchiha ninjas' hearts began to stir with a growing sense of unease. They stood together in disarray, yet for reasons unknown, they felt utterly devoid of security. This stifling ambience was unbearable for all, and the echoing footsteps seemed to stomp upon their very hearts. Everyone, we cannot allow this brat to be so arrogant. Charge! Do not let this boy intimidate you. Finally, someone suddenly shouted, prompting the other Uchiha ninjas to erupt into action. They let out furious roars, some with their crimson eyes glowing with ferocity, and then charged recklessly forward. The sheer number of dozens of ninjas was far from insignificant, and a contingent of Uchiha ninjas exceeded the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. Such a number of Uchiha ninjas could easily dominate a small-scale battle. However, while numerical superiority often shifts the tide of ninja combat, exceptions invariably arise, even among the Uchiha. Just as now with a mere encounter, a shriek erupted from the mouth of one Uchiha ninja. Faced with the assault of this throng, Uchiha Sō sensed a degree of trouble, but it was merely that, trouble. Especially since he had already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. His insight, combined with his own speed, had reached its zenith. Previously, while confronting the mist ninjas in the land of whirlpools, he had begun to grasp certain nuances even with just the 3 tomo. Uchiha Sō moved among the crowd like a butterfly dancing gracefully. His movements were effortless, transforming into a form of art. Each gesture was remarkably simple and natural. Any Uchiha ninja who made contact with him was instantly overthrown. At this moment, he could effortlessly discern the attack routes of these individuals. Yet his own methods of assault remained entirely imperceptible to them. With a subtle flick, he evaded the strike of a Uchiha ninja, and in an instant, delivered a powerful punch to the most vulnerable point of the foe before him. The Uchiha ninja was sent hurtling backward, and through the clever application of force, several of his companions were obstructed in their advance. The Crimson Sharingan shifted slightly, and he unexpectedly leaned to the side as a kunai, glinting with a chilling sheen, pierced toward his chest and back. In a spar, the use of weapons was not prohibited, especially when facing an adversary of Uchiha lineage. Thus, they dared not exhibit the slightest hint of leniency or hesitation. The terrifying aura emanating from him truly instilled fear in their hearts. Uchiha Sō remained unfazed by these concerns. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the ninja who had thrown the kunai, capturing both the weapon and the arm from which it came. The Uchiha ninja felt his arm become uncontrollable as Sō pivoted and redirected him in another direction. A metallic sound echoed as the kunai embedded itself in the shoulder of another Uchiha ninja, followed by a pained scream. Without a glance at the injured foe, Sō twisted his wrist with force, causing the captured Uchiha's arm to bend at an unnatural angle. Having executed this maneuver, he crouched once more, deftly evading another ninja's assault. In an explosive burst akin to a cheetah, he surged forward. One Uchiha ninja only glimpsed his approach before finding himself propelled backward, unable to react in time. The speed of Uchiha Sō was simply astonishing. In the next moment, as the Uchiha ninja processed what had transpired, he crashed heavily to the ground. The searing pain in his chest rendered his breathing labored. "I've got you." However, at that very instant, another Uchiha ninja had stealthily approached Sō's rear, leaping into the air to deliver a punch. As the Sharingan shifted, Sō turned impassively, and in the next heartbeat, the Uchiha ninja found himself frozen in place. A sharp pain pierced his abdomen, and before he could regain his senses, he too fell heavily to the ground. "Is this truly your level?" Uchiha Sō surveyed the remaining Uchiha ninjas with a calm demeanor. They stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at him, their bodies trembling slightly, clearly intimidated by Sō's overwhelming presence. This scene prompted Sō to shake his head gently. The moonlight bathed him in its glow, rendering his crimson kaleidoscope eyes both exquisite and perilous. "You cannot even compel me to take this seriously. If it is merely this, then our battle bears no significance whatsoever." His words caused the faces of the Uchiha ninjas to darken. As members of the Uchiha clan, particularly those present in this moment, they each held a sense of pride that was unmistakable. The words of Uchiha Sō unceremoniously shattered their pride, leaving them engulfed in shame and guilt. His remarks also caused Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Zhongjin, who were observing from a distance, to furrow their brows slightly. Such words were genuinely disheartening. especially as they faced a mere child of 13 or 14 years. The impact was undeniably profound. Yet, neither spoke, for they were both awestruck by Uchiha Zong's formidable combat prowess. His seemingly effortless fighting style and graceful techniques filled them with admiration, particularly Uchiha Sō, whose eyes gleamed with a brightness that betrayed his barely contained excitement. He murmured to himself, so strikingly similar, recognizing that although Uchiha Zong appeared quite juvenile and he could detect minor flaws in the boy's techniques, he had to concede that, at that moment, he seemed to witness the shadow of a person. Uchiha Madara. Was this the power of the kaleidoscope? As silence enveloped all, suddenly, the two Uchiha ninjas possessing the three-tomo Sharingan stepped forward. They gazed intently at Uchiha Zong, though a tinge of fear lingered in their hearts. Their expressions soon solidified with resolve. You are indeed powerful, fearfully so, but do not presume we shall be easily vanquished. We are also Uchiha, and even knowing we may not prevail, we shall never concede without a fight. These words instantly rekindled the courage of the Uchiha ninjas, whose morale had plummeted to rock bottom. Indeed, they were Uchiha ninjas. How could they so readily surrender? Even in the face of certain defeat, they could not easily yield, whether for the sake of the Uchiha name or in honor of Elder Shana. Uchiha Zong observed this scene with a slight nod of approval. This was the Uchiha he knew, somewhat eccentric, a bit foolish, yet never lacking in the courage to fight. With that in mind, Uchiha Zong spoke in a calm tone. Then, be cautious. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Zong's hands deftly intertwined, and chakra surged forth, skillfully controlled despite his recent studies. Truth be told, he yearned to unleash Susanoo and demonstrate the kaleidoscope's might to these young Uchiha. Unfortunately, he had yet to grasp the power of Susanoo, yet this was no trivial matter. The suppression of the kaleidoscope over ordinary Sharingan was unimaginable, especially as he employed Uchiha Madara's fighting style. Thus, he was determined to complete the remainder of his performance splendidly. Suddenly, flames erupted, ferociously surging towards the remaining Uchiha. The searing heat seemed to freeze their recently rekindled morale, akin to frost. Quick, use fire release to block the flames. We cannot allow him to easily disrupt our formation. Uchiha Katsuhiko and Uchiha Masaki, both possessing the illustrious three-tomo Sharingan, simultaneously raised their voices, unleashing their abilities in an instant. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Two roaring fire dragons erupted forth from their chakra, hurtling fiercely toward Uchiha Zong's inferno. The other Uchiha ninjas quickly reacted, launching their own attacks. In a mere moment, the entire training ground was illuminated, the fierce flames transforming the inky darkness into a scene reminiscent of daylight. At that moment, the flames began to be obstructed, unexpectedly forming a wall of fire that obscured everyone's line of sight. The Uchiha were not fearful of seeing their enemies. Rather, their greatest concern lay in the inability to perceive their foes, leaving them anxious and uncertain about Uchiha Zong's whereabouts. The flames continued to blaze, crackling ominously, as they all maintained their vigilance. Suddenly, a voice echoed among them. Are you looking for me? The expressions of the Uchiha ninjas shifted dramatically, and in the next instant, anguished cries began to resound. Uchiha Zong re-entered the fray, fully exploiting his advantages. With each strike, another Uchiha ninja fell, each ambush forcing their ranks to dwindle. Under such relentless assault, the Uchiha ninjas found themselves bereft of combat effectiveness. However, at that moment, Uchiha Zong paused slightly, sensing two individuals flanking him from either side. Are they finally making their move? Uchiha Zong realized that these two were undoubtedly the ones with the three-tomo Sharingan. Their prior inaction likely stemmed from the pride that characterized the Uchiha clan. More likely, they intended to assess his combat prowess and gather intelligence. Nonetheless, for him, the significance of either scenario was not particularly great. Turning swiftly, he was met with two pairs of crimson three-tomo eyes fixated intensely upon him. Simultaneously, they drew their kunai, clearly adopting the most serious combat stances. Uchiha Zong also brandished his own kunai, and in an instant, the three of them converged. Kunai clashed in midair, the metallic sounds of their collision echoing in a rapid succession. Uchiha Katsuhiko and Uchiha Masaki displayed exceptional teamwork, their youth ensuring that their bodies, spirits, and resolve were in peak condition. Engaging with them, Uchiha Zong recognized that their martial arts techniques were indeed outstanding. The variety of their skills was overwhelming, and had he relied solely on his 3-tomo Sharingan at this age, he would have undoubtedly suffered some disadvantages. Yet, regrettably, he was currently utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Regardless of how skilled their techniques might be or the extent of their advantages, it bore little significance for him. Moreover, during my battles with them, I employed the Sharingan to replicate their martial arts and techniques, which astonishingly contributed significantly to my growth. Uchiha Sō leaped backward, evading the shuriken hurled by Uchiha Masaki. And he could not help but reflect silently. As he diligently recorded the combat styles of these two adversaries, his system incessantly provided him with prompts. This indicated that the ability to mimic their combat skills greatly enhanced his own capabilities. With this realization, Uchiha Sō felt a surge of excitement, as he seemed to have discovered yet another method to expedite his advancement. At the very least, it appeared that such a technique could be utilized in martial arts. In such moments, how could one afford to be distracted? Just then, Uchiha Masayuki's voice resonated from behind Uchiha Sō. In real combat, you would be doomed. The shuriken lunged forth, fiercely aimed at Uchiha Sō's left arm. Shouldn't you be more vigilant? Is it these eyes that have made you so complacent? Uchiha Masaki also leaped in front of Uchiha Sō, his shuriken thrusting directly toward his right shoulder. The synergy between the two was indeed remarkable, maintaining a relentless offensive against Uchiha Sō, one after the other. In that moment, they felt a rush of exhilaration, believing they had achieved something substantial. However, the next instant, their expressions froze, for they both realized that the Uchiha Sō they had targeted was merely a shadow clone. I apologize for disappointing you. Uchiha Sō's figure gradually materialized at their flank, his enigmatic Sharingan swirling ominously. You performed admirably, but before me, you are yet unable to dance. That is enough, Zonkuen. It is sufficient, the elder interjected. At the moment Uchiha Sō appeared at the flank of Uchiha Masayuki and Uchiha Masaki, Uchiha Shana could not help but exhale a sigh. Hearing this, Uchiha Masayuki and Uchiha Masaki could only lower their heads in shame. Their lack of defiance stemmed not from a lack of courage, but from the embarrassment of having succumbed so swiftly. Despite their collective strength of over 10 individuals, they could not endure against Uchiha Sō for even a few fleeting minutes. Yet, they had to concede that the power of the Sharingan was indeed terrifying. Others might not perceive it, but as those who faced Uchiha Sō directly, they understood all too well the profound despair that enveloped them once locked in the gaze of the Sharingan. Moreover, the enhancement it provided to an individual was immeasurable. Uchiha Sō's martial prowess appeared quite ordinary to them. Yet, this individual could foresee their attacks, evade all dangers, and ultimately overcome them. He himself was unaware of how he managed to endure. If given the choice, he would truly prefer not to experience it again. Enough, Masayuki Masaki. You need not feel ashamed. The power of the Sharingan is beyond your imagination. Uchiha Shana, having walked over to stand beside them, gazed at Uchiha Shiranui, and with a resigned sigh, he spoke. Moreover, I believe you ought to express gratitude towards Uchiha Sō, for if my observations are accurate, he may not have exerted his full potential. Otherwise, the fates of you all would remain uncertain at this moment. At this juncture, Uchiha Shana raised his gaze towards Uchiha Sō, falling into a contemplative silence as he scrutinized those kaleidoscopic eyes. Through their previous exchanges, he had discerned Uchiha Sō's ambitions. Furthermore, he was compelled to acknowledge a certain truth. He too had been captivated. Uchiha Sō was undoubtedly a prodigy, yet he was more than just a genius. His vision transcended that of the majority of the clan's elites. While the others engaged in endless debates over whose ideals and beliefs were correct, he had already risen above such disputes, gazing towards greater heights. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Shana could not help but glance back at Uchiha Nakamoto, who appeared somewhat lost in thought beside him. However, Uchiha Sō had just returned from the battlefield, and his mindset still adhered to the harsh realities of combat, mercilessly dispatching his foes. In contrast, Uchiha Nakamoto retained an air of arrogance, nearly tipping the scales toward the loss of a prominent elder. Moreover, considering Uchiha Sō's ambition to unify the clan's ideology, even the second elder and the clan leader would find it challenging to evade his influence. Given the formidable strength he had just exhibited, it was evident that if he were to take action, he would undoubtedly succeed. Yet, the elite within the clan might very well face obliteration. Fortunately, I was present to witness him. Uchiha Shana mused silently, though he soon averted his gaze. Locking eyes with those kaleidoscopic orbs was perilous. Despite possessing the Sharingan himself, He understood that the Mangekyo had fundamentally surpassed the Sharingan in essence. Taking a deep breath, he resolved within himself. In fact, after his earlier encounter with Uchiha Sō and his father, he had already made a decision. He wished to gauge Uchiha Sō's character and to discern the nature of his plans. The Uchiha clan was indeed mired in turmoil, desperately in need of a force to shatter the stagnation and facilitate rebirth. Whether Uchiha Sō possessed such power was previously uncertain. He needed to witness the eruption of that strength firsthand to feel secure. Now that he had seen it and affirmed it, he also recognized the necessity of fulfilling his own promises and even silently moving further. Katsuya, Masaki, and all of you, Uchiha Shana's expression grew profoundly serious. From this day forth, you shall belong to this young man before you, Uchiha South. I require your obedience to him, your compliance with his commands, and the completion of all tasks he sets forth. Do you understand? Yes, Elder Shana. Uchiha Katsuya and Uchiha Masaki exchanged hesitant glances, yet they soon nodded in agreement. In truth, Uchiha Shana had already broached this matter with them prior to their meeting with Uchiha South. At that time, they had not taken it too seriously, as they held a certain confidence in their own abilities, especially given their numbers. However, at this moment, Uchiha Sō has undeniably shattered their confidence, compelling them to adhere to the agreement. Moreover, for them, serving a person of such formidable strength is hardly a matter of shame. Very well, remember your words. Now you may all depart. Uchiha Shana silently nodded, then took a deep breath before continuing. Lord Sō, I am grateful for once again witnessing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I appreciate your willingness to heed the words of this idle elder, refraining from immediate action. I have stated before that we are one clan. There is no need for excessive concern. Uchiha Sō, with a composed demeanor, remarked while simultaneously closing his Mangekyo. Whether this statement holds truth is of little consequence. What matters is that he expresses it thus. Uchiha Shinri remained silent, merely casting a glance at his son, feeling no inclination to elaborate on certain matters, as they bore little significance. It was indeed preferable for Lord Sō to think in such a manner. Uchiha Shana smiled faintly, then continued with a contemplative tone. In essence, I concur with your perspective, for the clan undeniably requires transformation. However, there lies one aspect that neither I, nor Nakama, nor Kinji can easily accomplish. That is, we cannot demand our children to follow my lead with the utmost rigidity, to relinquish grievances, set aside hatred, and abandon our former beliefs. The conflict of ideologies has been brewing for countless years, leading us to this point. Often, we find ourselves ensnared by circumstances beyond our control. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, many of these children likely possess a steadfast internal support for the clan leader, as it is essential to prevent further betrayal among our kin. Uchiha Sō remained silent, having long harbored suspicions regarding these matters. Thus he was not at all surprised. He was merely curious as to what more Uchiha Shana had to convey, or what his intentions were moving forward. Nonetheless, I have recently conceived some new ideas. As anticipated, Uchiha Shana's expression grew markedly serious, and he regarded Uchiha Sō with utmost sincerity as he slowly articulated, though it is challenging. You have ignited a flicker of hope within me, prompting me to undertake actions within my capability to alter the clan, assist the family, and by extension, aid you. However, I do have a request. I hope, Lord Sō, that you might consider granting me this favor. Speak, Elder Shana. Uchiha Shana's words caught him slightly off guard. He was well aware of the implications of such statements and promises. Indeed, while the Uchiha clan possesses its share of wise individuals, more often than not, one must impart a lesson to them. At the very least, they must witness your strength. Otherwise, this group will not behave with decorum, nor will they engage in respectful dialogue with you. My only hope is that, in the future, Lord Sō can minimize the bloodshed as much as possible. Uchiha Shana gazed deeply into Uchiha Sō's eyes before continuing with measured words. I am acutely aware that the path taken by Lord Sō is inevitably stained with blood. It is utterly impossible to refrain from taking action. Thus, I can only hope that, should they not completely offend Lord Sō, their lives might be spared. After all, in the future, they could potentially serve as Lord Sō's subordinates. So, my esteemed elder, have you garnered support from the hawkish faction? It is not quite support. Uchiha Shana merely promised to influence the thoughts of certain individuals and provided me with a few allies. The next morning, Uchiha Sō and Shiranui strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, engaged in quiet conversation. However, the news from Uchiha Sō left Shiranui somewhat disconcerted, for he had not anticipated that the individual who had opposed his grandfather for so long would possess a more progressive outlook than his own kin. In truth, he had misjudged the hawkish faction. Those individuals are not easily swayed to make decisions that contradict their ancestors' principles. Otherwise, Uchiha Sō would not have stated his intent to endeavor to change their minds rather than adopting a submissive stance outright. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sō's willingness to assist him essentially signifies the initial defection of their sovereign. It can only be said that Uchiha Sō's displayed prowess has made him realize that, in the face of the kaleidoscope, sheer numbers may not hold substantial significance. To avert the potential threat posed by Uchiha Sō, he decisively made his choice. Fortunately, Uchiha Sō showed no opposition to the requests he put forth. After all, as Lu Xun once remarked, one should refrain from spitting into a well, for one may wish to drink from it in the future. Thus, before I mastered the purification of polluted waters or the art of reincarnation through impure earth, it is indeed prudent to exercise caution. After all, without capable individuals, the Uchiha clan would lose its significant influence. Uchiha Sō silently contemplated this. Yet he understood one thing. His forgiveness was limited to those who had not grievously offended him. For the diehard obstinates, he believed it more prudent to bring their political and biological existence to a definitive conclusion. However, this marks a considerable advancement. Congratulations, esteemed elder. Shiranui, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Uchiha Sō's mind, could not help but smile faintly before speaking. Yet, he remained somewhat concerned and cautiously inquired, "By the way, esteemed elder, have you made any progress regarding the matter with the second elder? I have indeed contemplated this issue, and I believe I have provided you with a response." Uchiha Sō replied, turning back with a hint of curiosity. The fragmentation of thought is indeed quite troublesome. Yet the inaction and tacit approval of the clan leader are the true sources of tragedy. Initially, we were all mistaken. Perhaps it was due to our recent return from the battlefield, leading us to think solely in terms of resolving issues through martial means. However, last night, Elder Shana offered us a crucial insight, to allow these elders to alter the perspectives of their subordinates. Meanwhile, we shall devote ourselves entirely to confronting the clan leader and those who follow him. This is our internal strategy. However, the external pressure on Konoha is indeed considerable, yet it is not insurmountable. When it comes to resolving the troubles, Uchiha Sō paused slightly, expressing a hint of helplessness as he spoke. The solution lies in supporting a Hokage, one who requires our assistance and will not pose any trouble, unlike the current third Hokage, but rather a new one. Uchiha Sō had contemplated this issue long ago. However, he had been preoccupied with a particular dilemma, which prevented him from making a decisive resolution. This indecision contributed to his sense of discomfort regarding the pressure emanating from Konoha. Nevertheless, he has now come to a clear understanding. Much like my singular desire to be the county mayor's wife, it matters little who the mayor is. What he truly needs is merely a new Hokage. Whether it is Minato Namikaze or Orochimaru, the essence remains the same. In fact, according to Uchiha Sō's own thoughts, Minato Namikaze would be an excellent choice. This fourth Hokage possesses strength and a forgiving nature within the original narrative. He earnestly sought to transform the plight of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku had placed his hopes firmly in him. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito delivered an unexpected blow, leading to the untimely demise of this fourth Hokage and rendering all of Uchiha Fugaku's efforts futile. Of course, this misfortune must also be attributed to Uchiha Fugaku himself, as he acted rather foolishly, allowing Danzo's words to deter him from rescuing the Hokage. Were he to continue leading the Uchiha, even with Minato Namikaze in power, Uchiha Sō felt that this individual would inevitably encounter unforeseen complications. The issue, however, is that Uchiha Sō cannot select Minato Namikaze as Hokage. Their friendship is quite evident, as it is unlikely that their wives would know each other intimately otherwise. This thought left Uchiha Sō feeling quite troubled. If I were to take action against Uchiha Fugaku, it would, in some respects, lead to enmity with this sunny individual. Moreover, Uchiha Sō's battleground is misaligned with that of Minato Namikaze, rendering any attempts to cultivate a personal rapport impossible. Once the conflict in the Land of Grass concludes, Minato Namikaze will undoubtedly gain renown throughout the ninja world, making it an ill-timed opportunity for relationship building. Most importantly, he cannot engage in any form of diplomatic maneuvering as he lacks even a fiancée. How could he possibly cultivate a relationship with Kushina Uzumaki? Thus, it seems that Orochimaru, who has long been in the land of whirlpools and has reached out to me early on, might be my best option. The mere thought of Orochimaru becoming the fourth Hokage sent a shiver down Uchiha Sō's spine. Is it not entirely feasible? Although Orochimaru is somewhat eccentric, his perspective on the Hokage has always been one of "I do not desire it, yet you cannot deny me." Furthermore, as a scientist, he would likely adopt a more hands-off approach to managing Konoha, providing ample room for his own initiatives. As for Orochimaru's past failures, Uchiha Sō remembers them vividly. As long as he can prevent any further mishaps, securing the position of Hokage for Orochimaru should not be a daunting task. Moreover, his ascension to Hokage has, to a certain extent, fragmented the relationship between him and the third Hokage, as the latter had aimed to select a more manageable successor in Minato Namikaze. What is the harm in fragmenting Konoha? Is not the current endeavor of Uchiha Sō a similar act of division within his own clan? Whether one acts in a singular manner or in multiples, what difference does it make? Besides, he never truly cared who the Hokage was, as long as it was not someone aligned with the third. Upon this realization, clarity washed over him. Is it not merely the study of the first Hokage's cells? The man has perished. Does that not warrant exploration? Without Konoha at the helm, he could pursue his research freely, could he not? Furthermore, during the 3 years on the battlefield, aside from the time he inadvertently ensnared himself, Orochimaru had been rather benevolent towards him. Given this, the fault lies with Konoha, and he had even leveraged Orochimaru's name within the clan to his advantage. Thus, making a decision that contravenes the principles of their Uchiha ancestors seems inconsequential. I am placing my bets on Orochimaru. Therefore, I have resolved to fully support Orochimaru in his bid to become the fourth Hokage. After thoroughly contemplating these chaotic matters, Uchiha Sō turned to gaze earnestly at Shiranui. The external pressures should be dealt with by those outside. Lord Orochimaru requires our backing, and once we extend our support, should he not be compelled to take action? Thus, the internal dilemmas have been elucidated, and the external challenges have found their direction. Shiranui listened intently to Uchiha Sō, and in an instant, his expression solidified with resolve. I understand, my predecessor. I believe it is time for me to prepare for action. I shall now speak with the second elder, and should he oppose me, I will resort to the Kodoame Tsukumi. You promised me, dear predecessor, that you would spare the second elder, and I have committed to employing the Kodoame Tsukumi. Now is the moment to fulfill that promise. As Shiranui swiftly departed, Uchiha Sō found himself at a loss for words. This young man, is he not a bit too hasty? However, upon further reflection, Uchiha Sō realized that he had no compelling reason to impede his progress. Having already discerned how to navigate the future, it was only natural for him to expedite the resolution of Uchiha's internal issues. Moreover, he had already provided the answer the second elder sought. Should he continue to play the part, then the Kodoame Tsukumi would be his most fitting fate. Thus, he now awaited Uchiha Fugaka's return to continue addressing various matters. While Shiranui left, Uchiha Sō had no intention of returning prematurely, as he had no pressing tasks awaiting him. The individuals who had pledged allegiance the previous night were temporarily entrusted to his canine father, and they had their own assignments to fulfill. Although some issues with the elder and Uchiha Shana had been resolved, the matter of insufficient personnel on Uchiha Sō's side still persisted. Therefore, before the lower-ranking shinobi who had participated in the conflict returned, it was essential for them to recruit more trustworthy allies. Yet, as they busied themselves with these necessary tasks, Uchiha Sō found himself somewhat at loose ends. Originally, he intended to converse with Shiranui and then find a training ground for rigorous practice. However, now that Shiranui has also departed, it appears that he must wait until evening when either his canine father or those two individuals become available to proceed with further training. Uchiha Sō shook his head, recalling the exhilarating revelations he encountered upon opening the panel after returning home last night. I Technique Sharingan obtained experience 5. Martial Arts Uchiha Style obtained experience 500. I Technique Sharingan. S Level 1, 20,100. Martial Arts Uchiha Style. B. Level 10, 701000. Although notifications had continuously surfaced during combat, affirming his undeniable progress, he had never anticipated ascending a level so abruptly. While his martial arts skills had been steadily advancing, accelerating that growth was indeed no simple feat. During last night's battle, he inadvertently utilized his kaleidoscope to replicate the martial arts techniques of Uchiha Sō and Uchiha Masaki, prompting the notifications to chime. Does this imply that I could potentially find shortcuts through such means? He pondered silently as he walked forward. Yet, he soon chuckled and shook his head. His system offered few shortcuts. It is essential to remember that during his time in the land of whirlpools, he had frequently engaged in sparring sessions with Akai's and Might Guy, also attempting to emulate their Leaf Village martial arts. However, the impact on his growth was rather minimal. Perhaps the only outcome being the inclusion of the Leaf Village martial arts growth option in his system panel. Thus, the primary reason for this significant enhancement was undoubtedly due to the expertise of these two in Uchiha martial arts. Uchiha Sō quickly grasped the crux of the matter. His replication of their techniques stemmed entirely from their exquisite coordination and their adeptness in employing Uchiha martial arts. Such skillful execution had indeed broadened his horizons, naturally prompting him to delve deeper into the nuances of their techniques. To his astonishment, he never anticipated such an incredible outcome. Hence, he now eagerly looks forward to further sparring with these two, or even his canine father, for it might yield even greater improvements. Are you Sō? While aimlessly wandering, Uchiha Sō suddenly heard someone call his name and immediately turned to look. Approaching him was a girl with crimson eyes and long, raven hair. Upon recognizing her, a smile crept across his face. Long time no see, Shiranui. The individual approaching him was indeed a familiar face, Yuhi Shiranui, like Akai's and the others. She was his peer, and they were quite well acquainted. However, she graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 9. While Uchiha Sō had already attained the rank of Chunin by that time. Furthermore, he had been designated as a frontline fodder at the age of 10, facing off against the Mist Ninjas for 3 long years, which resulted in a prolonged absence from each other's lives. I can't believe it's really you. With a radiant smile, Hong rushed towards him. It has been years since we last met. You have truly become a great hero. How impressive. Let us not call me a hero. Without the collaboration of everyone, I doubt I could have achieved this milestone, Uchiha Sō replied, displaying humility and kindness in front of an old classmate, much like he did when encountering Shinkan and Akai on the battlefield. In school, although he was often perceived as aloof, this was primarily due to his inability to relate to his peers. However, this did not mean he had poor relationships with his classmates. Whenever they faced troubles or difficulties, he would make every effort to assist them. After all, each of these individuals would eventually become a pillar of Konoha's future. As a child, he often pondered what he would do if he failed to make a name for himself. He feared that, to evade the blade of Itachi and Konoha, he might be compelled to defect and confront endless crises. Defection is no trivial matter, with countless bounty hunters and a vast ninja village pursuing you. It is an immense challenge. For common ninjas, defection might not seem overly daunting. Take, for instance, the brother of Senju Ibiki, who wielded the sword of Raijin without significant repercussions. However, it is precisely because he is a mere civilian ninja that Konoha pays him little mind. In contrast, for a bloodline ninja like Uchiha Sō, a prodigious talent from a prominent clan, the stakes are much higher. They would ensure that you were truly dead, even if it meant reducing you to ashes, as Konoha might resort to the Edo Tensei technique to confirm your demise. The third Hokage's faction, inheriting the second Hokage's animosity towards the Uchiha clan, possesses no sense of morality. In such circumstances, while other ninja villages might attempt to entice you, one should not expect a comfortable existence elsewhere. Villages that treat you kindly may grant you some freedom, while others might exploit you as a breeding tool. And the worst could resort to extracting your cells for research. Once they obtain what they desire, you could potentially be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with your original village, possibly yielding new benefits. This explains why, despite the vastness of the ninja world and the number of defecting bloodline ninjas, many prefer to remain lone wolves or join various organizations rather than integrate into larger ninja villages. Uchiha Sō shared this sentiment, which is why he sought to cultivate relationships, hoping to leverage camaraderie in the future. At the very least, should he ever defect, he hoped his old friends would go easy on him. Congratulations. It seems you are set to become a Jonin. You will be the fastest among our cohort, aside from Kakashi, Hong remarked, unaware of Uchiha Sō's contemplations. Whether I can achieve Jonin status remains uncertain. It is no simple feat, Uchiha Sō replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. But what about you? How have you been? I have already become a Chunin, Hong said, her expression growing slightly serious. If all goes well, I may find myself on the battlefield next month. I believe this is the only way to keep pace with you prodigies. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Sō was momentarily taken aback. However, observing Hong's earnest expression, tinged with a hint of longing, he could not help but shake his head slightly. It was evident that Hong still harbored some romanticized notions about war. Indeed, for many young ninjas who had been indoctrinated with the will of fire since childhood, their initial perceptions of war were rather idealistic. After all, Konoha had instilled in them the belief that they were the harbingers of justice. Yet, once they found themselves on the battlefield, they were collectively dumbfounded. Could they truly partake in such brutal conflict? It could only be said that the higher-ups in Konoha were shamelessly thick-skinned, applying a facade of righteousness while masking the grim reality. Uchiha Sō found it difficult to comprehend why a group of 6- or 7-year-old children should be thrust into the horrors of war. What could they possibly contribute, other than serving as mere cannon fodder to shield others from shurikens or ninjutsu? It was akin to following the Monkey King into a life of starvation, enduring hardships without respite. In truth, war was far from the romanticized image many held. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sō finally spoke. One misstep, and you may find yourself eternally stranded on foreign soil. Thank you, Sō, Hong replied, nodding slightly. Yet, after blinking her gem-like ruby eyes, she smiled and added, but I have made up my mind. Most of our classmates have already gone to the battlefield. Even Akane has joined them. I don't know why I've stayed in Konoha for so long, but I no longer wish to remain idle. This time, I volunteered. I do not want to bring shame upon our cohort. Volunteered? Uchiha Sō cast a perplexed glance at Hong. When did Konoha become so benevolent as to allow such a valuable asset to remain unutilized? This was decidedly inconsistent with Konoha's typical recruitment policies. However, his expression soon returned to normal as he recalled that during their school days, Asuma had shown particular interest in Hong. The children in the world of Hokage were remarkably precocious. Take Hinata and Naruto, or simply observe Ino and Sakura's attitudes towards Sasuke. And this was during peacetime. In times of war, a ninja's lifespan was even shorter, and consequently, their maturity would likely accelerate beyond that of the characters in the original narrative. Moreover, Asuma was no ordinary individual. He was the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was still overshadowed by his elder brother, his lineage could undoubtedly influence numerous circumstances. It was likely that even if the third Hokage did not express any particular inclination, those in charge of conscripting ninjas would grant Hong a preferential treatment, perhaps even preventing her from facing the battlefield. After all, with so many ninjas in Konoha, losing one more cannon fodder would hardly matter. Very well, just be cautious. As Uchiha Sō pondered this and reflected on his own dismal fate, he could not help but feel a sense of despondency, managing only a strained smile. Then do your best. If you return, I shall treat you to a gathering. If not, I will visit your memorial at the Heroes' Cemetery each year. You, my dear fellow, how was it that during our school days I failed to recognize you for the person you truly are? Hong was somewhat bemused by the words of Uchiha Sō, yet she understood that his intentions were not malicious. Therefore, she playfully retorted, prepare to spend. For I shall undoubtedly return. Very well, I look forward to your swift return. Perhaps the conversation had flowed naturally, or perhaps it was simply the joy of long-lost companionship. But the two found themselves quite engrossed in their exchange. Hong was deeply intrigued by how Uchiha Sō managed to operate behind enemy lines, as well as how Akai, Zuanqian, and her dear friend Hongdo coordinated with him. Uchiha Sō, for his part, did not hold back too much. Aside from certain matters that were best left unsaid, such as how he had manipulated Hongdo and how he had made her and Orochimaru bear the brunt of blame, most of his experiences were no longer secrets. Given that he had decided to remain in Konoha, it was undoubtedly prudent to foster a closer relationship with these future pillars of strength, particularly with the future Jonin before him. In fact, Uchiha Sō had once believed that Hong had ascended to the rank of Jonin due to her connection with Asuma. After all, the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen had perished shortly after his stay in Konoha, leaving only Asuma behind. Surely he would be prioritized for cultivation? Moreover, Hong seemed to have been favored by Asuma since childhood, so what was the harm in such connections? However, the third Hokage was either inactive or, when he did act, his decisions were nothing short of formidable. Consider the composition of Asuma's squad. It encompassed the next inheritors of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. If Hong were to marry this individual, combined with their respective subordinates and disciples. Would that not equate to securing the future Hokage as a mere pawn in their familial game? It appeared that the ranks of Konoha were aligning in favor of their own. And one might wonder if the title of Hokage would eventually be synonymous with the Sarutobi clan. Furthermore, Konoha's economy predominantly relied on missions, while the third Hokage's foundation wielded extraordinary privileges. The roots established by Danzo granted him dominion over the lives of ninjas. And with another such player in the mix, Uchiha Sō found himself momentarily lost in thought, acknowledging the sheer audacity of it all. What was this? A concoction that amalgamated the rigidity of Soviet-style economics, the privileges of Japanese zaibatsu, the deprivation of freedom akin to the Third Reich, and an education that regressed to feudal practices? Was this akin to nurturing a viper by borrowing traits from each family? Fortunately, Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization provided timely surprises, collaboratively ensuring that these two individuals departed this world before matters escalated further. After their demise, Uchiha Sō, while reflecting on how he had pity for Hong becoming a widow, also perused her official records. To his astonishment, he discovered that she possessed genuine talent and skill. Not only was she exceptionally gifted in genjutsu, but her speed, intelligence analysis, and taijutsu were all remarkably robust. The reason for her perceived inadequacies in the future stemmed largely from the fact that her adversaries and the individuals she encountered were somewhat monstrous in their abilities. After all, strictly speaking, she could be considered a typical ninja, yet her methods seem insufficient when faced with the grotesque challenges of the future. By the way, the class reunion is next week. Will you be attending? Just as they were engaged in lively conversation, Hong suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired. A reunion? Uchiha Sō blinked in surprise, questioning. With the war still ongoing, how can there be a reunion now? It is quite normal not to know after being on the battlefield for 3 years. In fact, it occurs annually around this time. With a slight sigh, Hong responded. Although many cannot return, those in Konoha will definitely participate. I see. Uchiha Sō nodded thoughtfully. I suppose I will attend as well. After all, both Shinken and Akai are in Konoha, so there should be a larger turnout this time. Certainly, Hong replied with a smile, inching closer to Uchiha Sō and whispering, "Let me share a secret with you, but you must not breathe a word of it." Really? Uchiha Sō nodded with curiosity. What is this secret? Do tell. My father informed me that the war in the land of whirlpools is coming to an end. After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, Hong continued with a smile. If all goes as expected, they should be returning next week, including Hongdo and other classmates, along with Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru is returning? Uchiha Sō was taken aback by this news, but soon grasped the implication. The Mist Village, it seemed, could no longer withstand the pressure. Compared to other ninja villages, Mist Village held a natural advantage due to its geographical isolation across the sea from the mainland. This ocean served as a natural barrier, preventing direct assaults from land-based villages, allowing it to meddle in the affairs of the ninja world from afar. However, this distance also rendered it vulnerable in terms of supply lines. Once they landed, their immediate task would be to seize the coastal entry points to ensure a steady flow of supplies. Simultaneously, they would need to extract every resource from the areas they attacked, ensuring that they would not starve while supplies were still en route. Uchiha Sō had previously emphasized top-tier strategy during his time in the land of whirlpools, clearly delineating the differences between allies and foes, and making precise deployments to achieve the synergy of team value. Under his unsustainable tactics, Mist Village was squeezed within the confines of the land of whirlpools, its logistics disrupted, and its encircled forces annihilated. The Mist Ninja, it could be said, were left with little option but to endure, unless they resorted to foraging for bark. They might wish to bare their teeth at the creatures of the forest, yet they dared not venture in, uncertain of encountering a Konoha ninja ambush. In such extreme circumstances, their only recourse may be to launch another indiscriminate campaign against the civilians of the land of whirlpools, seeking revenge and venting their frustrations. Ultimately, they would be left with but one choice: to surrender. As for fighting, throwing a few kunai and casting a few jutsu at those civilians would suffice to justify the village's allocation of funds. They have shown no hesitation in dealing with their own companions, and given their prolonged exploitation in the land of whirlpools, they have committed unspeakable acts without any psychological burden. One might say, they truly embody a predatory nature, both in form and mindset. Thus, Addressing the minor adjustments in the mentality and actions of this group of mist shinobi should pose little challenge for Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō recalls that before his departure, Orochimaru was already preparing for a final counterattack. Calculating the time, it seems that the moment has nearly arrived. It appears that intriguing events are on the horizon. After bidding farewell to Hong, Uchiha Sō turned towards the Uchiha clan's territory, simultaneously reflecting on the sequence of events that led to Orochimaru's previous missteps. Having resolved to elevate Orochimaru to the position of Hokage, he must now contemplate how to avert another disaster. Additionally, as the foremost family supporting him in Konoha, he must consider what rewards he should rightfully receive. As for allowing Orochimaru to address the issues he has caused within the clan, which have drawn pressure from Konoha, given that I have endorsed your ascension as the leader of this village, is it not reasonable for you to assist me in resolving these manageable matters? In truth, Orochimaru's situation is not overly complex. It fundamentally revolves around the study of Senju Hashirama's cells. Once this matter is resolved, the remaining challenges will be trivial. Of course, the simplest solution would be to deter Orochimaru from pursuing such research, but he doubts Orochimaru's ability to resist such temptation. Much like Uchiha Sō in his past life, he must admit that he possesses a certain audacious spirit, even when aware of the wrongness of his path. Therefore, there is no need to prevent Orochimaru. In fact, he hopes for him to maintain this course, achieving a true monarch's detachment from the mundane. Consequently, he has already begun to clarify in his mind how to approach various matters and how to manage them. Moreover, he has a definitive answer regarding his desires. However, he must contemplate this matter carefully, as it bears significant weight, and he is not inclined to share too much with others. If it succeeds, it will represent a monumental leap for the Uchiha clan. Yet, if it fails, prematurely revealing information would only bring harm to himself and others. Nevertheless, he doubts he will find himself in a position to utter sentiments akin to how can a true man remain beneath others for long. Upon returning to the clan, Uchiha Sō contemplated heading to the training grounds. Although his father and fellow clan members, Uchiha Masahiko and Uchiha Seiju, were preoccupied, he could not pursue physical training. However, he could utilize this time to experiment with the Chidori and Rasengan techniques. The issue of having too few offensive techniques is one he must address. Otherwise, he would find himself at a disadvantage in battle, unable to make decisive strikes, which would be quite embarrassing. Excuse me, is this Lord Sō? Just as Uchiha Sō was lost in thought on his way to the training grounds, a Uchiha ninja approached him, slightly bowing and whispering the inquiry. Uchiha Mune cast a glance back at the ninja, nodding slightly as he spoke. If all goes as expected, you must be seeking me. But may I inquire who you are? Lord Mune, Elder Shana wishes to see you, replied the Uchiha ninja with a smile. Elder Shana is awaiting you in the bamboo grove of the rear mountain. Elder Uchiha Shana? Uchiha Mune was taken aback by the mention of this name. What could that old man want with him again? Hadn't they met just the previous night? After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Mune nodded and proceeded toward the rear mountain. Curiosity piqued about Elder Shana's purpose. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove behind the Uchiha clan, he quickly discerned several individuals concealed nearby around the training grounds. As he stepped into the grove, he soon spotted a quaint pavilion at its center, where Elder Uchiha Shana sat leisurely preparing tea. Elder Shana, may I ask what brings you to seek me? Uchiha Mune approached the pavilion and inquired calmly. Lord Mune, please take a seat, Elder Shana replied with a smile. I hope I have not interrupted you unduly. However, this matter is of great significance. Rest assured, I am merely a leisurely individual at this moment. Uchiha Mune shook his head and settled down. Yet I am curious. We just met last night. And now you have further business? Though my inquiry may not be entirely appropriate, I feel compelled to clarify something, he added. Elder Shana took a gentle sip of tea before setting down his cup, his gaze turning serious as he regarded Uchiha Mune. Lord Mune, have you attained the power of Susanoo? Susanoo? The question made Uchiha Mune furrow his brow slightly. He was not surprised that Elder Shana was aware of such power. But acquiring it was no simple feat as of now. He had yet to awaken or even touch that strength. Unsure of Elder Shana's motives for asking, he pondered briefly before opting for honesty. Not yet, he admitted with a shake of his head. Susanoo is the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I have yet to qualify for such power. May I inquire as to why you are interested in this? Indeed, Susanoo is the pinnacle of strength, and attaining it requires not only effort but the passage of time, Elder Shauna replied with a slight sigh, though he soon wore a smile. Even without this power, the Mangekyo Sharingan alone is formidable enough to instill fear. However, lacking that aspect may leave one feeling a sense of regret. Oh, Uchiha Mune was momentarily taken aback, then inquisitively asked, "Are you suggesting that? Thus, I believe I may be able to assist you, or more precisely." Elder Shauna smiled as he retrieved a scroll from behind him, solemnly presenting it to Uchiha Mune. "I have a gift I wish to bestow upon you." Meanwhile, within the residence of the second elder, Shiranui and the second elder exchanged silent glances. At this moment, the second elder's heart was in turmoil. The reason Shiranui sought him was quite straightforward. The child had come to provide him with answers. Uchiha Sō had indeed offered a response, one that, although still fierce, had made certain concessions compared to before. Within the clan, he had made it clear that he intended to take action against the clan leader, and even Uchiha Shauna, a revered elder, had been stirred by this and expressed her support. Moreover, externally, he had resolved to leverage Orochimaru, the candidate for the fourth Hokage. He aimed to elevate Orochimaru to the position of Hokage, thereby forging a political alliance to alleviate external pressures. It could be said that as long as Uchiha Sō proceeded methodically, these issues might indeed be resolved with relative ease. Yet, the second elder felt a pang of sorrow within. For even though Uchiha Sō had shifted focus from merely outcome-oriented results within the clan to aligning objectives with the clan's environment, he had failed to create a comprehensive strategy. He had targeted the most acute pain points and unleashed a meticulous combination of tactics, ultimately leading to a catastrophic ecological backlash for the Uchiha. Nonetheless, the inevitability of death remained. Whether the toll would be great or small was the only question. The second elder had participated in wars and endured the brutal struggles within the clan. He understood that certain matters were unavoidable. However, as a clansman, he felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of so ruthlessly turning against his own clan leader. Yet, he also realized that since Uchiha Shauna had already made a decision, Uchiha Sō likely need not deliberate further. Now, as Shiranui stood before him, it was evident that the child was resolute. "I have a question to pose to you, Shiranui," he finally sighed after a lengthy pause. "What would you do if I were to refuse?" "The elder has already provided you with an answer," Shiranui replied, gently shaking his head. "I am not inquiring about Uchiha Sō, but rather about you." The second elder gazed intently at Shiranui, articulating each word. "If it were you, what would you do?" Shiranui fell silent, gazing at the second elder, understanding the gravity of his grandfather's inquiry. However, this time he did not hesitate. He slightly closed his eyes and then spoke slowly. "Grandfather, I once implored the elder to refrain from taking action, and in return, I made a promise." At this juncture, Shiranui gradually opened his eyes, revealing the intricate patterns of the Sharingan swirling within. "I pledged to the elder that, regardless of the circumstances, you would not obstruct us and would assist us, whether willingly or through some means that might compel you to act willingly. It makes no difference to me. This is what I wish to convey, and this is what I shall do. Grandfather, the choice now rests with you." Indeed, it was a precious gift. In the room, Uchiha Sō regarded the scroll in his hand, and after a considerable time, he gently set it down. Although the contents of the scroll were not particularly extensive in a strict sense, their value was beyond imagination. This text encompasses the insights of the esteemed Uchiha clan ancestors who once awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan regarding the profound nature of this remarkable ocular prowess. Within these writings, he even encountered records pertaining to Uchiha Madara. Undoubtedly, this compilation is a treasure of immeasurable worth for those who have unlocked the Mangekyo. For him, the value is equally significant, albeit his circumstances are somewhat distinct. As his proficiency increases, he automatically gains relevant experience. However, to fully comprehend this knowledge, he must engage in further self-discipline. Nevertheless, acquiring this information allows him to preemptively grasp related experiences, which serves as a form of enhancement. The power of release. Setting aside the scroll, Uchiha Sō began to ponder the information he had just observed. Particularly, this scroll consistently emphasized a concept he was well acquainted with: the power of release chakra. In truth, release is not an overly mysterious phenomenon, for all illusions fundamentally employ release. The secret techniques of certain clans do not necessarily belong to any of the 5 basic nature transformations. Rather, they often exhibit shadows of yin and yang release. For instance, The Nara clan's shadow manipulation technique is a manifestation of yin release, while the Akimichi clan's body multiplication technique utilizes aspects of yang release. Nonetheless, these yin and yang releases differ from what Uchiha Sō must comprehend and internalize. He must thoroughly explore and understand the ultimate yin release that originates from the Sharingan. The yin release power of the Sharingan presents a certain level of complexity. Uchiha Sō silently acknowledged that he was not unaware of such power. On the contrary, upon awakening his Sharingan, he had already discerned its presence. The crux of the matter lies in the immense significance of this power, which is markedly distinct from both ocular strength and chakra. This force is exceedingly difficult to control. Once the Sharingan is activated, this power consistently operates in conjunction with it. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan follows suit. Uchiha Sō could even interpret it as the very essence that sustains the Sharingan's potency. Could it be that the essence of Susanoo is to entirely master and command these forces, ultimately relying on them to manifest that which obliterates all? Reflecting on this, Uchiha Sō activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and gradually closed his eyes. The power of the Mangekyo swirled within his gaze as he quietly attuned himself, sifting through the forces concealed within the Mangekyo. Slowly, he began to perceive a power that, though obscured beneath various fluctuations, seemed to manifest with increasing clarity. This was the power of yin release associated with the Sharingan. In an instant, he felt a profound realization wash over him. Without hesitation, he allowed his consciousness to reach out to this force. However, the moment he attempted to touch and harness this power, he suddenly furrowed his brow, and a grimace of anguish crossed his face. The intensity of this force surpassed his wildest imagination, and more importantly, it seemed to be engaged in a fierce struggle. Such a struggle induced a painful sensation in his eyes, igniting within him a fleeting desire to surrender. Yet, deep within his soul, he felt an undeniable urge to persist. Relinquishing his efforts meant he might never know when the next opportunity would arise. I am determined to uncover the nature of this force, Uchiha Sō silently vowed, his consciousness fervently honing in on the source of this power. Regardless of the magnitude of the struggle or the excruciating pain in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Buzz. After an indeterminate passage of time, Uchiha Sō felt a muffled thud resonate within his mind. In that moment, he was astonished to discover that despite his tightly shut eyelids, he could perceive his surroundings once more. Tilting his head slightly, within the crimson gaze of his Sharingan, he beheld a towering giant, enveloped in a brilliant azure glow, its eyes flickering with a scarlet flame. Clad in ancient armor, this formidable figure silently regarded Uchiha Sō. At that instant, an overwhelming, chilling aura assaulted his mind, and the towering presence, imbued with fearsome power, sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Uchiha Sō forcefully closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon opening his eyes, he was horrified to find himself drenched. Both of his cheeks were damp, and when he reached up to wipe them, he discovered they were stained with blood. Most alarmingly, that terrifying aura seemed to still cling to him, the haunting figure echoing in his vision. Gasping heavily, Uchiha Sō felt a chilling sensation course through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Yet, on his pale visage, a spark of exhilaration emerged as he lowered his head and murmured to himself, "Could this be my Susanoo?" Susanoo represents the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, a force that can only be unlocked through the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, often referred to as divine strength. Susanoo symbolizes destruction, and the most frightening aspect is that few who have witnessed it have survived. Previously, Uchiha Sō had not sensed the presence of his Susanoo. In simpler terms, his proficiency with the Mangekyo Sharingan was insufficient. However, through this experience of forced growth, he had truly glimpsed the Susanoo that belonged to him. To his astonishment, he realized that Susanoo had always been present, but discovering its existence was no small feat. It could even be understood as Susanoo residing within every member of the Uchiha clan. It, or they, are indeed the guardians of the Uchiha lineage. Yet, to find one's guardian, a prerequisite must be met, a key, a means to unleash this protector. And this key is none other than the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Sō wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and even with his eyes closed, he could still vividly envision the towering giant emanating a chilling aura. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan served as the key to unlocking Susanoo, a fact that was indisputable. Although Uchiha Madara could activate Susanoo without the need for his eyes, It was fundamentally due to his established connection with Susanoo, allowing him to summon his guardian deity even in the absence of sight. At this moment, Uchiha Sō sensed that his own eyes had forged an intangible link with that colossal entity. Through this connection, he began to receive feedback from his eyes, thus deepening his understanding and attempts to harness this newfound power. Although he was merely at the beginning stages and only experimenting, it was undoubtedly a promising development for him. Uchiha Sō felt that his emotions had stabilized considerably, prompting him to sit up and reflect quietly. Moreover, he sensed that he was beginning to grasp the essence of the enigmatic In release within his Sharingan. Despite being present in his eyes, this power remained shrouded in mystery. Previously, he could only perceive it without the ability to utilize or even approach it, let alone comprehend its origin. In truth, this power could be classified as a manifestation of mental energy, or more simply, a reflection of spiritual force. However, this spiritual force was particularly troublesome, as it stemmed from an extreme emotional state. In simpler terms, it was an expression of profound love and profound hatred. Uchiha Sō stroked his chin, increasingly understanding the words of Senju Tobarama. Though that scoundrel claimed the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent, it must be acknowledged that this lineage could unleash terrifying power only under the influence of extreme emotions. In essence, they were akin to the deranged. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that everyone from the Uchiha clan, aside from him, had some form of mental affliction. Interestingly, those who were more unhinged often achieved greater heights, while the more composed Uchihas appeared rather ordinary. Did this imply that a calm Uchiha was not a good Uchiha? Uchiha Sō rubbed his eyes. However, the thought of how others might manifest their Susanoo abilities in the future led him to sigh. Why was he the only one in the entire clan who was normal? Indeed, activating Susanoo required extreme emotions to stimulate continuous growth, making it quite challenging for a sane individual to attain advancement. Nevertheless, this was not particularly daunting for him, as he was an exceptional player who did not need to provoke his emotions. What he required was merely to harden his resolve relentlessly. Suddenly, he recalled a hint he had received moments ago. Could it be? In an instant, Uchiha Sō had a revelation and promptly accessed his interface. Sharingan skill experience, 70, Sharingan, S level 1, 9100. As expected, upon observing his status panel, he was nearly certain that the enhancement of his skills could indeed be achieved through certain unique empowerments. However, he was also acutely aware of one fact: not all abilities could be augmented in such a manner. After all, over the years, he had replicated numerous techniques using the Sharingan, yet only twice had he succeeded through empowerment. Once was when he emulated the Uchiha fluid technique, and the other was after perusing another's experience scroll. How unfortunate it was. Uchiha Sō couldn't help but sigh. If only he could truly take such shortcuts, he might very well venture to the Dragon Grounds for profound enlightenment. After all, within certain designated Dragon Grounds, one could receive collective empowerment from masters across various fields, thereby shattering existing technical barriers and ideological constraints. With a little more effort, he could transition from theory to practical application, accomplish comprehensive market attribution analysis, and subsequently maintain a theoretical high ground for product iteration. Once he emerged, he could even execute a dimensional strike on the reality of ecological niches. Yet, alas, it seemed that Uchiha Sō was unable to achieve this, and such Dragon Grounds appeared to be non-existent. With a tinge of melancholy, Uchiha Sō ultimately decided to retire for the night. He had already discovered the path to Susanoo and received news from Orochimaru. He was reluctant to prolong his endeavors. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon rising the next morning, with intentions to inquire about matters from Shiranui and train his little brother, a Uchiha ninja suddenly appeared at their doorstep seeking him. "My Lord Sō, I apologize for the intrusion." This Uchiha ninja bowed slightly upon finding him. The relationship between Uchiha Sō, Uchiha Shana, and the elder had not been fully exposed, yet his standing in Konoha was undeniably significant. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had always revered strength, and as a prodigy of the Uchiha, it was only natural for these clansmen to show him respect. "So early, what brings you here?" Uchiha Sō inquired with curiosity. "My Lord Sō, an operative from outside the clan wishes for me to inform you." This Uchiha ninja quickly responded. "The third Hokage wishes to meet with you." Uchiha Sō was held in high regard by this individual, yet when it came to the third Hokage, that reverence was noticeably diminished. The avoidance of direct address could be seen as a token of respect towards the Hokage. The Hokage, you say? Uchiha Sō furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of the reason for this Hokage's summons. Yet, he was keenly aware that, currently, he possessed little authority to decline. Given the imposing stature of the third Hokage, although the losses incurred during the Third Great Ninja War were substantial, he was nearly certain that he would soon be compelled to resign in shame. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that during his tenure, he had secured victories in both the First and Second Wars. Despite the significant issues arising from the Third, his prestige remained unparalleled among others. Moreover, Uchiha Sō was well aware that despite the brutalities of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha ultimately emerged victorious. Perhaps it was this very triumph that rekindled the youthful fervor within him, leading him to believe that it would be more prudent for him to assume the mantle of Hokage himself, thus compelling Orochimaru to kneel before him. Realizing this, he promptly decided to make his way there. Though Uchiha Sō harbored disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stemming from the memories of being cast onto the battlefield as mere cannon fodder at the tender age of 10, especially as a member of the Uchiha clan, adept in fire techniques and Sharingan, facing the mist that counters his variabilities, he could not help but feel a profound resentment. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to reject the Hokage's summons, curious to discover what this strongest of Hokages desired from him. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Uchiha Sō bowed respectfully before Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated at his desk. This was not their first encounter, as the Hokage frequently visited the ninja academy. Presently, Hiruzen appeared far less aged than he would in 13 or 14 years, resembling a middle-aged man. Yet, Uchiha Sō perceived that Hiruzen was nearing the twilight of his middle age. Perhaps in a few years, he would transition into the elder phase of life. Even so, the third Hokage's formidable strength was palpable, and Uchiha Sō could sense an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. "Ah, Sō," the third Hokage remarked, momentarily distracted from his documents. Upon noticing Uchiha Sō's arrival, he greeted him with a warm smile. "I apologize for not having had the chance to meet with you sooner. I have been quite busy. I have long wished to see you. For you are indeed a hero of Konoha." The Hokage's demeanor was gentle, exuding an air of tranquility that belied his past as a decisive and formidable shinobi. "Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama," Uchiha Sō replied with utmost sincerity and respect. "It is my duty as a Konoha ninja. Indeed, as a Konoha shinobi. If the village could not safeguard itself, would they not become mere drifting weeds without roots?" The third Hokage nodded in agreement, though his expression soon grew serious. "However, this cannot diminish the brilliance of your heroism. Had it not been for you, the conflict in the land of whirlpools might not have concluded so favorably. Yet, I have a question for you." Uchiha Sō instinctively understood that the Hokage's summons was not merely for commendation. There were surely other matters at hand. "Please, Hokage-sama. Go ahead," he urged promptly. "I have reviewed the reports, and you performed admirably this time," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile, which abruptly faded. "However, I am curious. Was this course of action your own initiative, or a directive from Orochimaru?" As anticipated, Uchiha Sō felt no surprise at this inquiry. After all, his actions had not been sanctioned by Konoha's upper echelons. Fortunately, he had already contemplated this issue, and with the reminder from Narashikaku, along with his own communication with Orochimaru, he knew how to articulate his thoughts. "Hokage-sama, I am merely a ninja. Upon receiving orders, I will naturally fulfill my mission," Uchiha Sō remarked with a faint smile, gradually expressing his thoughts. "Moreover, I believe Lord Orochimaru must have provided a detailed account in his mission report. Rather than asking me, it would be more prudent to inquire with Lord Orochimaru for more comprehensive information. After all, he neither confirmed nor denied the matter. If there were inquiries, they should be directed to Orochimaru, for he was but a ninja. Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. "I understand. I was merely curious. Since Orochimaru has yet to return, I could only ask you." "I believe Lord Orochimaru will be returning shortly," Uchiha Sō replied, lowering his gaze slightly as he spoke. "Indeed, he will return soon. The matters concerning the land of whirlpools must also be resolved." The third Hokage sighed softly, then gathered his thoughts before continuing in a gentle tone. "Zonkoin, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Due to your performance on the battlefield, we have reached certain decisions." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. His heart stirred as he gazed at the young man before him. regardless of who orchestrated the events behind the Land of Whirlpools. It was undeniable that this young lad had accomplished something extraordinary, whether it was gathering enemy ninja or establishing a resistance organization while instilling loyalty to Konoha in those individuals. These were feats that could scarcely be achieved even under direct orders. This boy not only succeeded but did so with remarkable excellence, and most importantly, the elite Mist 7 had been defeated at his hands. In a sense, this lad had truly influenced the battlefield dynamics of the Land of Whirlpools. Such calm judgment in the heat of battle and such prowess compelled Sarutobi Hiruzen to acknowledge that Konoha had birthed yet another exceptional talent. It was a pity, however, that this genius hailed from the Uchiha clan, and it was particularly concerning that this young man likely possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. These factors instilled a sense of wariness in Sarutobi Hiruzen, necessitating utmost caution. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as a Jonin of Konoha. Although countless thoughts flickered through his mind, the third Hokage spoke kindly to Uchiha Sō. Congratulations, Zonkuin. You merely need to complete this form. Jonin? Me? Uchiha Sō received the form with a touch of confusion. As he examined the responsibilities and obligations associated with the rank of Jonin, along with the relevant benefits, he couldn't help but express his bewilderment. The rank of Jonin truly transcended that of lower-ranking ninjas. It could be said that Jonin stood at the threshold of Konoha's core. However, crossing this threshold was exceedingly difficult. While there were indeed numerous Jonin from the Uchiha clan, only one, Uchiha Kagami, who had long since passed, had genuinely stepped into that inner sanctum. The circumstances surrounding the death of Uchiha Kagami remain an enigma, one that Uchiha Sō cannot decipher. It is unclear whether there are hidden truths within this mystery. Indeed, you possess the right to know. The third Hokage nodded, rising to face Uchiha Sō. I express my gratitude for all you have done for Konoha. You are a hero of the village. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sō replied, maintaining a facade of calmness despite his inner turmoil. As a ninja of Konoha, my existence is intertwined with the village. Without Konoha, there would be no Uchiha Sō. I shall fight for Konoha to the very end. Although his enhanced abilities rendered the ranks of ninja less significant to him, he could not disregard the benefits that came with his status. Had he not contributed to Konoha during his time in the Land of Whirlpools? Had he not shed blood for the village? Moreover, he recognized a certain resemblance between himself and Orochimaru. There were things he could forego, but there were also essentials that could not be denied. Excellent. I hope you remember your words, the third Hokage remarked with a satisfied smile, before signaling Uchiha Sō to complete the paperwork, thereby formally inducting him as a Jonin of Konoha. After clarifying these matters, Uchiha Sō exited the Hokage's office, while the smile of Sarutobi Hiruzen faded gradually with his departure. Come in, he finally spoke after a moment's pause. From a side door within the office, Shimura Danzo entered with a stern expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, directly inquired, "What do you believe about the boy's words? How much of it do you think holds truth?" "To me, there is nothing credible in his claims," Danzo replied coldly. "Moreover, the Uchiha clan has always been involved in infiltration at the front lines." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He was uncertain about the veracity of Uchiha Sō's statements, yet he understood one thing with clarity. Orochimaru was returning. This information had not circulated within Konoha, yet the Uchiha clan seemed already aware. While he recognized that numerous Uchiha ninjas resided in the Land of Whirlpools, each clan maintaining its own intelligence network, it was evident that when one harbors disdain for another, any flaw in that individual becomes magnified. Such was the case with the Uchiha. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his calm demeanor. "So, do you think he has the potential to become Kagami?" "That is a question you must pose to yourself," Danzo replied, his gaze becoming more distant and apathetic. "Do you believe he will become the next Uchiha Kagami?" Unbeknownst to Uchiha Sō, following his departure, the third Hokage and Danzo engaged in further discussion. However, he would not be surprised by the meeting between Danzo and Sarutobi. The two had grown up together, sharing insights on various matters. Their primary distinction lay in their differing approaches to certain situations, akin to the contrast between anti-corruption and anti-terrorism, one prioritizing evidence, while the other merely required a list. Of course, the one who emphasized evidence might occasionally resort to fabricating it. As long as the list is maintained, the scope for manipulation is vast. For instance, one could easily bring an individual under their command and publicly proclaim that this person has met their demise. In the synergy of their collaboration, Konoha seems to be accelerating down a slippery slope, epitomizing a rapid ascent. However, these matters bear no relevance to Uchiha Sō, who is acutely aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions regarding his promotion to Jonin are far from straightforward. He has long speculated that the information Orochimaru hinted he would disclose is likely connected to the higher echelons within Konoha. For example, the sudden decision to send him to the control zone of the Land of Water could very well have been orchestrated by the higher-ups in Konoha. Although Orochimaru exhibits peculiar tendencies, Uchiha Sō cannot deny that during their time in the Land of Water, he was initially treated quite well by him. Otherwise, it would not have been common for him to assign a Hyuga ninja to assist him in countering the mist techniques during missions. Yet, more than half a year ago, without any forewarning, he assigned Sō a mission that was tantamount to a death sentence, which defies all logic. While this individual claimed it was a test, surely a test should allow for survival. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? Thus, this matter is undoubtedly intertwined with the upper echelons of Konoha. The very act of sending Uchiha to the Land of Water was a significant misstep. It is evident that the animosity harbored by the third Hokage's faction towards the Uchiha clan is deeply ingrained, and Uchiha Sō's disdain for them is well-founded. If not for their considerable prestige within Konoha, now would not be the time to take action, and he harbors concerns about potential repercussions. Otherwise, he would genuinely contemplate ending their political and biological existence with decisive force, allowing them to experience firsthand what it means to act for the sake of Konoha. Time swiftly passed, and Uchiha Sō continued his training as usual. Although his recent meeting with the third Hokage left him somewhat displeased, he did receive some favorable news. First and foremost was Shiranui, a tenacious individual who values promises. He assured Sō that he would deal with the second elder, and after Sō's audience with the third, Shiranui approached him with astonishing news. "Senior, the second elder will support us moving forward, just like the first elder and elder Shikona." This statement carried immense implications, leading Sō to realize that Shiranui had either persuaded the second elder or that some divine intervention had taken effect. He refrained from probing further, merely patting Shiranui's shoulder to convey his understanding. Subsequently, he engaged Shiranui in rigorous training until they parted ways, both bearing the marks of their exertions. In addition, Uchiha Sō devoted time to mastering the techniques of Chidori and Rasengan, while simultaneously attempting to awaken the power of Susanoo. Although he had already connected with his Susanoo, the value of Chidori and Rasengan would diminish significantly with continued development. However, in conventional combat, one cannot solely rely on Susanoo. He was not Uchiha Sasuke in regular battles. He was hesitant to use his ocular techniques, let alone the more taxing Susanoo. Looking at his latest panel, Ninjutsu Rasengan, a level 1, 14,100. Ninjutsu Chidori, a level 1, 15100. Uchiha Sō could not help but nod slightly. Undoubtedly, the foundation of these two techniques was formidable, while his other ninjutsu began at a much lower level. The only slightly better techniques he possessed were the Great Fire Destruction and the Great Fire Extinction, both merely starting at B rank. These two techniques commenced at a rank, truly befitting those employed by the protagonists of the original story. However, Uchiha Sō had no time to dwell on these matters, for today was a rather special occasion. Today marked the return of Orochimaru to the village. A week prior, Orochimaru had signed a ceasefire agreement on behalf of Konoha with the Hidden Mist, and only then did Konoha gradually begin to disseminate the news within the village. This victorious announcement instantly ignited the spirit of the entire Konoha. The Third Great Ninja War had persisted for nearly a decade, and despite the profound mistrust among the major ninja villages and the lack of cooperation during the conflict, it was undeniable that Konoha had been besieged by the 4 great ninja villages. Although Konoha had managed to deal with the Hidden Sand Village, it subsequently found itself entrenched in a long and arduous war, with countless individuals daily fearing the arrival of grim news from the front lines. The victory news was undoubtedly a tremendous morale booster for Konoha. Just after 7 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Sō and Shiranui arrived at the gates of Konoha. By this time, the vicinity of the gates was already a bustling scene, teeming with people. Not only were there villagers and ordinary ninjas, but members of various clans had also gathered, and even the third Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha were present. What a grand spectacle it was! Uchiha Sō murmured to himself, yet his gaze was fixed on an individual standing behind the third Hokage. This person was clad in a black robe, wrapped like a mummy. and even from a distance, Uchiha Sō could sense the chilling aura emanating from him. Shimura Danzo, perhaps? Uchiha Sō silently diverted his gaze. Danzo was exceedingly perceptive, and he wished to avoid drawing the attention of this shadowy figure within the ninja world. Moreover, today was a day of celebration, and there was no need to invite trouble. Observing the surroundings, everything was beautifully arranged and exuded an air of grandeur, with throngs of people gathered. Yet, he could ascertain that within this crowd lay a multitude of umbu lurking in ambush. The village would never permit anyone to disrupt this event. Should anyone dare to provoke Konoha at this moment, they would undoubtedly be torn apart by the united will of its people. They have returned. Lord Orochimaru and his companions have returned. Soon, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan spotted figures in the distance, and they immediately began to cheer. In an instant, even the villagers, who could not discern the situation, joined in the jubilant chorus. The cheers erupted uncontrollably, akin to a volcanic eruption, resonating clearly even from miles away, drowning out all else in a cacophony of enthusiasm. Amidst the prolonged cheers that lasted several minutes, Orochimaru finally came into view, accompanied by his troops. At that moment, Orochimaru's grand appearance was undeniably resplendent. Little did he realize that the third Hokage, who looked upon him with a warm smile, would one day compel him to leave Konohagakure. Thus began a passionate journey of 13 years between this master and disciple. However, with my presence, such events shall not unfold. Uchiha Sō's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly observed everything, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to turn away, he unexpectedly caught Orochimaru's gaze directed towards him. Orochimaru subtly smiled and gently nodded in acknowledgement. The following day after Orochimaru's return to the village, at a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Uchiha Sō and his companions, including Nara Shikaku, raised their glasses together. It was a pity that due to their age, they were unable to indulge in alcohol. It is indeed ironic that at such a tender age, they could engage in acts of violence and thievery, yet were prohibited from partaking in a simple drink. Who knows what this world has come to? He truly found it perplexing. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to it. The gathering was meant for merriment, and the atmosphere suggested that they were enjoying themselves immensely. After all, they were all peers, most of whom had just returned from the battlefield. The relief of surviving and the joy of camaraderie made them feel as if they had returned to their early days at the Ninja Academy. However, those who had experienced the battlefield shared an unspoken understanding, rarely discussing their harrowing experiences. The brutality of war far exceeded their imaginations, and if given the choice, they would likely wish to remain untouched by it all. Yet there were exceptions, such as Akatsuki, who sat beside him, regaling tales of her exploits behind enemy lines. Even though Uchiha Sō, Guy, and Nara Shikaku had grown accustomed to her stories, they felt a twinge of exasperation at this moment. Under her narration, their group had shown mercilessness towards the hidden mist. If the Chancellor had heard, he might have altered his verses to reflect the ferocity of the mushroom clouds and the setting sun. Furthermore, it was critical to note that most present had recently returned from the battlefield in the land of whirlpools, as their conflict had concluded. They were well aware of the significant contributions made by Uchiha Sō and his comrades behind enemy lines, thus willingly endorsing their valor. This rendered the Uchiha clan members somewhat awkward, while Hong and the others, after listening to Akado's words, instinctively turned their gazes towards Uchiha Sō. "Sō, it seems you have emerged as the most formidable among us this year. Even Kakashi might not stand a chance against you." After a considerable pause, Hong sighed and spoke. "It's not that remarkable," Uchiha Sō replied with a smile. "I merely enjoyed a stroke of luck and received assistance from everyone. Otherwise, we could not have achieved this step while isolated and unsupported behind enemy lines." Uchiha Sō remained remarkably humble, despite recognizing his irreplaceable role. Without the aid of others, even the best of his ideas would have been futile. "You truly are modest," Akado said, sitting beside Uchiha Sō, as she reached out to drape her arm around his neck. "Bring forth the commanding presence you had while behind enemy lines. You certainly kept me in check during that time. If it weren't for your constant troublemaking, would the captain have had to manage you so closely?" Nara Shikaku remarked with amusement, recalling how Akado had been their lively spirit during those challenging days. His words instantly evoked smiles from the previously silent Hyuga Tetsu and Senju Ibiki, who, although they had endured hardship, now found a certain charm in reminiscing. Yet, one could not help but ponder how many of their peers would remain after this ordeal. After a brief moment of joy, Hyuga Tetsu suddenly sighed deeply, a sentiment that instantly subdued the group's laughter. Indeed, no one knew how many students from their class would survive. At that moment, the battlefields in the land of soup and the land of grass raged on fiercely. Even with Namikaze's Minato restraining the Cloud Village's formidable brothers, they dared not send their elite against Konoha. However, war is a ruthless machine, capable of extinguishing all humanity and emotion while effortlessly claiming the lives of the young and old alike. The horrors of war were a shadow that none of their cohort could escape, yet it also served as the wellspring for their growth, fostering an earnest yearning for peace. Enough of this talk, Uchiha Sō declared, tapping the table before raising his cup. At the very least, we are still alive. Let us carry the will of our fallen comrades and live in accordance with their ideals. I believe that only in this way can we enter the Pure Land with pride, able to tell them that their sacrifices shaped the world of our dreams. Cheers! Uchiha Sō's words prompted an immediate uproar from those present, as they eagerly raised their cups to clink together. His reminder inspired and uplifted them. While they could not halt the war, they must not let down their comrades who had given everything for it. As the gathering at the barbecue restaurant reached its peak, a solitary figure quietly slipped out, merging into the crowd. This was none other than Uchiha Sō, who had taken the opportunity to create a shadow clone while excusing himself to the restroom during the festivities. Orochimaru has returned for 2 days now, and according to the original agreement, it is only natural for him to pay a visit. However, given that Orochimaru is one of the candidates for the position of the 4th Hokage, both he and Uchiha Sō possess identities that are exceedingly unique. Their meeting must be approached with utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to a plethora of complications. Silently, Uchiha Sō gradually made his way to the vicinity where Orochimaru resided. Curiously, despite being one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Orochimaru chose not to dwell in the heart of the village, opting instead for a location distanced from the bustling crowds. This area is remarkably tranquil, yet its vast emptiness compels Uchiha Sō to exercise additional vigilance. After conducting a thorough inspection and confirming the absence of any Umbu personnel, he cautiously proceeded toward Orochimaru's abode. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he stepped into Orochimaru's front yard, a shuriken whistled through the air, aimed directly at him. Uchiha Sō's figure flickered slightly as he deftly caught the shuriken mid-flight, but at that moment, a hoarse voice emerged. "Ah, it is you, Zonkun. I was curious about which audacious individual would choose to visit me at such a late hour." "Lord Orochimaru," Uchiha Sō replied, lifting his gaze to the figure of Orochimaru perched on the windowsill, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I beg your pardon for this late-night intrusion. Our identities compel us to exercise caution, and I trust you understand, Lord Orochimaru. It seems Zonkuin's growth extends beyond the battlefield. You have also learned much since returning to Konoha," Orochimaru remarked, his smile brightening at the words. He licked his lips thoughtfully before continuing, "Come in. I have cleared the area of Umbu. They are well aware of my distaste for company, and while being cautious is prudent, it is unnecessary in my presence." Orochimaru's words elicited a gentle chuckle from Uchiha Sō. He held no intention of disputing the matter, but maintained the necessary caution as he entered the dwelling. Orochimaru's room was far more modest than he had anticipated, which seemed fitting for his character. At that moment, Orochimaru descended the stairs at a leisurely pace, smiling as he regarded Uchiha Sō. "I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, and now, at last, we can meet. I, too, have been anticipating your return. Lord Orochimaru, as there are indeed matters that require earnest discussion," Uchiha Sō replied with a light smile, though his demeanor soon grew more serious. "Oh," Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "and what does Zonkun wish to discuss?" "There are few topics at hand, yet they are of great significance, for they will illuminate your stance on certain matters, Lord Orochimaru," Uchiha Sō stated, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. He then articulated his question with deliberate clarity. "Have you made a definitive decision to become Hokage, Lord Orochimaru?" "Zonkun." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Uchiha Sō's inquiry. The question of whether he was indeed determined to become Hokage left him in a state of confusion. After all, for him, there is truly no distinction between being prepared and unprepared for the role of Hokage, as he genuinely does not perceive anyone as a potential threat to him. Nor does he believe that anyone could genuinely vie for this esteemed position. To speak of lineage, as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is undeniably a legitimate member of the Hokage lineage. This singular fact ensures that few can contest his rightful claim. Having navigated the intricate web of Konoha's core circles for many years, he may not relish the rules of this game, yet he has become intimately familiar with them. He understands that mere excellence does not guarantee one the title of Hokage. Rather, one must simultaneously align with the various interest groups to ascend to that lofty position. In fact, this is vividly illustrated in the original narrative. The fifth Hokage was chosen between Jiraiya and Tsunade, yet in terms of qualifications, Danzo was undoubtedly more deserving than either of them. However, Danzo evidently did not align with the interests of everyone, resulting in his abandonment by the prominent clans and factions of Konoha. Nonetheless, Danzo showed no signs of surrender, yet the lesson imparted by all was clear. Witnessing Tsunade collapse under the weight of a sack of rice, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness, one could easily grasp the actions of the clans when Danzo assumed the role of acting Hokage. Not a single clan member was assigned to assist him, not even a shadow guard. When he ultimately met his demise at the hands of Sasuke, the villagers exhibited not a shred of sorrow. The incident faded as if nothing had transpired. Kakashi's situation was somewhat more favorable. Not only was he the disciple of the fourth Hokage, but he also maintained amicable relations with his contemporaries among the Jonin, as they were all classmates. Particularly, the two saviors were his students. While the old guard of power was obliterated by a tailed beast bomb from the Ten Tails, the reshuffling of the elite power circles, combined with Kakashi's extensive connections, made him the most logical choice. As for the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, it goes without saying that all the top power circles are his friends and brothers. His bonds are plentiful, and even the most challenging clan, the Hyuga, is his in-law. Coupled with his formidable strength, his ascension to the role was undoubtedly a fulfillment of the public's expectations and his long-held dreams. Similarly, Orochimaru, possessing both prestige and connections, is also regarded as a figure of public favor. Just a hint from Konoha, and the Nara clan has already dispatched individuals to assist Orochimaru, indicating his status as a person of considerable regard. Thus, he truly does not comprehend the meaning behind Uchiha Sō's words. Orochimaru is perplexed. Sensing Orochimaru's confusion, Uchiha Sō shook his head and spoke slowly. I understand, Lord Orochimaru, that you are currently seen as a figure of public favor in Konoha, yet it seems you have overlooked a certain aspect, or rather, an individual's will. Are you referring to my teacher? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened slightly as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Sō and remarked coolly, Zonkuan, may I interpret your words as an attempt at a rather crude form of sowing discord? The methods of incitement do not distinguish between high and low, but rather depend on their effectiveness. Uchiha Sō gently shook his head, calmly observing Orochimaru as he spoke with tranquility. If I truly intended to incite, I could undoubtedly do so subtly and silently, without the need for candid discussions with you. Today, however, what I wish to convey is for Lord Orochimaru to accept or dismiss as he sees fit, as if I had never come at all. Yet, there is one matter I believe it necessary to share with you, Lord Orochimaru. At this point, he paused slightly before continuing in a hushed tone. Within the Uchiha clan, the two main elders of the Hawk faction and the Dove faction have already been swayed by my words. Now, I merely need to deal with the final individual, and I believe I can acquire everything belonging to the Uchiha. This statement from Uchiha Sō momentarily took Orochimaru aback, and his gaze shifted towards him with newfound seriousness. He had thought he had adequately assessed Uchiha Sō, even questioning at times whether he had perhaps overestimated this young man. However, it now appeared that he had indeed underestimated him. In light of this, I shall listen attentively. With this thought, Orochimaru began to absent-mindedly tap his fingers on the table, before allowing a smile to grace his lips. Strictly speaking, we are to support you, Lord Orochimaru. You should be more aware than us of how the third Hokage regards the Uchiha. Uchiha Sō nodded lightly and continued his discourse. However, to be precise, you are not the only one we are meant to support. After all, beyond you, there are others in Konoha who deserve our backing. Who do you mean? Jiraiya or Tsunade? Orochimaru's expression turned disdainful, and he shook his head, revealing a hint of disappointment. No, neither. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sō shook his head, then smiled mysteriously as he slowly spoke. Though Jiraiya is robust and vigorous, he lacks the ambition to become Hokage. I believe you understand this better than I do, Lord Orochimaru. As for Tsunade, by virtue of her position, She ranks higher than you and is also more suited to the role of Hokage. However, her fear of blood, coupled with the deaths of her brother and former lover, may have instilled some discontent within her regarding Konoha. Therefore, I speculate that as long as the third remains, she shall never assume the mantle of Hokage. What do you think? Uchiha Sō's words prompted Orochimaru to nod lightly in agreement. Indeed, both individuals possessed their own issues that precluded them from ever becoming Hokage. Nonetheless, if these two were not viable options, who else could garner the Uchiha's support? Danzo? Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to discover something amusing. Of course not. Uchiha Sō shook his head. Lord Orochimaru, it is best not to jest about such matters. I find myself at a loss to comprehend your intentions, Zonkun. Orochimaru sighed softly. Then, with an enigmatic smile, inquired, as it stands. I genuinely do not see anyone more suited than myself. Are you suggesting that the Uchiha should contest for the position of Hokage? I am not so foolish. The Uchiha clan has neither the opportunity nor the possibility to rise. Thus, I harbor no such thoughts. Uchiha Sō chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently tap the surface of the table with a finger. I have previously stated that Lord Orochimaru has overlooked the will of an individual, the will of a person of great significance. Reflect on how the succession from the second Hokage to the third Hokage was achieved. The third Hokage is now considering abdication. If I am not mistaken, it is likely due to the immense losses from the third Great Ninja War, compelling him to resign in shame. Presently, the tide of war has shifted. You have led Konoha to victory over the land of whirlpools, leaving only two adversaries remaining. These two rivals have long harbored mutual disdain and significant conflict, and although Konoha still finds itself at a disadvantage, the prospects of victory are not entirely absent. Under such circumstances, do you believe your mentor would willingly retreat into obscurity? Uchiha Sō's words darkened Orochimaru's expression. He remained silent, gazing intently at Uchiha Sō, while his mind rapidly analyzed the situation. Observing this, Uchiha Sō recognized that Orochimaru was indeed beginning to contemplate the matter seriously, and once serious consideration commenced, many things would inevitably change. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally spoke with a somber demeanor. Who among the Uchiha can offer support? There are few who do not harbor prejudice against the Uchiha, who wish to alter this predicament and belong to the interests of the third Hokage, but they do exist. Uchiha Sō's smile slightly faded as he calmly regarded Orochimaru and quietly inquired, "May I pose a question?" On the western battlefield, whose reputation is rapidly ascending, the significance of this query is abundantly clear. The individual whose prestige is on the rise is a potential ally for the Uchiha clan. To be frank, Orochimaru had not considered this before, or perhaps he deemed it beneath him to ponder who might be more suited for the position of Hokage than himself. However, Uchiha Sō has now laid this question bare, compelling him to reflect earnestly. As he pondered, a name crystallized in his mind, Namikaze Minato. In the past, the mere thought of this name would elicit a dismissive laugh from Orochimaru, for he believed Minato lacked the qualifications to contend with him. Yet now, even if he suspected that Uchiha Sō might be leading him astray, he was compelled to consider it seriously. Namikaze Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya. Thus he is indeed one of our own. Orochimaru instantly grasped the crux of the matter, regardless of the setting. The prerequisite for ascending to power is to be among one's own. Since he is one of us, the most critical prerequisite has already been met. Furthermore, he recalled another detail. Namikaze Minato's girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina, is the host of the Nine Tails in Konoha. This provides Minato with considerable political capital, rendering his future prospects immeasurable. As his thoughts deepened, his gaze grew increasingly cold. According to Uchiha Sō's perspective, should the war progress favorably and the chances of Konoha's victory increase, it is likely that his mentor would be reluctant to vacate the position of Hokage. The title of Hokage carries profound significance. Although Orochimaru may feign indifference, he is acutely aware that it symbolizes the pinnacle of authority within Konoha and serves as a hallmark of dominion over the foremost ninja village in the shinobi world. Yet, he has publicly declared his intentions. As Hokage, he cannot reverse his word, but he is also disinclined to relinquish power. Consequently, he must opt for a young, unestablished individual who can be conveniently manipulated to stand in the limelight. In a fleeting moment, Orochimaru unraveled all the complexities, and as he did, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. While he may not care for the title of Hokage, he is, after all, a man of pride. There are certain things he can forego, but there are also things that must not be withheld. It is essential to understand that foregoing and withholding possess entirely distinct implications. With a slight gleam in his gaze, Orochimaru turned his attention back to Uchiha Sō, his mind swirling with thoughts. After a considerable pause, he spoke softly. Minato Namikaze is indeed a commendable choice, and he does possess substantial potential. However, can you bear the risks involved? The risks Orochimaru referred to could pertain to the time required for his development or the fear that he might become a mere puppet. Uchiha Sō smiled, though inwardly he acknowledged the astuteness of Orochimaru's insight. I have stated that the Hokage we support must diverge from the third Hokage's approach, willing to enact change. While Minato may currently possess little, I believe you have heard the adage. It is easy to offer help in times of need, but difficult to add embellishment to a flourishing situation. He has nothing, and our assistance to him now is akin to providing warmth amidst the cold. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Sō with a contemplative gaze before suddenly breaking into a smile, languidly licking his lips as he calmly replied, if memory serves. Uchiha Fugaku seems to share a good rapport with Minato, and his wife has a close relationship with Kushina Uzumaki, does she not? Indeed, that is why I am here. Uchiha Sō affirmed with a calm nod, unperturbed by Orochimaru's perceptive observation, as there was little to conceal in this matter. Should I take action against the clan leader? It is likely to incite conflict with Minato. Furthermore, Minato remains a junior in your eyes, which raises uncertainties regarding the extent of his influence from the third Hokage. I require a new Hokage who is more stable, resolute, and capable of instigating change, and you, Lord Orochimaru, are among the most sincere individuals. Uchiha Sō articulated his thoughts with tranquility, to which Orochimaru gently nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one were to place bets on both sides, Uchiha Sō need not elaborate further. The clarity with which he conveyed his position implied that he had already made a choice. And making a choice signifies that Uchiha Sō is now an ally, a realization that Orochimaru comprehended with remarkable clarity. The support of the Uchiha clan is of paramount importance to him, especially now that he has come to realize his own circumstances. Although it is highly probable that the Uchiha clan is setting a trap for him, his understanding of his mentor leads him to believe that such genuine sentiments are indeed likely to manifest. With this thought, his gaze instinctively drifts towards the outside. That direction points to the Hokage building, and within his eyes, a flicker of inexplicable emotion emerges. Has my teacher begun to fall, to decay? Orochimaru muses silently, a tinge of sorrow creeping into his heart. In truth, he had sensed the transformation of his mentor ever since Konoha decided to send those insignificant younglings to the battlefield. Yet, he had not anticipated the swiftness of this change, which truly caught him off guard. Nevertheless, he soon retrieves his gaze. He has never been one to wait idly by. Moreover, he distinctly feels his desire for the position of Hokage intensifying. Initially, he was indifferent, for he knew the Hokage role was inherently his. Besides, his true passion lay in research. He naturally would not be overly concerned about something that rightfully belonged to him. Now, however, he recognizes that the entity he once regarded as his own has undergone a transformation, and it no longer belongs to him. This realization ignites a fire of ambition within him. I understand, clan leader. Retracting his gaze and looking at Uchiha Sō before him, Orochimaru offers a subtle smile. It seems our challenge will not be an easy one. Indeed, the title of Hokage belongs to but one, yet many covet it. Uchiha Sō smiles knowingly and continues. Take Danzo for example, or the third Hokage, and those Konoha ninjas who harbor dreams of becoming Hokage. Danzo. Orochimaru has already accepted Uchiha Sō as one of his own. Speaking candidly, he is but a shadow of my teacher, forever solidified in his inability to rise again, ambitious yet lacking the qualifications. However, he possesses substantial knowledge that could potentially lead to your downfall. Uchiha Sō responds thoughtfully, recalling how Danzo had indeed orchestrated events leading Orochimaru down the path of conducting experiments on his comrades. I have a proposal that I hope you will consider, Lord Orochimaru. We are allies, clan leader. Orochimaru raises an eyebrow, smiling as he says, feel free to speak your mind. I am not my teacher. I wish to obtain certain information, particularly that which pertains to the Hokage, Danzo, and others. Uchiha Sō states calmly. I believe I have demonstrated my capabilities, and I desire to learn more. To be more involved. I wonder what your thoughts are on this, Lord Orochimaru? Uchiha Sō's request is indeed somewhat excessive, as it significantly exceeds his authority. Yet, Orochimaru is no ordinary individual. When it comes to those he considers his own, especially those who possess capability, strength, and value, he has always been quite indulgent. You are quite ambitious, clan leader. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru chuckled and remarked, "Well, I suppose we must strive together from now on." Naturally, Uchiha Sō nodded earnestly, soon revealing a smile of his own. Lord Fourth Hokage. That night, both Uchiha Sō and Orochimaru found themselves with relatively satisfactory answers. However, this relative satisfaction was primarily for Orochimaru, as he had received a grim piece of news despite securing Uchiha Sō's support. Conversely, for Uchiha Sō, the events of the evening filled him with immense satisfaction. Not only had he instilled great doubt in Orochimaru's heart, but through this uncertainty, he had also ignited a desire for the position of Hokage within him. Most importantly, through this exchange, Uchiha Sō had acquired vital information regarding the dynamics between the higher-ups of Konoha and Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō's revelation about Minato Namikaze to Orochimaru served a dual purpose: to inform him that he was not the sole candidate for Hokage, thereby fueling his ambition, and to demonstrate his own intelligence and capability, enabling him to acquire more significant advantages. For instance, the exchange of information between Orochimaru and Danzo, as well as the third Hokage, was of paramount importance to him. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Danzo was likely to invite Orochimaru for a secondary experiment involving the cells of Hashirama Senju. During this experimentation period, Danzo would probably engage in certain activities, as his desire for the Hokage position had reached an unhealthy obsession. Uchiha Sō had no doubt that the information regarding Orochimaru's human experiments was something he had deliberately leaked. As for the use of villagers for experimentation, this was irrefutable. Yet, one must question whether these subjects were not provided by Danzo. Moreover, without Konoha's involvement, how could Orochimaru have procured Hashirama Senju's cells? Furthermore, Uchiha Sō pondered whether the third Hokage had tacitly approved of these developments. Typically, when a candidate for Hokage, especially one of his disciples, encounters such incidents implicating Konoha, he would undoubtedly seek to suppress the matter. After all, delving into such affairs could yield findings that would be quite impolite for all involved. However, Orochimaru's nature dictated that he would neither dispute nor care to contest such matters. Moreover, he had made a decision otherwise. When Danzo had lost all root personnel in the Land of Rain and turned to support Orochimaru for a resurgence in the Umbu, Hiruzen Sarutobi had unequivocally rejected Orochimaru during the daimyo meeting, subsequently introducing Minato Namikaze as a newcomer. One could only conclude that the third Hokage had thoroughly understood Orochimaru's character. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Sō stealthily returned to his clan's grounds under the cover of night. The affairs concerning Orochimaru had reached a temporary conclusion, and all he awaited now was the message that Orochimaru would convey in due course. In truth, even without meeting Orochimaru in person, Uchiha Sō could still communicate with him, as the methods of communication they utilized on the battlefield remained intact. However, in matters such as this, it is indeed more sincere to meet in person, for this is, in essence, a coup d'état. To express it more elegantly, I and Orochimaru have already said about the division of Konoha. As for the fragmentation of Konoha, Uchiha Sō bears no psychological burden. He merely wishes to smoke and gaze at the sky, taking each day as it comes. Yet, if they refuse to let me live my life, what reason do I have to refrain from acting as is only natural? Moreover, given Konoha's current state, it is akin to a moon suspended in the sky awaiting its sovereign, with a regent overshadowing the throne. Who can endure such a situation? Furthermore, to avoid being remembered as the late emperor who accomplished little before succumbing to the mundane, he truly must put forth considerable effort. In the days to come, Uchiha Sō indeed devoted himself diligently. The matters concerning Orochimaru require patience, as does his anticipation for Uchiha Fugaku's return. During this interim, he must enhance his own strength. After all, a towering edifice must rise from the ground, and can great successes be solely attributed to oneself? In the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, three figures darted about, engaged in rigorous sparring: Uchiha Sō, Uchiha Shohiko, and Uchiha Masaki. Ever since he realized the empowering effect of their martial arts on himself, he had relentlessly sought to benefit from their prowess. During this period, although he endured considerable punishment, given that he could not employ the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan in sparring, His physical skills had been advancing at an astonishing pace. Even if his physical condition remained unchanged, the continuous enhancement of his techniques and experience was undeniable. Moreover, what intrigued Uchiha Shohiko and Uchiha Masaki was the remarkable improvement in Uchiha Sō's physical coordination and reaction time. They had both mastered Uchiha-style martial arts to a high degree, understanding that while strength is significant, it is not absolute. Rather, the crucial elements are coordination and reflexes. Only with exceptional coordination and response can one evade the most lethal blows with the gentlest of movements while retaliating with swifter, simpler actions. Though it is easy to articulate these concepts, mastering them is no trivial task. They were both unaware of the countless efforts that had brought them to this point. Yet, for Uchiha Sō, these abilities seemed innate, effortlessly within his grasp. What remained was merely the refinement of his skills and the acquisition of more practical experience. Is this what true genius looks like? Observing the youth before them, growing at an almost visible pace, Uchiha Shohiko and Uchiha Masaki were filled with profound reflections. However, they now find themselves at peace, having been thoroughly beaten. In their hearts, they have already come to regard Uchiha Sō as the foremost among the Uchiha clan. Such an individual, with an accelerated pace of growth, is undoubtedly a boon. Yet, amidst their training, Uchiha Sō suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing that Orochimaru seemed to be seeking him out. A new round of research, perhaps? In Orochimaru's abode, he gazed pensively at the scroll in his hand, lost in contemplation. After conversing with Uchiha Sō, he had taken a period of silence to earnestly analyze the current situation and observe his mentor. To his surprise, he indeed discerned certain truths. Although his mentor exhibited no outward signs of change, he had not engaged in any political affairs upon his return. Furthermore, the ongoing battles at the front lines had become irrelevant to him. While the situation in Konoha had improved, it had not decisively secured victory. Naturally, he should not continue to remain within Konoha under such circumstances. Yet, his mentor's response to his actions was one of cold indifference, as if everything was utterly disconnected from him. It seems there are indeed ulterior motives at play. Each time he pondered this, Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk coldly. In the past, he might have been indifferent, perhaps even reveling in the leisure. However, times have changed, for someone had already alerted him, enabling him to set aside his pride and approach matters with greater composure. Now, in the midst of his ostracism, Danzo had extended an olive branch, inviting him to partake in Senju Hashirama's new research endeavor. Had it been in the past, he would have eagerly accepted the offer. But now he must contemplate the deeper implications, especially since Uchiha Sō had cautioned him that Danzo was never to be underestimated. I had always believed that I excelled in understanding human nature, yet it appears that my perspective still requires broadening. At the very least, I must maintain my composure. Orochimaru discarded the scroll, his tongue lightly licking his lips. He then raised a hand, feeling the chakra surging within him. Uchiha Sō, the challenge is about to commence. Are you prepared? Lord Orochimaru, I wonder what business brings you to seek me out at such a late hour. Within Uchiha Sō's chamber, already fortified with a soundproof barrier, he now gazed intently at a venomous serpent before him. This serpent seemed almost sentient as it flicked its tongue, clearly activated, embodying Orochimaru himself. Uchiha Sō felt a flicker of curiosity about the purpose of Orochimaru's visit. Upon reflection, it had indeed been some time since he had summoned the serpent, and during this interval, they had maintained little contact. Given their respective statuses, they must remain vigilant regarding any potential repercussions. Especially after Orochimaru had picked up on the third Hokage's thoughts, he too had to be cautious of his own actions. Is it sufficiently quiet on your end? Orochimaru sat in his abode, propping his head up with one hand, exuding a sense of languor, yet his expression bore an underlying seriousness. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, it is merely you and I engaged in this discourse. Uchiha Sō spoke calmly, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, might I suggest enhancing this mode of communication? If we could incorporate the ability to perceive one another, I believe it would yield a more fruitful exchange. Indeed, it is a commendable avenue of research. However, the complexities involved are manifold, and I require both time and resources, Orochimaru replied, his interest piqued by the technical aspects. Yet, he did not lose sight of the primary purpose for summoning Uchiha Sō. I sought you out today due to a rather intriguing matter. Were you not curious about the connections I share with my former mentor in Danzo? Please do elaborate, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sō responded, his brow slightly furrowing as he quickly grasped Orochimaru's intent, suspecting that Danzo or the third Hokage had reached out to him. Danzo contacted me today, Orochimaru stated, confirming Zong's suspicions and revealing even more captivating information. He has invited me to partake in a research project, one that piques my interest yet appears rather troublesome. May I inquire as to the nature of this research? Although Uchiha Sō was well aware of the details, he refrained from divulging too much, curious to gauge Orochimaru's level of discretion. Everyone harbors secrets, that is undeniable, yet some secrets prove impractical in certain contexts, particularly for two individuals like them, who defy the norm. This matter is grave and highly confidential. However, given your strength and standing, it is not beyond your purview to be informed. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before speaking contemplatively. I believe you can surmise part of the truth, which pertains to the village's ongoing research into bloodline abilities. Such endeavors are not exclusive to other villages. Konoha, as the foremost shinobi village, relentlessly explores and investigates the power of these bloodlines, both those currently possessed and those that have vanished for various reasons, such as would release. Before Orochimaru could finish, Uchiha Sō interjected with understanding. Konoha would not overlook the Uchiha strength, yet compared to the Sharingan, it is likely that the wood release, which once vanquished the Sharingan, would be of greater interest to you. Especially since the passing of the first Hokage, Konoha has lacked the means to suppress the Uchiha and dominate the shinobi world. Indeed, but we must remember that he was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. You must understand this, Zonkuen. The perspective from the village's stance differs from that of a ninja. As shinobi, we honor the first Hokage. That is an irrefutable truth. However, as leaders of the village, the paramount concerns lie in how to bolster the village's strength and secure greater benefits for its prosperity. Uchiha Sō never anticipated that the very words he once used to admonish Shiranui would now be wielded by Orochimaru to instruct him. This irony left him both amused and exasperated. I am acutely aware of the situation, Lord Orochimaru, he said, shaking his head in resignation. From the village's perspective, one cannot deny the validity of your stance. However, should this matter escalate, do you truly believe that the shinobi will simply acquiesce? Particularly the clan's ninjas. Will they be so easily pacified? Zong's remarks instantly furrowed Orochimaru's brow, for he did not envision that Konoha would allow such matters to become public knowledge. The burden of blame must be measured by the gravity of the situation. Should the research concerning the first Hokage's cells become known, it would be beyond even Orochimaru's capacity to bear alone. Such a revelation would precipitate the collapse of the entire Konoha hierarchy. In other words, it would lead to mutual destruction. He did not believe for a moment that his mentor or that fool Danzo would be foolish enough to risk such a fate. Is there something troubling you, Lord Orochimaru? Zong inquired, noticing the serpent sage's prolonged silence. Are you pondering whether Konoha would be so foolish as to let the research on Senju Hashirama's cell slip out? Since you are aware of this, why bring it up again? Orochimaru replied calmly. Because this is a matter of grave consequence for us. Zong sighed softly before continuing. What if Konoha refrains from divulging the specifics of the research? Human experimentation? Orochimaru's intellect shone through as he grasped Zong's implication instantaneously. Not revealing the particulars of the research would, to some extent, obscure the matter of the first Hokage's cells. However, this research could not bypass one critical point: human experimentation. And the very notion of such experiments is a taboo. While they may be conducted, they must never be disclosed. Yet, Orochimaru mused. A mere human experiment did not seem sufficient to undermine his position, given his considerable influence within Konoha. Unless, suddenly, Orochimaru appeared to grasp a pivotal insight. Zonkuen, are you suggesting that the exposure of human experimentation could lead to rumors that I conducted these experiments using Konoha's own people? His expression darkened. For an heir to the Hokage, a simple human experiment would not pose a lethal threat. Zong chuckled, finding collaboration with someone like Orochimaru to be both effortless and efficient. All it took was a nudge for him to connect the dots. After all, prior to revealing the nature of the experiments, this was already a well-known secret among various villages, nothing particularly surprising. However, once human experimentation involved specific projects and subjects, controversy was inevitable. We can ascertain that Konoha would not disclose the research on the first Hokage's cells. Thus, there remains but one avenue they could manipulate: Lord Orochimaru. What if you were to conduct experiments on Konoha's own people? The words of Uchiha Sō encapsulated the innermost thoughts of Orochimaru, casting an undeniable pallor upon his visage. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice tinged with a haunting resonance. I comprehend. It is indeed a pity. I never anticipated that during the tumult of war, they would fix their gaze upon me. It is a peculiar honor. Despite the raspy timbre of his voice, Uchiha Sō sensed an undercurrent of melancholy, disappointment, and a burgeoning aura of malice emanating from Orochimaru. However, Uchiha Sō responded with a smile, letting out a gentle sigh before articulating slowly, "It is truly an honor, for you are none other than Orochimaru. Yet, why should you feel regret?" "Oh." Orochimaru paused momentarily, arching an eyebrow in intrigue. "Are you suggesting that it is regrettable for Lord Orochimaru to relinquish such an exceptional research endeavor, particularly when it is spearheaded by Konoha?" Uchiha Sō's smile blossomed, radiating an even brighter brilliance, his voice transforming into a delicate whisper. "This is indeed a project led by Konoha,